last year for Colorado. That was a 7-0 win for Vegas. And the Avalanche, after leading 1-0, now trail 3-1 with 1:03 to go in the first period.
You get really excited for the start of the season with the Avs, and you get one of those types of games. You know, it's just one. It's not a huge deal. It's a single game, but it just sets like a tone of what the vibe's going to be. And when you have that, you know, this is a story that was buried in the offseason because it felt like it would be too over panicky. And it's this. We all had at least some level of concern with Georgiev heading into the postseason last year. And with the way that he played in the postseason, it kind of erased it and made you think, okay, well, if he can do that, then you'll be fine. But I don't think anybody really stopped the skepticism of what that's going to be. And I'm not going to overblow this because it's one game. And I think it was a big mix between, hey, you got to make a stop right there. And also, what's the defense doing in front of you? A lot of guys wide open. A lot of 2-on-1s, 3-on-2s, like difficult things to stop. But, you know, a couple of those goals were just kind of like, you can't allow somebody to score at that angle. Like the first goal for Vegas, Olofsson is, I mean, he's got a terrible look at the net. He's basically just throwing it up there. Georgiev's cheating to the opposite side, and he sneaks it over the shoulder. That's the kind of stuff that can't happen. And it felt like every time the Avs did something that was a response last night, 20 seconds later, a goal was scored by Vegas. Like the second you started to feel like we're making it a game, a minute later, the deficit's back to 2 goals or whatever the number was. Like the only real moment of pause, joy that you had was Mikko's first goal, which gave you a 1-0 lead. And literally 27 seconds later, that's when that Olofsson goal was scored. Makes it 1-1. And then after that, it was pretty much all Vegas with a couple of different responses from the Avs. Mikko finishes the game with a hat trick, which, cool. His hat trick, by the way, cut the deficit to 1. And then shortly after that, Vegas scores and scores and scores. And I don't know how mentally this fan base is going to take the Georgiev roller coaster if that's the case. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how we're gonna be able to withstand the, hey, the Avs win 3-0, and he does that for a week, but then there's gonna be a couple of Georgiev games that are mixed in here. And I tried my best not to jump on board with this very seemingly popular nickname that's been thrown out there. But at times, it's kind of impossible just to not acknowledge it. A lot of goals were scored last year. And the confusing part is a lot of goals were scored, but he also led the league in wins last season, so you're trying to balance those two things. Again, I'm not going to go too over the top this morning with that subject of just goaltending, but certainly didn't make you feel great. Like the beginning of the season, and especially the first game, it's all about sort of the vibe. What can you do as a performance that makes you believe that this is different, this is better, this is something you can believe in? And that was just like the worst possible open to the year that they could have. You know, again, don't think you did him any favors. There was a lot of focus. You just heard it in the open. If you heard our chat yesterday with Jared Bednar, there was a focus in this offseason to hone in and clean things up defensively. And didn't see a lot of that improvement yesterday. Now, maybe it was just, this game's going to be a shootout, so we get as much as we can, try and find ways to get breaks, maybe take some risks, take some chances, perhaps. But you got game one, your starter getting pulled. Not an ideal situation. By the way, Anunen came in and didn't look all that much better. He faced 4 shots and allowed 2 goals. It was 5 goals allowed on 16 shots for Georgiev. So nobody was really getting the job done, I guess is how I'd put it. The 303-504-0925. Texter says, I swear the Avs are the worst at letting teams score right away after the Avs score and letting in goals at the very end of the period or penalty kill. Happened so many times last year and 4 times last night. Yeah, I think they were better last year at this part, but I remember 2 years ago, it was one of our weekly conversations with Bednar, and I go, I don't have the numbers to back this, but it feels like end of period goals happen a lot that are allowed. And he said, yeah, it's something we're taking a look at, trying to figure out the reason why. Between that and those immediate responses are killers. Here's the difference in the game last night. Everything that the Avs got felt like they earned, right? Like it took a great pass or, a little tic-tac-toe setup like they got with Mikko on his hat trick goal on the power play, where it was McKinnon, or no, not McKinnon because he left. Makar and Rantanen stay on for the entire power play period. They look like they're a little bit gassed, but they're just grinding. And then Makar throws one perfectly to Mikko on the stick, one-timer, no chance for the goalie to do anything about it. Like, those are goals that are earned. And I felt like at least 4 of Vegas's goals, and maybe more than that, they didn't have to work very hard for it. The second one that was allowed by Anunen, the backhand flip by Barbashev, okay, great play. But out of all of those, I didn't feel like there was one stop last night in which you said, oh, great save. There was a couple on Vegas's side. Plus, you got a little bit unlucky. Makar hits McKinnon with the long break pass. He's all by himself. It's a breakaway. And good shot. Rips off the post. Damn. Maybe that changes momentum. Who knows? I said yesterday I'm going to be very careful to not go too over the top in judgments, especially early in the year with the young people that have been playing last night. I thought Cal Ritchie looked okay. A little bit too hesitant, I think, at times. Times where he probably could have shot that he's looking to make the extra pass, which, look, as far as mentality, it's a good thought to be a good teammate in situations like that, but sometimes just go ahead and throw it on the net. But I thought he looked good. I thought Kovalenko did some good things. I thought Ivan did some good things. But you have to take this all with a grain of salt. And I think when it comes to that part of it, the sort of more patient outlook where you don't want to judge things too quickly when you're missing guys as big and important to this franchise as, Val's and Gabe's and Lekkonen's. There is some grading on a curve that you have to do. The problem is a lot of the goaltending stuff was pretty basic, just make a save or don't. And it has nothing to do with young guys being on the ice. So, it's a rough start. Okay, fine. Move on. Get back to Ball Arena on Saturday. And turn it around as you take on Columbus. 303-504-0925. Texture, it's only the first game, but it sure was deflating to feel like last season already. Georgiev gives up 3 goals on 11 shots. He's average at best. Defense needs some work. Offense looked pretty good. Yeah, that's sort of the takeaway. Go ahead now.
And also, I know that this was ironically the season that the Avs went on to win the Cup, but I was getting flashbacks, just PTSD, watching Ivan Barbashev beat up Sam Girard yet again.
Yeah.
And I know that he was on the Blues when he snapped Girard's sternum, but why don't we go back to 2021 when the Avs lost to the Knights in the second round? Ryan Reeves was stealing their lunch money.
Right.
Vegas just beats the crap out of the Avs every single year, and we started a new year with the same thing. Fantastic.
Yeah. 82-game season. Keep perspective. I'm not telling you to feel good about much of anything this morning. But like I said, just keep perspective on this, that it was a bad first night. Now, offensively, you looked good. Defense is not going to play that poorly. Goaltending is not going to play that poorly for this portion of the season, or most of the season. But yeah, you just wanted something to make you feel good this morning, and that one just didn't. You know, you got a hat trick out of Rantanen, cool, but there were 3 guys on Vegas that had 2 goals apiece between Stone, Olofsson, and Barbashev. It was ugly. Shake it off. Got the opener at Ball Arena on Saturday with a chance to turn that around. 303-504-0925. Champ Mazda text line. As we now turn the page to Thursday, I want to start getting a real look at some of the games this weekend. We've kind of taken stock here with CU on the bye and a really good win from the Broncos last week, in which you move forward. And I want to get back to the question of expectations now for both teams. They have to change. If you had one thought early in the season, after 5 weeks of college football in the NFL between the Buffs and the Broncos, I think a reevaluation is necessary. And between the two, who do you have more faith that they can continue this level of success so far? We'll get to it next.
It was outstanding. He had to look up the frickin' movie.
He said he'd seen it.
Yeah. It was outstanding. I think I liked it, if that's what the heart means. No, listen, he's got a good sense of humor, and I think he had to have some help. He had to have some help. We'll figure out who.
Have you gone back and forth with him about the Ferris Bueller thing since Sunday at all?
Oh, listen, we were finished with that. And yeah, I called him Ferris out here, and he called me Dennis because that was my nickname from Parcells. So Dennis the Menace and Ferris Bueller. There we go.
I do actually really like just giving nicknames to people. I think I saw Brandon Perna yesterday tweet this out because PS2, obviously it's his number along with his name and the fact that he is the second of his name. But somebody said we need a nickname for him and Riley Moss. And I heard PS2 and Game Boy, which I thought was really good. Because he's a gamer, that boy, Riley Moss.
Nickname for them? How about Ebony and Ivory?
I mean, look, the other thing...
Living together in perfect harmony.
I know that there's a whole bunch of people that have I think Pulp Fiction was another one too, because he's Travolta and PS2 is Sam Jackson. Now, if they were nicknamed that and PS2 after his picks starts quoting that Bible verse from Samuel Jackson from Pulp Fiction, the path of the righteous man. I can't remember the whole thing. But he just gets, by the time they get to the end zone, he's saying it all the way there. And you will know my name is the Lord. If he started doing that,
I want to
I'd be all in.
I want to get something where, he bats some pass away, and then somebody gets up in his face and goes, "You think you can do that?" And he says, "I don't remember asking you a damn thing."
So
massage.
Nicknames are fun. I was trying to figure out though, because nobody understood the Ferris Bueller reference, and so I was like, what else could he have called him? If he's trying to say that he's a little bit of, I don't know, mischievous or whatever the word was. I was just off top of my head. I did say, I don't know if this was in reference to Knicks, but remember we were talking about Kendall Roy from Succession, I'm the eldest boy? I would say he's almost kind of like Kendall Roy in this sense. Desperately wants dad's approval, but also wants to do his own thing and wants
the eldest boy!
And wants dad to stop breathing down his neck. That is still one of the funniest things. That entire scene. If I hear somebody yell, "I'm the eldest boy," it's an immediate laugh every time. Immediately. But yeah, I think he's Kendall Roy. He just wants dad to give over the company to him. Let him run the offense. Take the training wheels off. And dad's just not ready. He's not ready for it. And maybe he never will be. Because dad's kind of an egomaniac. All of that stuff applies. But overall, for both them and the Buffs, I mentioned this yesterday. I feel like this is, and you guys tell me, I'm not a CU historian. I've been here for close to 6 years now. Haven't seen too many games from CU that felt like they really mattered. Just the truth. Haven't seen too many. This feels like the biggest game in a long time. This is a game that can put you back on the map as far as the top 25 matchup. It can put you in a prime position in the Big 12. You know what I mean? It can do all of that stuff for you. It can give you a clear and very attainable path at a Big 12 championship, which would give you a very clear and very attainable path to a possible college football playoff berth, where if you make that, goodness gracious, this place will be on fire. But you take down CU, that's how it happens. The Broncos, on the other hand, they win this game. And let me see how this stuff all shifts right now. So the NFL, they have their playoff picture thing, and I know it's really early in the season, but I just want to give perspective on something here. Because the Broncos right now, as they sit at 3-2, along with a bunch of other teams in the AFC that are hovering right around that mark. They're currently the 6th seed in the AFC if the season ended today. Right now, their chances to make the postseason are at, take a guess, Nelly, what do you think they're at right now with a 3-2 record?
1 million. No, let's see. Actually, chance to make the postseason? Let's go 33 1/3. Repeating, of course.
52%.
Wow.
Right now.
Okay.
With a win on Sunday, that percentage goes to 67%. Because, that's the question. Who do you believe more in right now? For them to stay on, let's say, their current trajectory, okay? If I give you the Broncos with this style of football and where they could end up towards the end of the year, which at this spot would be a playoff spot, is that more believable, or is it more believable that CU continues this level of play? That CU can, let's just say, in the next 5 weeks, double up their record and be 8-2 with 2 weeks left. What's more attainable?
I think I'm just shooting from the hip here.
Go ahead.
Gut reaction tells me that I believe in the Broncos more, just because they have consistently shown, aside from maybe the first game, no, even in the first game, the defense has consistently showed that they can clamp down the other team. And they have shown that very definitively in every game. With CU, they are just so unpredictable. They are such a roller coaster. I mean, they went from absolutely getting the brakes beat off them by Nebraska to a commanding win over CSU. Then it took a Hail Mary theatrics to sneak past Baylor. Then they blew the doors off of UCF in the middle of a hurricane. Like, I can't get a pulse on this team. So that's the only reason. I'm not saying that they won't make the playoffs. If they continue the momentum they have right now, I do believe. The point is, CU is just, they've been such a roller coaster ride. I don't know what part of the ride we're going to get when Kansas State comes to town. The Broncos have showed me more consistent success on defense, and that's why I believe that they can continue at this current trajectory. But everybody on the text line, yell at me and tell me why that's wrong.
Well, I don't think you're wrong. I think the most, how do I want to put it, believable thing that either of these two teams have, the thing that you can expect week in, week out, more than anything else between these two, is the Broncos defense. I think that is the one thing that is almost going to be a given every single week. You could argue that the passing game with CU could be, but there's a variable in there about the offensive line who has looked a lot better the last few weeks. But I don't think it would surprise anybody if the offensive line took a step back against maybe a Kansas State, or took a step back against a Utah, and Shedeur was sacked 8 to 9 times. I don't see that happening outside of maybe a couple of outliers on the year to the Broncos defense. That's more believable. But a texter says this, and I think this is true. Colorado has way more potential on a higher ceiling than the Broncos. That is true.
That I agree with, absolutely.
They can take their season to a higher height than the Broncos can. But the Broncos, I think, are more reliable at continuing this current track. That defense is going to give them a puncher's chance against anybody in the NFL, and certainly anybody on their schedule. Even in the back-to-back weeks where they have at Kansas City and at Baltimore, and I forget which order it is, but they're at Kansas City and at Baltimore in back-to-back weeks. Their defense is going to give them a shot in both of those games and going to give them an opportunity to win. But, couple of texts coming through. Honk here. I believe in both. However, Shador's already a better quarterback than Bo, so I'm going with the Buffs. I don't think that's the only factor. I don't think that's all that matters here. The bigger thing is who is built more all around. And the CU offense is pretty elite level with a decent defense. The Broncos defense is elite level with a decent offense. But the defensive consistency is going to give you a shot every week. The questions I have about CU is if this game turns into, or any game, turns into Shador being hit a lot, do they have enough of other stuff to overcome it? Because we know that has been a weakness. They've gotten better, but it has been. By the way, here's Dion the other day talking about the surprise of being 4-1 so far.
How can you be surprised that you're winning in life, Jack? How can you be surprised that you put on a nice outfit and somebody tells you look good? How can you be surprised when you get out that barbershop and you look in that mirror and say, that's the one? Like, how can you be surprised with the expectation you have for yourself? The only way you can be surprised is you didn't expect it. We expect the results when we put in the work. I just don't want it going to the heads, but we shouldn't be surprised of where we are. We should be appreciative in understanding what allowed us to be where we are, but it should be no surprise to you. So when it's a surprise, you get kind of discombobulated and you kind of take things wrong instead of really looking at it and dissecting why you are where you are. It shouldn't be no surprise to anybody, but I don't want them to be in lackadaisical thinking this is easy, because the wind don't care who attains it. Has no mind, no memory, or no whatsoever. Does not care. So it might as well be us if it has no care and no feelings for it.
I think from his perspective, yeah, I don't know if you're allowed to be surprised with how good you are because you need to have confidence. Everybody else certainly can be. I wouldn't say I'm surprised that they're 4-1, but I think that's about the tops of what I could have expected. You know, we went into the season talking about, is it possible that CU could win 9 to 10 games and put themselves in the conversation for a Big 12 championship appearance? Like, it was possible, but it was at the higher end of what the expectation was. And I would say it was unlikely. But I'm totally surprised by the Broncos. Totally and wholly surprised. Never would have imagined that I would have this level of belief in that team 5 weeks into the season. I thought this belief might come in like week 16 when they're already out of the postseason, but they're starting to put it together with a rookie quarterback. That made a lot more sense. But they're kind of doing this with the progression arrow pointing upward for Bo Nix. That's the surprising thing. If you had to give Nix, let's say you don't grade on a rookie curve, let's say that you threw your expectations out the window, you didn't know who this guy was, let's say that Bo Nix was actually Kurt Warner. He was a guy who's played football for a while, but he got signed in the offseason. He was bagging groceries at your local grocery store, and they said, hey, you played in the Arena Football League or whatever it was, come over here. Let's see if you can play in the NFL. And you threw him on the field. What grade would you give Bo Nix so far as a quarterback? Not as a rookie, nothing, just as a pure quarterback. Because I think that number would have to be like a C 5 weeks into the year.
You want me to get an early fact checker? C's not a number, but I know it.
Sorry, but letter grade.
I meant what you knew. It's okay. Well, let me ask. You know what I'm going to consider here. You said he was bagging groceries. What's his technique like? Does he know to double bag heavy things like milk? Because that might raise him to a C+ for me.
Well, you know what? Double bagging doesn't exist in this town anymore because there's no more plastic.
That's right. Shucks.
And I'm the guy that I go to the grocery store. They're like, do you have your own bags? I was like, look at me. Do I look like I have my own bags here? Just give me the paper. You want the 10 cents? Take the 10 cents. Go ahead.
You have You have about 17 pockets on your cargo shorts. You can't fit a grocery bag in any of those.
I mean, yeah, whatever. Just every time I go there, I feel like I'm being shamed for not having my own bags. I'm like, just give me the paper. It's just the paper, please. Thank you.
Just leave them in your car. That's what I do.
Yeah, but then Nelly, it's too much for me. I just draw the line on some things in life. Even things that are super easy, I just got to draw a line. My line's drawn. When I go to the grocery store, I get the bags there. Not to mention, I have no bags to scoop up dog poop anymore. Like, I'm scrambling to try and find a fix to that one, and it's really hard. Anyway, the point is, if I were to give him a letter grade so far this year, it's about a C. And it's because he hasn't done anything spectacular, but he's done a good job of not turning the ball over, and to do that with a good defense is totally fine. But they're going to have a couple of games that the defense doesn't play to that stellar spot. Like, if I had to pick one game on the schedule for the Broncos right now where I'm like, I think that they're in for a pretty rough week, I think it's at Baltimore. I think Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson are that game could potentially be the one where it's like, oh, this is going to get ugly in a hurry sort of thing, because I don't think offense is going to be able to keep up with what the opposing offense can do to even a good defense. But most games, you're sitting there saying, hey, don't turn the ball over. You got a good chance to win. So it just feels like that's more sustainable. We got a couple of texts coming through here that I want to get to in a couple of minutes. 303-504-0925, broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. Back after this. Texter angry with me says, for gosh sakes, go to a dog supply store, buy a roll of poop bags. They usually come in a box of 6 or 12. Go on Amazon. It's not hard. You can even buy a little container that you can put them in and attach to your leash. I know what you're talking about. I have those. I'm talking about poop accumulated in the backyard for a week. If you think I'm going out and individually grabbing each one of those turds from one of my dogs each time they go outside, that's an insane proposal, and I won't stand for it.
There's no turds here.
Now, a couple of good suggestions here. People are saying produce bags. Are those big enough if I got the scooper that I can do that, though? Like, are those big enough for that?
They're deep enough, but I don't know if the opening is wide enough. I don't know by your
need a
scooping
wide open.
window.
Yeah.
Also, I thought you were just censoring it. The person actually did say, "For gosh sake."
Yes.
We're talking clean here on a Thursday morning.
Couple more said they have Glad bags for mini trash cans. Might not be a bad solution, but that sounds like an expensive solution for something I used to get for free. So, and people are saying a bucket. You think I'm not putting it into a bucket. Because then what do I do with the bucket? Then I dump that in with the rest of my trash? Gross. I had a good system. And all of the plastic bag taxes ruined it. You ruined it.
You know what you could do? You could use a paper straw to pick up the poop. There you go. But no plastic.
You know what, guys? I'm totally fine. You want to help the environment. But if helping the environment came at the price of paper straws everywhere, the environment can go bleep itself. Just so annoying. I mean, terrible, right? Not one person has put their lips on a paper straw and been like, this is great.
It's good for the first sip, and then 2 or 3 sips, and you go, well, this is mush. There's no structural integrity left.
Exactly.
Well, also, okay, if we're going down this rabbit hole, I'm going to ask, how did our entire generation, because you and I are both millennials, how was our entire generation taught that when you get a pack of soda or a pack of beer with those plastic rings, we were all were taught
rip them for the turtles.
Yeah, for the turtles and the seagulls.
And I did that. I to this day do that to save the turtles.
You cut them up so that birds don't die or that turtles don't get choked in the rings. I think it's fascinating that we all got taught that, and now you have those plastic carrying cases that snap onto the top of the cans. I haven't seen those rings in a while.
They still exist. I've seen them. For my wife gets these vitamin water things. They still come in those, and I rip those suckers every single weekend. Boom, 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 boom. All right. So
we were talking about football. I think maybe
football was happening.
Okay, then here, let me ask you a question to get us back on track.
Sure.
Do you know who beat the Ravens in Baltimore earlier this season?
The Raiders did.
The Raiders, the trash Raiders who, by the way, had a quarterback competition in practice this week and then decided that Aiden O'Connell is now their starter again. So they can't figure out what planet they're on.
Well, they're a bad team.
And they beat the Ravens in Baltimore. So you're telling me that this Broncos team with an elite defense doesn't have a puncher's chance?
No. Did not say they don't have a chance. That's the game that I could see a blowout coming. Like, that's all I'm saying. Not that they don't have a chance in it, but I think the Broncos are going to keep every game pretty damn close. That one just feels like it could be one of those games that gets away from you. Just from the way that, look, man, Lamar's really hard to stop. And if he's having one of those days where it's like, I'm throwing the football well and I'm taking off for, 80, 90 rushing yards in a game, and we have Derrick Henry, it's a difficult proposal for whoever is going up against them. Now, all that being said, a lot of texters writing in that they'll ride with the top defense as opposed to maybe a high-flying offense. And, the question was belief in the Broncos or the Buffs to start this season long-term. Like, as the season goes on, which one of these is more believable? Go ahead, Nelly. What did you read?
I'm just reading the text that we just got from the 678. You take a look at that and tell me if we're allowed to read that one on air.
678.
It's the
yeah, probably not.
I don't know
but
if
it
we
is
can read
funny.
that, but that got Brett's just saw me laughing my tuchus off here since we're being clean. That's a good text.
But what we had was the sustainable thought of the defense with the what feels sustainable in the offense in Shedeur Sanders in Boulder. But we do know that offensive line can have a day where he gets beat up and then you have nothing to really fall back on. So I want to get back to that in a little bit. Again, the Avs last night, all in all, it's not a huge deal yesterday. It's just a bummer. Like, you're excited for the season to start. You get a game like that where you play two different goaltenders. Nobody can stop anything. The defense in front of them is poor. Your offense actually played pretty good. It felt like they were trying to respond and get you back in a game, but each time they did that, another goal would be scored. And so I want to talk about this more at the top of the hour. But I want to keep perspective and keep reminding people that despite how you probably feel this morning, especially, you stay up, it's a late puck drop. The game gets done at what time was it? Like 11:40 or something like that.
Who knows? Because I was already asleep.
Probably a little bit sleepy this morning. I think there's going to be a couple of games that feel like they get away from you early in the year because you're trying to figure things out with young guys on the ice. I thought that Richie played an all right game, but he was a -3. And I think part of that is for the stuff that Bednar talked to us yesterday about with his game. Like, he's an elite offensive player at 19 years old, but there's a lot to figure out on the defensive side. And it was a combination of, oops, I just straight up missed this shot if you're Georgiev. Like, first goal, Olofsson over the shoulder at a terrible angle, can't be scored, and it was. Another one, glove hand side, like he was getting beat glove hand a lot last night. You need to see a couple of those saves. And then there's other times where it's just like, how did that guy get that wide open in front of the net? How'd that happen? Just miscommunications and breakdowns defensively. So it's just kind of a combination of a lot of different things put together.
Well, and look, I get that we have 81 games left, and like you said, they're figuring out what to do since they still don't have Val, and they still don't know if/when they're getting Landy back. I guess here is the reason that last night's loss stung. I'm going to describe an Avs game to you, and you tell me what season of Avalanche hockey this occurred in, all right?
Okay.
There was inconsistent goaltending, so the Avs got in a hole early. Anytime that they scored, the other team immediately scored after, and they let the game run away from them. And then they got beat up by a much more physical, tougher, aggressive team. Which year am I talking about?
It sounds like yesterday.
Was it yesterday, or was it 2023, or was it 2022, or was it 2021,
Yeah.
or was it the bubble? Like, what are we doing, Brett? It's Groundhog Day. Just call me Bill Murray.
Well, again, give this thing a few more games before we start making a judgment. I just know that the second, I didn't think it would happen in game one. The second that Georgiev has a game like that, we'd be back into Georgiev conversation mode. It wasn't good last night, but let's just give it one of those. Give it a few more games before we start the old freak out. 303.
I am having a very bad day.
504-0925. I'm looking up on TV right now. ESPN is on, and totally forgot to mention this. Shams is currently on Get Up on ESPN now that he has taken over that vacant role left behind by Adrian Wojnarowski going over to, what was it again? St. Bonaventure, right? That's
Yep.
where he's the GM.
Managing the Bonnies.
So Shams is now the new analyst for ESPN, which was like the easiest move ever. There's not a battle anymore, though. Remember the Shams and Woj battles for whose information was the most correct? You don't get that anymore. And ESPN can just swallow up whoever they want. It's pretty remarkable. Speaking of the NBA, got a couple discussions I want to have. First of all, that Starting Five show is out on Netflix, and I'm not going to watch this, but LeBron did have, like, he's one of the featured characters in this thing. So it's the same thing as quarterback or receiver or Full Swing or whatever, all these different like documentaries of follow guys around in season. But he said something that I think is really funny, and Rich Paul said something that's really funny that we'll get to later about he doesn't run the Lakers, and you look at his face and it, like, oh, that's a liar's face. That's what a liar looks like. So we'll get to that in just a little bit. You can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR on the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. Download the Safeway Deals and Delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Mose Lombardi and K next. It comes down to me as a couple of different factors, whether this is going to work or not. 1, discipline for Val. 2, consistency for Georgiev. Because if he can be somebody where it's not you're riding this roller coaster and just hoping at the right time you got your hands up going, wee! Like, as long as you can avoid that in most of the season, he is a reliable, consistent piece between the pipes where you know what you're getting night in, night out. That's another huge detail.
Passes it back door, and they score. I don't know how Barbashev could get any more wide open, but he is.
Coach, I know that everybody evaluates in the offseason things you can get better at, things you did well last year, take them into this year. Was there one thing last year that you noticed that you really hope to improve on heading into this season from last year?
The biggest one, I think, is the defending around our net. And our rush coverage.
Barbashev, 2-on-1 Eichel, and they score again. Mark Stone this time. Starting to get feelings of the mom's trip from last year for Colorado. That was a 7-0 win for Vegas. And the Avalanche, after leading 1-0, now trail 3-1 with 1:03 to go in the first period.
Not an ideal start to the season. You know, the game one, especially in, a basketball season, a hockey season, a baseball season, it's more about the vibe. You just want to get some good vibes heading into it. It's a long year. You're going to lose some games. All in all, one loss doesn't matter. But when it's the beginning of the year, you got all this excitement and optimism, and then you get something like that, and it just stinks. When you come in the next day, you talk about this, you're like, yuck. And I knew that the Georgiev discussion wasn't dead. It wasn't totally gone. But after one night, Moj, and you give up 8 goals, and what's the final tally here? It was 4 goals on 16 shots or something like that for Georgiev. The final number.
I've got
5 goals.
4 or 5. 5 on 16.
5 on 16 is correct, yeah.
And
that is not a good number.
And then Juice came
5
in.
on 16.
Juice came in, and he gave up 2 on 4.
2 on 4. That's a 500 save percentage, if I'm not mistaken.
So
hold on a second. We got a 5 on 16 and a 2 on 4. Okay. Here's my initial thought before we get to Mosier, because Mosier, you are going to have to call these games. Certainly not panic time. It's game one. Things are coming together. But these goalies in this system, they've got to regain my confidence. They've got to prove it. I'm not giving them the benefit of the doubt. Neither of them, especially Georgie. He does not get the benefit of the doubt from me, nor will he for the rest of the season. I'm not playing this, he'll shake it off. He's got to prove it. Because we've seen this before. This is nothing new. We've seen it. We've seen turns where they're like, oh, my God. And then he's brilliant. And then he's bad. And then he's brilliant. And then he's really bad. So if that's what the game we're going to play, then I don't know what to predict. You got to prove it to me. Because you didn't give your team a chance.
You're not incorrect, Vic. You're not incorrect. I'm no goalie expert. Been around enough goalies. I've watched enough goalies in my life. Been around the league for 26 years or more, maybe 28 years. So you're not incorrect. Positioning wise, he could be better. That glove hand last night was not good.
Yeah,
the glove hand was just not good. And let me explain a little bit more too about how this goes. You take a 1-0 lead on Rantanen's goal. Nice play. Nice shot. Blam. Again, he found that soft spot in the circle. Blam. Nice. And 23 seconds later,
Can you pause for a second?
Yeah.
Vic, you're going to have to move that mic away from your nose. I just hear breathing
I don't,
the entire time.
Actually, I can hear your nose hairs
yeah.
talking to each other.
Can you really?
Yes. You were going to have to change that in a hurry. Yeah, that was a lot.
Let me. Can you just? I mean, is it?
Yeah, we can.
It was.
It's more than
but
that.
it was like you were. It's like you sprinted for about 30 seconds and then you just sat down. It wasn't.
Well, I did run this morning.
It was like.
Well, it is 9 a.m. in New York City, so I already got a day's work done.
Okay, that's okay. Mosier, go ahead. Continue.
You give up the game-tying goal 23 seconds later. It's demoralizing. The Barbashev goal. Again, Nelly, if we can go back, you played the cut from Jared Bednar, and I want to go through it again because I think that you need to understand not only was Georgie not good last night, other things were not good last night.
Yeah.
So Nelly,
there's a couple, and the biggest one I think is the defending around our net, and our rush coverage.
Okay, stop right there. Stop right there. Defending around the net was not bad last night. I don't think it was bad at all. I thought the Barbashev goal when somebody left him all alone in the slot was bad.
Yeah.
Okay, to take the lead. That was not bad. The rush coverage, the back checking was bad.
A lot of 3-on-2s, 2-on-1s.
It's not that you're giving those up because what you're doing is you're trying to get back into the game, right?
Yeah.
So you're pinching, you're taking some liberties, you're being a little bit over aggressive. You're trying to get yourself back in the game, and you got yourself back in the game on a couple of different occasions.
Well, every time you did.
But it's also okay. But how do you defend that as well? And who's taking what guy? In a couple of the plays, I mean, it got through this Stone goal and watch Stone score. Oh, I mean, the puck gets through both Makar and Taves, and McKinnon's a split second late on the back check. Right? Bam. Right. And that's exactly what Coach Bednar was talking about yesterday with us. That rush coverage needs to be better. And I think what's frustrating to him, we'll hear from him tomorrow. They're off today. The whole team is off today. But what's, I'm sure, frustrating for him is that this is what they've been working on. This is what they've been talking about.
Yep.
This is what has been emphasized for the past several weeks leading up to the start of the regular season. And in game one, the Vegas Golden Knights exploited. And that's probably, I'm sure for the whole team, it's got to be frustrating.
Go ahead, Vic.
Yeah. You've got all the energy in the first 5 minutes of the game. Hell, you almost score a minute in.
Right.
I mean, they're buzzing around the net. You almost score. And you look like the better team. And then you do score. And you've got all the momentum. And your goalie gives it all back because he's not positioned properly. All the momentum you built, your goalie gives it back 23 seconds later.
And what I'm saying,
gives it right back. Just
what I'm
says,
saying, Vic, though, is to back you up a little bit, man, you need a save on one of those too. All right, it's one thing to give up.
What was he doing on that? Was he just trying to cheat to the other side?
Well, he made his push to his right. I don't know. He made his push to his right. It looked like pretty decent coverage.
Gretzky said he was anticipating the puck going to the middle of the ice.
Yeah,
and he just made his move a little too early.
Okay, so he makes his push and it goes shoom. And by the way, it was a great shot by Olofsson. I'm going to give him credit. I mean, top cheese, right by the scalp and right underneath the crossbar. It wasn't bar down.
That's got to be a save.
It was a great shot. Well, it's got to hit him right in the face. Is what it's got to do. It's got to hit him right in the beak.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's got to be a little bit further over. And again, I'm no goalie expert, but you heard Lundqvist talking about it. Put yourself to the post in that situation. Yep. So he thought it might be going back, right? So he cheated just a little bit. It ends up in the back of your net. Either way, I think everything I saw is fixable, which is good. I guess, how would you like to be Edmonton last night?
I know.
They lost 6-0 at home to Winnipeg to open their season.
I get it.
So,
I get it. I don't want to look at what other teams do. I want to focus on this.
I'm saying bad things happen. It's correctable, is what I'm telling you.
I'm not. Again, let me say this loud and clear. It's not at all a panic situation. However, it's a trend that needs to be fixed. This is the 34th time as a member of the Avalanche, 34 of them, that Alexander Georgiev has given up 5 or more goals.
It's a lot.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
And I just think the Avs put themselves in a position. Let's say the cavalry returns intact. So what? You got to win games 6-5? You got to win games 7-4? I mean, that's putting a lot of pressure on your offense.
You scored 4 goals last night. On most nights of the NHL, that should be plenty to win.
That should be plenty.
That should be enough to win.
It should be plenty.
Here's the other thing. Every goal the Avs scored was earned. Like, they had to do 8 things right before the puck went in the back of the net. Vegas felt like they just were gifted more than a couple.
Well, I felt like
more than a couple.
Every breakdown you had, and I'm talking about the 7 goals, not the last. Every breakdown you had ended up in the back of your net. And I know we've talked about that before. It's, my goodness gracious. Your back checking can be brilliant for 18 minutes and 58 seconds, and for $1.02 in a period, you have bad back checking, and both of them end up in the back of your net.
That's the pain, is that these goals come late. Like that goal late in the first period. I mean, it's manageable, right? Okay, it's 2-1. It's manageable. But to allow those goals late first, late second, and you're going to intermission, giving those up, man, that's just a dagger to the heart.
I mean, you fight back. You get the Rantanen power play goal. You make it 3-2. And then, again, it's not even 2 minutes later, Whitecloud throws sort of a muffin in through, not only through Manson, who maybe should be a little bit more in the way of that.
Right.
And Manson's sort of screening Georgie at the same time, but at the same time, he just whiffs on it with his glove, right? Okay, but you fight back again, and Middlestat has a nice goal. You make it 4-3. I mean, you're right there. And then at 1946, Olofsson on the power play. It just
well, that was the other thing.
You killed yourself. It's frustrating.
That was the other thing, is that you were in the game for most of it. Like, you were right there on the doorstep, tying the game up, all that. I think McKinnon, when McCarr hit him on the long breakout pass and he ripped it off the post, that would have tied the game,
Correct.
Right? And you get unlucky. Okay, it hits the post. But every time you had something positive go your way, you put one in the back of the net, it's like you blinked and then the deficit was 2 again.
13 minutes to go in period number 3. You're down 5-4. You're like, hey, man, we're going to tie this damn game.
I actually felt like, okay, maybe this is where it turns around.
And then here comes the I mean, Rantanen with that Hattie to open up the season. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
And then here comes the power play goal by that guy again, Mark Stone. And you're like, oh, man. Yeah. I know, Vic.
Nope.
I know.
No.
I know.
No. No on Mark Stone. I vote no. I'm going to vote no on Mark Stone. You don't have my vote.
It's a no for me, dog.
No,
my vote's a no. Hey, and that, we mentioned this. We warned you. We issued fair warning. For those of you that don't already know this, you should. That horn and that PA announcer in Vegas. Let this be known. This is not just me talking on the radio. This is a fair warning. The next time I'm in Vegas, and if I see the horn operator and the PA announcer, we're going to have a conversation. I'm not threatening anyone. It's just a hearty conversation about why you're over-enthusiastic about your job.
Steve Nelson, producer extraordinaire, without even consulting anybody, this is the proper choice, though, has added a name to the hate list. It is Mark Stone's Face /LTIR/Vegas' PA volume. Yeah, all that stuff.
All-encompassing.
Yep. Kind of everything about the Vegas vibe.
It's outrageous how loud it is.
I told you yesterday it makes me have to pee. I told you.
What are you going to do about it?
What do you mean to do about it? Bring a stick of dynamite and throw it in the speaker system? Blam!
Something should be done about it.
I agree.
I'm just saying.
Something should
My
be
people
done.
would do something about it. My people would.
The speakers are right. I mean, they're right out directly level with the press box. And this volume comes in. Anyway, the point is...
it's embarrassing you allow it to happen.
Vic, I thought your people do run Vegas. They used to once upon a time, so just make the Knights an offer they can't refuse.
I'm not there right now, Nelly.
303-504-0925. So again, bummer of a start. I know there's a lot more we got to break down with this game, but keep in mind, I said this yesterday. I think there's going to be more than a couple occasions earlier this year with, a 19-year-old playing on the second line of your team. And Cal Ritchie, I thought he played okay, Moj. He was a -3, and I think it's for some of the reasons that Bednar was pointing out yesterday. A lot of offensive talent, but he's got a lot to work on the defensive side.
A lot of guys do.
Yep. So we'll break down more of that as we go along. I have another question, by the way. Just a comparison between the Broncos and the Buffs in their starts to the season. And I just want to ask which one you think is more sustainable between the two. We'll get to all of that coming up in just a couple of minutes. Stick around. Still don't recognize that sound? That's the sound of luck and the sound of Tulatero, and it's the favorite lottery app of many where you participate in games such as Mega Millions, Powerball, and Lucky for Life, and you download that Tulatero app, register with the code MAGIC. Again, that's the code MAGIC. You get a free credit to play your first lottery game. Next one is Mega Millions on Friday. It's $150 million. Also, the Powerball on Saturday. It's over $360 million. So download that Tulatero app and use that code MAGIC to receive that free credit in your first lottery game. Again, it's Tulatero, Tulotero. Register with the code MAGIC and try your luck. It's Tulatero, your lottery app.
It was outstanding. He had to look up the frickin' movie.
He said he'd seen it.
Yeah. It was outstanding. I think I liked it, if that's what the heart means. No, listen, he's got a good sense of humor, and I think He had to have some help. He had to have some help. We'll figure out who.
Sean, have you gone back and forth with him about the Ferris Bueller thing since Sunday at all?
Oh, listen, we were finished with that. And yeah, I called him Ferris out here, and he called me Dennis because that was my nickname from Parcells. So Dennis the Menace and Ferris Bueller. There we go.
Oh, it's so cute.
Sean Payton yesterday. What'd you say, Moj?
He calls me Nighthawk, and I call him Wolfpack. It's so cute.
I mean, come on, man.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, Moj.
Okay, well, I'm not in the mood today to be all cutesy.
I thought
know you're
Mosher
not.
was going to go like, oh, so now we like social media videos. Okay, yeah.
I'm not in the
funny.
mood to be cutesy this morning, all right? So,
Yeah, he calls me Dennis and Dennis, and I call him Nighthawk.
That would have been funny, though, if Bo Nix had said, What do you mean I got help? I sat there and edited that entire thing myself on CapCut.
Yeah.
It took me 4.5 hours.
it was actually really good. I mean, I enjoyed it. I thought I like that kind of thing out of quarterbacks, all right? That's cool.
Well, it shows he's not afraid. You know, the one thing I love, humility, we talk a lot about it. He's not afraid to make fun of himself. And at the same time, at the end of the day, he wins, right? He wins. Ferris Bueller wins.
Yeah.
Bo Nix wins. I want to lay this out because every day we talk about Bo Nix. It's like a steady diet of Bo Nix. Every radio show, including this show, every single day, take your spoonful of Bo Nix. I mean, I've had so many spoonfuls of Bo Nix. I'm so full of Bo Nix. Anyway, I want to say this. I think he's going to have a game or two this season where he's going to be really bad. I think he's going to have a bunch of games where he's pretty good. Okay. And then you'll have a couple where he's really good. I want everybody to know I think he's the answer. I'm entrusting him with the answer. I think he's the guy. Go. Take us to the place. But it's also not going to stop us from criticizing those one or two really bad games that he's destined to have. He's going to have them, right? Every rookie does.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to come. So don't think because you might say, oh, my God, what the hell was that you're off the Bo bandwagon. I hate hearing that. It's just that you're allowed to say what you see, correct? Are we good with that?
Yeah.
Sure.
I was going to say one other thing about the nicknames. I think there's a better nickname on this team. I know the Ferris Bueller. I really still don't get it. I wish it would have went with something else. I don't know what the best nickname for him would have been or the best reference point. You know, I said Kendall Roy the other day. It was like he just wants to run his dad's company. His dad's too big of an egomaniac to let it go. He's the eldest boy. That's what Bo Nix is. But how's this for a nickname? I saw Brandon Perna throw this out yesterday. So PS2 is obviously Pat Surtain II. His number's 2. It's why it's PS2. But it's also a gaming system. And they said Riley Moss should be called Game Boy. PS2 and Game Boy, which I actually think is pretty cool.
That.
I like that a lot.
I like that too.
That's a much better nickname that I can get on board with. But
So PS2, that's the old
yeah, they're like on
PlayStation
5 or something now.
like
yeah.
that. How about a Wii?
See, but
And what was the other? There's another game, Sega Saturn.
Oh, there's a million. There's Sega, there's Dreamcast, there's Wii's and Nintendo 64s. Like, there's a whole bunch of stuff. But here's the question. Which one of these as far as these starts? Okay, because here is
Or Xbox.
Yes, that's another one.
Okay, good. I'm hip. I'm hip, man. I got it.
Yeah, you're hip. Here's
I'm Dale. You have to call me Dragon.
You have to call me Nighthawk.
Here's what Dion said about if he's surprised that they're 4-1 thus far in the year.
How can you be surprised that you're winning in life, Jack? How can you be surprised that you put on a nice outfit and somebody tells you look good? How can you be surprised when you get out that barbershop and you look in that mirror and say, that's the one? Like, how can you be surprised with the expectation you have for yourself? The only way you can be surprised is you didn't expect it. We expect the results when we put in the work. I just don't want it going to the heads, but we shouldn't be surprised of where we are. We should be appreciative in understanding what allowed us to be where we are, but it should be no surprise to you. So when it's a surprise, you get kind of discombobulated, and you kind of take things wrong instead of really looking at it and dissecting why you are where you are. It shouldn't be no surprise to anybody, but I don't want them to be in lackadaisical thinking this is easy, because the wind don't care who attains it. Has no mind, no memory, or no whatsoever. Does not care. So it might as well be us if it has no care and no feelings for it.
And I get it. You aren't going to be surprised by your success because you have the expectation of winning and being successful. Mm-hmm. I'm kind of surprised. I am. I'm very surprised with the Broncos. Very. And so I'll ask you guys, which one of these starts? 4-1, 3-2 start for the Broncos, 4-1 start for the Buffs. Which one is more attainable? Which one is, I guess, sustainable is what I should say for the rest of the year?
Which one's more sustainable?
Which one's more surprising, I think, is what you're looking for.
Well, more surprising, I think, is the Broncos. Like, I thought there was a high end of what the Buffs could be, which was, like 8 to 10 wins if you wanted to get really high with it. That they're at that top level of that part right now.
Mm-hmm.
The Broncos, I didn't think there was any shot that they'd be 3-2, and it's beyond the record that I'd be feeling this optimistic and like quasi-confident about them.
Yeah. I completely agree with you, but let's not put any cart on top of any horse.
I'm just asking.
Don't put the horse in the cart.
That's
fine.
Pull
with the tractor.
That's what I'm saying. Which one of these do you think is more sustainable?
Well, when you look at the Buffaloes, they play this weekend at home, Saturday night. They're a dog. Now it's at 4.5 points. Depending on the outcome of that game, that may be the last time they're a dog this season. Right?
Maybe. Yeah.
As of right, the Buffaloes.
Buffaloes? Okay.
Maybe
I don't know. They might be a
Utah.
dog against Utah based on what Utah does the rest of the year.
Correct.
But then
that
again, the game's in Boulder.
The game's in Boulder. So, Brett.
Yeah.
But he's right. It might be. If they keep winning, for sure.
No doubt.
Well, as of right now, if you looked at the, quote, lines for the rest of the season, right, that's the truth, correct?
Yeah.
So we'll see how it all plays out. But for the Broncos, I don't know. Because right now you've got an exceptionally good defense with the 29th ranked offense in the National Football League. Is that sustainable? Or eventually will the defense break? And when it will. I mean, somebody's going to get them sometime. Somebody's going to get them. Hopefully it's not this weekend against the dang Chargers, but somebody's going to get them. And when they do, can the offense do its job and bail them out? Because the defense has already bailed the offense out on more than one occasion.
No. I think it's the answer to that question. I don't think so. But when it comes to what do I believe is more sustainable, I think my answer's the Broncos. And that's not the reason why. It's because
that's
of this.
Absolutely the reason why. Coach Prime is running the money.
Well, I believe that this defense can do that almost every single week. With there's going to be a couple of bad ones that are mixed in. I think Baltimore might be one of those games where it's like defense doesn't quite live up to what they've done every week so far. But here's the difference. CU has gotten progressively better. But are we over the idea that they're going to have a game where the offensive line looks like trash and their passing game doesn't work as effectively as you hope? Like their offensive line's gotten better.
I mean, we'll be able to answer more questions Saturday night, obviously. A lot of time has passed since we've last seen him play. It feels like an eternity.
Mm-hmm.
I love the fact that Deion is that confident, right? That confidence, you hope through osmosis your players feel that and get that. It's a lot easier to be confident when you're at home against K-State than when you're on the road at Oregon.
Sure.
Like, I'd love to know, fly on the wall, did he have the same level of confidence when he went on the road to play Oregon, right?
Yep.
Do you expect to win those games? Do you expect to win against those kind of teams? Or is it something now this year? I expect I expect the Buffs to win Saturday night. I wouldn't be surprised if they won that game. Not one bit.
I wouldn't
Not
either.
one bit.
I don't know if I expect them to win, but I wouldn't be surprised if they did.
I expect the Broncos to beat the Chargers. I cannot believe they're getting 3 at home. Can't believe they've won 3 in a row. They're coming off a butt kicking.
I'm a little concerned about the Broncos.
Chargers
this week.
have lost. The Chargers have lost 2 in a row.
I'm concerned.
Okay, well they smoked the Raiders. All right, the pick 6 changed the entire game. They put up 34. They've won 3 games in a row, albeit Not the Jets game was as ugly as they come. I dig. But they're a 3-point dog at home that just doesn't add up to me. Something stinks.
What's your concern?
I'm concerned about the Broncos for this reason. First of all, the Chargers, coming off a bye week, have more time to prepare, although they still had like 12 players on their injury report, which is odd. Maybe they're just resting dudes. But what concerns me about the Broncos is their offensive line, which has kept Bo, and thanks to Bo releasing the ball quickly, Bo's only given up 7 sacks. Pretty darn good. Compare that to Russell Wilson last year, who was the 4th most sacked quarterback in the league. That's a big disparity, right? You go from 4th most sacks to a guy that doesn't get sacked that much. Gets rid of the ball, doesn't lose yards. Here's a problem. Look at their old line this week. Wattenberg, how do you pronounce that dude's
Palczewski.
name? Palczewski?
Palczewski.
Yeah. Palczewski. They didn't practice. We don't know if they're going to play. We don't know when they're going to play.
They said Palczewski's got a high ankle, too.
Yeah, and that hurts. That could be a month. Forsythe is most likely going to play the center position. McGlinchey's not expected back this week. Maybe not even next. We'll see. He doesn't even come off IR until after this week. Suddenly, one of their strongest positions, a position of strength, is suddenly injured. And that does not bode well. I don't like it.
Well, as soon as Quinn Bailey got hurt during camp, I thought that offensive line all of a sudden got way more thin, and then you're going to have to patch a little bit. So, yeah.
I think everything that happens. I didn't notice it all that much last week. And this is a question. So there's something called pass protection ratings that 3 different sites do. PFF does it, ESPN does it, and another site does it. So they have the composite score. They have all these combined sort of rankings through those 3 publications, and they just said, hey, on average, this is what it says. You know what the Broncos rank as far as pass protection ratings composite between those 3 sites in the league?
They've got to be top 5.
Second.
Yeah.
The only team that they have better than them is Green Bay. So the team's
That's a marriage. That's a marriage. That's the quarterback also getting rid of the ball quickly.
This is what I want to get to, because the teams behind them to round out the top 5. So it's Green Bay, Denver, Baltimore, Detroit, Philly. All of those teams, if you remove Denver from the equation, have been raved about as having very solid, formidable offensive lines that can dominate the trenches. The Broncos haven't had that. They've had decent offensive line play. But it's to what you were saying, Vic. Like, if Bo Nix is getting the ball out this quickly, are you going to feel the impact of maybe an offensive lineman missing a game as much as other teams would? Like, is this way more of Bo Nix just like, hey, I got the ball, 2 seconds later, it's out of my hand and it's to somebody else?
I want to bring up another point. We, specifically me, are critical at times of Bo and Sean Payton for not throwing the ball downfield and not opening up the offense and being so conservative. And, it's working. They're 3-2. I wonder how much of that is by design, not to protect just Bo, but to take some of the pressure off the O-line.
Yeah.
I mean, much easier to throw a screen pass and have your offensive lineman go block for that than it is to sustain a block for 4 or 5 seconds, right? So I just wonder how much of that, after watching, did you guys watch, I tweeted it, Chase Daniels game breakdown, film breakdown of that Raiders win?
I didn't see it.
It was extraordinary stuff, really deep stuff about how Sean Payton sets up his offensive scheme, his line, and the way they block to help with the strengths of his quarterback, and how they tried to neutralize Crosby as often as they could by chipping him and sending extra blockers that way. There's so much more to it than meets the eye.
Sure.
With what they're trying to accomplish.
Sure.
It was extraordinary. Give it a watch if you get a chance. It's really a deep dive into not just Bo Nix, but how Bo Nix is just a piece of that big puzzle up front.
I like his breakdowns, Vic. I'm definitely going to do that because I didn't see it for this past week, but I think I've sort of felt this way from day one, that the offense, well, maybe not even day one, but they started to cater it to what he does best and how he can be most effective, and that's what we've seen. That's why he's not pushing it down the middle of the field unless he really, really has to, or somebody's really, really open. He's not trying to fit it in anywhere. It's just bang, 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 bang. You know, you throw the ball over 20 times for 178 yards. It's not super proficient, but it is efficient.
Did you guys notice, by the way, I meant to mention this yesterday, but there's a really good interior defensive lineman in the NFL by the name of Christian Wilkins. So he signed on with the Raiders, and he got a sack on Bo Nix, one of the rare ones over the past few weeks. Did you see what happened afterwards?
No. Or yes, but remind me.
Christian Wilkins sacked Bo Nix, and he did, as you would do, you get up, you do a little dance, celebrate your sack. His teammate goes in as he's dancing, jumps on his shoulders, kind of knocks him down. He runs back to the line of scrimmage afterwards. Then he left the game. He was injured. He's got a Jones fracture in his foot. He has now been put on IR because of the celebration after the sack.
We have a celebration injury.
Yeah.
Oh, that went unannounced. I obviously didn't see that transpire.
What's the most famous celebration injury of all time?
The kicker.
Bill Gramatica.
The Gramatica.
Was it Bill or
kicker.
Martine?
Bill.
It was Bill.
It was outstanding. He was the Cardinals kicker, correct?
Yes. Yeah, Martine, I think, was playing for Tampa, and so they would celebrate every kick, right? It doesn't matter if it's a 20-yarder or a 60-yarder. They would celebrate the same way. And I noticed that after Bill got hurt, Martine stopped celebrating.
Yeah,
he was
do you remember Farrat?
Gus,
his head against the wall?
That was in
Do you remember
Washington.
himself?
Head-butting the wall?
Yeah. He headbutted the
There's
wall.
that one. There's
Gus Farrat was a
who
good guy, by the way. Great dude.
Love Gus.
Great
Love Gus.
Players
God,
injured in celebrations. Wait, you guys remember, top of my head,
somebody at home plate.
Big first baseman, lefty. I think he was for the Mets at the time.
Tore his shoulder up or something?
Didn't he jump on home plate and he broke his leg?
Oh, yes.
But who was that? God, he was so good for a couple of years, too.
Guys have been injured in dog piles, all kinds of stuff.
I remember Edwin Diaz did that in the World Baseball Classic. He jumped on home
he
plate
got,
to celebrate
he got
with his
surrounded
team.
by all his teammates and tore his ACL.
Hang on. You're right. Edwin Diaz is like the latest example of it. But who the hell is that guy's name? Oh, Kendrys Morales. Thank you so much, Texters. And he was for the Angels. Yes. Kendrys Morales. He was having this great year. Jumps on home plate, snaps his leg. But Christian Wilkins, yeah. And I don't think it was his fault. He was just gyrating some hips, and then a guy literally jumped on his shoulders and knocked him down. And then he went, oh, that doesn't feel good. I want to get back to the Avs, Moj, in a bit. I know it was a very sour opener for him. Here's the question, though. If we're doing this after the first game, is Georgiev going to be a topic after each game this season? Is this just something I have to prepare myself for? That we're just going to be riding that Georgiev roller coaster, and every single night it's going to be, he was really good, really bad, he needs to be replaced, or we're okay. We'll get to that in just a couple minutes. Stick around.
Are you waking up in the morning with some brain fog? Maybe you're tired, putting on a little weight. Maybe you have a decrease in libido. Maybe it's low testosterone, because that does happen. I had it, and I did something about it, and you should too, and that is called the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. It's fixable. As you get older, your body is going to change. It's just the way it is, and it's not that big of a deal. You go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. You take a 10-question, 2-minute test, and you see if you qualify and see if perhaps you do have low testosterone. It works because at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they're experts at getting you back to being you. It's nothing to be ashamed of at all either. Most guys wait maybe a year to get tested. That's way, way too long. Fight back against Father Time right now. It's really easy to do. Just $99 for that first appointment. Includes medical consult, low T, and a PSA test. It's really comprehensive, and they're going to tell you everything about your body that you need to know. And if you sign up that day, your appointment is absolutely free. So don't wait. Do what I did. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com or call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. I'm glad I did it. You will be as well. Oh. Huh.
Are you guys mentally prepared for the Georgiev conversation it's going to have every night the Avs play? Are we mentally ready for this?
Well, why don't I lay this out for you, Brett, in realistic terms? It doesn't matter whether you're ready or not. It doesn't matter whether I'm ready or not.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter whether the fans are ready or not, Kiefer's ready or not, Rachel's ready or not. It doesn't matter because until things smooth, until, like you said yesterday, that whole consistency thing takes over, we're going to talk about it, and it's going to be talked about. It's like you said.
It felt too. You know what, Moj?
Well, are you ready to have a conversation about the sun rising in the East today? Because are you mentally ready to have that conversation? Well, Brett, it's a reality, so you're going to have it.
Here's the thing. And to answer your question, Moj, no. I know we're going to have to, but I'm not ready. I'm not ready to do this after every single game. But
and you know what? You probably shouldn't because it's, again, he was not good last night.
Okay, but
there are plenty of things that weren't good.
We're into Halloween season. So you turn on the TV to the Sci-Fi Network, to AMC, what's on? It's all horror movies, right? You got HBO.
I don't know, man. I watch Hallmark. They don't have too much horror stuff.
You turn on HBO, it's all
Christmas
movies.
love.
It's Texas Chainsaw Massacres and stuff like that. And there's the old movie trope, which is it's quiet. It's too quiet. That means killer is about to jump out of the pantry door, right?
I mean, that means dude is hiding.
Yeah.
And dude's about to put his mask on or whatever he's going to do. He's going to slash somebody.
Michael Myers is just waiting to jump out of the closet, and then here comes the bad stuff. That's what this offseason was for Georgiev, it felt like. We all were panicked heading into the postseason, and then he played pretty damn good in the postseason. Then the offseason hit, and we said, oh, what about Val? And what about Gabe? And what happens with this guy that they signed? And how are they going to fit this guy under the cap? And did you re-sign Druin? And what's going to happen with LOC? Are you going to keep him? Do we bring back Sean Walker or not? And never was it discussed, hey, what about Georgie? Is that like long-term believable what we saw in the postseason, or is this just going to reset? And I think we got our answer immediately after one game, which is the Georgiev conversation is going to happen every single game, and you're going to ride the roller coaster, and he's going to give you that week and a half of really good play, and you're going to be feeling good, and then he's going to give you that week and a half of really bad play, and you're going to be saying they need to trade for a goaltender at the deadline. Like,
let me ask you a question. Moj, do you think he was yanked after the second period to save his confidence or to win the game?
That is a great question. Jared Bednar was asked about that last night, but he didn't give a specific answer. I think he was. Oh, Vic, I guess I really don't know. You'd have to ask Bedsy that question. I mean, it's a 5-3 game at that point.
Yeah.
I think.
I mean, it's 5 goals on 16 shots.
Right.
I seem to think he tried to protect him from himself at that point.
You're probably right about that. And Coach framed it as, well, now both guys have seen game action going into game number 2. And believe me, I mean, I think that they look at it, they're like, hey, man, can we just get a save? Can we just get a save when we need it, right? And it may be a great, spectacular save, whatever, but, you know, and we've been breaking down in front of you, or our back checking in our, as Coach would say, rush coverage is not good. But can we just get a save out of it? So, Vic, I think it's probably a little bit of both.
Did he have a good
But maybe
save?
saving him from himself was a positive thing. Look, if I'm the Juice, and all of a sudden Mikko scores the Hattie, and it's 5-4 with 13 minutes to go in the game, you know, he's got to make a save too. And you also don't have to take a penalty to put him back on the power play, and Stone makes it a 2-goal game again. I mean, those are things where, okay, your goalie didn't make, quote, that save, but you're not helping him out either by putting these guys back on the power play.
I'm trying to think if there was a single save last night that I would say is a good save from either of the.
There was one early. There was one early when it was still 0-0, and I think one of the Knights players came down the left side unabated, and Georgie turned perfectly and made the save. And I'm like, okay, he's into this game. And then the Avs strike first, and you're like, okay, they've got all the energy. They've got the momentum. Here we go. And then to give up the tying goal, the equalizer, so soon after that just, that was like, all right, here we go. Bottom line is, he is going to have to earn your trust back. This is where we are. This is what it is. We asked Coach Bednar on Wednesday. I asked him specifically, after the way Georgie rebounded in the playoffs when, nobody trusted him, do you now have faith in him? And he said, listen, of course we like what Georgie did. This is a big year for him. It's a contract year. So you hope that the pressure of a contract year, in addition to all the expectations, that's a lot of pressure for a dude, right? This is a contract year for him.
It is funny. It's like we're a game in, and I'm looking at the text line. I'm looking at the Safeway Twitch feed, and we already got the we need to trade this guy and this guy. For, we're already doing that and playing that game. And it's your usual suspects, same people that always get ballied about. But
if they had lost 6-5, would you feel any better? Or is it the 8? Is it the 8 spot that's been put up?
No, I think what 6. I mean, listen, 5 goals on 16 shots.
Yeah, it's not good.
You can spin it however you want.
But it's not good, Vic. In fact, it's terrible.
There's something I think about Georgiev that maybe just needs to be quasi-accepted, which is maybe this is just who he is. If he's on, he's on, and if he's not, it's really bad. But that something that you're willing to just live with for the rest of this season? You know, we always talk about championship windows and having guys in their primes and stuff like that. And, I mean, I hate to say it this way. It feels like we're getting towards the back end of a lot of these guys' primes, though. They're still in it, still there, but they aren't 26.
Okay, what would you consider prime? 26 through 30 what?
Early 30s, 32, 33.
Okay, so there's still some window.
Little bit.
McKinnon's 29.
Mm-hmm. Joker's 29.
Right.
Or, yeah, Joker's not 30 yet, right, Vic? He's turning 30 this year?
He's going to turn 30 this year.
Yeah.
You know, the way I look at seasons, especially NBA, NHL, baseball seasons, they're so long, right? And it's a roller coaster. I just look at this. Confidence level. Like, where did your confidence level go? Dips and dives, and then all of a sudden you skyrocket. You win a few in a row, and everything works out well, and your confidence level is way up here. The confidence level is not just to start the season because of the situation in goalie. That's not where you want your confidence level to be after game one. Now, that's why they have to regain your confidence, your trust, to get it back to where it should be.
How about this, Vic? With all of the stuff that people have been through with Georgie and, like, the feeling that you had heading into the postseason as opposed to leaving the postseason about him, I mean, what would it take for him to fully gain your trust? I don't know if that's even possible for a guy like him with Avs fans.
If you're talking, hey, man, he needs 4 shutouts in the next 6 starts, I mean, that's really unfair.
Okay, but let's say he does that, Moj. Let's say he gets 4 shutouts in the next 6 starts. Is there any part of you that believes that the 8-goal games are over with? That, as he's been dubbed by a lot of Avs Twitter, Forgiev is done? Mm-hmm. Like, I don't think there's any amount or stretch of good play Georgiev has that would make people think that this is not possible of returning ever.
I think it's going to be an ongoing conversation. If that's what you're asking, yes, I think it will be.
I mean, if you're telling me that he continues to give up 5 goals on 16 shots, that's a problem.
Well, yeah.
That's a problem.
Yeah. But you know he's going to mix in those games where he makes like 37 saves on 38 shots.
Sure.
Like he's going to do that too. That's just kind of the experience. He's like a closer that always puts 2 guys on. But let's say he closes out most games, because try and figure this out, guys. For the way that people talk about Georgiev, at least some people, you would never know that he's the leader in wins over the last 2 seasons for any goalie. Right. And you're just like, all right, we'll make those 2 things compute then.
Well, but I think because they look at it with the offensive support. Yes, go ahead, Vic.
I was going to give you the Bo Nix analogy there. Put another quarterback on that team on Sunday, and they win that game, right? That whole analogy that we made this week. So another goalie, that if you're playing for a team that's scoring 5-6 goals a game, you're going to win a lot of games.
Oh, but that's been borne out for what, 5-6 years now? I mean, it could be Varley, it could be Grubauer, it could be Darcy, it could be Georgiev, and it's like the team's always going to be pretty damn good and have a shot at a cup. Like, I don't think anybody truly believes that Darcy Kemper is this amazing goalie, but he was there at the right time, right?
Correct.
And he made enough plays.
He played well enough to win. Absolutely.
He also had by far the most talented of all the Avs teams over the past few seasons.
He did.
That too.
You know, they also had Pavel Francouz, who won some playoff games at the most important time and played well. Not just getting goal support, but played well between the pipes.
Yeah, it's going to happen all year.
The Blue Jackets will be in town on Saturday.
I'm mentally preparing myself.
If they pace them, they're going to feel better. And then the Islanders in the return of Patrick. You realize this is Patrick Waugh's return to Ball Arena?
Yeah.
For the first time, first time ever as an opposing coach. I mean, think about
How will that
that
reception sound? We'll get into detail on that as that approaches, but that should be interesting. You're right. I mean, it did not end pleasantly here in Denver.
No,
that was not a pleasant ending for Patrick Waugh and the Avs. He left. And he left them in a bit of a lurch right before the start of the season.
It worked out because you got a coach who guided you to a Stanley Cup championship, who's still your coach. But I wonder what the reaction is going to be as, that'll be very interesting because his number's in the rafters, but he left the team in a lurch is correct.
Keep in mind, Kreckman and Lindahl are going to be out at number 38 in Rhino for Thursday Night Football. It is Niners at Seahawks. San Francisco desperately needs a win. They're 2-3 so far this year. Can't lose on the road in Seattle, but Seattle also needs to battle back to stay up to the pace of winning the NFC West. So that game tonight, Kreckman and Lindahl going to be there from 3 to 6 at number 38 in Rhino, which is a really cool spot. If you guys haven't been there, I'd go check it out today with Kreckman and Lindahl. Jeff Legwald joins us next. As we head out every Thursday at 8 o'clock to the Ramos Law Hotline, car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We are joined by Jeff Legwald of ESPN.com. Leggy, what's up, buddy?
How we doing?
Doing good.
Shock level on 1 to 10 on how surprised you are that the Broncos right now are 3-2 in a 6 seed in the AFC.
I guess I'd be pretty shocked. Probably a 6, I guess, on the shockometer. But things have fallen their way. I mean, and that's good for the Broncos. And I think I thought their defense would be good, but their defense is really, really good right now. And if they can stay healthy in the secondary these days, if you have corners like they do, you're going to be awfully good on defense, and that gives you a chance every week. It's one of the oldest, adages in football that defense travels. The old saying, and it's true. It's kind of consistent, and I think that's what's going to give them a chance to kind of hang into all this as they try to get their offense straightened out. And again, things are falling their way. Look at, the Saints, now it's Spencer Rattler at quarterback, probably for next week. So they really have gotten the breaks, and they've made the most of them.
What's the responsibility of this defense playing so well? Is it personnel? Is it guys stepping up? Or how much credit do you give to Vance?
I think you give Vance an awful lot of credit. And, I think Vance has also been, he's done what good coaches do, which is use all of the resources and the people around you. And Jim Leonard's arrival as a secondary coach has helped, because Leonard's been a defensive play caller in college for a long time. He's one of the smartest players I've ever been around just in his 1 year here. And, I think Vance has been, again, what good coaches do. He's taken a lot from his time with Wade Phillips, and I see it, over and over again during games. And he's added some things Jim Leonard used at Wisconsin, particularly in some pass pressures. And knowing kind of where to put people, and they've done a good job adding. John Franklin Myers has helped them, play everybody in the defensive front where they belong and where they should play and have the role they should have. And Malcolm Roach, his arrival, has done that too. And Riley Moss has been not just pretty good as a first-time starter. He's been really, really good.
Jeff, I was thinking to myself, man, the offense is going to have to pick it up. I mean, overall, they're 29th in the National Football League and blah, blah, blah. I'm not so sure they do, to be honest, because the defense is so good. When you look at both sides of the ball right now, though, and you've done this a long time, how sustainable is it the way they're winning football games?
Well, it makes your margin for error, Moj, almost nothing. I mean, you look at, everybody says, they scored 34 against the Raiders, and that, again, points are points. It doesn't matter how you get them. But you're not very often going to have your drive, touchdown drive of 50 yards, touchdown drive of 58 yards, touchdown drive of 39 yards. You're not going to have those kind of field position, all the time in the second half. And the defense did that, and a punt return did that. So if you're getting enough from everybody else, you're going to be able to put up the occasional outburst like they did against the Raiders just because of field position and, defensive failings on their part. But, it's a hard way to live. You can live it. I mean, I think nobody really cares now how many games the 2015 Broncos won by 7 points or less, and it was a lot of them because they lived that way. And the margin for error was really small, but that was one of the best big moment defenses I've ever been around, and that's what it takes to win that way is a Herculean effort in the other things. You don't get the easy ones, and again, it's just a question of margin for error. If you avoid mistakes, don't turn it over, yeah, you can sustain it. But the minute you make mistakes on the other side of the ball, that's when the trouble starts.
Jeff Legwald, ESPN.com with us. Allow me for a second, Leggy, to get nerdy, okay? There is a pass protection ratings composite that was put together, and it combines PFF grade, the SIS, I forget what that's called, the Sports Info Solutions, and you guys over at ESPN. They've compiled these together for offensive line grades. And the Broncos right now, composite, ranked number 2 in the league as far as pass protection. Is that the offensive line playing better? Is that Bo Nix getting the ball out quickly? What do you attribute that to?
It's everything. I mean, they've gotten good play up front. I mean, so Palczewski got hurt. You know, he'd only played the couple games, but in our metrics, his pass block win rate, and he was doing very well among the tackles for pass block win rate. You know, and you know, he had just gotten in the lineup, made his first NFL start, and all of those things. So they are getting good play, even with the injuries they've had. And, you know, they don't put the ball down the field very much. You know, they've got 2 completions longer than 30 yards, and one of them's a trick play. So the ball's coming out very quickly. You know, even when they're running the offense the way they want to right now, they're basically playing offense in a rectangle, you know, near the line of scrimmage, and that's going to make it hard to rush Nix. And he's very good at avoiding sacks. He knows when the trouble's getting there, and he's very decisive about getting the ball out of his hands when it does. And, you know, he can run some when he has to. I think, you know, there are some personnel guys around the league who don't think he should fall in love with that too much, but, you know, that's another topic. But it's all of the above. And, you know, we saw in the first 2 games when he lets the pressure get to him, he has a much more difficult time. And I think even Sunday, when the sacks came early and he was getting some pressure, they had a much harder time playing offense than they did in the second half when he was much cleaner about that.
Back to your article that you wrote about Bo Nix and his development, I thought it was very good. Obviously, I read everything that you write. But the opposing general manager, how Nix is getting things done the way that Sean wants them done, and he's showing some toughness. Accuracy worries you a bit because he's not pushing the ball downfield much, and still the accuracy isn't always there, but rookies at that position, blah, blah, blah. So is that a opposing GM saying, I don't know if he's really that good or the long-term guy, or is he saying, okay, he's running what Sean wants to run and he's growing as a quarterback, or is it somewhere in the middle?
Probably in the middle, Moj. I mean, I think it's a common feeling among personnel guys I talk to. And, you know, you take it all with, you know, sort of the attitude of, you know, people with other teams are often going to be critical of guys they don't have.
Right.
But, you know, I think some of this, and I fall in this camp, I think his footwork is a little spotty right now, and I think that is leading to some of the accuracy issues. Now, again, 60%, you know, 15 years ago would have been, you know, nobody would have even raised an eyebrow. It would have been, oh, that's pretty good. But these days, 60% puts you at 27th, 28th, 29th in the league, which is where he is in most categories. And I think, personally, and people can take it with a grain of salt or whatever, you know, Timmy the sports writer, but it's a footwork issue. You know, there's a lot of fadeaway in his game. There's a lot of sidearm sling. There's a lot of, you know, backing out and throwing it. And, you know, that's very common for young players. I mean, you know, Drew Lock did it a lot. You know, guys do like to change the arm angle now. There was a time in the league when a consistent release point was like, you know, job one of a quarterback. But these days, quarterback coaches are a little more, you know, open to the idea of the changing arm angle because a lot of the best quarterbacks in the league do it a lot. But I think we still haven't seen, I don't think, what's his repeatable delivery down to down, game to game, over and over again? What's the delivery he relies on just to make the routine throws? And I don't think we've seen that yet. And frankly, that's, probably okay with the Broncos because he's just in 5 games into his first season starting. But eventually I think the footwork is going to have to be cleaner if he's going to consistently be, a tight window thrower. And he's not right now.
Couple of quick questions for you, Leggy. Number one, to the game this weekend, the Chargers, they're coming off a bye week. Justin Herbert has not had a 200-yard passing game yet this season. Why is that?
Because Jim Harbaugh is his coach now. Welcome to the show.
Yeah.
And I think what Jim will do is sell him on the idea, what he sold the guys in San Francisco. You want to win or not? You tell me. Because I think, we've seen Mahomes do Mahomes things this year, but they've also won, they beat the Chargers 17-10, with one explosive play in the game. So I think it's probably he and Harbaugh sort of getting used to each other. And, Greg Norman's their offensive coordinator, and he was the Ravens coordinator when they routinely led the league in rushing, not passing. So, a lot of their offense is built around physicality in the run game now. And Harbaugh is, he played the position a long time. He will set Herbert loose at some point. And some of it's the injury. You can tell when he moves, he's not 100% even before, this latest one. So I think there may have been something going on, before, or I'm not positive or anything. I don't have information other people don't have, but he just wasn't moving the way he was or the way I've seen him before.
Well, riddle me this, Legwald. How does a team that's lost 2 in a row on a bye, maybe getting a little bit healthier, okay, fine, come into a stadium of a team that's won 3 in a row and be a 3-point favorite? How does that happen?
Because odds makers like offense, Moj. They like points. And the Broncos don't score many of them.
Neither do the Chargers.
That's exactly right. But, again, I think, just the people I know in the business of betting will always tip the scales to quarterbacks and, other things. And they're the top scoring defense in the league, too. So as good as the Broncos have been on defense, the Chargers have been a little better.
Just really quick here, Leggy. Got about 30 seconds. Have you ever seen a coach perp walked by security out of his building? And second of all, do you believe Aaron Rodgers that he had nothing to do with the firing of Robert Saleh?
I do, and he didn't call Woody Johnson and say fire Robert Saleh. I believe that. He may have expressed grumblings or misgivings at some point, but I don't think many players have the juice to go to the owner and say fire the coach right now and do it for the first time in the history of your ownership during a season. So, but did he complain? Probably. I don't know that. And guess what? When you get fired, they always perp walk you. I got news for you. They take you right out to your car and you plan. They schedule a day when you can come pick up your stuff.
It's Jeff Legwald, ESPN.com. Joins us every Thursday at 8 o'clock. Thank you, Leggy. Appreciate it.
Thanks, fellas.
Jeff Legwald, ESPN, All Conversations with Leggy, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Circus Sports, middle of football season. We got Thursday night football tonight. It is Niners at Seahawks. Niners need a win. 2-3 so far this year, but they're 3.5-point favorites at Seattle. Can take a look to the weekend games. The Broncos, shocker, not just underdogs in this. It's jumped to 2.5 points. The over-under in this game is 35.5. And you can find that and so much more on the Circus Sportsbook, especially right now in the, smack dab in the middle of the MLB playoffs. all of the game props, home run props, anything you want between baseball, hockey that just started their season, in the middle of football. Download the app right now because you'll find no better odds in the game than the Circa Sportsbook. Download the app or go to circasports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Sugar, baby. MLB playoffs yesterday. The Mets move on to the NLCS for the first time since 2015 as they eliminate the Philadelphia Phillies.
The only person west of the Mississippi who cares about that is Raj. Nobody else cares.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out, the Mets, they're trying to do this we're an underdog story, and I'm like, not really.
I can't stomach that underdog crap. Did you see who gave up that grand slam, though? Former Rocky?
Carlos Estevez.
Yes. And I saw that name, and I go, wait a minute. Is that the former Rocky? And he says he knew it was gone the moment he let it go. And that's got to be just awful. What an awful feeling. You let the pitch go and you know it's gone. An historic home run, obviously, that changes everything.
Hey, Estevez was, I would argue, he was one of the better relievers in Rockies history. I mean, he played there a long time, always had an ERA that hovered around 2.5, 3, was reliable. You know, in those moments, though, I think the one that I remember most was Astros Cardinals back in like 2005-ish, I think, was Brad Lidge who let it go to Pujols.
Yeah.
And like crack of the bat, Lidge just crumples on the mound and was just like, oh, God, it's done. It's over.
How about the fact the Dodgers pitched 8 relievers last night to beat the Padres? They just went full reliever, nobody else, just one guy after another. Just let's go. Everybody in on this.
What do you guys think about that strategy, by the way? Just out of
It
curiosity.
worked. They won 8-0.
Because you know who does that? The Tigers have been
Tampa.
doing that forever. The Tigers.
Tampa did
The Rays,
that for a while.
I think the Rays did that for a while.
No, they started it. I'm saying this year, though, the Tigers are doing. Go back and look at their games. So I just looked back. Yesterday, when the Tigers won 3-0, they started Montero. He threw 6 pitches, was out of the inning, and they moved on to Hunter in the second.
Herder.
Herder. But they've been starting a guy, giving him an inning to pitch, and doing that this entire big run that they've gone on. And you keep thinking, all right, that's not going to be sustainable, and it is for them somehow.
Well, why wouldn't it be? You're not overworking your arms. I mean, they're pitching 1 inning.
But there is...
Yeah, but not every pitcher is as good as the other pitcher. If you've got a starter who's an absolute mower downer, I mean, let that guy throw. Hell, I'll let him throw as long as he can.
There's a reliability of some guys throwing well that he gives you 7 innings, and then you worry about the bullpen as opposed to, I hope that all 8 of these guys are on it today. You know what I mean? But then the Yankees, they beat the Royals yesterday to take a 2-1 series lead. So Dodgers, Padres tied at 2. Yankees up 2-1 on the Royals. Tigers up 2-1 on the Guardians after starting that series 0-1. I don't want to spend too much time on this. Did you guys hear Costas? I was watching the Yankees and Royals game yesterday before the Avs.
I did not.
We had another moment here yesterday.
Yeah, I know where you're going with this.
Can I hear it?
Line drive, base hit to center field. It was smothered out there. I don't know if it was caught.
It was caught.
Oh, my gosh. What a play. It's a good thing that Witt saw it before I did. He slammed on the brakes and went back.
It was just Costas is just getting it from every direction now from a lot of people. And what happened, Moj, is there was hit up the middle. Bobby Witt was on first base. It was kind of one of those, like, it was on a line drive trajectory, but it was, like, off the hands a little bit. It wasn't, like, ripped. And the guy
is this the
caught
one
it.
where the second baseman drifted backwards?
No.
Or was it a
no,
okay.
No, I think the shortstop came
just
over.
Came over
Okay.
behind second and made a kind of sort of diving play, kind of like fell down as he caught it. Costas is getting ripped. I think Costas can be really talented at some things. I don't like him calling baseball games, so I'll just say that. Don't like it.
Should I mix that in on Saturday?
Oh, my gosh.
Yes.
That's
you should.
right.
Hey, listen, we all make mistakes, right? I mean, there's times when the puck goes in. I'm like, is that in? Is that not in? It happens so fast, right?
Mm-hmm.
But poor Bob doesn't get any benefit of the doubt anymore.
Well, Moj, listen.
Oh my God! What an awesome catch! That's the greatest catch ever. Was it a Yankee? That's awesome.
Everyone has an opinion on how to broadcast games. Okay, everybody. My opinion is this simple. Does the person calling the game give you the necessary oomph when a great play is made, a poor play? Can you discern the difference? Can you feel it through the mannerisms, the voice, the inflection? Can you feel it? Score. That's not Bob's forte. That's not what Bob does. Bob is Bob's one of my heroes, man. For anybody who grew up in our era, Moj, he's a broadcasting, sportscasting hero, right? One of the smartest men ever to do what we do, but that's not his forte. Calling games.
Do you guys make anything, by the way, out of Giancarlo Stanton's having a great postseason? He hit the go-ahead homer yesterday to make it 3-2, and that was the final score. But do you guys make anything out of Aaron Judge hitting 091? during the
Oh, my
postseason right
gosh.
now?
Yeah, got some holes in his swing all of a sudden, doesn't he?
I always feel for guys because it's such a small sample size. Like, if this was happening during the regular season, nobody would bat an eyelash. It's like, oh, you had a bad week and a half? Okay, that happens. But the postseason comes around, and it's like you're judged on every single at-bat now, and it's, oh, okay, this guy now can't play in the postseason. It's the most easiest thing for people to do, especially in baseball. I know they said that about Arenado, and they said that about a whole bunch of other guys. It's like, okay, so he had a bad couple of games. I don't think that means he's a bad player, okay? Certainly know the opposing team respects him. They pitch him a little bit differently than they do the guy in the 8-hole.
Yeah. But the postseason just brings that up. The postseason is the magnifying glass. It's just what people remember most. And it's not just baseball. It's every sport. Remember until Peyton broke through and finally started winning playoff games? He was attached to that same thing. It happens to every player until they break through.
Speaking of baseball, did you guys see Tropicana just get the entire roof ripped off that thing?
I didn't
in the hurricane
realize
yesterday?
the roof was made of cloth or fabric. I thought it was a cement roof. I had no idea.
Yeah, that's that old school dome.
It's
right?
the sarcophagus. I told you.
But I'm with Vic. I didn't know it was that sort of like flappy roof surface.
Because it didn't look like it. If you look at the old Metrodome and you see the
Same thing.
the little bubbles, yeah, you'd go, oh,
And that's how Metrodome, at its very end, it caved in with that snow that one
correct,
year.
It caved in, right. Yeah, the Trop is, boy, I mean, what am I saying? Thank goodness. I mean, the Rays aren't in the postseason.
God, what would they do?
I don't know what they would do.
What would they do if the Rays were in it?
Well, they wouldn't play a baseball game there.
They need a new ballpark desperately. Desperately, they need a new ballpark. Maybe this will be a springboard, although I think they're going to need money for a lot more things than just a silly baseball stadium, to be honest.
For the next few minutes, we'll jump back to the Avs a little bit later. Can I talk about television shows with you? And one of them is, I believe this is on Amazon Prime. It's this made-for-TV sort of biopic thing of Aaron Hernandez. You guys, you've had to have seen clips.
I'm out on that.
You've seen clips, though, right?
Yeah, it looks ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
Yeah,
and sometimes
I saw a clip and it looked lame. I'm like, I'm never, ever going to watch this.
Sometimes these are really well done. The Showtime Lakers thing on HBO was really well done.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys watched I guess this one was okay. FX years ago, back in like 2015 or 16, had the O.J. Simpson sort of thing with David Schwimmer and John Travolta. And you guys remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Where Cuba Gooding Jr., I think, was playing O.J. They went through the whole trial thing. Yeah. They had that, and it was okay. This looks like an SNL skit, though.
It does. It looks terrible. It doesn't work.
The uniforms don't look right. They don't fit. It just looks so dumb.
You know what's great? And on the plane ride over, I watched the first 4 episodes of it. Starting 5.
Okay, hang on, though. Before you get there, because I got a clip of that, I want to play just a piece of audio of the guy who plays Gronk in this show. You guys have to hear this. It's actually, out of all the things that you've seen in this show, this Gronk impression is actually not bad. Listen.
Aaron. What's up, bro? Hey. I'm Rob. They call me Gronk.
They call me Aaron.
Nice. Hey, you meet Coach yet?
Nah, not yet.
Attitude is scary, bro. Come on, guys. Let's go.
I mean, the laugh is not bad. The accent is not bad. Like, I give the guy credit. He looks nothing like him. But he worked on that laugh in the mirror for about 5 days before he had that, didn't he?
And the face he makes, if you watch the video, that face, that he lets his whole face lights up. It's a pretty good Gronk. Not gonna lie.
It's pretty good. All right, I got another clip here from.
Did he get together with Gronk? I mean, did he actually interview the subject to get the character?
I
down?
don't think anybody had any conversations with people actually involved.
Who
in the story.
greenlit this series? That's what I want to know.
FX did.
No, I know who's in charge that greenlit it.
Joe FXX.
Yeah, well, he's fired.
Go ahead, Vic.
You know, as I'm watching the starting 5, which features LeBron James, Domantas Sabonis, Anthony Edwards, Jason Tatum. Who am I missing? Is it just those 4? No, it's called starting 5. There's a 5th. Oh, and Jimmy Butler. So it follows those 5 guys around. the entire NBA season. And, Jimmy Butler's the eccentric guy that everybody expects. No surprise there. He's into coffee. Sabonis is the quiet dude who married a former Lakers dancer. Anthony Edwards is, if you think Anthony Edwards is into himself and pretty self-assured, watch this. It's a different level of self-assurance. And then, of course, LeBron, right? Oh, and the Tatum story is tremendous. Tatum's history, I've learned a lot about him, and I've learned to really appreciate Jason Tatum watching this. LeBron, in his family dynamic, he's really into his family. It's really cool how he's into his family. But I'm watching this, I'm like, God, I wonder how they picked the players to do this. And then at the end of the first episode, it said it was produced by so-and-so. It's produced by LeBron's company. LeBron's company produces this show.
Yeah, of course.
He is one of the producers.
I can see you moving it. I know why. Everybody does. That's great. What is
Terry,
she doing? Okay,
you're
now you
featured
turn it
on the
off.
back of this screen.
What's
No, it's blurred out. Don't worry about it.
Wow.
Anyway, so I have a clip, and I'm going to throw this back to back with something else that I heard yesterday. But I really am curious if these people think I'm stupid. And I am stupid. But I'm not an idiot.
Maybe they're correct.
There's a difference.
All right.
I'm stupid, but I'm not an idiot. Okay? Here is Rich Paul talking about LeBron. And this started with his minutes restriction. So this clip that I saw was about 2.5 minutes. I didn't watch the show. But it opened up with, obviously, the Lakers and Nuggets last year. He gets taken out of the game after 8 minutes for a minutes restriction. He hates it. And then Rich Paul says this.
And I think the toughest part about it is he gets this, he's controlling the team, right? And the reality of it is, that's not true. But for him, it probably becomes very, very frustrating to be positioned as you have the control without actually having the control.
The minutes restriction is something I don't agree with. I've never agreed with it. I prepare my body physically and mentally, prepare my mind for battle. I've had conversations and talks and battles with my coaches, and I get it, but I also understand me, and I get me, and there's nobody gets me more than me.
So, hang on a second.
No, hold on a second. Hold on. Let me think that through. Nobody gets me more than me.
No, he said, I get me. And nobody gets me more than me.
These are the
I don't
issues.
know. I get Moj. I think I get Moj more than Moj gets Moj. I think I get you, Moj.
These are the issues I have
I
with
think
these,
I get LeBron more than he gets himself.
especially with LeBron and his company making this show. It's just going to be, Moj, it's going to be a full hour episode of LeBron himself. Just doing that to himself the entire time.
Absolutely. This is going to be a lot of self-adoration.
For Rich Paul to look into a camera that he owns and look at me through that television screen and say, it's this illusion of power. He doesn't actually have it. I mean, what do you think happens here? That this guy would handpick a head coach who's a buddy of his, who's a podcaster, and draft this kid?
I mean, come
that
on,
would,
man.
If he did that, then maybe he would have some sort of control within an organization. But the hell is he talking about? What is he trying to convince me of? What is he doing?
I don't know, dude.
I believe they call that, if I'm not mistaken, I believe they call that gaslighting.
Like,
Don't believe
I get it
what
now.
your lying eyes tell you. Don't believe that.
Let me repeat something.
I mean, come on, man.
The guy who is, if he says something, the NBA listens. The Golden State Warriors admitted we didn't draft his son out of respect for daddy. Okay? That guy's head coach is his podcasting buddy. No decision making in the process. None. It's just the illusion of it all. Moj, I've never understood gaslighting. I get it now.
Yes.
This is what it is.
Yep.
You know what, though? If you watch the show, again, I'm 4.5 episodes in. If you watch the show, LeBron comes across great.
Wow. Wonder how that happened.
I know his production company's producing.
Vic,
Okay,
Vic,
so
just so you know, he had no hand in the editing process of this show at all. None.
He comes across great, and as I'm watching this, I'm like, okay, what are they trying to prove to me? What is the point of this show? And you could tell right away they're trying to prove exactly that. They're trying to prove that, dude, what are you guys talking about? He doesn't run the Lakers. He's just an employee like everybody else. Look, he walks in, he wears the Lakers gear like everybody else. He doesn't have there's no preconceived notion that he runs the show. That's the entire point of this. When we know what the truth is. We know who went out and got Anthony Davis.
The whispers are not just whispers anymore. They're anonymous, but people are saying that Bronny James is not an NBA player, period. He's just not an NBA player. Either he's not ready or he'll never be ready. And the fact that he's actually on an NBA roster it's silly. And he has nothing to do with it. This is all, this Genie Bus.
I feel bad for the kid.
Just Genie Bus from up top making all the decisions.
I feel bad for the kid. The kid is
I do too, Vic. I do too. I like the kid. I do too. I think his father has put him in a very unenviable position. Yes.
For the
it's
life,
unfair.
the
it's unfair.
childhood that he had, and how, I'm just going to say easy it probably was comparative to most other people in the world, okay? Very easy childhood. He seems to have his head on straight.
He does.
You know what I mean? Like, he's not the trust fund kid who's having Coke parties on the weekend, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I agree. And he's a hardworking kid. He puts in the time. He takes shots, and he's at the gym all day. So he's putting the work in. He's just not as good as his dad.
Hey, when we come back.
Will never be.
Never. Well, whoever will be. I mean, LeBron's arguably the greatest. He's number 2 in my mind behind MJ, but you're right, Vic. A request when we come back. Can you unblur your background for the next segment when we come back?
Sure, I can do it right now.
Why?
You want me to unblur right now? Here.
If you want to take time to talk about what his room looks like, because I know that's what you want to do.
Hotel room in New York City.
No, I want to take time to talk about Terry walking around.
Are you sure?
I'm not so sure.
My response would have been, but why? Back at you. So what's this dude's name? That's the interim coach of the Jets. Is it Jeff Ulbrich? What is it? Ulbrich?
Beard guy.
Beard guy.
Yeah, guy with a nice beard.
Well, he's already made his first decision as the interim head coach of the Jets. He has handed play calling duties over to Todd Downing and stripped them from Nathaniel Hackett.
Wow. Wow. So
it starts with me.
Yep.
All right. Well, I think we lost him. Yep.
It's gone.
Yep.
He still feels like he's making a really good point.
I think he thinks he's making a really good point, but
really
he doesn't know that
sense.
he has no idea.
Making a lot of sense, and he got the face of
Yeah.
Yep. Totally.
Now,
Vic.
if it was
Great
me,
point.
if it was me
Great point.
who was doing that from Winnipeg, what would be happening on this program right now?
Wait a minute, the gears are turning, and he's
3,
just figured it out. Yeah.
2, 1, gone. Yep, there we go. Okay.
But he is taking it away from Nathaniel Hackett, which I think if they made that move instead of firing Saleh, and look, I'm not stumping for Saleh. I'm trying to think of this logically. If
no choice, go ahead.
That really just happened.
Go ahead. If what? If you're not stumping for Saleh, but what are you stumping for?
The defense has played their asses off the entire year. And they gave up 23 points last week. If you remember how 7 points of those were scored, it was what? A pick six from Aaron Rodgers. They've done their job. The offense hasn't. And if they wanted to make a move, I just would have made the move of, Hackett, you're gone. But Vic, you looked like you were making a fantastic
It
point.
looked really good. Your arm was moving and everything.
My point was maybe Aaron had nothing to do with the firing of Saleh, because if the intent was to remove Hackett from his duties, they still did that, and they removed Saleh.
Okay. Well, here's what he said on McAfee yesterday, if you guys missed it.
As far as any of the ridiculous allegations out there, I'm not going to spend more than one sentence in response to it, and that is that I resent any of those accusations because they're patently false. And it's interesting the amount of power that people think that I have, which I don't. But I love Robert, and it was, one of those days yesterday.
That's 4 sentences. He promised one.
Yep.
That's 4
I guess
sentences.
that was his patently false sentence.
Yeah.
Here's the thing.
But listen, man, I mean, do you think they make this complimentary move after the head coach is fired? I mean, if it's just about the head coach and Hackett is secure, then Hackett doesn't get demoted like he does. So we'll see how different the offense looks. We'll see. Or maybe it was you never know how these things operate at the top level. Maybe it was a give and take. Okay, Aaron, all right, you may not like your coach, but you got to give me something.
Right.
If we call him, if we take his head, you got to give me something.
Right.
And that something is Hackett.
Mm-hmm. Could be. See, and this is compared to what we just heard from Rich Paul, by the way, in this whole, it's interesting the amount of power that people think that I have. I don't think anybody is saying that he is the dictator of the New York Jets, that what he says goes, and if he pounds the table for something, it happens. But it has massive influence.
He's their $40 million quarterback.
Yeah.
They've tailored everything they've done essentially in the last 2 years for him.
He has massive influence on that organization. And that, I think, is the point. If you don't like something, odds are that something's going to change, right? I mean, that's the way that I would look at it. And if I were him, I think I would probably do the same thing, honestly. I'm 40 years old. This is the last sort of
I'm a man.
I'm 40 years old. This is my last real shot at trying to win something of substance. I want to be assured that my concerns are taken seriously.
Sure.
I'm sure Nathan McKinnon's concerns are taken very seriously by the organization.
I'm sure as well. And I'm also sure that when he agreed to go to the New York Jets, there was probably a certain amount of, hey, this is my last shot. We got to do some things.
How about this?
That's why we brought in some of my boys to play football with me.
Don't draft a quarterback in the first round when I'm here like the Green Bay Packers did tonight.
Right.
Yeah. Speaking of age, tell me if this has ever happened to you. Anyone listening? Just walking around, my wife last night, we were just talking. I forgot how old I was. I had to ask her how old I am. I literally forgot how old I was. I was like, wait a minute. What am I? Does that ever happen to you?
I
forgot how old I was.
I said the wrong age a few months ago. I said, yeah, me and my wife were 35. She got upset with me. And I said, what? She goes, we're 34. I go, oh. Feels like the same.
Has that ever happened to you, Moshe? I mean, I told my wife, I go, wait, how old am I? Am I 54? No, I'm 55. Oh, that's right. That just happened. I'm double nickels.
I don't think it's ever happened to me.
Really?
Yeah, that's just not something that I would forget. Now, where I put my car keys, all the time. Where's my stupid phone? All the time. Hey, where are my glasses? All the time. Forgetting my
But your age never escapes you.
No, never escapes me.
Huh. Sounds
Mose,
like a
you
me
forget
problem.
a lot of stuff.
Thanks, buddy.
You are, the
Just
members
say,
of the show, you are easily the most forgetful. Easily.
I'm
Easily.
close. I'm close to you. I'm super forgetful too. Don't think I was like, look, man, this isn't. I'm in glass houses here. I'm not casting stones.
Oh, I agree.
I'm inviting you into my house.
You
because
can't
we're the
remember
same people.
names. That's the problem.
I can't remember. No, I can't remember much of anything unless it's incredibly important. I don't remember much of anything. But you're worse than me in this aspect. The amount of times you walk up to me and say, when's that meeting or something like that? And I go, it's today. Well, I can't go today. I got something going. I was like, but we've known about this for like 3 weeks.
That's not forgetting. That's just not paying attention or not giving
That's
a rat's
not reading
rip.
his emails. He doesn't read his emails.
That's not giving
You
a
got to
rat's
read your
rip.
emails
Right.
to remember that.
Isn't being forgetful all about caring and stuff like that, though?
No, you have to assume that I knew in the first place when the meeting was. And if I didn't know when the meeting was, I knew that there was a meeting. I didn't know the specifics of the meeting.
Yeah. Hey, I'm in this Chelsea district of New York City, and I lived here for like 6 months when I was in college serving a fellowship, and this place has changed, man. This place is like all bougie here. The Chelsea. I don't know if you guys have been here. Man, everything's expensive as get out. Everything.
Did
Vic,
you
I've
just
been-
give us a news flash that
Yeah.
New York is expensive? Is that what
No,
you
but
just
this
did?
specific district is outrageous.
Yeah. Well, it's on the west
The other
side.
thing-
The
The other thing I want to acknowledge is this. I'm watching the local news here on CBS, WCBS, their local news. Every other commercial, and I don't know if this is a problem, maybe it is. Every other commercial is about hemorrhoids. I'm like, my God, how many hemorrhoids commercials you going to give me in a span of 1 hour? What the hell are you guys doing? Quit sitting down all day. Go for a run.
All right, a little career advice for anybody who's unhappy in their career. Go back to school, become a doctor, proctologist, move to New York City. You'll make a mint.
I mean, seriously. I've counted like 3 times in the course of 1 hour.
Hey, man, you want to make $1 billion? Butt doctor, New York City, you're in. That's what Vic's telling me. Nelly, you could probably play your sax while you're in the room.
Oh, okay. You're saying you want me to be entertainment? While Vic's inspecting, I'm playing Careless
No, I'm
Whisper in
saying
the corner.
I'm saying if you want, you're still young enough. If you want to become a doctor, you can.
Oh, I got you. If the sax thing doesn't work.
Correct.
I am here tonight as cruel as the irony is. What's going on in Florida is awful, and a lot of people leaning on the Coast Guard for this. I'm going to be emceeing the annual Coast Guard Foundation Gala, and a lot of the folks that were supposed to be here are not here. They could not make the trip. They couldn't even get out of Florida. They're working. They're busy. They're trying to help. So an evening like this is to help those folks who are now down in Florida trying to – I mean, we haven't even seen the devastation yet, right? The video is just being released.
Right.
It looks absolutely awful.
It does, yeah.
And it could have been worse, too. Did you see all those tornadoes that were spawned as the hurricane approached?
Yeah,
I did see that.
I don't
yes.
get how does that work. I don't understand weather.
Tornadoes?
No, I understand how tornadoes work, but I don't know how you can have tornadoes like inside of tornadoes because a hurricane's like a giant water tornado with other tornadoes inside the tornado. It felt like an inception of tornadoes, if you will.
Well, it's about where the air collides and meets, and it's above my pay grade, but it's bad. I mean, either way,
I talked to a buddy of mine
through the
who
middle,
lives in Naples.
It's really bad.
In Naples, Sarasota, those towns got hit really hard. And I said, "What are you going to do?" And he goes, "Well, we're going to go inland a little bit. We're not supposed to stay here." And I haven't spoken to him since. His house is right there on the coast. I guarantee that thing. They're going to go back to just total
flooding.
devastation.
Absolute flooding.
God,
I mean, even if it's
two
intact,
of those in this short amount of time too is crazy. Yeah, hearts go out to those guys. Hope everything's going to be all right, and that the damage for how bad that is as minimal as it could be, I suppose. 303-504-0925. Let's get back to the Avs. It was an ugly game one. Oh, that's right. That's right. We had Jake Plummer coming up. Let's get the Snakes' thoughts on the Broncos from last week heading into this weekend, a game against the Chargers. Talk to Jake Plummer next. Let's head back out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. And it's always a pleasure to talk to this man, Jake Plummer, who joins us yet again. What's up, Jake?
Oh, just having a good morning on a Thursday, and glad to join you guys. It's always fun to talk a little ball, especially when we got a team that's showing us what they're worthy of paying attention to.
Yeah, no kidding. And for them to be 3-2 this far into the season, I think it surprised most people in this town of how they've looked. Obviously, a good defense, but talking on the offensive side, Jake, is their style of offense, which is short throws, high completion percentage, don't make mistakes. Is this all intentional early to get Bo Nix's feet under him?
Yeah, I think we saw that early in the first couple of weeks. There wasn't a whole lot of downfield action. And then against Tampa, it was a whole different offense. Almost like Bo going in saying, hey, let me throw the ball, coach. You're making me throw check downs and screens and crossing routes. Like, I got a good arm. Let me do this. And so they created some plays. I mean, obviously opened up the playbook. The run game helps tremendously to be able to run the ball. Bo's really good at play action, but you can't do that unless you got a run game. So I see the run game picking up, and not just, there's some explosive plays, but being consistent, getting 3, 4, grinding it out, putting them in situations to convert on third down. But I've seen Bo make some tremendous throws. The first half of New York, no, he missed a lot. I thought he missed like a vet would, like not taking the risks, in the rain. Whether that's not strategically missing, because no miss is good, like he said. I saw a little clip responding to what I said. No miss is good, but when you're in the rain on the road, you don't want to force it and create turnovers. And very easily, they could have lost that game if not for his smarts in the first half. But stepping up, he's made some huge throws in big time moments, and that offense seems to be gelling. Guys are stepping up. I like to see Cortland Sutton last week catch the ball, take that DB and toss him, go get 3, 4 extra yards. That's the difference between 2nd and 3 and first down. As a quarterback, maybe we take a shot on 2nd and 3. Now it's 3rd and 3. Now I'm under pressure to perform. No, Cortland Sutton broke 2 tackles, got 3.5, 4 extra yards, first down. I like to see those little things. Those are big to me.
Yeah, I remember that play. That was a big one. I got a two-parter for you here, Jake. Number one, how proud were you of young Bo Nix going face-to-face with his head coach on the sideline? And what do you think they were disagreeing about? What was the source of that disagreement in your mind?
Yeah, I've said this a few times, maybe not publicly on the air, but, when Russell was here, it was hard to watch him get undressed on the sideline and national TV in front of every single Bronco fan. And he just sat there and took it, like I don't see leadership being established when you sit there like that. Like some people would say, no, that's leadership. You say what the coach, when the coach speaks, you do what the coach says. No, thank you. We see numerous times around the league, quarterbacks keep their job, head coaches get fired. You're the quarterback. If you're playing well and you got that team behind you, you're more important than the head coach. I'm 100% agree with that. So seeing Bo not step up and refute or challenge Coach Payton, but to show him like, hey man, you're going to coach the way you coach, and I'm going to be a player to respond to that. And with a little fire, his teammates see that, the fans see that, and then he comes back out and performs. It's how you gain respect. It's how you just show, everybody that it matters to you. Now, what they were talking about, I don't know. Who knows? Coach Payton is similar to coaches I played for, where they may see something from their angle and from their standpoint, we missed it. But from the pocket, maybe there was a guy right in front of you and coach didn't see that, but I saw that. That's why I didn't make that throw, or that's why I didn't force it, or that's why I didn't go with what you told me to do. So whatever the difference was, they're going to work it out. They not fought, but they had words, and it may even just been like encouraging words. We don't know exactly what it was. I'm still confused by the Ferris Bueller quote though. I guess, mischievous little Bo Nix is out there, doing his thing, but I like that. And I think as a player, as a defensive lineman or a linebacker or tight end lineman, when you see your quarterbacks step up like that and assert himself, you're really ready to rally behind him a little bit more, especially if they come back out like they did and they turn it on and they go put the Raiders down and handily beat them at home.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And we're more than a quarter way through the season now, Jake. And I hate to keep focusing on Nix, but I think he's going to become more important as the season goes on. What do you specifically want to see out of his game in its evolution? Let's say in the middle third of the season and going on. And do you have any concerns right now about where he is in his development?
No, I love what I'm seeing. I mean, the throw he made, the drop ball when Franklin dropped it. I mean, that was a hell of a throw. He rolled to his left. He yanked it. He moved to his left a little bit and he cranked on it and got it out there. He's not scared to throw the ball and make big plays. So what I'd like to see is not necessarily Bo's evolution, but the trust and the ability for the coaches to put him in more positions to make bigger plays. And I think that there definitely is the run game will help that. And the fact that some of these other guys outside are stepping up to make plays. Obviously, staying healthy is key, not just Bo, but everybody around. At this point of the season, everybody's nursing something. You got a sore shoulder or elbow or knee or maybe all three. So it's more like take care of your body. I really enjoy watching him get out of the pocket and go get positive yardage. He's really smart in that regard. He slides when he should, but he also dives out and gets a few extra yards when he knows he's not going to take a real brutal hit. And that's a next level thing for me that I see as he progresses into his role. For me, it's more, getting the ball like he did in New York in that second half, stepping up, taking them down, putting them in position to win in the fourth quarter. And they do that. That's the only way you're going to gain respect as a quarterback in this league. You're going to play bad at times. Defenses are going to get you. You're going to make bad throws, but how do you respond? Are you consistent? Do you come back? Do you let it go and lead the team like you're supposed to as that quarterback, as that main person that they can all hang their hat on day in and day out to know that, hey, Bo's showing up regardless of whatever's going on. This kid's showing up and he's playing, and that could be infectious, not only for the team, but for the coaches, that whole building. And then as it permeates out into the public, everybody's a believer now, man. We're talking like playoffs and all this now. And when you just week 3 before that win, they were talking about, oh my God, here it goes. When is Peyton going to get the yank and they're going to fire? No, and now things shift, and that's just players believing in each other. I think watching Bo, I turn the TV on because I'm excited to see what he's going to do next, along with a lot of the other guys out there on defense too. Riley Moss, what a great player. I mean, PS2 is legit. He is legit, but PS2 doesn't get thrown at if he doesn't have someone across from him that is actually also playing at a high level to make them go, wait, we can't just go pick on this kid all game. Because I played in those scenarios. Deion Sanders playing for the Cowboys, I had to throw against him sometimes because you can't just throw against the other guy. So having Moss over there playing at a high level and a guy like Brandon Jones coming in to fill a role, like there's a lot of guys playing really well that are showing that it matters, that they care.
The biggest compliment I think I can give the offense so far, Jake, is from years past, it felt like they would be gifted some opportunities. They get a turnover on defense, good field position, couldn't capitalize on it. They've done a really good job at that this year. And why do you think that is? What do you think that shift's been? Is it just Bo Nix is a little bit better in that scenario than Russell Wilson was, or is it something deeper than that?
I don't know. That's hard to say. Those things kind of come and go. They flow as the season goes. You want to capitalize whenever you can. You want to make the big plays. When they happen naturally, that's the best thing. And you can only do that by giving guys the opportunity. When a big play or a turnover happens, which this defense is fun to watch because they're ball hawks, they get after it. They're not just, tackling the guys or they're putting that ball and they're getting it out, whether it's stripping the ball or putting a hand on it in pass defense. It's a lot of fun to watch because as an offense, you love when you come off the field and you're having a sip of water and then all of a sudden, boom, turnover, man. That's exciting. That's opportunity. And if everybody isn't like excited and ready to go do that, then those chances sometimes dwindle. You can't put too much pressure on yourself to go out there every time, but know that, those opportunities come. It is nice when you can capitalize, take them down and at least get a field goal. like the end of the half, that was a beautiful situation. They went down, they got a field goal. You get the ball to start the second half. Those little things, when you're coached to do it and they turn out right, then you find yourself stacking wins in the win column.
How much did that pick six from Surtain remind you of 2005, that divisional playoff game at Champ Bailey going down the Broncos sideline?
I've watched that play PS2, a few times. That guy can run, man. He's smooth, and his stride, he's gliding, man. It's like he's not even trying, and he's moving faster than damn near anybody else on the field. Sort of like Champ, like that guy he was smooth and he could run, and it was fun to watch. And different scenario, divisional playoff game, week 5, different level of importance, but yet again, a guy making a play at a pivotal moment when, the Raiders they came out hot. And here it was, the best player on the team, best player really at his position, probably in the league or one of the top ones, does what he's supposed to do, go out there and make a big play. I thought they might call a holding on that with Minshew, and that guy had him, but his hands were inside, and that's what the rule book says. So it was great that they didn't reverse that play for a touchdown. And it's been fun watching those guys step up. I think early on there were a lot of holdings, there were a lot of hand grabbing by the DBs, but that happens because you're going in camp, you're going in playing against guys that aren't going 100%. Now you get into the game, these guys are going a lot faster than you've seen even in the preseason, and your instinct is to grab them. So now it's like, time those grabs. 1,000, 2,000. Now let go. You got a little bit of time to grab them, then let your hands get off, and hopefully you're in position. And we're seeing that. We're seeing them be more disciplined in that regard, and therefore making some plays. Riley Moss's pick was big, but I think the play earlier before that, when he played, looked back and knocked that ball out, that was phenomenal ball skills. You don't see that from many DBs in the entire league. Yet here's a young kid who's going to be pressured the rest of the year and put on the spot by many a good quarterback. It's going to be fun to watch him progress also.
Hey, Jake, I want to ask you, when you throw a pick in a game and you know that the convoy's coming and you got to save a touchdown, when you found yourself in that situation, would you sort of like, I think I might fall here? What would you do?
You got the bullseye on you from everybody on that defense.
Dude, Vic, come on, man. Am I going to fall there? Hell no. So there was a progression. In high school, I'd run down and I'd stick the dude and I'd clobber him. College, I tried it a few times. It worked. The wrong guy, like Chris Claiborne for USC, put a hurting on me one time. I said, okay, I better change that. I got to the league, and all of a sudden, you play free safety, like serious free safety. Unless you got a line on it, then you go in and take them down. And I never shied away from any type of, throwing a pick sucks. So immediately you're pissed off. You want to go and make the tackle if you can. But in the league, back when I was playing, if you threw a pick and you were in the pocket, all of a sudden there were 3 or 4 guys that whoop, their eyes came to you and they were going to go knock out of you. Yeah. So I would start playing defense, going back, and if I could, I'd get between him and try to get an angle on that guy, at least make him cut it back, slow him down so my team could get him. And I made plenty of tackles. I went out in the league. I made plenty of tackles on guys because you got to. And if you don't, as a quarterback, if you throw in the towel, you're going to lose respect from everybody. Go in there, try not to lead with your right shoulder and tackle somebody if you can. But otherwise, I was always good at tackling, man.
If you made a lot of tackles, that means you threw a lot of picks.
I threw 161 picks, but I also threw 161 touchdowns. So I came out even.
Nice.
And every one of those picks, I was just trying to make a play, Coach. That's all I was doing.
Absolutely.
Some of them were Hail Marys at the end of the game in Arizona when we were losing, or even at the end of the first half. Hail Marys at the end of the first half because we're down by 28 already. And some were tip balls, some were not my fault. But of the ones that I was like pulling the trigger, I was just trying to make a play, baby.
Hey, Jake, just so you know, 11 career tackles in your career. How about that?
Hey.
Nice. 11. 10 of those solo, by the way. How about that? Didn't even need help.
11 solo. All right. Nice.
So wait a minute, 11. That means you missed over 100 tackles when you had the opportunity after picks.
No, man, my guys on offense, the offense was getting after it. They knew it sucked for me. Hey, listen, there was one play that no one talked about, and that was when the center of all things didn't know Bo's hands were not underneath his crotch, and he snapped it, and it was a fumble. That was a phenomenal play by Bo Nix. Listen, when the ball hits the ground, we're taught as quarterbacks, get away in practice. So it's an instinctual thing. It's the ability to go like a little ferret and go in there and get that ball. That was a huge play that I don't think anyone's talked about, that he saved that drive by jumping on that ball because there was a Raider right there. So those are the things I see because I like that. Bo's a scrappy competitor. He wants to fight. And when you see that from a defensive standpoint, or you're watching him, you're like, all right, man, this kid, he wants it.
But how does that
gotta
happen?
Pick it up.
How does
he
center
not
feel the hand underneath him?
I don't know. I was up watching the game and I was talking to some guys like, how do you not feel that? Come here, bend over. Let me put my hand in there. And he was laughing.
That's what I'm saying.
Bend over and I'll show you.
If do this
exactly.
But he said, I was a center in high school. Like, first off, I'm going to smack the center's butt to let him know I'm coming up and putting my hands in there every time. It just happens, and it happened. But listen, Bo saved that. Those little things are what I'm watching. A great play by him, great awareness and quickness to get back on that ball and not let it be a turnover.
If I'm getting touched there a lot, and all of a sudden I'm not getting touched there, I'll notice. I'll know.
I think it would have to be kind of painful just to snap it there without hands either.
Yeah.
I feel like
and listen, centers are doing a lot, so give him a break.
Yeah,
they're doing a lot of stuff.
Game. They gotcha.
They are doing a lot of things. So sometimes it happens. You do something, you have a little glitch, and like I said, it didn't cost him though because Bo was on the spot.
Jake Plummer, thanks so much for the time, Jake. We'll talk to you soon. All right, buddy.
See you, buddy.
Right on, guys. Great speaking with you.
Jake Plummer.
Great stuff.
Former Broncos quarterback. Always love talking to Jake, and he's right about that. By the way, that play did fly under the radar. That could have been a huge shift. Like, it could have been.
Of course. You give the ball right back to him.
Like, what he's talking about there is doing the old Cam Newton, right? In the Super Bowl, ball's on the ground. Am I going to jump on it or not? I've said this before about QBs, by the way. When it comes to stuff like that or throwing a pick and making a tackle, I think there are times where you can choose to not take that risk. I can't remember what the score was at the time, but if Bo just made the decision like, there's a whole bunch of 300-pounders right there, I don't think I want to get my right shoulder stacked up on in week 5 of the season, I think there's a part of you that can understand it, right?
Sure.
When it's the Super Bowl, get on the football.
Right.
There's no more tomorrow. You got to do that. But the fact that he did it and, extended a drive, didn't turn the ball over, it is huge. And that did kind of just fly underneath everything else that happened over the weekend. I love talking to Jake.
Jake, these guys know their stats, obviously, and the picks versus touchdowns, and just setting yourself up when the convoy's coming. Because the convoy wants to take your head off.
It's smoke,
Minshew, oh, God, yeah. Oh, God, yeah. And Jake was scrappy, man. One thing I love about Jake, one of the most competitive athletes I've ever seen. He was a scrappy dude out there. He wasn't the biggest. Played big.
He feels like, everything he just said makes perfect sense for just his personality. I threw a pick. I'm pissed. I want to go hit somebody.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's how he played the game, man. I remember the day that the Broncos signed him. A great day.
I would be less worried, though, about tackling the guy than what he was talking about, especially when you were in the pocket and then all of those dudes all of a sudden realize, I'm really close and now you're fair game.
How many times have we seen it? Because it's a free hit on a quarterback. He could not even be around the play, but you're getting taken out because they can.
I think that's the world's most dangerous game, actually, isn't it? Is that what it's based on? It wasn't some guy hunting some dude in the woods. It was just a whole bunch of defensive linemen after a turnover looking for the quarterback.
Hey, speaking of, did you guys see that personal foul fine that was assessed to Charbonnet? The Seattle running back. How do you pronounce it? Yeah. For blocking a dude. Did you see that?
Yeah.
They said that he hit him high. He blocked a dude and he got fined like $4,000 for it.
No, it was like 40-some. It was like his entire game check. No, because he doesn't make a lot of money.
Oh, my God. You saw the hit, right?
Yeah.
Did it not look like a good block to you? The guy's in front, you block him.
Sure.
What are you supposed to do? How do you block?
303-504-0925, Shop Mazda text line. Let's get back to the Avs. I know it was a bad first game for the Avs. Let's try and put this in perspective, though, next.
Cale Makar holding. Back to the bottom of the far circle. Girard back for Makar. 5 seconds to go in the power play. Shot blocked. Girard has it behind the net out in front. That misses its first target. Mikko Rantanen. He shoots and scores. The Moose is loose. Through the chapeau. It's an opening night hat trick for Mikko Rantanen.
That was one of the last times you felt some real joy, but that was that was his third goal, which cut it down to, was that 5-4?
I made it a 5-4 game.
Yeah, 5-4.
And you still had 13 minutes to go in the game.
Yeah, you felt like that was the last time that you had this feeling of, and I swear to God, Mo, just because I've watched this team for long enough, and we all kind of have seen the track this team can go on. We've seen them come back. How many times last year they come back from down like 3
26
goals?
Well, they had 26 comeback wins last season.
Multi-goal comebacks, right?
No, just comeback wins. But multi-goal comebacks were, I think, led the NHL as well. Yes.
It was like in the teens. It was huge. It was a massive number, and they had quite a few 3-goal deficits. So I'm like, okay, they're right there back within one. This feels like Avs territory where they find a way to tie the game, at least get a point out of this sort of thing. But then it just, as almost every goal did throughout the game, you score, 30 seconds later, they score right back.
You know, again, the timing of that first sequence when I think you're playing great high-energy hockey, you score first, you've got all the momentum, and then it all goes when you give it up on the other side.
Yeah.
And the way they gave it up. And that changed everything.
And
by the way,
Vic, we've talked about that multiple times in the past, couple of years. That you got to play with that momentum, right? You got to play with that. Don't give it up
Make
right
use
away.
of it.
Yeah, make use of it. Then
they could have scored in the first minute, Moj. Remember, in the first minute of the game, they had a couple shots on goal that looked really good.
I think they had the first 6 shots on goal in the game.
Yes.
For the first 7 minutes of the game, Vegas was hardly even in their zone.
Yes. So you can't blame the energy with which they played last night at the beginning. The energy I lacked, by the way, you're right, Kane, on the East Coast.
Mm-hmm.
That game started at 10:22 local time here.
Yeah.
Got through the first period fine. Saw all of it. Intermission, I lost it. Woke up late second, and then watched the rest. So I missed the Middlestad goal. I missed the second Rents goal. I missed a lot of that second period. No idea what happened there. All I know is this. Every time they got close, here's Vegas scoring late again.
Mm-hmm.
Late in the period.
They're,
what hurt me, and this is not an excuse, Miles Wood gets a boarding penalty. And that's when they score with, 14 seconds left in period 2?
Yeah.
And because you go in, you're like, okay, we got one back, we're right there, and then all of a sudden it's a 5-3 game. You're like, oh, man, it changes the complexity of everything, that 2-goal lead going into the third period, but you still got one back, and again, then it's a double minor, high stick, and then right back, here comes Stone again, and it's a frustrating night to go through it that way.
Mm-hmm.
So, like another prime example of this was, God, Moj, which power play was this? Where it was the Taves high stick, 4-minute penalty.
That was the Stone goal.
That was the Stone goal.
Stone's second goal.
Like, that, I think, kind of epitomized what the game was. It was like if
that put it out of reach.
But for that specifically, it's like not only do you get the high stick, you get the 4-minute call, and 5 seconds into the 4-minute power play, it's in the back of the net.
Right.
Like, everything would happen that quickly going in the wrong direction. And you never had a chance to, like, breathe at all in that game.
I mean, they put up a fight to come back. They really did. Outside the empty netter by Howden at the end of the game, they scored 3 goals on 5 shots in the third period. 3 goals actually on 4 shots.
Yeah.
So it's I mean, everything. It just felt like every little mistake you made, or even a big mistake, you weren't bailed out, and they took advantage of it.
So just 2 things here quickly, because on that, I know that the game was out of reach and it didn't matter, but you pulled your goalie with 5 minutes left in the third period. And I was going back as I was watching this, and I was like, the Avs are pretty damn good at not giving up empty netters for like extended periods of time. You know what I mean? Like going back to last year, there'd be a couple of games where it felt like it's out of reach and there's 3.5 minutes left and Bednar's pulling the goalie and you wouldn't give up a goal. And I'm like, just a weird quirk to how the team works. But secondly, look at the text line right now. Here's 3 in a row, boom, 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 all in the span of 30 seconds. We need a goalie. Georgie isn't working. Goaltending was awful. The Avs have goalie problems. It's one game into the season. This is why I said I want to preach a little perspective here, okay? I know that it was bad last night. We all saw it, okay? Especially getting beat glove side as many times as Georgie did. Not a great look. Can we give this more than a game first before we start doing these discussions again? Can we just give it more than a game? Because, again, it was eerily silent on the goalie front as far as the conversation in the offseason because Georgie played so well in the postseason. And you couldn't really say much after that. But I knew a bad game would happen and immediately this would spark back up. Can you give me a bigger sample size than game before we start having this again?
Here's the problem. Here's the problem with your reasoning and why I think a lot of those folks are so quick to the text line. The offseason and what you saw last season gave you every reason to be suspicious of this season. Now, he fixed himself for that Winnipeg series after the first game. He fixed himself. And into that Dallas series, right?
In the Dallas series.
All right.
Yeah.
But there was still doubt.
Sure.
If you were to list your doubts about the Avs before the season started, before game one, okay, I don't know about that. Where would you be on goalie?
He did yesterday. Brett did. He sort of came out with his most important things, and number 2 on the list was Georgie for Brett.
Well,
anyway.
The doubt was in your brain before the game, and that's where I think a lot of people listen. You're willing to give certain players the benefit of the doubt, right? You're willing to do that. If Nate has a bad night, I mean, come on, he had a bad night. But we've seen this story before. We've seen it. And that's what scares people. And that's why you're seeing those texts. And that's why, moving forward, he has to gain your confidence back.
I don't disagree with anything here. Not at all. I'm just saying, if we approach, a month and a half into this season, and it looks the same, okay. The problem with Georgie is this. He's the starting pitcher that can give you 9 innings of 3-hit baseball with 1 earned run, and the following start, he gives up 9 runs through 2 1/3, and you don't know what to do with that guy. Like, there is a level of dominance that Georgie has. Can I say this, Moj? Would this be accurate? Georgie at the peak of his game is better than any goalie they've had in the last 5 or 6 years? At his peak?
Is he better than Darcy at his best or Gruby at his best? I think you can make that argument.
Okay.
That's sort of an unfair statement. Any goalie at the peak of their game is great.
Yeah, but where's the ceiling? Yeah, but where's their ceiling? Is his ceiling better than Darcy's was or Gruby's was?
That position is not about hitting ceilings. It's about consistency.
Understood, Vic.
The goalie position is about being consistent. I need to know what I got back there.
Yes, you do.
I need to know, can I count on you tonight, or are we going to have one of those nights? I'm looking over my shoulder saying, hey, are we good? I'm not going to do this game where, wait a minute, oh, we may not be good tonight. Oh, boy. You can't do that. Not in the not in the NHL.
Understood.
You have to have consistency.
Understood. But all I'm getting at here is this feels very freak-out-ish after a game. I think it's perfectly fine and healthy to have skepticism. I think it's perfect, okay?
Nobody's calling for his head. You just, hey, man,
Sexers
got.
are.
Yeah, but the way I look at it, it's game 1 of 82. You got to win the confidence back. That's all. You might have a few more of these, but at some point you got to make a nice little run where you win people's confidence back, just like he did in the Winnipeg series. Hey, man, we were all on the radio going into that series saying you can't play this guy. They played him. And what did he do? He played well.
So everybody's saying this has been not just a game, this has been 2 seasons in a game. Can I just ask a follow-up here? I'll just say it. I won't even ask the question. I don't think that Chris McFarland and Joe Sakic and Bednar are stupid. Okay? I think they have a pretty good head on their shoulders. They're pretty good talent evaluators, and they've seen the exact same 2 years in game that you have. And Moj, to my understanding, there wasn't a big sort of effort made in the offseason to make a goaltending change?
No, there hasn't been, and there wasn't. a part of it, I think, well, I don't think it's part of it. I don't think they dislike him. Again, when he's on, they don't dislike him, and every goalie is going to get beat up from time to time. Look at what happened to Skinner last night at Edmonton, the guy who guided them all the way to Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Final last year. He gave up 5 goals on 13 shots. Georgia gave up 5 on 16. You think in Edmonton they're going, oh my God, Skinner. And he's had some really bad games in his career too, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're not freaking out. Well, maybe they are freaking out in Edmonton, but they're going to be fine. I'm not saying that everything's going to be honky dory, but I'm saying that you got to let the guy play his way out of it at some point, okay? And I can promise you, you're right. Those people are not dumb people. Joe, Chris, and Jared are not dumb people. If an issue arises and they don't think that they can win with this guy, they're going to do something about it. Okay? That they're not just going to throw their hands up this, well, let's ride with what we have. Yeah, we'll do the best we can. They'll do something about it. They understand the charge and they understand the time is of the essence here. I keep trying to tell people that, and I don't know whether people want to believe me or not, but they understand the situation. They do have confidence in him. The guy has won. He's won more games between the pipes than any other goalie in the league in the last 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Any other goalie, Vezina winners, all your Shesterkins and your Hellebucks and your Ottingers. I mean, all these guys. He's won more games than all of those guys the last 2 years. Now
what about the argument?
You may want to point out the bad ones, and I think that's fair. I'm just saying, if you look at the overall body of work, Vic, that's the fact.
What about this argument? Because I've seen a couple of these already this morning. You guys quit blaming the goalie, the defensive breakdowns in front of him. No goalie would have saved those shots. I mean, what about that argument that we get all the time when this comes up?
Well, they would have saved a couple. The defense wasn't great last night at times, but there's a couple more than a couple.
Vic, I think it goes hand in hand. I think there are a couple that he would certainly like back, and I think there's a couple of plays where your back checking isn't very good, and you say, "Hey, man, can you just give us a save? Can you just give us a save on this play? Hey, we screwed up, or we have 3 screw-ups. Can you give us 2 saves?" That kind of thing. I mean, that's how teams work. Every team in the league, their goalie will bail them out on occasion, and every team in the league, you know what? Teams will stake their goalie to a 4-goal lead and make their job really easy.
Here's what you can't do, by the way. A couple of texts coming through. He's won more games than those goalies because the team has been so good. The team is good. They haven't been winning games 8-7 over and over and over again, though. Okay? You have to also acknowledge with Georgiev, as I am doing right now, he is capable of really, really bad games and wholly frustrating games like that. He's also capable of being very, very good in winning games for you. Like, both of these things are true. The issue is, I don't even know what the balance sheet is of how often is the really good and how often is the really bad. I don't even know where that's at. And I think that's why I'm going to give this a little bit more time to try and figure this thing out. Another texter says, you want to run Chris Bryant out of town, but keep Georgiev. I'll make that one simple for you. Georgiev plays.
Georgiev is also not the highest paid player on the team.
Yeah, but he also plays the sport that he's being paid for. Chris Bryant hasn't over 3 years.
That would help.
Yeah. Big distinction there between the two.
And he doesn't make a ton of money.
No, he does.
He's not like you saw Olmark just signed for 8 per, Swayman for 8 per. Shesterkin reportedly turned down 11 per. I mean, come on, man.
Kreckman Lindahl going to be at number 38 in Rhino for Thursday Night Football tonight between the Niners and the Seahawks. They'll be there from 3 to 6. Stop by and say hi to Kreckman Lindahl, number 38 in Rhino. Back after this. What were you going to say, Moj?
Hey,
what were you going to say?
you know what I'm going to tell you to do.
Mosher's just, he's cursing at me. He goes, you know what else you can do? And then I turn my mic on. So why don't you share it with the people, Moj? What else can I do?
Give me a high five.
Oh, is that what you want?
Yeah, right here, buddy. Thank you.
Well,
Vic,
that was
high
a
five.
good one.
High five. Oh, that was a good one.
Whatever happened in that commercial?
Luna says hello.
What happened?
That was one of our favorites of all time.
Jersey sponsor. So it's probably gone. That's what happened.
Was that COVID times too, where it was like a Zoom thing with your parents? Is that what it was?
Yeah, it was.
Well, it was a good one.
It was a great one. Luna says hello.
You know what else is a good one? Is this Friday, it's going to be Castle View at Valor Christian, where it's going to be Mark Mosher and Mike Sanford on the call. That's going to be Friday at 7 o'clock. So tune in for that.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Not at all. I love doing high school football.
Oh, you know you're nervous because you don't know those rosters like you know NHL rosters, and now you're going to have to go 3 deep on a high school game.
Do you know how long it takes me to get the names associated with the numbers in a football game that I don't know any of the players?
How long?
About half a quarter max. No problem. I'm an absorber, Vic. I'm like your basic.
See, I can't do that.
I'm a kitchen sponge. I absorb.
So you
and I
see
smell
the
same
number.
way.
See, your brain processes that so much faster than mine. Your ability to see the number and place the name, no matter what number. That's pretty good.
It'll be great. It's gonna be really fun. It's gonna be a heck of a football game.
You know, that is you. Vic, you know that Moj is just going like, he's got a steel trap somehow for remembering the names of the people on the field.
Plus, I've got the ultimate super geek doing the game with me, Vic. You know, Sanford he loves to talk football. Loves.
Oh, he
All
helped
I
me
have
out
to
many
do is
times.
say Smith up the middle for 6, tackle by Jones. Here comes 2nd and 4, and then boom, coach is off and running, and he loves it. He's like a pig in slop.
Again, that game's going to be at 7 o'clock right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. So, few things as we get on the exit on the way out. I was thinking about over the weekend when we get this CU and K-State game going and how much this could potentially be like a franchise-changing type of win that they could have. Put them on the map. Get them in the top 25. Put them in a driver's seat for the Big 12. Because as you mentioned, Moj, as of right now, I think that they're going to be favored in every game,
virtually,
outside of maybe Utah.
Let's put it this way:
Cam Rising back.
Their most difficult games are at home for the rest of the year.
Right.
Their most difficult matchups are going to be at Folsom Field.
That Oklahoma State game at the end of the year that looked really difficult doesn't look as difficult anymore either.
Well, how dumb am I thinking that the Cowboys should be the favorite to win the dang Big 12?
You can't tell who the hell's going to win this conference. That's the beauty of this conference this year. There's really no banger, right? There's nobody. Nobody. You can't tell me that there's one team better than the others.
And people are saying there's no way they're going to Lubbock. And when maybe not. Maybe
why not? Abilene Christian almost won in Lubbock.
Exactly, but who is Texas Tech? I mean, yeah, they're a pretty good football team right now, but who knows, man? I mean, this is still so early. I think BYU is really good. Iowa State, their defense is awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, awesome. They don't give up points, period. So who knows? I don't know.
Here's Dion, by the way, on the expectations that come with being 4-1.
You don't expect it. I can tell the way you asked the question, but we do. We expect that. We're some of us are still upset about the Nebraska game. We wish we had that right now because we felt like we weren't where we are then where we are right now. Like, we really expect that. It's not being cocky or anything like that. That's what we expect. When we practice like we do, prepare like we do, we expect the results.
I agree with him, by the way. If they played Nebraska this weekend, again, I think that CU's got a good shot to win that game.
I do too. Is it possible, Vic? Is it just or Is it just possible they're becoming a better football team as the year goes on?
Yeah.
Is that possible,
What's changed about CU since the Nebraska game? They're better in the trenches. They're more refined in the trenches. They got a run game, and their defense has improved. I mean, those are the things you need to beat teams like Nebraska, right? You've got to possess the ball a little more. You can't have your quarterback hang him out to dry all the time. So they've improved in those areas. Guys, let's not forget, the game they just came off of is the most complete game under Coach Prime since he got here.
Yep.
The most complete game. Think about it. Everything was good. Run game, pass game, defense, special teams. Everything was good in that game.
They have steadily, and it might be baby steps, but they have taken baby steps every single week in a lot of different categories, including the ones you mentioned, Vic, which is offensive line play, run game, defense. It's all gotten just a little bit better, I think, week by week. And then you're buoyed by the idea of Shedeur Sanders being one of the best quarterbacks, if not the best quarterback in the country, throwing the football to talented people like Travis Hunter.
Before the year began. Yeah, before the year began. Was a concern of yours, Vic and Brett, that there's so many new guys on the team that they haven't played together that much or played together sometimes at all, and it needs to work itself out?
It actually wasn't for me. I tried to...
It was for me. With so much influx of new talent and so much vacating of old talent, I had that concern. I think it's very possible that they have some very good players who are now starting to be on the same page with each other, and it's showing up with the way they, not only the way they play, but obviously the most complete game of the year at UCF.
The reason I didn't buy that is because I feel like that's what college football is now. And that's certainly what Deion's doing. So, like, that's his MO of how he's constructing a roster, is I'm going to go out and I'm going to get 50 new guys every single year, and we're going to throw them together and just hope the ingredients mix well. And if you do that, I don't think you can have the, hey, it's the beginning of the year. I know we lost 3 games, but we haven't had time to gel. Well, you've made the decision. This is how the roster is constructed. So I can't give him the pass on that if this is going to be the MO for every year that you do this, not to mention what most teams are trying to do right now. Like, does Florida State get a pass that, oh, we just got that DJ Uyunglele, and he's new here. I mean, we're going to lose a couple of games early. Who cares? Doesn't matter. Like, make it work. If you're going to go the transfer quarterback route, then you are saying, I believe I will get this guy up to standard.
But what I'm telling you, at 4-1, coming off their most complete game, maybe it is working. Maybe he's doing exactly what you suggest he's doing. He certainly believes it. Maybe they beat K-State this weekend as a 4.5-point dog.
I think they got a good shot, though.
Okay, let's say they do, and they do it even more impressively than they did against UCF. Then you can make the case, yeah, it's working.
If they have a game like UCF against Kansas State, I don't think there should be any argument that they're the best team in the Big 12 Conference for that moment.
Well, they'll certainly be ranked.
Yeah.
You win this week no matter what. You win by a point, you win by 20 points, doesn't matter. You will be ranked in the top 25.
Mm-hmm. And I we'll get more into it tomorrow. I think the recipe for doing that is, it's not all that complicated, but it's not easy. It's, if you can turn Kansas State into a passing team, I think that you win the game. If you can shut down their run game well enough. Go ahead, Vic.
Did you see the CSPN story about NIL and how Kendrick Perkins is involved?
Yes.
Kendrick Perkins and his partner started a company called Nilly. If you don't know who Kendrick Perkins is, he's one of the analysts for ESPN. And he's probably a big reason why Nikola Jokic has not won 4 straight MVPs. But anyway, company called Nilly, which offers athletes upfront payments, college athletes, ranging from $25,000 into the hundreds of thousands. In exchange, Nilly gets the exclusive rights to use or sell the athlete's name, image, and likeness for up to 7 years. And the company receives between 10 and 50% of the NIL earnings. Now, on the surface, what do you guys think about that company?
I don't like any of this at all. But before you
what
hear
if I
the other
told you
detail you're
It,
getting
makes,
to,
it just seems like it's a loan, is what it feels like. It's a
What-
loan.
you know, Major League Baseball's been doing this. Major League Baseball's had companies that they invest in minor leaguers, essentially. Golf, young, promising golfers, right? They invest in. There's a group of people that get together and invest in this golfer in exchange for funds moving forward.
Future earnings.
This one doesn't seem. This one seems a little predatory in a sense that you're buying an athlete's marketing. You're buying an athlete's potential to earn. You're buying something different.
There's a perpetuity thing to it that I think is gross, because that's what it feels like, right? Like there's no matter what happens, this is mine now. Whatever that percentage is mine. That's what feels predatory. I don't like treating people like stocks, I guess is what I'm saying. And especially kids who are like just doing this business with a lot of kids who maybe haven't grown up with a whole bunch of money before, and then you wave around a couple of bands in their face and say, here, take this, and then trust me, it's going to be a great deal for you. That's what I hate about it.
But again, to play devil's advocate, I don't agree with this, but there's this takes place in a lot of different sports, specifically in golf.
Yeah.
People who don't have the funds to travel the country to play these mini tours, right? It's expensive. So what do? They go to a collective of investors, essentially, who pay their way.
Correct. But
For
that is
pieces of
that's
future
for them
earnings.
to participate in the sport, because without that, they couldn't play. I mean, it's a little bit different. We can talk about this tomorrow. Let's get to Nellie's fact checker, please.
We were talking earlier about players who hurt themselves while celebrating, and probably the most infamous was Bill Gramatica, who tore his ACL celebrating a 52-yard field goal that he nailed as a member of the Cardinals in his rookie year.
Big field goal.
Fun fact about that game, though, he still came out and kicked one more field goal and 2 extra points, but he was too hurt to do kickoffs, so you know who replaced him on kickoff duty? Pat Tillman.
Wow, really?
Wow.
That's cool.
That's a great piece of trivia.
Oh, the late great Pat Tillman.
303-504-0925. Sean Mazza, text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. And you can find the podcast on iTunes, Spotify, and Spreaker. Moshe Lombardi and Kane. Have a wonderful Thursday. We will talk to all of you guys tomorrow. Love you very much. Goodbye.
Well, that wasn't the way you wanted to start the season now, was it? It's okay, though. Guess what? It's okay. It's game one. There's 82 of these things left in the season. Welcome into the program. Dempsey and Company. Christopher Dempsey, Alex Ryan Emmy, KJ behind the glass, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Well, first of all, hi, Raj.
Hi, Chris.
Let's just get the pleasantries in.
How you doing?
You know what? This has been a good week of. You know how I come in and I usually complain about how long the drives are and how terrible they are. This week it's been awesome, actually. There's been the traffic has been great. I guess people are gone. I don't know.
I could have been ferried to work in a limousine this morning, and I would still be in a bad mood.
Because of what you saw last night?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's just dive right in because I have so many questions. And we heard Jared Bednard right there just say two things that, look, Georgiev is going to be the focal point here, what we're about to start talking about. And actually, I'm just going to give you the floor about what his game looked like to you yesterday.
It wasn't good enough. And you heard it from the coach there. You heard it from his teammate Mikko Rantanen, where, sure, if you fall asleep, there's an issue right there, right? And Mikko said, when we make a mistake, it always feels like it's going in the back of your net. So part one to that is, well, where are the mistakes, right? Why are you making those mistakes, and what are they? Some of them are the defensive zone miscue between McKinnon and Drouin, when they were both high side on the strong side defenseman who had the puck. Puck goes to the far side, opens up a cross-ice passing opportunity, and Vegas scores. There's also the odd man rush, where McKinnon fails to complete his back check in the neutral zone. Vegas scores on a 2-on-1, right? And that was part of the 2-goal swing within 30 seconds. Yes, there are issues there. However, and it is said constantly in hockey, eventually you need a save. Eventually you need to get a save when you don't expect one. And there were a couple of times where Georgie made some, I counted 3 grade A stops that he made in the game. But he also let in 3 grade C goals. The defending, while it wasn't perfect, was certainly good enough to win the hockey game. Certainly. I thought they were fine net front. They didn't get bullied around the net front at all. The only goal that went in off of like a deflection was Mark Stone standing to the side of the net. So the defensive zone structure worked well enough. You pushed the guy out from in front of your net, and it just happens to hit him in the glove and go short side on Justus Annunen. But when I look at Georgiev's inability to make the save when you need it, that's what kills you.
Mm-hmm.
There were 6 separate instances last night where something bad happened for the Avalanche within 2.5 minutes of a goal. 4 times the Avalanche scored, and Vegas scored within 2.5 minutes. I think 3 minutes was like the high side of it, but let's call it 2.5 for sake of argument.
Yeah, they answered back pretty quickly.
4 times
Yep.
there was a goal scored. The 5th time, Colorado scores, and then Devon Taves takes a double minor. Vegas scores immediately on the 4-minute minor. Immediately. Right after you just got back to win within 1 in the 3rd period.
Like 4 or 5 seconds into that, right?
Immediately.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And at that point, you knew the game was kind of over. And the 6th time was Vegas scores to make it 2-1. Another defensive breakdown on the 2-on-1. McKinnon fails to get back. 3-1. There were 6 separate occasions where Vegas capitalized on an Avalanche mistake within 3 minutes of a goal scored. And there's no way to win that hockey game whatsoever. And it all starts with a terrible goal against after the Avs, they dominated the first 10 minutes of the hockey game. Vegas didn't touch the puck.
And had the first 6 shots of the game.
They didn't touch the puck.
Goal. Yep.
First line was amazing. All 4 lines were buzzing. Ivan looked great in the defensive zone. The second line with Cal Ritchie and Nikolai Kovalenko and Casey Middlestat was getting grade A opportunities. They were buzzing low to high. They looked awesome. And they were rewarded for that. It was a beautiful high to low bumper play on a 5-on-5 shot for Mikko Rantanen. One time on his off wing, beats Aiden Hill on the glove side. It was gorgeous. It was textbook hockey.
And then 20-something seconds later, they give up.
And you give up an
bad angle goal,
unacceptable goal to Victor Olofsson, where, sure, I guess, like, and I heard Paul Bissonnette on the TNT broadcast talking about how, like, Olofsson was utilizing the change of stick position from Calvin DeHaan to get the shot off. Calvin DeHaan ran the puck carrier up past the hash mark outside the dot, and the puck still went in. Reverse VH, be damned. I don't care what you think about, like, modern day goaltending, and if you think that's a bad thing. I'm not going to get into the weeds of reverse VH. It's nose picking hockey nerd stuff, but it's kind of like how they stand on the post. That can't go in. It can't go in.
You have to have that side covered.
It can go in. You know what? You know when that goal can go in? 6 minutes into the second period when you have a 1-0 lead. Then it doesn't kill you. Then it's like, then you look at that goal and you go, it's kind of fluky. Bummer. Way she goes. But it matters when you underperform. It matters when you fail to get the job done. And I think about it this way. So, like, I worked in digital marketing before jumping, like, heavily into sports. And I'm not saying it's ever okay to underperform in your job, but there are certain situations where it's more acceptable to underperform in a job than others, right? And I had those situations early on. I'll let you guys behind the curtain here. We had a lot of changes on our two sister stations behind the wall, Mix 100 and Cool 105, over the past few weeks. I'm not saying it's okay to miss. Let's say I misspell a graphic in the middle of July. Nothing's really happening. Yeah, I don't want to do that at one point. You never want to screw up. But misspelling a graphic on a giveaway in the middle of July can be overlooked. It can go, well, let's not do that again, but it will be okay. If I screw up the big time name changes that happened on our two music stations over the past couple of days, and I screw that up, it's unacceptable. That's what happens when you score a goal and there's a 2-minute lull. You cannot have a goal go against. You cannot take a double minor. And that's it. He never makes the save. He never makes the save. For any goaltender who has played 60 or more games dating back to February of 2023, Alexander Georgiev has the third worst save percentage in the league going back to February 2023. Third worst, alongside Jonas Korpisalo and Tristan Jarry, who are two goalies that aren't good.
Why do we get such wild swings? I'm going to rest with Georgiev here before I ask some sort of devil's advocate questions. Why do we get such wild swings in Georgiev's play?
Because I think he's a below average NHL goaltender. That's why I think you get the swings. You don't get those consistency swings with the elite guys. You simply don't get it. And unfortunately, yes, it's early on and it feels like I'm hitting the panic button, but the reason, again, it would have been another thing had this happened on November 28th. I think I would have been kind of okay with it. But the fact that it happens on day one, it matters when you underperform. It does. Yeah. Because it sets a tone. And now we're talking about this on day one when the team was good enough to win the hockey game.
Okay. Was the team good enough to win the hockey game?
Yes! They scored 4 goals.
The
expected goals against for Vegas was 2.08 last night. They scored 8. Let's call it 7.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. No, I'm wondering. Because Jared Bednar, after the game, did say that his team gave up a lot of scoring chances to a team that doesn't need to get a lot of scoring chances to convert them.
Well, he said they didn't give up a lot. He goes, but the ones we gave up, they scored on. He didn't think that when I listened to it last night, he didn't think that they gave up too many grade A scoring opportunities. He thought they gave up a few, as I don't know how to put this.
Well, let's just rehear him.
Let's hear it.
We'll give KJ a chance to find it again, because I think it. All right, here's Jared Bednar about what they gave up.
The biggest one was rush coverage, right? Getting beat back up the ice on a couple of the goals. We gave up a couple chances net front, but earlier on in the game, and then we kind of took care of that area. But the rush coverage, I mean, they scored on rush coverage 4 goals, and on arrivals where we didn't stop in the house and protect it, and just like the number of scoring chances we gave up was not an issue.
There we go.
We did some good things throughout the course of the game. Every time we got ourselves back in the game, we made another mistake, and every mistake we made tonight ended up in the back of our net.
So there you said it. The number of scoring chances against was not the issue. Okay. Sure, there were breakdowns, but it wasn't the issue.
Okay. These were 4 of their goals. One, you had Barbashev just standing by himself in front of the net. When the puck comes to him, goal number 1 for Vegas was Barbashev just standing all alone. You have...
That was the second goal. The first goal was the Olofsson turnaround.
I'm sorry.
Crap
Yeah, I'm
shot.
sorry. Barbashev was the second goal. That's correct. But he was still standing right there by himself. There was no Av player to be seen within 3 feet of him, and he just shoots it right into the net. You have the Mikko Rantanen turnover. You have I can't remember late in the game who got there was the turnover in the middle of the ice where it was poked away, and then it was just one-on-one with the goalie.
Was it the one where Gerard gets danced in the middle of the neutral zone by Barbashev, the backhand shot?
Correct.
Okay.
Then so that's 3 of the goals. 1 was an emptied up. That's 4 of the 8 goals. And I look back at so much of what didn't happen in front of Georgiev, and I'm not absolving him of anything. Let me just tell you, because he certainly could have played better. But I watched that game and I thought that entire team could have played better. Now, offensively, they were awesome. They just continue to be who we know they are. But I think that Mikko, when he said when we fell asleep sometimes, like they fell asleep a lot in that game. And they did a lot that put themselves and Georgiev and Annunen in really bad circumstances. And we can say that he should make those saves anyway. And I'll grant you that. I will. But it looked so disjointed from the entire. When the puck was in the Av zone, it was bad.
I didn't get that feeling, man. I didn't get that feeling. I really didn't. The second goal, the Olofsson goal, is a defensive zone breakdown between McKinnon and Drouin. McKinnon or Drouin can be up on that point. It doesn't matter who it is, but either one of them can do it. I can break these down on the other side if you want me to.
No, keep going.
The first Barbashev goal is between McKinnon and Drouin.
Mm-hmm.
One of you can go out to the point, not both, right? So that's on the D. The first goal is on the goaltender. The second goal is on the D. The Mark Stone goal to make it 3-1 is on McKinnon. So 1 on the goalies and 2 on the players, right? Now it's 3-1 Av or 3-1 Vegas.
Okay.
The White Cloud goal is unacceptable. That's a guy who scored 2 goals. It's a 60-foot shot from the right side. Glove side doesn't get tipped, and you don't have a screen.
Was this the one where Manson screened him off?
There was no screen! There was no screen! No screen whatsoever on the Zach White Cloud goal. He had a complete view of it. Complete view of that shot. 2 on the goalies, 2 on the players. Casey Middlestat makes it 4-3 on a rebound with his backhand, and then the Victor Olofsson shot, while it's a seed, Olofsson sets a seed there. It's still 70 feet without a screen or a tip. On your glove side, make a damn save. Just like I said with Troy Franklin, you're an NFL wide receiver. Catch the football. At some point, make the damn save. 3 on the goalies, 2 on the players. Mark Stone gets a shot. I can't put that on anyone else or really anyone. It's a power play goal. You get scored on the power play. It hits him in the glove and redirects. I can't put that on it. Barbashev walks Gerard. However, the shot is a backhand on a player falling away from the net outside the hash.
It was an awesome shot.
Awesome shot, but from a cold zone outside the hash marks, falling away from the net on your backhand far side. It's an unacceptable goal to let in as a National Hockey League starter. Wasn't Georgiev, it was Annunen, right? I can put that on Annunen. He overcommitted on the backhand side. There's no reason to do so. You cannot get beat far side, weak side, falling away outside the hash marks. Absolutely not. Does Gerard get walked? Yes, but make the damn save. 4 goals on the goalie, 2 goals on the defense.
Okay.
It's a goaltending issue.
Yeah. Okay. Is it panic time?
Yes.
It
was a panic time last year. And listen, maybe I got duped in the playoffs. Maybe I did. And it made me feel comfortable. And oh yeah, well the Avs have won. They've proven that you can win a Stanley Cup with average goaltending. But this isn't the same story.
Mm-hmm.
Darcy was so much more consistent than this.
Mm-hmm.
So much more consistent. You think the Avs have a big, scary monster in the closet with Val Nichushkin's absences for the rest of his career here in Denver? They have a big, scary monster on the ice. They don't know whether or not Alexander Georgiev's going to let in 4, 5, or 6 in a given game. And that can happen way more than just once with Val Nichushkin in a season. That can happen as many as 60 times.
Mm-hmm.
It's an issue. The 988 goes, I can't wait to hear this guy eat some crow when Georgie wins the game. It's the first game of the season. I gave you the stats. He's the 3rd worst goalie in the league dating back to February of 2023. This is not new. It's not new. There needs to be a change. And unfortunately, I don't know if the answer to the goaltending situation is in the immediate pipeline for the Avalanche. I think it's over in Russia, but Ilya Nabokov is not going to be here until at least 2025. At least. Lies. Ask him who's won more games than the last 2 seasons. Goalie wins don't matter, man. There is useless as pitcher wins in Major League Baseball. Quit living in 1972. Come to the 21st century. Analytics and data are things. Like, open up your eyes. Get out from under the rock, man. It's ridiculous. Yes, I think you need to make a change. You do.
Yeah.
Sure, can you ride with him? Maybe it'll be okay. Maybe it will. But I don't know who you can go and get. Like, do you trade for John Gibson, who's been terrible for the last 3 years, but he's shown in his career he can be elite goaltender? Maybe the issue with him being so bad for the last 3 seasons is that Anaheim sucks, and there's some complacency setting in with the 31-year-old netminder who used to be elite.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you could try that. But, dude, it drives me crazy. And to hear Bednar on day one and to hear Rantanen on day one, both of those guys going, it just feels like every single time the puck's going to be in the back of our net. Guys, it's so hard to overcome.
Well, the Avs are going to have
an issue.
Yep, the Avs are going to have to get that figured out, no doubt. EJ, this is a really funny text. The Avs are the sacrifice for the Broncos to be good. I don't think it's quite to that level just quite yet, but that is very funny. The Avs go down 8-4 to the Golden Knights. Mikko Rantanen with a hat trick in that game. However, we will get back to more Avs as the show progresses. When we come back, we'll jump into the University of Colorado. They're back in action against Kansas State.
Fall asleep even for a little bit. I feel like it's going to our net now. So
Is Travis more talented as an athlete than you were?
It's not me against Travis. I had my turn, man. I'm not a doorknob anymore. You can't just turn me on and off like a light switch anymore. I don't do that. Travis is everything. It's his turn now. I want him to have all the accolades, all the praise, all the love, all the attention, all the focus that he desires. I've had my turn. I'm that old boxing coach in the corner that says left, right, hit him right here. All right, come on up to the corner. Let me tell you this. That's who I am right now. I've had my turn. It's not me against him.
Deion Sanders, coach of the University of Colorado, earlier this week. I actually kind of like that answer a whole lot, to be honest with you. It's a fun question, too, by the Denver Gazette's Mark Kisla. Is Travis Hunter more talented than you were? Because Deion was really, really talented, and he played more than one sport. Not only could Deion play defense and offense, and he was utilized as a wide receiver from time to time. He also played baseball. That's, and maybe that's the he wins card because it's not just being a two-way player in one sport. It's being able to then he played a football and a baseball game in the same day during his career. That's just wild. However, if we're just going to isolate the football player, is Travis Hunter a more talented version than Deion Sanders was?
I don't know if you can say that yet, right? It seems like he might be, because I don't think we've seen someone play this successfully both ways in college. But I don't know if you can definitively say that right now.
He'd have to do that in the pros.
Dude, Deion was so good.
I know. He really was.
You would have to do it in the pros.
Yeah.
And the fact that he played professional baseball and professional football at the same time, that's something that Travis will never have.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Although, there's a very distinct possibility that Travis will have something in the NFL that Deion would never have, and that's playing both ways.
Yeah, for real. And having an impact, being an active part of the normal flow of an offense, not just, we have a package for this guy whenever we want to put him on the field. Travis Hunter feels like he could be a guy that you just game plan him in and on offense and obviously on defense. And that would give him, that would be different than any other player that we have seen. And we have seen a number of two-way players, play or defensive backs that could be spotted in on offense over the years in the NFL. It just feels different with Travis Hunter in terms of his impact he can be your number one wide receiver, and he could also be your number one corner. And we have never seen a defensive back, realistically be both of those. A pretty fun question. We'll see. The University of Colorado gets back to action on Saturday, tomorrow. Oh, no, Saturday. Today's Thursday, Chris. Against number 18 Kansas State at home in Boulder. It's super late. It's 8:15 p.m. So, everybody just get a nap. This game is going to midnight. College football is just so long. The Buffs are 4-1, and we have talked a little bit in recent days about, does this look like, can you see a path to the college football playoff for this team? I'm not saying it's super realistic, but I certainly can, given the schedule and given the teams that they have at home versus what they have on the road versus what the conference is doing as a whole. Looks like there might be, if I'm going to give this to Iowa State, they into a 1A Utah, those would be your two best teams. Utah will see. They're having trouble scoring without their normal quarterback in the lineup, but still obviously a formidable football team. But I think we can see that in a way right now with this University of Colorado team that we certainly could not at all. We were just maybe talking about a bowl game with these guys.
Yeah, you were hoping 6 wins was something that you were going to look at as success. And then it was funny. We were talking about bowl game being success. 6 wins, you're not playing you're not going to go play in the Armed Forces Bowl.
No.
If you're Travis or Shedeur.
Yeah, they probably won't play in the bowl if it's like that. But yeah, we'll see. They're already 4 wins in.
If you somehow get into a New Year's 6, again, this is leaps and bounds farther than where we thought they were going to be at the beginning of the year. If they end up getting there. Do Shedeur and Travis play in a New Year's 6 bowl?
Yes. Yeah. I think Travis is going to want to play in any bowl anyway because I just think he's wired that
Or
way.
actually, hold on. I'm thinking prior to 12-team playoff. Would all of those New Year's Six bowl games be playoff games at this point?
Not every single one of them. Because you have home games. Teams are playing home games.
Rose Bowl, Orange Bowl, Sugar Bowl, Cotton Bowl, Peach Bowl. Yeah. So that completely goes out the window.
Good.
Good. Is KJ just good? This is let's hear Dion about the expectations now that his team is 4-1.
How can you be surprised that you're winning in life, Jack? How can you be surprised that you put on a nice outfit and somebody tells you look good? How can you be surprised when you get out that barbershop and you look in that mirror and say, that's the one? Like, how can you be surprised with the expectation you have for yourself? The only way you can be surprised is you didn't expect it. We expect the results when we put in the work. I just don't want it going to the heads, but we shouldn't be surprised of where we are. We should be appreciative and understanding what allowed us to be where we are, but it should be no surprise to you. So when it's a surprise, you get kind of discombobulated and you kind of take things wrong instead of really looking at it and dissecting why you are where you are. It shouldn't be no surprise to anybody, but I don't want them to be in lackadaisical thinking this is easy, because the wind don't care who attains it. Has no mind, no memory, or no whatsoever. Does not care. So it might as well be us if it has no care and no feelings for it.
I wonder if his team will be complacent on Saturday. You know, there's a lot of things that are coming into play now with this football team that I think are interesting questions. Now, he did, prior to the UCF game, literally stop a practice in the middle of practice and then started over because he thought that they were walking around as if they already own the place.
Did you get that feeling against Nebraska, though?
That they
were complacent going into the Nebraska game?
That's a good question.
I didn't.
Yeah.
I just thought they walked into a really difficult place and they hadn't started to hit their stride quite yet. I didn't look at the loss against Nebraska as complacency. I looked at the loss against Stanford last year as complacency. I certainly did there.
Yeah. Especially at the first half.
And UCF, I could understand you walking into UCF and not necessarily giving them the time of day. Despite the relative success over the last 5 years for that program. Was it when were they said they were co-national champions? It was like 2019 or something like that.
Yeah.
Remember those?
2020.
2020, yeah. They made rings. There's a banner out there at the stadium. I kind of got to give them credit for it. I love it. Like they planted their flag and they're not taking that thing out the ground. I don't think that's going to settle in at home against Kansas State because I think for the first time, expectation feels real. Last year, it felt hype-ish and new kids on the block, and kind of any win was a bonus.
Yeah.
To inflate that kind of ego that was happening up at CU. This feels like it is, we have a chance to do something real. We have a chance to not just be the flashiest team or the loudest team in the country, but we have a shot to, in the first year of a 12-team playoff, in the first year of getting back into the Big 12, actually be the team that gets there. Not just the team that is loud, looks sexy, and has 2 top 7 picks, top 5 picks in the draft coming up this season.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think complacency sits in at all against KSU.
Yeah, and I think helping them is the fact that they're underdogs in this game at home. 3.5-point underdogs to Kansas State, which is they're a really good football team. There's no doubt about that. On the road, we'll see what they are as a team that's on the road. They kind of fell apart the last time they played a good team on the road. That was at BYU. They turned the ball over. They gave up a punt return for a touchdown. Like they just fell apart. And with some of these, I'm looking around the Big 12 and I see a lot of teams fall apart on the road, which is why what Colorado did at UCF was, I thought, fairly significant. I don't know that at the end of the season we're going to look at UCF and say that was an amazing football team, because I think we're probably not. But still, to be able to go into that stadium and have that kind of performance is a nice little step up. And I do wonder about the general psyche of this football team. Deion Sanders, that was a long clip of him talking about, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think there's a piece of him that's not just speaking to the media there, speaking directly to his team through the media in that instance right there. We shall see what happens with the University of Colorado as they take on Kansas State. Unfortunately for everybody else in the Front Range, I saw a graphic that they were all in the bottom 25 of the nation. Just bottom 25 teams. CSU, Wyoming, Air Force. It's everywhere else. It's not good. School of Mines, yes.
Western Colorado, yes.
Still. So it's a mixed bag in college football here in the state. All right, let's get to the Broncos. Let's take a quick break here and get back to Broncos talk.
I think part of it's timing. You know, Vance and his staff, you know, you're not just randomly. Part of it is who's come onto the field. You know, is it the running tight end? Is it the blocking? You know, is it the receiving tight end? What receivers are on the field? You know, is there lighter running back on the field? Like I worry sometimes about when Jalil's on the field, are we going to be looked at differently? So we've got to be able to break tendencies. And so part of it's timing, and then it's intelligence too. I mean, when it's one thing to say we're going to blitz 2 by 2, but then when it motions to 3 by 1, how does that affect it? If it's a fire zone, now if it's a man pressure, less stress, but all of the above.
Broncos coach Sean Payton on just the success the Broncos have been having pressuring quarterbacks. They've had great success with that all season long so far. I say all season long as if we were 12 games into the season, but we're not that far into the season, but they have been really good. I thought he said something very interesting, and you know, I want to jump back into the defense in a second, but I actually raised this issue last year and to, I think, a lot of crickets, which was when Jaleel McLaughlin is on the football field, are the Broncos pretty predictable? Do you already know that he's getting the ball because he's not out there to pass block? And how do you get him on the field in more diverse circumstances so that he is more successful and that you are less predictable when he's on the field?
Do you run 2 back sets? Run Bo like he was in a spread offense in Oregon? Like I'm not saying do this all the time, but spread out with 1 wide on the left, 2 wide receivers on the right side, and 2 running backs at both of his hips, where you play him on the same. Like if Estime's back in the lineup and healthy after his stint on IR, do you line him up in the backfield with Estime so that there's a little bit of deception? Do you line him up in the backfield? Again, you're not going to stack those guys on top of each other with Nix under center, but could you get a little bit more creative? Yeah, I think you could. You certainly could. But is this offense going to live and die with Jaleel McLaughlin? I don't think it is.
I'm with you on that. Just a very interesting. There's a lot of things happening on the football field that are very interesting, and I think Sean Payton really, in the midst of trying to answer a defensive question, really did a deep dive into just exactly everything they're thinking about all the time in these circumstances, all the way down to how big is the running back that's on the field. If the defense is the defense a finished product? We're good with that, and they're good forever for the rest of the season?
I mean, I wouldn't say forever. Like, injuries happen, and we're obviously seeing what the injuries are doing to the offensive line right now and what they have done so far.
Do you think they can? How deep is the defense, do we think? And they've been tested a little bit, right? No Alex Singleton. I guess we began the season with no Drew Sanders, so that's just
the linebacking core has been really solid though without those 2 guys.
Correct.
Like really solid. Sternad, Barton, Benito, Cooper, all 4 of those guys have shown up, and not only shown up, but like exceeded expectations through 5 games.
Do we owe George Payton an apology?
I mean, maybe, man. Maybe it was too early to look at those draft classes and make a knee-jerk reaction. But like, that's what this job is, right?
Whatever,
like, listen, I went off on Georgie in segment 1,
Yep.
and I did that after the Winnipeg game in the playoffs, right?
Yep.
And then he was arguably the best player on the team for the remainder of the postseason. And then I went off him in game 1. There's a possibility he plays on Saturday, and he plays great against Columbus. But there's always going to be that thing in the back of my head. I do think that we tend to kick pretty hard on those tests. That draft class is looking really good. Like, Nick Benito looks exactly like who they said he was going to be. And maybe it just takes a year or 2 for those guys to round into form and certainly be in a new system. I am scared though that like another big time injury to the linebacking core and maybe it starts to fall apart.
Yeah, because you can't keep taking injuries to that particular, to any position group, to the degree that the linebackers have really started to take it. But I asked the question about George Paton because he was a real hot button subject, especially over the course of the offseason, especially as we were actively living through they're going to take the dead cap hit, and you start to go back through all the transactions and you come to a conclusion whether he should be here or he should not be here. And now you're looking at a football team whose defense, it's not even just the fact that they've drafted pretty well. It's that also the acquisitions are playing well. Cody Barton, hello, come on down. Brandon Jones, come on down.
Brandon Jones has been solid, man. That was the one thing that we were terrified about was you lose Justin Simmons, and are you not panicking about that enough in the offseason?
Mm-hmm.
Brandon Jones has been like the safety position has not missed a beat.
No.
A beat.
No.
Simmons looks good in Atlanta. Like he looks exactly like who he was in Denver.
Yep.
Like Justin hasn't lost a step. He still has another couple of years of being a very good safety in this league before his legs start to fall off. But
Jonathan Franklin Myers.
Seems like they've made the right personnel decisions.
You acquire Zach Allen last season. I think sometimes we certainly look. We get after GMs because we should, because their decisions are the ones that immediately impact just exactly how good your team is or not.
I want to go back to Zach Allen.
Yeah.
Was the disappointment in Zach Allen a little far-fetched last year? When you look back at the entirety of his year,
mm-hmm.
He had 60 combined tackles, which was a career high. He had 5 sacks, which was half a sack short of his career high that he set the year previous in Arizona. He had 8 tackles for loss,
mm-hmm.
which were 2 short of his career high set the previous year in Arizona.
Yep.
He hit the quarterback 24 times more than he had done in his entire career. And it was looked at as we didn't get our bang for our buck on Zach Allen. And I never quite understood that hit on him.
So I think that it's, he didn't get off to the greatest start in the whole wide world last year. And I think there was a lot of, look, remember, so the Broncos also had the very porous run defense. And there was just a lot of things that were happening that were not where you wanted to see him be. But I think over the course of the season, he just got better and better and better and better. And so when you look at the totality of the season, which you just did right there, it looks like a pretty decent season. He didn't play poorly. It just feels different this year because he's just had an impact so quickly. And it feels like he's in the backfield so much more than he was last season, just disrupting everything. And I think that is why I tend to look at these two seasons differently.
And that was the expectation last year is what we were,
correct.
Is what you're saying. And that is true. He has been a vastly better player through 5 games as opposed to 17 starts last year, right? He's already got 3 sacks on those 5 last seasons. He already has a third of the total tackles that he had last year through 17 games. He's hit the quarterback 50% of the time that he did last year, again, which was 24. He's already got 12 quarterback hits this year and a safety to go along with it. Like, I do agree that there's been far more impact plays from him early on. I just didn't expect that, this level of Zach Allen was the bar that was set on year 1.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe that was short-sighted of me, granted the money that he was given last offseason.
Well, you got to perform. Yeah, no, but to your point, you got to perform. I mean, the money is given to you for a reason because you are then expected to put those types of performances on the field. I mean, it's part what you have done, but it's also probably more a comment on what they think you can do, and especially in the case of Zach Allen. He played for Vance Joseph in Arizona when Vance Joseph was the defensive coordinator there. So there was familiarity there, and what you thought was it was going to be. I don't think everything is seamless right from the start, but as close as it could be because the two had already worked together. The defense was going to be something fairly similar to what the Arizona Cardinals were running those years. And could he just hit the ground running here? Well, he didn't necessarily do that, but I thought that, again, over the course of the season, he got better. Now he has most certainly hit the ground running here for a defense that is just quite frankly, you could just say it's the best defense in the NFL. Can this defense hold up? Where does this defense have to hold up most against the Chargers?
Rush. Like, you can't let J.K. Dobbins just go off. And that's what the Harbaugh offense is all predicated on, is running the football, running the football, running the football. And what was the issue last year for the Denver defense? You couldn't stop a dominant power rushing attack.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what they are right now. And Dobbins is, granted, coming off of a bye. I think he's is he a top 5 running back in the league right now? Is he? Because of what Harbaugh brings to that offense? Is he top 10? I think he's top 10.
Yeah,
but playing for Harbaugh, I think, can catapult you into the top 5 because it is so heavy on touches. He's taking so much pressure off of the arm of Justin Herbert to the point where, like, there is a national narrative of, like, does Justin Herbert actually really like playing for Harbaugh at this point? And it's week after week that he comes to the microphone and has to tell the world how much he loves Justin Herbert and how blessed he is that that's his quarterback, but he's not letting the dude throw the ball all over the field with his rocket arm. And maybe that's a really tough that's a tough change for a young quarterback who was just kind of given the keys to the Ferrari on day one with the Chargers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's an interesting. It's what they're doing there is. I think I can see this what this will be in like 2 seasons from now, and maybe even next season. I mean, they've got a lot of players in place. I think there's going to be more acquisitions to the offensive line. They must get some skill position players because when you have to throw the ball, you have to be able to throw the ball. They already have a trigger man there, a good one in Justin Herbert. All right, 1 hour down, 1 hour to go. In the second hour, we will have KJ's NFL notes. We'll do head-to-head against the spread, which I am killing it. Hour number 2 of Dempsey and Company. Christopher Dempsey, Alex Ryan, Emmy, KJ behind the glass, and you. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. As a reminder, today's Thursday. That means it's Thursday Night Football. And you can go see Kreckman and Lindahl. They're going to be at number 38 in Rhino from 3 to 6 today in advance of Thursday night. What's the game?
I don't know who the game is
49ers.
Seahawks and 49ers?
Yeah.
Seahawks and 49ers.
Seahawks need this game because that's the only way they're going to stay in first place here.
Do the
49ers
Niners
are
not
2-3. Well, I'm not worried about them. I'm not worried. They'll turn it on late. They
You're
always
not worried
do.
about Brock Purdy looking
Stop it. You stop it.
like a replacement level quarterback?
You know, San Francisco is interesting to me because they just don't look right in a lot of areas. And you're missing Christian McCaffrey, whatever. But the offensive line doesn't necessarily look exactly the same. The defense is missing some players, and it doesn't look as dominant. Like, they just don't feel the NFC right now feels like it's super wide open because San Francisco looks average right now. And I don't know. I mean, to KJ's point, will they just get some players back and just get it sorted out and it'll be fine?
I mean, McCaffrey means everything. McCaffrey means everything to that offense.
Yeah.
And everything to Brock Purdy as a result. But those 2 interceptions late in that game
I
last
think
week
Brock
were not
Purdy's
good.
playing pretty well this year.
Last game was not good. He lost the game for San Francisco in week 5.
Right,
that was his loss.
That's fair.
Well, here's Mooney Ward, the cornerback for the San Francisco 49ers.
We've been playing like ass these past couple weeks, like real bad.
I love it, man.
There you go. There you go.
There's nothing I love more than a straight, candid answer from a player like, yeah, we just sucked. Just don't sugarcoat it or anything.
Well, this will be a good chance for the Seattle Seahawks, man.
It's awesome, man.
This game is in Seattle. I'm pretty sure this game's in Seattle.
In Seattle, yes.
Yeah. We'll see if they're for real or not. I mean, that's Mike McDonald's, as we're looking at like old Seattle Seahawks film up here, but we'll see if Mike McDonald has really hit on something that's pretty good for the remainder of this season. I mean, I think their defense is pretty good. I think the Broncos were the first team to have to face them, and I think we're all around here. We were evaluating that from the Bo Nix side of things versus maybe that defense was actually legit good as well, but they've proven week over week that they probably are a legit good defense, even though I think they have a number of injuries on their defense as well. So anyway, Seahawks and 49ers, Kreckman and Lindahl, number 38 in Rhino today. Go and say hi. Also this, coming across from the Nuggets really fast, they have exercised the 4th-year options on Christian Brown, Peyton Watson, and the 3rd-year option on Julian Strawther. So really quickly, Christian Brown and Peyton Watson are extension eligible next summer. So there will be some decisions to be made in terms of extensions and how long those are and how much money you can devote to them, all those things. Julian Strawther, they can wait on, obviously, until after he gets through his 4th season, if they wanted to do it that way. So just a small piece of news there from the Nuggets as they get back to practices and get ready for the season. Their next preseason game is on Saturday. So they got a few days off, which you need when you have as long a flight and time change as they had.
With those 2 extensions possibly coming in next summer, are you able to keep both of those guys extended and Aaron Gordon? If the Nuggets get to, again, we should still be in championship or bust mentality with them, right? 3-time MVP, that's where you should be, regardless if they've taken a step back over the last year or two. Certainly losing KCP makes you feel like you don't have the best starting 5 in the NBA. You might still have it.
You have to get that reproved.
Right.
Yeah.
It was a stamp of approval going into last season.
Mm-hmm.
Best starting 5 in the NBA, probably was the entire season, but now you have to, you got to show it again.
Yep.
It might still be there.
Yeah.
If you get back to that level, let's say you get to the Western Conference final, at least. Can you keep all 3? Without having to move money out, like having to shed the Zeke Naji contract somehow?
the question is like, what's Aaron Gordon's number? That's the question.
He's making 22 now.
Yeah, and I think he can make as much as 30 per year on the new extension. So are you signing him for 30 per year? Because then that would mean Nikola, Gordon, MPJ, Jamal Murray are soaking up the vast majority of your cap space.
37.5 is his max. 149.5 over 4 years. It gets tight, man. It gets real tight.
Well,
it's second apron is what it is.
Yeah,
you're back into it.
Correct.
And I think, you know what? It's going to be a really good test this year. Can you compete or win without being in the second apron? And if so, I think Calvin Booth in the front office, if he survives this season, which I think he will, I think the team's going to be good enough, they will then operate the way that they have this year. Of we're not going into the second apron. We want some more flexibility. But if they peter out in the first or the second round this year, I think that will be your case study of going, yeah, we can't do this. We just got to go all in and deal with the restrictions.
Yeah. Look, you'll have these things running concurrently. You'll have the Nuggets who have done some obviously cost-cutting things to be under these aprons as the season starts. And then you have the Boston Celtics who just won the title, and then they just paid everybody, right? And so it's, which one of these ways is the way to go? And like the Nuggets, I remember the year that they traded for Chauncey Billups. That year that they went to the Western Conference Finals, they were also able to shed money. Like they did so under the luxury tax, and it really kind of colored the way that they would do business in subsequent years. It just showed them that they could win at this level, but they didn't necessarily have to overspend to win to that level. And I think that as the Nikola Jokic era has gone on, there's been a little bit more they've been a little bit more amenable to spending more money, but now I think they feel like they don't necessarily need to do that. So I think, to your point, this will be very, very, very interesting, because to not spend, you have to have young players play really well. And so these three players who they just picked up all of their options have to play really, really well. But sooner or later, you're going to have to pay those players. And, if you can't, or if you're not wanting to pay everybody, then decisions will have to be made. And so I think your question is a really interesting one, which is why I asked you the question in return, like, what's Aaron Gordon's number? Because his number plus some other cost-cutting measures will allow you to be able to fit these guys in, I think, just fine. But if it gets a little much, then we'll see. It's definitely something to watch. But the Nuggets picking up the options on all three of those players. The Avs lose last night in their season opener, 8-4 in Vegas. How good is Vegas?
I picked them to be I thought they were going to be a wild card team this year. They, at their peak, I think, are the third best team in the Pacific, because I think it's Edmonton, Vancouver, who squandered a 3-goal lead, 2 3-goal leads last night in a wild game against Calgary. Just a nutso game. I think the Pacific goes Edmonton, Vancouver, and then either Los Angeles or Vegas. Depends if LA actually makes the jump with their young players. Do you trust their goaltending? I don't know if I do at this point in time. I'm kind of betting on the young guys for LA to take that spot. But again, my predictions can go very wrong very quickly. I said my bold prediction of the year this year was that Alexander Georgiev was going to have a .920 save percentage, and that was not a good start. He could get there.
He still might have it.
There's 81 games. There's a possibility he could get there. But that backfired so much more quickly than the Ryan Johansson thing did last year. It blew up in my face in 17 minutes. At least Johansson had the grace to give me 12 games. until we realized that like the wheels were falling off the bus on that one.
I still feel good about your bold prediction.
I hope so. And again, there's a possibility he could be there. And he's shown that, right? Like he showed it in the postseason that like he can play to above average goaltending levels in this league. I don't think he'll ever be elite, but above average can win you a cup, right? Like that was Darcy Kemper. But Kemper was more consistent. And that's the reason why, again, it matters when you underperform. It really does. And I think that's the reason why I get back into this mindset of like, I don't know if they can do it with this guy.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know whether or not Annanen's ready to take over. Like, we will have to see. It's a long season. I think there's going to be many times where we come back and we go, well, yeah, Georgie was great today. And he was great for the last 2 weeks. And then there's going to be another game where it's like a 7-14 save percentage and the Avs lose because of bad goaltending. Like it inevitably will happen. There's only a few like truly elite goalies in this league.
Yeah.
And they cost a lot of money. And I think what the organization has told you, they're not willing to go out and do that. Like I've seen a lot of text messages like, well, if Shesterkin and the Rangers can't come to a deal and Rantanen and the Avalanche can't come to a deal, would you trade them 1-for-1? The money would work, right? Because Rantanen and Shesterkin are probably worth the same amount of money, like $12.5 million per year, both of those guys.
Mm-hmm.
But it would be a wild change from both organizations. Like historically, the Rangers pay their goalies a lot of money and they're okay with it. And they'll win from the goaltender on out and hope that you have enough firepower. They haven't won a cup since 94. They scared for a cup in the mid 2010s with a cup finals appearance and 2 Eastern Conference finals appearances.
Mm-hmm.
Lost to the Devils in one of those and then lost to the Kings in, I want to say 5 games when Jonathan Quick was just playing.
Rantanen also had a hat trick yesterday.
Right. So that's the thing. It would be a wild change for the Rangers to do that, and also a wild change for the Avalanche to be like, oh yeah, like we consistently spend only about $5 million a year on our goaltenders. Now let's spend $12.5 million and ship off a 50-goal scorer. I don't think that's something that would happen. I also think the Rantanen extension is like way closer than we think.
Yeah, I also think that don't we think that the Avs just feel like that they are, philosophically speaking, they would rather be an overwhelmingly offensive team.
Yes.
Versus
that's who they're built to be.
Versus taking a guy like that out of the equation to put in a big time goalie.
Yeah, that's who they're built to be in the cap era. That wasn't the case in 96 and 2001 with Patrick Waugh when you didn't have to deal with those types of cap constraints. Like you could have an incredible. They did whatever they wanted.
Yeah.
You were able to go out. And the 2001 team is one of the greatest teams ever assembled.
Yeah.
You could also argue that the 2003, 2004 when they brought in like Solani and Korea and it didn't work. That was also a remarkable hockey team.
Mm-hmm.
And it just didn't get it done. Injuries, they didn't really quite mesh all that well, and they go out early on in the playoffs that year. I think they know their formula, and their formula is consistency in net.
Mm-hmm.
And they haven't gotten that from Georgie.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe this is the year of we hope it's going to work out, right? Because that's what it is with Landeskog and Nichushkin. We have no choice but to hope it works out with those guys. And then if it doesn't, you bridge that gap next offseason and you forge a new path.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the thing with Georgiev this year is like, well, we don't have an answer right now. And there's not really a trade market for an NHL goalie that we like truly believe in, because there's not. Like, you guys tell me who's out there. I told you John Gibson might be out there, but statistically he's just as bad as bad feels like such a harsh word, but I guess that's it when you're bottom 5 in the league for 60 starts over the past year and a half. Gibson's been just as bad as Georgiev is, and he's like the only guy you could go out and trade for. So maybe this is the season of hope and pray for all 3 of those guys.
Well, you've said it in the past. You know, sometimes the Avs just have to outscore their problems, and we'll see if this is actually one or if he just had a really, really bad game. Maybe this was his 70-20. We'll take a break. KJ's NFL Notes are next.
What's up, Mile High City? It's Arturi Lekkonen. My favorite segment, KJ's NFL Notes, is coming up next.
Dempsey and Company present KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, 11:21 on a Thursday here in the Mile High City, the greatest city in the greatest state in the world. KJ's NFL Notes are up now. KJ, what's story number one?
It is Turn the Page Thursday here on Dempsey and Company.
Yes, it is.
And Raj already kind of hinted at my number one story here. Justin Herbert talked yesterday about his role in Jim Harbaugh's offense right now, and does it affect him in any kind of way?
How do you feel about the amount that you're throwing the football right now?
Kind of like I said earlier, if we throw 500 times or 50 times, we just have to be executing as an offense. Selfishly, I love to throw the football, but I want to get this offense to be as best as we can. And what that looks like, it changes from week to week. That's the game plan, and that's our trust in G-Row and this offense. And we ran the ball really well the first couple of weeks, and we got to get back to that. We kind of shot ourselves in the foot the past couple of weeks with some penalties and getting behind the chains. But it's just something that we got to keep working on.
What makes you guys most nervous? The thought of Justin Herbert being able to go crazy, or the rushing attack that has been so consistent for the Chargers thus far this season? Which one makes you the most nervous?
I think for me, the rushing attack, just because that can wear you down over the course of a game. I mean, look, how many times have you seen a team that just really just pounds and pounds and pounds and pounds, and even if in the first quarter or even the first half, it's not yielding tons of great results, by the middle of the third quarter to the end of the third quarter to the fourth quarter, now you're just start ripping off 5, 6, 7 yard chunks. Your defense is spent, and it's a tough way to have to play defense if you can't get them off the field and they're just running it down your throat, and the offensive linemen are just firing right off into your defensive line.
Again, Dobbins is 7th in the league in rushing yards per game, and I do think, because Herbert did admit, I like throwing the football a lot, but it just matters about us winning, right? And that's like a Harbaugh guy through and through. Is I'm cool with being utilized in any which way that you want, as long as we get to our goal and we don't charger up this thing like we have in my first handful of seasons in the league. The one big thing outside of Justin Herbert, they're not turning the ball over. Mm-hmm. Herbert has 3 fumbles. Herbert has just 1 interception in 4 games, so he's taken care of the football in terms of throwing it. Yes, his usage rate in terms of throwing is down. He had 27 attempts in week 1, in week 4, 18 attempts in week 3, 20 attempts in week 2, and 26 attempts in week 1, which is a far cry from him throwing the ball north of 40, 45 times like we've seen last year and the 4 years prior to that. He's taking care of the football when he's throwing on a much smaller regiment than the past. But with them also running the ball a ton of times, they're not turning it over. That might scare me more, right? Is how have the Broncos won these games? They've won the turnover battle. Yep. That's been the main thing. They've won the turnover battle. Can you do that against LA? I don't know. unless it's a strip sack
I was
of
going to say,
Herbert.
right. That's about
They've
it.
shown that through the first 4 games. And I know, eventually someone's going to fumble the ball, but right now they take care of the damn football. And if this is a zero-sum turnover game, are the Broncos good enough to beat LA? I think it'll come down to that.
And look, Raj, we talked about this a little bit yesterday too. I think the Chargers are going to be more than willing to play a field position game. All right, let's just punt and then play defense and punt and play defense, and let's just play field position. And let's just challenge this offense, which in the last couple of weeks is really good at taking a short field and punching that in or cashing that in for some sort of points, and make it have to do it over the course of the majority of the field and make them have to do that repeatedly during the game. And that's something that we don't know if the Broncos offense is capable of just quite yet. But when you get a team that runs like that, and they know that they're facing an offense that maybe isn't super explosive, which obviously the Broncos offense isn't super explosive. It's had some moments. You go in and you just go, it's cool. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to play good defense. We're going to run our offense. We're going to punt it down to there. We're going to play good defense. And sooner or later, we're going to have 50 yards and in to have to cash that in versus the other way around.
And it's not like the Chargers have been world beaters in the red zone either this year. They're kind of the same team in the red zone in terms of touchdown percentage. Chargers at 44%, Broncos at 43 3/4%. They're the same team when it gets down from the 20-yard line in. And that's why I think it comes down to, can you win the turnover battle by 1?
Yeah.
I think if they win it by 1, they win the football game. If it's even, I don't know. Because they're kind of the same offense, but LA, as of right now, LA's got the higher upside, right? Like, would you take J.K. Dobbins or Javonte Williams right now?
Oh, Dobbins. You take him.
Dobbins. You probably take Dobbins.
Yep.
Would you take Justin Herbert's ability to throw the football or
Yes.
Bo Nix's ability?
Yeah.
Considering Nix and Herbert both have the same amount of turnovers. 4 turnovers for Nix, 4 turnovers for Herbert, but just one of those coming through the air with Justin, right? I think you take the Chargers offense in almost every situation. Maybe you like the Broncos receivers a little bit more. But I still don't think it's that big of a delta between the two teams. I don't.
Yeah. Yeah, you definitely like the Broncos receivers more for
Field
sure.
Field position, and turnovers. That will be the story of Sunday's game.
I wonder how much that Justin Herbert wasn't the quarterback immediately preceding Bo Nix, right? At Oregon? I don't think so.
No.
It had to be somebody in the middle, right?
I just did this homework about 2 weeks ago. Hold on.
I just wanted, and the reason why I know it's kind of off the beaten path here. I just wondered if they knew each other.
Justin Herbert had Tyler Shough, S-H-O-U-G-H, Shoe,
after him,
and Anthony Brown.
Anthony
before
Brown,
Bo
that's
Nix.
who I was thinking of, yeah.
2 guys who I honestly have never heard of.
Anthony Brown
Me
was
neither.
He was a backup quarterback for the Ravens. So
Can you tell me who was in between Herbert and Marcus Mariota in 2015?
No, I can't.
Vernon Adams.
It's so funny for all of the great Oregon quarterbacks that we know. There's just so many more in there that's just dudes.
For every Joey Harrington and Marcus Mariota, there's a Jason Fife.
Right. That's the way it's been there. KJ, what's next?
It's fair.
Let's piggyback off of one of your most recent points there, Raj. Bo Nix talked about the sense of urgency this weekend in regards to not turning the ball over.
Yeah, I do. I think, this is going to be one of those turnover games, who can win the turnover margin and who can protect the ball and who can, cause takeaways. And so it's going to be important, especially for this game.
Guys, we have been drinking the Bo Nix Kool-Aid here in the last, give it 2 or 3 weeks.
I'm a Bo-lever.
I'm glad that you are a Bo-lever. All right.
I always have been.
In the words of the afternoon show, everybody's had a great Bo Nix. So we are here. But we have not talked about the possibility of what happens if he goes on to have a bad game. Maybe it's not this weekend. Maybe it's not next weekend, but he will have another bad game. Let's say that game does come against a team that is a +5 in the turnover margin and they're tied for 3rd in the NFL in the LA Chargers. will we see a world where people will start to turn their tone a little bit, saying, we always knew this would be the Bo Nix that we thought he'd be?
No. That's not going to happen. It might happen, but it's not going to happen with me. I will never turn my back will never be turned to Bo Nix. If we didn't expect, you have to have expected that this season is going to be a little bit of a roller coaster, or maybe a lot of a roller coaster. I mean, he's a rookie. It's hard to play quarterback in the NFL. They're playing a lot of good defenses. At least that's what it looks like at the beginning of the season. Is he going to have another interception or two game? Yeah, he is. Let's just be ready for it. It's coming, and it will arrive. But it doesn't mean that his general trajectory won't still be going up.
Would you rather him throw for 270 yards this week, 3 touchdowns, and 2 picks, and one of those picks is devastating and it loses the game, although you put up a bunch of points and he looked great, but it's a devastating rookie interception and you lose the game because of it? Or he throws for 107 yards, no touchdowns, and the Broncos eke one out 13-6. What would you rather have right now? And he looks uncomfortable. Where there's no chance of the ball going over the top, and it's just check down city and just stay alive. What would you rather have? Are you at the point where you can take the win because you are? And we talked about it yesterday.
That's a good question, Raj.
This game matters so much for the playoffs being actually real.
It's a good question, Raj.
Where do you have your desires?
I like your first example. I would take the yards and the pick at the end. I will. I know. I'm sorry. I know.
I don't know, man.
I know we can all see the playoffs from here. I know. Okay, I know. I'm sorry.
Relevant football in December is so cool. It's so cool.
I'm sorry. It's the thought of a quarterback that is starting to figure it out and being very effective, and an offense that looks like it can start to really hum, and all he did was just put the ball in harm's way when maybe he shouldn't have done that.
I think I want the win.
I'm sorry. I'll take it.
Dude, yeah, give me the latter. I want the win.
Okay.
I just want to enjoy some chicken salad in my life. We've had enough of the other chicken stuff, all right? And so I want wins. If the Broncos are going to focus on winning, I don't care how it comes at this point. We've already admitted, and we've heard several people on this station say it already, this Broncos defense is unstoppable. Like they're like a brick wall. So when it comes to the playoffs, it's going to turn into a great defense and you've got to have an above average running game, and it will keep you relevant. That's all you're asking for.
I think it just comes from me. I just want to see the quarterback continue to progress. And that's a really good scenario that you laid out there, Raj.
It's a great scenario, but what does, when do you need to see that progression? Could that wait until week 13 and then you're okay with it, but they've won a few games, or does it need to happen in week 6? Does it have to happen in week 6?
I'm a patient guy.
Right? I think we can be patient here.
That doesn't need to happen in week 6, no.
John says, I'm not interested in another ugly Tebow playoff season. Show me some good offense. You say that, but remember how dope the Tebow season was? What an awesome year to be a Bronco fan.
Was it?
You had no idea what was going to happen.
That's what I'm saying. Who doesn't like sitting on pins and needles?
You'll always remember the Demaryius Thomas touchdown. Did they have a shot to win the next playoff game? No. But it was awesome.
I don't want to relive that experience, Raj. I just don't. I'm sorry, I don't. But if they win, then, if they're going to win some games, I'm in for winning games. I just am. I just want to make sure that the quarterback is also progressing in the way that we want him to progress. This segment is sponsored by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. KJ, what's next?
That's fair.
You know what? We will end on this fun one. PS2, he got asked a bunch of questions during his presser yesterday. But he got asked one that I have absolutely enjoyed here in the last week or two. Has he come up with a nickname for he and Riley Moss yet?
Nah, I mean, I've been hearing a lot of comments. I don't know, like Pulp Fiction, I don't know, something like that. But, I mean, I think I should leave that up to the fans and the fan base to really decide on that. So I'm interested to see what they have to say.
Oh, Rod, you already found something, huh?
No, I didn't find this. This is the reason why I love our Twitch community. And I want to say Loop did this. Loop Digger.
Mm-hmm.
AI is a crazy thing, like what they're able to create. And it's a Lethal Weapon poster of Riley Moss and Jaquan. It's awesome.
I cannot.
It's my favorite thing
Oh
ever.
my God. What is happening with Twitch, please? Just give me Riley Moss and PS2, please.
Yeah, do they need a nickname? Do we have to nickname everything?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, dude.
All right, then let's go out to the okay.
What's the nickname for the defensive backfield, or just PS2 and Riley?
Yeah, PS2 and Riley. So on the Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Just text them in 303-904-504-0925. What would your nickname for PS2 and Riley Moss be?
Cookies and cream.
That's been the most famous one.
Yeah, cookies and cream.
I'm going to go with the second most famous one, salt and pepper.
Salt and pepper. Come on. No. Not predictable. KJ, try one more time. Although I say this, I have no nickname for them for myself. I don't know. I'm not good at this kind of thing. But I know the texters and the Twitchers are.
You guys will find
504 or 925.
Ooh,
yeah, you'll find some.
Napoleon Dynamite.
Napoleon Dynamite, huh?
Okay.
I like cookies and cream, but I do agree it's not really creative. Like that's kind of the go-to like buddy white guy black guy thing is like cookies and cream.
Hey, better than butter pecan.
Riley Moss's nickname is Crackerback. Oh my God.
Whoa!
Am I allowed to say that?
Yeah, you said it now.
Am I gonna get fired?
No.
We've got Oreo Twist. We've got Pulp Fiction again. We have PS2 and Game Boy.
Tuxedo, because they're all buttoned up.
We have PS2 and Game Boy twice. Tuxedo?
Whoever said PS2 and Game Boy stole that from the morning show. I'm not taking that one.
Okay. I like Tuxedo.
Keep these coming in. 303-504-0925. What's the defensive backfield nickname for Riley Moss in PS2? The Yin Yang Bros?
Yin Yang Bros.
The Yin Yang Twins is so great. the 263. I love a black and tan, but the black and not tan. Phenomenal.
These are really, really good.
It's a shame there's not a safety that's a redhead, because you could just call him the Neapolitan defense.
The Neapolitan.
Has there ever been a redheaded safety?
No. Never.
Has there ever been a redheaded football player?
Yeah.
Maybe an offensive
Andy
lineman.
Dalton.
Oh, Andy Dalton.
Andy Dalton.
Jeez, that's right in front of my face.
The red rifle.
Right in front of my face.
Oh, this is really, really good. Okay, let's take a quick break. I will read some of these. When we come back, we will also end the show with head-to-head against the spread.
It's crazy because a lot of people was questioning, you know, the white cornerback, what he's.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we were. I don't think we were here in Denver. We knew what we had in Riley Moss.
I had no idea what we had in Riley Moss. I had no clue.
I mean, coach was telling us.
I'll admit that.
Rod reverses course. He's like, I had no clue.
I had I had no idea what we had in Riley Moss. I think I said it yesterday. I was like, I hope he can be like an average NFL corner. I had no clue.
You did. You did say that.
I'll admit that.
You didn't watch Iowa football?
I didn't. I admittedly didn't love watching like 10 points scored a game.
Yeah, nobody loves watching Iowa
Hey,
football.
you know what? And while we're at it, how much Syracuse football did you watch?
Last year? None.
What about this year?
This year I've watched a little bit.
Yeah?
I've gotten on board.
That old Kyle McCord to get you something to watch.
Oh my
Yeah, he can also throw
Stop
away
it with
games.
this Kyle McCord business.
They're going to break my heart, just like the Mets are going to break my heart.
He's
That's
not-
the reason why the Avs had bad goaltending last night, is because I'm going to internalize this. Guys,
Okay.
I will internalize it. It's my fault that the goalies were so bad last night because
why?
as a Met fan, I'm not allowed to have nice things. So when nice things happen to me as a fan, something bad also has to happen, right? So like Francisco Lindor hits a grand slam and they beat the Phillies in 4 games. They're going to the NLCS, a team that should have lost 100 games. I can't just have that and my cake at the same time. No. The Avs have to have their starter have a .688 save percentage. It's my fault. I'm sorry. I apologize. Shouldn't be a Met fan.
Get out.
I know. There's a lot of people that want me out. But
You guys making us
Not
very,
me.
very happy on the text line, 303-504-0925. Let's just read some of
you
these.
guys are so funny.
Yeah, actually, also shout out to Andy Lindahl. He has texted in, and then somebody else texted in exactly the same time as he texted me, Miami Vice, Crockett and Tubbs for us old heads out here. Let's see. We have Lethal Weapon a lot of times. We have Grayscale. We have GameStop, which is
GameStop's good.
my personal favorite.
GameStop is really good.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know if Riley is a man of faith, but imagine if he was a Jewish guy, you'd have PS Jew right there.
Stop it.
Come on. How awesome would that be?
We have Mocha Latte.
The best one comes from our guy, Doug. And Doug goes, how about calling him Dempsey and Company? And it's 2 black dudes and 2 white dudes. Dempsey and KJ and me and Coach Sanford. It's perfect.
It is.
Oh, brother.
That's really, really funny. How about Disney and Company? Pat Riley.
What do you mean, Pat?
Pat Riley.
I've heard that one. I don't like that one.
I don't get it.
Pat Surtain,
Pat
Riley
Surtain,
Moss.
Riley Moss.
Oh, no. I don't like it.
You don't like it?
Nah.
I'm going with GameStop as being the best one.
GameStop's phenomenal.
Yeah, GameStop's the best one.
Like, so good.
Yeah, that's
Hey,
all there's to
I
it.
just seen one come in from the 720-808. No throw zone. Now, I know that's too close to the no-fly zone, but, I mean, between those two, the no-throw zone, I kind of like it.
Yeah, it's not bad. Yeah, you know what? I think for me, I like the let's just encompass them both with one name versus I see PS2 and who we're
PS2 and who is funny, man. That's so funny.
It's good. It's good.
But we're trying to put some respect on Riley Moss's name here. We're not trying to make him the afterthought, right?
And he's doing it himself. I mean, he's been playing great. Plus, here's what I really love about Riley Moss. Like, he's going to tell you about it as well. Like, he plays with a chip on his shoulder. He doesn't worry about being super politically correct. He's just going to be like, look, bro, you want to throw at me? Good luck. And I love that. But that's cornerbacks for you too. Like, that's, cover zero.
Cover zero is good.
Cover zero is really good.
Cover zero is really good too.
That's the 303. Cover zero. Mm-hmm. That's my second favorite one.
Black and Decker's not bad.
It's not bad.
GameStop still takes the cake.
GameStop is
That's
the
it.
one. Yep.
That's it.
Okay, it is Thursday. It's time for head-to-head against the spread.
All right, let's do this thing. Head-to-head against the spread going into week number 6 in the NFL season. Demps has a commanding lead right now. He is 11-1-4 through the first handful of weeks.
I'm a baller.
I'm in second place at 8-1-7. Mike Sanford pulling up the rear at 7-1-8. As always, when we don't have Sanford on the Thursday show, we will get his picks off air. I promise they're real. I promise.
Yep.
Just take my word for it. Okay, let's start with what I think is the most intriguing line of the week. Arizona plus 4.5 at Green Bay. I think it's a super sketchy line for Green Bay to be 4.5-point favorites at home. However, it's another week healthier for Jordan Love. And if he continues to round out his form, that's a really, really hard team to beat. 3-2 for the Packers, 2-3 for the Cardinals. Kyler Murray, can you take care of the football in this game? I don't think they win the game, but I do think it is a 3-point game. I got the Packers winning at home, but give me the points in the Cardinals.
Oh, this is a good one. This is a hard one. It's just that Arizona goes on the road and then they just complain. Although they did win at San Francisco. See, when we're talking about the San Francisco 49ers and them they're just not quite right. I think I'm going to take the Packers in this scenario. I just think that Jordan Love, it just took him a minute just to get his feet back under him. I think that's going to not be an issue here. They're going to force Arizona to be one-dimensional throwing, and that is not going to be great for the Cardinals. Give me the Packers to cover.
All right, let's move on to what might be the best actual matchup of the week. Detroit -3 on the road at Dallas. 3-1 Detroit, 3-2 Dallas, which come back. Like, Dak struggled early, but he's also the reason why they won the football game late.
Mm-hmm.
They're at home, 3-point dogs at home. I believe Detroit's the best team in the NFC. I think they're going to the Super Bowl this year. However, I do love Dallas during the regular season, and eventually that defense is going to not be horrible. Right? Nope, not this week. Detroit, cover the points.
Where's this game? Is it in Dallas?
In Dallas.
Okay. I'm going to take Dallas in here. And here's why. As weird as it sounds, I think they might have hit on a formula just a few days ago, and the defense looked a lot better. They were able to at least cobble together some people offensively that could make some plays for them. And a little bit of a running game as well. I think that's just the way it's going to be. And then I think that Dak Prescott did what he needed to do, which was raise his level of play and thereby raise the level of play of players around him. I think he understands what that feels like now. I think home field will be big for them. Give me Dallas in this scenario.
I wanted to take a peek at the 6.5-point line between the Washington Commanders and Baltimore Ravens. That's a sketchy game to pick, but a great football game, right?
Yeah.
Like, what is Jaden Daniels? Like, you might learn who he really is right now, going up against a bona fide Super Bowl contender in the Ravens. I do want to move away from that, though, because we can only pick 3 games that aren't the Broncos game, right?
Right.
And there's been a coach firing. And also a Nathaniel Hackett demotion this week.
It's so good.
And there's an AFC divisional matchup on Monday night.
Oh, yeah.
Buffalo, -2.5-point favorites on the road at MetLife against Aaron Rodgers and the new-look Jets without Robert Saleh at the helm. I'm high on the Bills. I'm high on Allen. I don't think the coach bump works as well in the NFL as it does in other leagues where you do get a little bit of like a surge.
Yeah.
Like in the NHL, I'm like, someone gets fired, I go, they're winning the next game.
Win.
It might not mean they win all of the games, but they're winning that one.
Right.
Tell you that for free.
Right.
I don't think it happens this week. Give me the Bills. Give me Allen. They'll cover the 2.5.
Oh man, I just don't love the Buffalo Bills anymore. I just don't.
They're sketchy.
Yeah. And this is it's just too. Give me the Jets in this scenario. I think that Aaron Rodgers will play with something to prove. They're just a couple of plays away in a lot of these games from doing something. Give me the Jets.
All right, and that brings us to the final game that we pick every week is the Broncos game. They are home dogs, plus 3-point dogs. I get my odds on ESPN Bet. Depends where you get yours. It can be as high as 3.5, as low as 2.5. 3-point dogs at home. 2:05
The Broncos are
kickoff.
3-point dogs?
3-point dogs at home. That's what it looks at. Yeah, right now. +3, paying out at -120 for the home Broncos. I'll take him to cover.
Yeah, me too.
I don't know if I'd take him on the money line, but I'll take him to cover.
Me too. I'll do the same. Yep, I'll do the same. I think the Broncos are just headed in the right direction. And if this is just a defensive struggle, which it could be,
It's a one-score game.
Yeah, I think you're talking about a close game.
It's a one-score game.
Yeah.
I'm pretty confident about that. Is it one score in kicking fashion? Or is it one score and, like, you know, it goes down to the wire and someone's banging on the doorstep and they're down by, they're down by 2 and then they score a touchdown and now it's a 4-point cover on either side, right?
Yep.
That's the big question.
Yep.
I think it's a one-score game. I just don't know if it comes down to the feet. But I'll take the Broncos because they're hot, man.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'll do the same.
That'll do it for head-to-head against the spread for Week 6.
And that'll do it for Dempsey and Company for this week, for Thursday. For Raj, I'm Chris KJ. We love and appreciate you.
Fall asleep even for a little bit. I feel like it's going to our net now. So.
Oh, Avs. It's going to be all better on Saturday. Also, PS Boo on the on the text line for the shaking of the head from KJ. You guys made us happy with the nicknames. PhD is next. We will see you tomorrow.
AAA Home Improvements is the best. Thank you, Toby, and the crew there. AAAHomeImprovements.com. Reviews are out of sight. Here's what we're trying to construct today. Not freaking out too much about the Avs game because you got to keep it in perspective while still being critical fairly of what was going on last night. And that
big
was
piece of the bird, man. Big hot takes yet? Do it. Go ahead, Scott.
You got more than I do.
No.
You should let it rip, bro.
Trade the band. Let's go.
You should let it rip because you got the passion for it, so go for it.
Well, I was so excited watching hockey last night. I'm so happy it was on TNT. I know people, Gretzky's so dry.
No, that crew's great.
That crew is great.
Really good. Perfect chemistry. And having a goalie as part of their mix, I think helps them a lot.
Perfect.
Yep.
I talked to Goodraj.
Goodraj.
Is that Goodraj?
Very good Raj.
Semi-Goodraj. I thought of the first 5 goals that Georgia gave up, 3 of them were on him. Were absolutely on him. And I had a take on the other 2, and before I got out of my mouth, Roger goes, those were on McKinnon. I thought McKinnon was lollygagging back to the weak side.
Lollygagging?
Lollygagging.
We can't have lollygaggers.
Well, I was also watching baseball playoffs.
We cannot have lollygaggers.
You can't have lollygag. You lollygag over here.
You lollygag over there. You lollygag. No lollygag.
What does that make him?
A lollygagger.
Lollygagger. Yeah, he did. God, he was. And what did McKinnon say on the morning show yesterday? What are you working on? Defense. And you think that, well, and listen, with football, Tyler, you got 11 dudes playing defense. That's their job. You're not asking Cortland Sutton to be a good defender unless there's a bad throw and he wants to break a pass up. But you got defense. You got 2 defenders. So when he's talking about defense, you got to get all them forwards and everybody else back into play.
Well, that's what they built, though. They built a team that is not built to play defense. That's
a speed team.
That's just what they are. They're trying to outscore every team, and lost in the bad performance of Georgie is a hat trick from Mikko, right?
I know.
So he's out there doing his deal. But when we gave up 2 in 25 seconds at the end of the – was that the end of the first? When was that? Yeah, the end of the first there, right? At that point, I was just like, okay, that's what this is going to be.
Here's what happened. We went up 1-0 and gave a goal in 27 seconds. Yeah. And then in the last 2 minutes of the first period, within a very short period of time, I don't know.
I think it was
like 25 seconds.
That's right. They gave up 2 more goals to make it 3-1 going in the first period. Now, that being said, when they pulled Georgie, they didn't pull him as much as they had Annunen start the third period. That's what happened. It was only 5-3.
I'm sorry. Wait, what the hell's the difference? They didn't pull him as much as they had Annunen start the third period? What's the difference there?
I think when you get skated off in the middle of a game, you're embarrassed this way right here. And
this is a polite way. This is a polite way of pulling him.
Yeah. Polite. I didn't even notice it happen because the game is so damn late, and I was kind of fading in and out. And I can, to be honest with you, I had it on my little phone, but I just sort of laid it by my head. I should have turned Connor on. I should have just turned Connor on because I ended up like listening to it more than watching it in the third. Right. And then I kind of got myself up and like saw the end of it. And it's 5 minutes to go. It's an empty net. I mean, I don't have a problem with that, but it's, pure desperation. And then Eustace comes back in. I'm like, oh, that's quite a move putting him in. I didn't realize he'd been in the entire third period. So Georgie gets yanked between the intermission or at intermission, second intermission. To me, that is different than being, get off the ice. It's not quite as embarrassing. It's not
small
good,
technicality there, if you're asking me, but okay.
But as an offensive lineman, it's
if I get benched at halftime, my ass got benched.
Yeah, third down. You got benched. Yeah. But it's third down and 12. And all of a sudden, you see a tackle run in and say, "Tyler, get out of here!" Right in the middle
that happened
of the
to me.
play.
That happened to me once in my career.
All right,
it happened once.
As opposed to you punt, come out and they go, "Tyler, stay here. We're going to put D-Mac in at right tackle."
Wow, that would be a mistake.
Then people may not even notice.
They notice that,
but when you get walked off the ice, they notice.
All right, here is Bedsy on the defense.
Well, no question, the 2 biggest ones. Well, the biggest one was rush coverage. Right, getting beat back up the ice on a couple of the goals. We gave up a couple chances net front, but earlier on in the game, and then we kind of took care of that area. but the rush coverage, I mean, they scored on rush coverage 4 goals, and on arrivals where we didn't stop in the house and protect it, and just like the number of scoring chances we gave up was not an issue. Like, we did some good things throughout the course of the game. Every time we got ourselves back in the game, we made another mistake, and every mistake we made tonight ended up in the back of our net.
Yeah. Well, you can outscore 3, maybe even 4 goals. You ain't outscoring 8. Not doing that one.
You're not doing that.
You know what sucks about it is it's just this was the concern going into the offseason, coming out of the offseason, I should say. Do you have enough in net? Obviously, Georgie was a question mark last year about his play. And then the very first freaking game,
Well, what was the stat you had, Dan, if you count preseason? Now, they didn't play anybody in preseason, and this might be another thing why preseason sucks. You don't really play your team all together.
Well, Georgie played in the producers
but
game
he's not
in
playing with
preseason.
guys in front of him. He's not playing with his guys, so on and so forth.
Well, he's not exactly playing against the world beaters as well. I mean,
Well, he did in the
that
Dallas
too.
game.
I don't know, man. Who was out there? Dan was at the producers game.
I mean, McCarr, McKinnon, Miko, they were all playing in that game.
And Georgie gave up 6 goals in that one, right?
Yeah, so over the last 5 periods against Vegas, including the preseason, Georgie's given up 11 goals in 5 periods.
Good. Great. Wonderful.
All right, Bedsy on the goaltending.
Well, it's not good enough. I didn't like our game wasn't good enough. You can't spend 3 weeks talking about specific things that you have to improve on and then go give up those chances. Because here's the thing, like, Vegas is a team that, although they're not like top 3 or 5 in the league last year on creating rush opportunities, they were 3rd best in the league in finishing them off. So they don't need a lot of chances. They capitalize on the chances that you give them, so it's got to be better. So we'll review it, go over it, learn from it, move on.
All right.
Well, it'd be interesting to see if they're honest, because I thought, good rush?
Mm-hmm.
Good rush?
Semi-good rush.
Yeah, semi-good rush. He said, too, McKinnon lollygagged, and a couple of those goals in those first 2 periods were on him. But 82 games, and I said this is the NBA, and what I say, 20 games. I'll give you 20 games before I get my true panic on.
And especially when you like hockey preseason, oh my gosh, what the heck is that?
Preseason's a waste of time. I don't know why any pro sport anymore
does it
anymore.
I agree
because let me ask you this, and you get a calculator there,
sure,
Tyler.
Hold on.
I was talking with Andy last night, and I said the first 2 games of the regular season
is
4. The first 2 games this regular season, the first 2 games in the NFL overall were kind of crap, right? I mean, as far as overall play,
the Patriots beat the Bengals, and you got some weird things. The Chargers beat the Ravens.
I said 2 games, and Andy goes, "Well, really, been the first 3 weeks was weird. Not what we're going to get in weeks 10, 11, 12, hopefully, right?" So if you take 3 games out of 17, what percentage is that? 15, 16%?
Well, 3 divided by 17
goes into
0.17. Carry the point to
so
over 17.6%.
Okay.
So 17%
with the 4 on the side. So 6.
18. Okay.
So 17% of the season you waste because really there's nothing in preseason. No one plays. So what are we doing?
Okay.
Well, okay, I would agree with you there. If you're going to treat preseason like it's a joke, then it's pointless. Yeah. I'll agree with you on that.
It is,
but I like football, for example. Like, I think there's a very specific reason why offensive scoring is down this year, and I think it's because you treat preseason like a joke.
Exactly.
So the moral of the story to me is not to get rid of preseason; it's to go back and treat it with respect.
But I don't know if they ever are. But I agree 100% with you. I agree 100%. But you're wasting kind of 17%. You're giving effort for 17%. So to figure it out with an 82-game Avs schedule, an 82-game Nuggets schedule, so now you're talking, 15 games, 16 games that you let them have?
I told you, your boy here said the first 20 games for both the Nuggets and Avs could be kind of weird, so just be ready for it. By the way, the Oilers, who are actually a bigger favorite than the Avs to win the Stanley Cup, lost 5-0 at home. That happened too.
But again, preseason.
Okay.
So here's a no dumb question. Is every sport just looking at preseason anymore as let's just get in shape?
Somehow, college football is college football with no preseason games. How do they do it? How do they do
you know
it?
how they do it?
Well, it's sloppy and it's ugly. And I'll tell you how they do it. I'll tell you exactly how they do it. They don't play anybody. They play Cupcake University. That's how they handle it. So they get the cobwebs out by playing McNeese State from Southern Illinois. That's what they do. Okay. But you don't get that luxury in the pro levels.
We had a banger against North Dakota State, though, bro. I mean,
Well, exactly.
Scheduling some monsters there. Did have Nebraska in the second game. I mean, there's good games. I know what you're saying.
CU notoriously, though, has not scheduled cupcakes, and they need to. And they've been doing it a little bit more of late.
The point is, if you don't take preseason all that serious, you're going to have moments like this. And that's what's going on. That's really what's going on. I hope that's the case.
Right.
Because Georgie had a crap game against Winnipeg in game 1 and actually played pretty good the rest of the way.
Yes, he did.
Yes. So I guess we'll see. But I am curious if people are freaking out about it. I'll tell you this, though. It's a weird start to the schedule because they play that road game in Vegas. Their next 4 games are at home.
At home,
yeah. It's just like super odd way to start. And they're against some different teams. 3 East Coast teams, the Blue Jackets, Islanders, and Bruins. Bing, bang, bing. Next week is kind of banging at Ball Arena.
Which you go to the NHL, and it's just like the NBA. Bruins are always going to be a draw, especially in this town.
Oh, no doubt.
There's so many Boston people in this town.
It's ridiculous.
And you're done with them in October?
Yeah, it's a weird one, man.
I mean, wouldn't you like to have
a little bit? Yeah,
Would you like to have that game like December 17th or something like that?
I would. Yeah, it's a weird one so early in the year. So I agree with you on that. By the way, boys, if you do want to talk wrestling, I'm with you today.
Oh, you caught up?
Did
you finish it or
not
how
the
far
whole
are you?
thing? But I got through episode 1.
Where are you at? Where are you at?
Episode 1.
Oh, just 1.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. How many are there?
There's like
there's
5.
like 8. I thought there was. Yeah,
Maybe,
I can't remember.
I think I'm in 5 or 6.
I mean, it's a full series.
Oh, I know. It's good.
Oh, and they're long. Each one's long.
It's good. I'm into it. I mean, it's it's like when
I'm telling you, that series turned me into a wrestling guy. I've never liked wrestling my whole life, and now I've got like a newfound respect for it.
Yeah, man, they're great storytellers. It's like going to see a great Broadway play. It's a Church of Mormon or Wicked or I don't know, whatever those plays are. It's just a really good play.
Now we're allowed to talk wrestling. Yesterday when you and I were trying to talk it like 5 different times and you wouldn't let us do it.
Yeah.
Now we're allowed to talk wrestling.
I had not gotten an invite to the party. Now,
did you ever get into wrestling when you?
Of course. Are you kidding? As a kid, who wasn't as a kid? Dude. And I go way back to the black and white and the Gorilla Monsoon days, when they really were super creepy, like big underwear.
Yeah, and up to their belly button. They were kind of like, what are those the bathing suits European dudes always wear? What are they called?
Oh, banana hammocks.
Banana hammocks, except up to your navel.
It looked like
I don't know
granny
how dialed
panties.
in you guys are, but you see what Kevin Owens did to Cody Rhodes out by the bus last week?
I did miss
cheap
that.
Cheap shot, man.
Just
trying to get on the bus. That's all he's trying to do.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing with me now.
It was absolutely authentic.
I'm not 12,
right?
So I can appreciate it. And I know what it is, but I'm not like a child. So I'm probably not going to watch
Dude,
it.
I used to go to the closed circuit pay-per-view events.
I believe that. And I used to
watch the show Heels. That's the show that I just watched. It's on Netflix. It was a Star special. It's about independent wrestling in Georgia.
Yeah.
It's really good, man.
Well, they had one a year before that was on the mid-continental, mid-Atlantic.
Sure.
It's one like I'm in Ohio, Kentucky, and that area. And it's some guy who runs the wrestling thing that was in the WWF for a while.
Yeah.
So he was the guy that carried the doll's head around. He's running the whole thing now.
Yeah.
Can't remember what his name was.
Yeah, it's a wild world, man. It's a wild world. Do you know Billy Corgan of the Smashing Pumpkins actually owns a wrestling league?
There you go.
How about that one for I'm sorry, what? He owns one of these small independent wrestling leagues.
Well, dude, you wait till you get into I don't know if it's episode 2 and 3, and you start seeing all the celebrities that are at all the games and all the matches.
Well, that was part of episode 1 because it went through WrestleMania 1 where it started building like that. It got ridiculous. Listen, man, I'm not here to crap on wrestling at all. It is high-level entertainment for a lot of people. They do it at a super
low-level, high entertainment.
Yeah, I mean, it's not, it's good guy, bad guy, damsel in distress. I mean, boy, it was incredibly politically incorrect, though.
Oh, they get into that in episode 4 or 5. They get into that in episodes 4 and 5.
You see some of the things that the storylines like this.
My John Blake on the Iranian dude.
Iron Sheik.
Yeah,
the
there
Iron
you
Sheik.
go. Yeah.
Sheik, yeah. But I mean,
I watched I watched that match. I got to see that match live.
I'm actually amazed somebody didn't take out the Iron Sheik or some of them wrestling fans.
Well, then they did it later on in it with this Russian dude.
Yeah, Volsov, Laflov.
Well, no, I think it actually was Soldier Slaughter started doing some Iraqi stuff, and then the Iraqi war broke out.
Yeah,
yeah, it was right during it.
Yeah, I'm like, dude, what are you doing? I mean.
All right, so it's great. It's great. It reminds me of the way I grew up and everything. I'm surprised
I'll tell you this: they didn't go into the Vince McMahon stuff as much as they really should have in the documentary. It was more a history lesson on the WWE, WWF than it was anything else.
They did explain that because a lot of the things that he's gotten in trouble with in the past 3 years, a lot of the interviews were done before that.
The most recent, because they got into the Sable thing. Which sued him, supposedly paid him off.
After
then
watching
she comes
that,
back and works for him.
Okay, so after watching that, and first off, I think Vince is like a literal genius. He'll bring back anybody, his worst enemies, to make money. I'm not so convinced that whole lawsuit from Sable wasn't all just a part of the storyline. Like that wasn't all just planned.
Things at Dove Valley at Common Spirit down there over there off Arapahoe and Peoria.
Dove Valley.
Boy, are things chummy. We have good news to report there, and there's a twist with the Chargers that was really surprising. Details coming up next. Hey, what's going on? It is DMAC from Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont, Mike Maroney GMC in Boulder. This is the time of year you really start thinking about getting up to the mountains. You can do some leaf peeping and some mountain biking, and the snow will be flying here shortly. So where is that trip? You headed up to Crested Butte, maybe get down to Telluride, going out to Grand Junction, perhaps Palisade for some peaches. Whatever you're trying to do this fall, it's better in a more reliable vehicle. And that's why we're talking about a brand new Chevy Silverado or GMC Sierra from Mike Maroney Chevy GMC. It's 2 dealerships with one big truck month. Could you see yourself in that new Chevy Silverado? And Maroney means more. That's more with their 3-day money-back guarantee and free delivery anywhere in our gorgeous state. Get truck month savings now at Mike Maroney Chevy GMCs in Longmont and Mike Maroney GMC in Boulder. Reserve your truck now at Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC.com. Together, let's drive GMC. We are professional grade.
Yeah, I think it doesn't hurt. I think, experience is the best, and going through it and seeing all the defenses and the different, coverages that teams can play against you, I think it's only going to help. They've seen a lot of football. They've been through a lot of offenses, and you're only going to get better with that. So I think for those two to, kind of fight through that and stick with it, I thought that was awesome to see.
There you go. I mean, if you just can't handle the real world, just stay in college for another year where it's nice and easy. That's how you got 61 starts. What was Herbert's deal? Like his brother was going to be a tight end or something there at Oregon. So it was like, I think he was going to be a top 10 pick. And he was just like, I'll just stay here for another year. Good old Oregon.
Pre-NIL.
He might have come to the Broncos had he come out that year. Because that's the thing I did with John. John loved him that year and then had a chance to work the system, try to game the next year and didn't do it.
You know what? I like Herbert too, but I really, really wonder how introverts do as leaders and quarterbacks. I'm sure it can succeed. I'm sure it can. But it's just, boy, did that go against the grain. And I really do wonder about dudes who are going to be top 10 picks who decide to wait a year. It's weird.
He's probably not as introverted as you think. I know that was a storyline coming out of Oregon. I don't think it's possible to – I would consider myself an introvert. I really would. But I don't think it's possible to get to that level without having the alpha mentality.
Yeah, but I can believe offensive linemen are introverts. I mean, I get that.
Yeah. You
got to be subservient to everything. You got to work as a big herd, as a group, like a big personality.
But you can be it.
Right.
Hey, well, that's fine.
I mean, you're the cattle of positions, and nobody's like offensive linemen like that.
Yeah, but come on. I mean, offensive linemen are probably the biggest alphas on any football team. They really are, despite being introverts.
I could just see that being not – I think you go either way.
I'll tell you this about Justin Herbert, though, and I said this last year. This year, things are way off. Something's just missing with Justin Herbert. It is. I mean, all the stats, all the yardage that dude has put up. I'm telling you, dude, at some point, a quarterback takes it over. And, yes, it's a team game, and no, you cannot win without all the other pieces around you. But Justin Herbert has not been able to get it to click at any point in his career. Yeah, I mean, we make fun of Josh Allen, but what has that dude done? What the hell has Justin Herbert ever done?
Nothing. I
literally
really,
nothing.
I actually don't really. Yeah, I'm not a big Justin Herbert believer, frankly. I think he's got a lot of talent, but I don't think he's really going to get there. I don't.
I think he plays for a crap organization.
Okay.
All they did was move the headstones, and the bodies are still in place and having to be in L.A. I mean, what team leaves in Qualcomm or whatever, Jack Murphy, whatever the stadium was back then, might have been old and needed a new one, but you moved into a MLS stadium. They held like 25,000
years.
people.
I mean, they play
but that
at SoFi
says something about
now.
your organization, though. Come on now.
Yeah, they're kind of intruders. Like, they're not real true partners there at SoFi either. They're just kind of,
just pay rent.
Yeah, they're kind of just paying rent.
Literally, they just pay rent.
Yeah, it's weird.
Like in New York, they both own that stadium, right?
I think they have an equal share of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not the same at SoFi. That's definitely the home of the Rams, and here are the Chargers. But listen, man, here's what blows me away, and maybe you guys have a theory about it. But how do organizations' culture stay the same despite the fact they change everything? Like, the Raiders are still kind of an undisciplined mess. The weirdest one to me is the Chargers chargering, because they've replaced basically everything there. And the Chargers still find a way to charger. I can't explain it. Does it make any sense to you guys?
Well, you look at what's going on in Washington this year. They've fired 100 different coaches over the last 15 years. And then it came down to one thing. You fired the owner. Pretty much. I mean,
look how they thrive.
That's the way that it worked, So, it is a top-down organization, and when you've got bad ownership, when you've got owners that over-involved, when you've got owners that don't let the coaches do their job, when you've got owners that are sitting there in the draft room, not just there to learn because they want to know what's going on in their building, but there to give their input. And look, I'd want to give my input also if I'm an owner, but there's a line there. I don't know much about the Spanos family other than I know that they've been notorious for not being great owners. I know that the facilities down there in San Diego were a joke for a long, long time. They built it in a weird spot. You got to take the highway all the way around the city. And so I really do think when you fire one coach, okay, maybe it was the coach. Two coaches, maybe it's the coach. Once you get to 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 12, 14 coaches, well, what's the bottom line here?
How do you, though, have that culture of just always having a pretty good team, but figuring out ways to
because
lose?
They've had quarterbacks. They've always had a quarterback. Go all the way back to Phillip Rivers. I mean, they have had stability at the quarterback position for 30-plus years. I mean, since Ryan Leaf. When was Ryan Leaf? That was the last time they didn't have stability. They had Drew Brees. They had Phillip Rivers. They got Justin Herbert. When you've got quarterbacks, you're always going to be a competitive football team.
But they always figure a way to blow it. And that's what they're doing this year, too.
What year was Ryan Leaf?
Same thing as Peyton Manning. Whatever Peyton Manning's first year, they came in together.
Well, but also...
So that was 98. So basically since, 2000, for 24 years, they've had good quarterback play.
I'm sorry. Did you say Phillip? You said Phillip Rivers.
No, well, I meant Ryan Leaf if I said
Ryan Leaf was with Peyton Manning.
Yeah.
Ryan Leaf was with Peyton Manning. Okay, well, here's a little twist with the Chargers. They're coming off a bye week. They had 7 guys not able to practice coming off a bye week.
Yeah, it sounds like Joe Alt is expected back. He's a phenomenal tackle, was playing really, really well before he got hurt.
He was limited yesterday.
They're saying he's going to be back for the game is what the reports are.
Well, Joey Bosa was out with a hip injury. How serious is that?
Rashawn Slater is still very, very questionable about whether he's going to be back. So those are their 2 bookends on the offensive line. They've been reshuffling guys all over the place. It's like their 3rd different combination of offensive linemen that they've had in there. If they get the tackles back, things will solidify. I think they've given up 9 sacks in 4 games.
Dicker, the kicker, was sick. Gus Edwards was out. Derwin James was out. I don't know, man.
Be interesting to watch how they're practicing, too. Let's
Coming off a bye week?
Well, let's see what they're doing in practice. Maybe these guys just say, listen, we go college hard. And first coming, I've been doing some math over here. Can I give you my math?
Yeah, of course. Nothing's more exciting than math.
Right now, Justin Herbert is averaging 22 tosses a game.
That's just weird.
Okay.
That's just weird.
That's good if you're completing 19 passes.
That's like a high school football game.
In his previous 3 years and whatever it is, 4 years.
Let me guess. Like 40.
39 point something.
Yeah.
And 4,305 yards.
Yeah.
So, I mean, as far as a quarterback, you say, well, that's pretty successful. And he's completing 68% of passes, whatever it was.
Mm-hmm.
So you go from 39 passes a game to 22, and you go, well, what's wrong with Herbert? I mean, that's 17 chances a game, right?
Not many.
That's 17 less chances a game. What's wrong with Herbert? But I think, here's what I think. I think Harbaugh's trying to sit up and play long game.
Okay.
I think he's trying to say, we got to get a physical mentality. The one thing, let's be honest, you asked about franchises. The one thing the Washington was forever and ever was known as kind of hard-nosed football. They had the Hawks, right? I mean, they were hard-nosed football. And then I think they lost themselves for a few years and nowhere to got new ownership.
A few decades.
Now they're back to running the ball and pounding guys. You got to look like a great quarterback. But let's be honest, Chargers always been known as a finesse team. I mean, all the way back to Fouts days, right?
Mm-hmm.
Even with the Rivers, really. I mean, that was a pass around, just a finesse team. I think Harbaugh's in there right now trying to change the entire dynamic of who they are and who they've been historically.
You know what, my man? Good for him. Boy, is this the right time to do that for the Broncos' sake this Sunday. I absolutely love it. Meanwhile, you go over to Bronco Land here. It is sunshine, rainbows, puppy dogs. Sean Payton all excited about Bo Nix's little Instagram thing about the Ferris Bueller stuff.
It was outstanding. He had to look up the freaking movie.
He said he'd seen it.
Yeah. It was outstanding. I think I liked it, if that's what the heart means. No, listen, he's got a good sense of humor, and I think he had to have some help. He had to have some help. We'll figure out who.
Have you gone back and forth with him about the Ferris Bueller thing since Sunday at all?
Oh, listen, we we were finished with that. And yeah, I called him Ferris out here, and he called me Dennis because that was my nickname from Parcells. So Dennis the Menace and Ferris Bueller. There we go.
Isn't that cute?
Oh,
You know the biggest take from that is?
What's that?
Social media is okay now for.
I heard that too. I heard that too.
Social media is now. And you know what's next? I mean, serious. You know what's going to be next?
What's that?
Bucket hats on the sideline.
Bucket hat's going to come back. Well, if Bo wears a bucket hat.
Oh, I wish
you know, if Bo wears a bucket hat. And meanwhile, keep this song going. That's these two. Bo was asked if he did the editing on the video.
Oh, I definitely didn't do it. I'm not talented like that, but I just thought it was perfect timing and it was a good opportunity to just kind of use the game Sunday and just have some fun with it.
How much is the team lightened up and how much are they kind of calling you Ferris as if coach, I guess, called you that today and all that?
Yeah, he did jokingly, and the guys liked the video and they gave me a hard time about it, but I think it's just kind of part of the game that you can have some fun with, and it's just kind of brings smiles and laughter.
Hey man, how about them 3 and 2 vibes? You guys like it?
Well, 1 and 4, you didn't have them vibes last year.
You don't have those.
You?
Those are not 1 and 4 vibes.
No,
these are 3 and 2 vibes, Tyler. Man, everybody just love everybody. Having fun little videos for liking Instagram things. I'm Dennis the Menace.
It's so funny. It's so funny you said that because can you imagine Sean Payton breaking down a Russell Wilson video like, yeah, I thought it was really good. Didn't do it himself, but made me laugh. God, put a little heart on that thing. Does the heart mean like? Is that what that thing means? That heart? That means like? Love you, Bo. You're adorable. He called me Dennis.
I'm Dennis the Menace. He's Ferris.
See, Sean and I, both Dennis the Menace guys.
Yeah, there you go. I'm Dennis the Menace. He's Ferris.
Wait, like how did Bo find out that Dennis was his nickname? Was Sean like, hey, I'm going to call you Ferris. You call me Dennis. Because back in the day.
That's from an assistant coach.
Back in the day, they used to call me Dennis.
Yeah.
That's from an assistant coach or an old player.
No, I think Sean told him himself.
That is a riot. That is so different from last year. Oh, my God.
Hey, Russ, I hate your face.
No little. Russ did plenty of videos.
Hey, Russ, quit kissing the babies.
Yeah. No heart emojis for Russ's videos, I guess.
No.
Hey, Russ, go back in the bunker.
You didn't heart emoji when Russ filmed himself with his chauffeur getting into his car to go for game day? That you didn't get no hearts on that one?
Hey, Russ.
What I talk with Russell about, it's none of your business.
All right.
Hey, Russ, lose some weight.
Russ, how much you lose? Oh, I don't know. Kay Adams. How much did Russ lose?
15 pounds.
Oh, man. Do you like it or not? You think it's like absurdly hypocritical?
I think it's a little much, if I'm being honest.
Yeah?
I do.
Yeah?
I think the little bro fest between him and his quarterback is cute now. And it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Okay.
But if it goes on for a year, it becomes a lot. And I'm just telling you, inside a locker room, at some point, you're like, hey, he's a rookie too. You treat the rest of the rookies like crap. Why don't you treat that rookie like crap?
It is pretty funny. Like Monday, what'd you think of him yelling at you? Loved it. Passion for football, not other things. Couple days later, what'd you think of Bo Nix's video? Loved it.
Pure football guy.
I'm Dennis the Menace. He's Ferris. Loved it. It's a bro fest, man. No doubt about it.
Yeah, I agree. You got to be careful. Quarterbacks and head coaches' relationships are always different, good or bad. I'm not sure that Peyton last year treated a lot of other guys as badly as he treated his quarterback. So those relationships are always unique and different, right? And protective. But I think Sean Payton going down the limb on Bo now being 3-2 as a rookie. I think he understands his wagon is hitched there.
Oh, and it's going well.
And if Bo all of a sudden were to be 1-4 or 0-5,
no doubt,
that hook that he has on together is going to be a little rusty.
Dude, this is a 3-game win streak. The Broncos will be favored in their next 3 games. What is that going to be like?
Are they favored this week?
I didn't think so.
They're not favored this week? Oh, I got them favored. They're going to win this week. Are they not favored?
Chargers, Broncos are +3.
There you go. I don't know if they'll be. They'll certainly be favored against Carolina at home. We'll see about the Saints, but the Saints are on a 3-game.
You lost your starting quarterback.
Yeah. So if they're not favorites against New Orleans, it's going to be a push. It'll be close one way or the other. The path to winning the next 3 games is pretty good.
Dude, you're 6-2. I love that question that you threw out yesterday. Do you become buyers?
Oh,
and listen, I know that you're limited with salary cap and everything else, but
let me give you one. How'd you like Hunter Henry on this team from the Patriots?
Sure. I'm
getting a little older, Arkansas kid.
He's. I stand by what I said yesterday. I think it'd be foolish for the Broncos to break from the plan. You're right where you are right now. You've got a young team that's getting cheaper. You got to get through the hump with the Russell Wilson salary cap. And to give up anything of significance for a 1-year rental would seem like you're breaking from the plan to me.
It's going to be tricky, though, because you're going to be, if you're 6-2 power rankings, you'll be one of the top 8 teams in the league. And you're at the trade deadline, it is going to be tempting as hell to go after one of these bottom feeder teams that has a good tight end. It is going to be tempting as hell to go for that. And those teams that have great tight ends but really have bigger problems, they're in the same spot the Broncos in. They got to rebuild. It's great having this good guy, but he has more value to us being a trade bait than he does on the field. You're going to find a couple teams like that.
Could you trade, like, say, for Hunter Henry? And he's got to be 10 years in the league by now, isn't he?
Been around.
Could you make a trade for him and say, listen, we'll give you Greg Dulcich.
Sure.
And a sixth.
Sure, something like that.
And you give us Hunter Henry and a 7th.
You could do something like that for sure. I think because if you're the Patriots, who are, by the way, we'll get to mock draft stuff, they may be on Travis Hunter patrol, in all honesty. So that's where because they're going with Drake May, and Drake May is going to be their guy. And Travis Hunter, we'll see if they want to hold on to that number 1 overall pick if it goes in that direction. The fact they won 1 game is actually a miracle. That is
played well.
Hunter Henry's been pretty average for the last 3 years, but
it doesn't have to be Hunter Henry. Whatever. Just look at any of these teams that essentially is going to have to rebuild. Just look at any of them. It'll be interesting to keep your eyes on. By the way, I think Sean Payton yesterday might have got that double latte, and I think he was walking on air around the Broncos facility with some news that came out of the NFL. Details next.
Hey guys, I want you to feel your best. I want you to not settle in life, whether you've gained a few pounds, whether your workouts aren't going as far as they once did, or you're just not sleeping very well. Call my friends at Revitalize Health. Tyler here, been going over there for 7 years. Guys, they can help you out with testosterone, with peptide therapy, hormone replacement, and medical weight loss options. We got multiple people right here in this office that are flat out changing their lives with Revitalize Health's medical weight loss options. You will be amazed at how quickly you can lose some weight, and I mean significant weight. They'll come up with a customized game plan for your body, your needs, whether that's testosterone, peptide therapy, or hormone replacement, and you are going to feel younger, fresher, with more energy. You're going to sleep better. With 3 locations, Revitalize Health is close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over. Find them online at revitalize-health.com.
Well, I think it's week to week. Look, I think the makeup's good. There's some grit, I think confidence, I've said this before, is born out of demonstrated ability. You got to do it. And then, man, there's nothing like it. And then you can feed on it. And we've all seen that. So, look, hopefully we're bringing in the right type of players that have that intellect, that confidence. And yet, look, there's a fine line between a groove and a rut, and we can't ever forget that.
He loves that one, the groove and the rut thing.
Goes both ways, man. Coaches love phrases that go both ways.
Yeah, man. Groove and a rut. Well, I tell you, he probably was walking around with that double latte and a smile on his face yesterday, though. Or maybe this morning, whenever the news came out. But the Jets have replaced Nathaniel Hackett as their play caller.
Oh, you ready to backtrack today?
Me?
Yeah.
Why would I be backtracking?
On your Weasel Turd Rogers went in and marched into the office and said you got to fire Saleh because he was going to get rid of Hackett.
Oh, I didn't say that. I said
Scott.
Implied.
I said that.
He did say Weasel Turd, though.
He definitely said, yeah.
Of course, because that's who Rogers is. I said that they didn't have to ask Rogers' opinion on Saleh because it was obvious how he felt. And so that's what I said.
It is interesting, though, because it clearly had nothing to do with Hackett. Hackett was losing his job no matter what.
Well, apparently.
Not losing his job, getting demoted.
That's where it gets really quirky.
Well, don't you just get demoted? Don't you get demoted if you're starting and all of a sudden you're still on the bench?
Hackett got benched, but he's still getting a salary.
Yeah. Well, so was Georgie.
They didn't. Wow. They haven't changed his job title, but he has no duties. They gave
because he doesn't coach a position.
Correct, because they gave the play calling to the quarterback coach, offensive helper dude. His underling just took his job. And now
who's probably been in the meetings and understands what's going on, and there's a relationship there also.
Well, the dumb part about it is guess what this dude's going to do? He's going to call Nathaniel Hackett's offense. That's what he's going to do.
It's kind of like to put a different one in, though.
You guys watch Silicon Valley?
Yeah, that was a great show.
Great
is it
show?
Still going? That doesn't still go, right?
No, it's not.
Yeah.
Did you watch it?
Oh, I was watching Dark Winds.
There's an episode.
They gave it to Todd Downing, right?
Whatever his
I
name
think
is.
so.
There's an episode where this guy, his nickname is Big Head. And
Todd?
And they say, you no longer are on this. You really have nothing to do. So he takes his big gulp from 7-Eleven and he goes up on the roof. And up on the roof, there's like 7 other guys that are just sort of milking the system and they're kind of lost in the matrix and they have nothing to do either. It's a pretty funny scene. And they say, we just keep going into work because they keep paying us and they're not sure what to do with us, but we're not assigned anywhere. So
you just come up here, hang out, and get a vitamin D.
We just come up, the 6 of us up on the roof. That's Nathaniel Hackett. He's Big Head. He's up on the roof.
Yep.
He doesn't have anything to do, but he still has to, go into work.
Hey, he is the professional joke teller now on the staff.
He literally has no duties once he previously had. But they're not firing him, which is like, okay, why aren't they firing him?
Well, I'll say this. A lot of coaches that are in Nathaniel Hackett's position would say, fire me. You're not going to demote me. I'm not going to sit here and walk in this building every single day and not have my job and sit here and just walk in here. I have nothing to do. Just fire me because I'm not going to be here.
Yeah, but if they fire you, they got to pay you. So you just go with Big Head and that 7-Eleven big.
But if you're not doing anything
roof.
Anyway, I mean,
Well,
if there's
they're
no
paying him no
duties,
matter what.
they're
What do you
paying him. He's going to get paid this year no matter what.
Well, you don't know. He doesn't have 2 years or some other deal on his contract. You don't know exactly what the payout would be. I think they're just coming to terms with, forget it. It's not that big of a deal. He has nothing to do. Sean
He gets
Payton,
that no matter what, though.
Sean Payton was right about Nathaniel Hackett, right? He was right about him. Correct?
No, it was Russ's fault.
Okay. Was he right about Nathaniel Hackett or not?
The worst coaching job ever.
Mm-hmm. He's calling him a terrible coach. That's what he was doing. He's calling him a terrible play caller, a terrible offensive mind, a terrible coach.
Yeah, I'm not going to fight it. Sure. Why?
It's just a nice moment for Sean Payton. He's having some good moments. Things are going well for Sean Payton these days.
God dang! I hope Sean Payton isn't sitting there on a Wednesday. Hackett got demoted. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
What a great day.
I guarantee you he is.
I'm game planning for the Chargers. Hell yeah. Nathaniel Hackett got demoted.
No, I don't think it's quite like that. I think it's more like this. That's about right.
What was
next about the Chargers? It doesn't have to be some sort of overt moment. It's a good moment, though.
What was the dude with the high school dude, and he did the dance at the end, and he had the curly hair and the glasses. He's a big nerd. Had his uncle that could throw the ball over the mountain.
Napoleon Dynamite. Napoleon Dynamite.
Yeah, so I guarantee you when he heard that, somewhere he went Napoleon Dynamite, went,
yes. Yes.
He had to go Napoleon Dynamite somewhere, did he?
I think so.
Or he's in the shower, in his own personal shower going,
I think a lot of these guys have big egos. I think that was an awkward moment for him last year. He had to come out with the double latte apology. I think there's a moment that he's probably like, hey, things are going good.
There's things that you can be right on that you don't need to throw out there. It was still unprofessional, Sean Payton. Now,
agreed.
He could have been 100% correct on his assessment.
Yes.
But he don't need to be doing that as a head coach. He needs to be above the fray.
And I think that was brought to his attention. And I'm just telling you, there's been different Sean Paytons. But boy, oh boy, man, in the NFL, 3-game win streaks. God, are they great, man. Just everything.
You guys weren't happy with the 5-game last year.
We were. We weren't happy?
Were you?
I was, yeah.
Were you?
I was. But you got to beat the Patriots, Scott.
Roll the tape down.
You can roll whatever tape you got. But you got to beat the Patriots when it matters the most. What happened there?
Got beat.
Well, yeah, okay. Yeah, you got beat. You got embarrassed.
You know, to be honest with you, because I'm this kind of guy, they should have a 5-game win streak right now. I'm not sure the Seattle's
the reality
better
is,
than you, and I'm not sure that Pittsburgh's better than you.
There's a pretty damn realistic world in which you could be looking at a 6-game winning streak. I mean, unless they just blow it, shoot, you could beat all 3 of these games in front of you.
All right. Well, good days for the Broncos, man. That's all I'm saying.
And this goes, and it goes back, and it ties back to the Chargers game. And the biggest question is, when's Harbaugh going to let Herbert go?
Let him go. Oh, let him free. Set him free.
Set him free.
Yeah.
Now, do you want to do it with this defensive backfield and this pass rush? Maybe you don't do it this week.
I think the progression with Bo is just fine. I think they're on the same page with what they need to do and want to do. I don't think there has to be anything overly dramatic compared to just what they're doing right now.
Yeah, but I'm talking about
He was talking about Herbert.
Oh, Herbert?
Yeah.
Oh.
Moj. Herbert.
Sorry about that. My bad. I don't know what the hell's going on in the Charger land.
That's what I'm saying. But
I don't know. I watched their last 3 games, and in every single game, I'm like, they're about to blow these teams out, and they just are. They're just their own worst enemies.
Well, you've taken an all-pro quarterback and who's thrown it 39 times a game,
put the handcuffs on him,
4,500, and giving him 22 tosses.
Oh, okay, that makes a lot of sense. Sure, let him go. I don't know. I don't get it.
But can you let him go against Denver, whose defensive backfield is rating as good as anybody, and whose pass rush is as good as anybody?
They give up sacks. They got good tackles, but they got some injuries there.
It's not going to be this week because Harbaugh's going to be looking at the Broncos like, hey, boys, all we got to do is score 17 points and we can win this football game.
True.
So now's not going to be the week in which he takes the reins off for Justin Herbert.
We have Adam Schefter on with us today. Let's football go. We'll get into all of it, but we are still sort of trying to figure out what happened last night with the Avalanche. Details next. Hey, it's C-Mac for Old Chicago. In 1976, Old Chicago was founded, and they've been perfecting pizza ever since. That scratch-made crust is just unbelievable. So delicious. And 110 local and legendary beers on tap. Are you kidding me? With great deals on lunch, order in, dine out, whatever you need to do at Old Chicago. And now the threefer. This might be the best, period. 3 of your favorites for $10.99 anytime. Choose from cheesy, scratch-made pizza and calzones, a signature burger or spaghetti with sausage, add salad, and a decadent dessert. A three-fer like no other. The 3-course meal is just $10.99. So get exactly what you want. Have a three-fer at Old Chicago. Find your closest Old Chicago at oldchicago.com.
Barbashev as he goes through Sam Girard. Barbashev, a backhander, he scores. A backhander from the far circle with really no angle goes in over the shoulder of Onninen and in. Barbashev has 2 goals on the night. The Golden Knights have 7. And the most ridiculous goal horn has officially jumped the shark.
Oh, man. Connor doesn't like the goal horn. Tough night if you don't like the goal horn in Vegas.
Yeah, that's like, that goal horn last night was like that guy. We're gonna play Megadeth 8 straight hours.
Man, if your pet peeve is the Vegas goal horn, rough night last night. I don't like your unis. You know what's funny? They do not look good on TV. I'm with you. But I went to Vegas to see a game, and they actually, in person, it's a little different.
A little better.
Remember when the Nuggets had those
like
yellow
brown mustard on TV?
I agree. But in person, the Nuggets had those yellow uniforms there for a minute, right?
Uh-huh.
Like, I always thought on TV they didn't look good, but when I would see them in person, I'm like,
pretty cool.
They're kind of sharp. Vegas is kind of like that. By the way, the environment in Vegas for hockey is, I would recommend it, if you're looking for a little getaway, that sort of thing.
Are getting their tickets there as expensive as getting that?
More expensive.
Wow.
Dude,
they do a good job with all the intermission. They put on a Vegas show. They do the light show. They do acts. They do all of the above.
And I got to give them credit, man. They're into their team. They're Stanley Cup champs, right? They've got one of those bad boys too.
The Knights feel like they've got an authentic fan base,
I think they do.
like Vegas fans. The Raiders, to me, that still feels like a bunch of transplants.
Well, the Raiders games are different because they're willing just to have empty seats. It is like seeing Blue Man Group, like whatever. We'll take losses because we'll sell more of the tickets. So the tickets will be like ridiculously expensive, and you'll see tons of seats around, and it doesn't compute. But then if you go to a Vegas show, that's, man, we're putting on 7 shows a week, right? Sometimes not every show is sold out. It's kind of like that. Those Golden Knights fans, I think those are the people that live in Henderson and the other towns nearby that just are really into the team.
Yeah, drive down and catch a game.
Did you see what they did yesterday, too, at 2 a.m. in Vegas? They blew up the Tropicana.
Oh, was that yesterday?
Yeah.
Oh, that right?
Well, the morning, whatever, 2 o'clock in the morning, that sort of thing.
Oh, I did see that video. Yeah.
And you know what's going in that spot?
Something cool.
Basketball arena.
Baseball stadium.
Oh, is that right?
Oh, that's where they're putting the baseball stadium.
I thought
that's right on the strip.
I thought the rumor on the baseball stadium was it was not going to be on the strip.
Well, that's what they're doing it for, supposedly. We'll see where it goes. They can't build a baseball stadium. I'm sure they can put up another hotel, but the plan is that's where the stadium's going to go. That is in a primo location.
It's funny because Mark Davis hates the A's. He hates the owners. He hates everything about it because they prevented him from getting a new stadium. And now here they are coexisting again.
Maybe. It's not done yet, and they'll be in Sacramento for a couple years. But the goal is
the A's ought to ask, hey, Mark, you think you could take that arena, that stadium you got there that Vegas built for you?
Can we just put a baseball field? Can we put some dirt in there?
Put some dirt in there for first, second, third?
I'll tell you this, man. T-Mobile, Allegiant, baseball right there. You got to have a hoops team there in Vegas, too. Come on, man.
They're just waiting for Braun to do it.
The location of these arenas, too, is unreal. It is so wild how they could just – you think Vegas is all congested and there's nowhere to go, and they just figure it out, man, and it's all right there.
But it is all congested, but you're right. They do it. They figure it out. Well, with the football stadium, they go, well, we don't have any parking, so bus in or walk.
How many cities?
That is true. There's no real tailgating there. Not really. They don't care.
The tailgating is the casino, the next casino over, right?
Yes,
right.
That is correct. That is correct.
How many cities that have a hockey and a basketball team have 2 separate arenas?
Not many.
Are there a handful?
Phoenix was one of them, but they lost their hocky team.
But that was weird.
It was super weird. Yeah. No, it was weird for a long time.
But they played in the same arena for a while.
They did?
Thought they did.
Are you sure? I don't know. It was weird. Gila was out in Glendale, which was in the middle of nowhere, and the Suns played downtown.
I thought they played downtown when they first came there, though.
The Coyotes?
The Coyotes.
You could be
right. Got to town.
You could be right. Who knows?
And the baseball stadium's right beside the downtown.
Yeah, that's close to downtown. But the football stadium is out in Glendale next to Gila Arena. Well, out in the middle of nowhere in the suburbs. So it was always weird going to Arizona for the Super Bowl because all the activities would be downtown, but then we'd get on these buses and go to the middle of nowhere, it felt like. Teams that have hockey. Well, first of all, there's not a ton that do have hockey and basketball.
Really?
Not a ton that are in separate arenas.
I assume Utah's playing in the same arena.
I don't know
the new
that.
hockey team.
Are they?
I'm assuming.
I would assume so too, but I don't know.
The Nets and the Devils
New
used
York's
to
got
play
two-
in the same
Yeah, that's not
arena. Now
that's
it's
in
Brooklyn and New Jersey still, right?
And the Islanders play in their own piece of crap.
Way up there.
Yep. So that's not the same. So I guess New York's one, I suppose, if you want to count that. But that's weird because it's Islanders, Nets. Knicks and Rangers play at the same place.
Well,
though.
what about Carolina?
Don't know. You tell me. I don't know. Hurricanes and the Bobcats.
I don't know I don't know if they've ever seen a hockey set up in that.
I don't know, man.
Arena.
Why do you ask? Just curious.
Miami?
Because we were just sitting here talking about Vegas with all the new things they were building, and I was just sitting here thinking, well, of course, the new basketball team is going to play in the hockey arena. But in Vegas, you never know. They might just build one for everybody.
You never know. They certainly could. Like the MGM Grand, for example, holds 10,000 just for boxing. That's just in the hotel. I mean, they could. T-Mobile could do it, though. T-Mobile does host basketball for conference championships. They do have basketball events at T-Mobile. So I would assume that's where they go. That being said, the Avalanche. Where's your concern meter with the Avalanche here today?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, aren't we all just going to wait a month or so here before we really analyze anything? The hard part is that you went into the offseason with one concern. Do you have a goaltender problem? You came out of the offseason with one concern. Do you have a goaltender problem? In the very first freaking game, you give up 8 goals. He ends up giving up 2 goals in 25 seconds at the end of the first there. Gets benched at the end of the second. And lost in it is some good stuff. Mikko ends up with a hat trick. But now you're sitting here, it's just reinforced right in front of your face. It's like you're getting slapped with the same concern that you had coming out of the offseason.
I didn't have concern of the goaltending going into the season.
This year?
Yeah.
Oh, I did.
Because he played well after that first, as you mentioned a while ago, that first
game,
playoff game, and then all of a sudden he locked down.
Fun. Yep.
He locked down after that. So I really didn't have a problem with him. My concern, it's still my concern, is defensively. Now, good teams that use speed, and Av's a good team that uses speed. The speed's got transition to defense also, and it didn't last night. And even the coach talked about it. By the way, he does need a haircut. I'm with you on your wife now. His hair looked bad behind the bench.
Okay. I agree.
But defense got you. If you're that fast, how are you so slow to get back defensively?
I don't know.
And they were poor. So my concern is, and I thought Georgie was horrible yesterday, but I've got a big concern of what they do defensively.
Well, they have 4 home games in a row starting on Saturday night. We'll have it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, and we'll see. First game of the year, but boy, you really couldn't start worse. We have no dumb questions on the way, as well as Adam Schefter's PhD on 92.5.
Hey, relationships really matter in life, guys. I don't care whether you're talking about your best friend, your significant other, or somebody that you want to do business with. And when you're buying a vehicle, it's no different. That's why I want you to go build a relationship with my friends over at Phil Long Ford, because once you buy a vehicle there, you're going to be a customer for life. You'll have a long-term relationship with whoever you buy that vehicle from. Guys, they respect you. They respect you in terms of negotiations. There are none. You're just going to get the best price. They respect you in terms of your time. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. And they're going to find the best vehicle for you and your needs. Whether you're looking for new or pre-owned, a car, truck, van, SUV, commercial fleet vehicle, electric vehicle, they've got it all at Phil Long Ford. The inventory is as strong as it has ever been. I'm talking cars and trucks for as far as you can see. So don't waste your whole weekend driving all over the state of Colorado. Go to one dealership, Phil Long Ford. Find that new vehicle of your dreams. Keep it serviced with Phil Long Ford. They've got an award-winning service department, and you're going to have a beautiful vehicle for a very long time. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop from the comfort of your own home at phillongdenver.com.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present
Dum 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 Dum.
No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions. With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
All right, thank you to Old Chicago. Again, visit them at oldchicago.com. No dumb questions, Scotty.
I just saw something on ESPN, so I got to throw this out to you. No dumb question. Will Chris Paul always be like the savior to every new team he goes to?
I hope. Well, I don't know. I don't even know where he is now. Where is he?
San Antonio.
Oh my God.
The question was.
I think at this point, Chris Paul's a drag. I think he's a drag. I actually, okay, we'll see how it goes there, but I like what they're doing in San Antonio.
But the media, the national media, everywhere he goes, he's going to lift Phoenix. Didn't do it.
No.
He's going to lift, where do you go, the Lakers for a while? Where do you go? Golden State. You're going to.
Right.
And it's like.
No dumb question.
Same thing.
He's starting, right?
He probably will be, yeah. I mean, why would you bring Chris Paul at
Well, I don't know. I mean, we brought
$40 million?
We brought in. Oh, is that how much he's getting paid?
I think so.
Oh, good
Is he
Lord.
really?
I think so.
Yeah, good Lord.
Hey,
I'd keep playing forever too.
I think Chris Paul's a bit of an energy bummer, man. Like, I don't really get it. And they I don't know, man. I guess you need some sort of veteran leadership there. But that seems like a fun group of guys down there in San Antonio. Like, I'm surprised they even, well, I don't know, man. There's a purpose behind it.
I take it back. He signed a 1-year, $10 million contract. So it's only 10.4.
He might be coming off the bench. He might not be a starter then.
Well, I bet he started.
I don't know. I haven't really followed San Antonio hoops or what they got going on. So I just know they would lose a lot of close games last year, and they beat the Nuggets when the Nuggets really needed to win, and it really mattered.
It doesn't really seem like a great plan long term, man. I mean, you're young, right? I mean, why not bring in somebody to develop alongside Wemby with him? Why bring in a 1 year or 2 year Band-Aid?
Yeah, it depends on what they're going to use him for. They're using him as a starter and say, he's going to develop Wemby. Well, then why is your coach still coaching? And what about everybody else? Because I'm with you. Wemby's great and all that, but he ain't going to win a championship by himself.
No. According to the ESPN depth chart, Chris Paul is the starting point guard with Trey Jones behind him.
Okay. Okay. I mean, they're probably not making the playoffs again this year. But look out. At some point, look out. But I don't know.
Would Chris Paul been better for this team?
No.
At $10 million?
No, because Chris Paul hasn't accepted his role the way that Russell Westbrook has. Chris Paul still expects to be featured, and Russell Westbrook, I love where Russ is at right now. He knows exactly who he is, and he's through that. There's like a 2-year window there where you're trying to hold on as a starter before you accept whatever your new role is. And Russell Westbrook is 100% bought into his new role.
I thought Russell Westbrook would be a positive energy guy for the Nuggets. I don't know that about Chris Paul, but you're around him a lot more than us. So
I know he's got a great relationship with Malone. I like Chris Paul. It's just, he's doing it forever and ever. He's got a really, he's now a half-court guy. When he blew up in New Orleans, he was a get up and down the floor guy, but he's a half-court guy right now, in my opinion. But as a backup center or a backup point guard for your team, only $10 million. I don't think Russ signed for that much, though.
I don't think he did either. No dumb question. If the Nuggets laid an egg as loudly as the Avalanche did, would we be having this same, hey, it's just the first game reaction, or would be there a little bit more panic out there?
I think there'd be less panic. I don't know why, but with the Nuggets struggle, it seems to me like there is far less panic, generally speaking, than whenever the Avalanche struggle. And maybe that's simply because the Avalanche have had a couple years now and the Nuggets are just 1 year removed, so there's still that championship fever holding on a little bit. I don't ever feel like I feel panic from the Nuggets fan base. Maybe that's just Scott. I'm hearing Scott in my head anytime I'd sit here question anything. He's like, they're fine. But I don't think that they would.
The difference is, and you played it yesterday, D. The short answers of their quote unquote best player. He won the MVP of the NHL last year, and it's short answer. It's not even my friend, right? It's just, are you excited about it? Yeah, we decided to just get a win. And so I don't know if he's – I don't think he helps in even the guy you don't like, Aaron Rodgers, the 1 year in Green Bay, and everybody's freaking out after the first 3 or 4 games, and he goes – RELAX. And you know what? He was right.
He was right that year.
They turned it around, won 12 or 13 games, and okay. McKinnon doesn't give you that for the Avs. Joker kind of gives that to you for the Nuggets. So that's the only difference, isn't it?
The opening night for the Nuggets is home against Oklahoma City.
Yeah. And then the Clippers on Saturday.
If you were to lose by 30 at home to Oklahoma City, and what's the equivalent here of what the Avs did last night?
Well, thank God it's Football Friday the next day. We won't have to talk about it.
I'm going to say the panic meter would be off the charts.
I miss orange and blue, Scott. Where me and Lindahl were. Orange and blue all day, baby.
How long that show last?
About a year and a half.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, man, I don't know. I think people are being I feel some people panicking a little bit, but I think people are being pretty forgiving of what happened last night overall. I think first of all, I don't imagine the Nuggets losing by 30 to Oklahoma City.
But they could lose. The last time they played on their home floor.
Well,
after I sent you the article, the GMs voted the toughest place to play in the NBA, and you lose 3 of your 4 games in the series you get knocked out of.
No dumb question. How many games will the Avalanche have to lose for Jared Bednar to cut his hair just to change something up?
He got to do it by the next game.
Hopefully he does it by Saturday.
We lost 3 straight games. Nah, I'm holding on to this hair. 5? Hey, yeah, I got to change something up.
Here's a fun one. Is Saturday for the Avs a must-win game at Ball Arena?
No, but it'd be a nice, fun night. No dumb question.
Yeah.
Current hairstyles. Current.
Yeah.
Current. Yeah. Which is worse? Jared Bednar or Mark Riker?
Riker is stringy. You know, like his.
Well, he's holding on.
His is stringy.
It's so bad. Riker's is so bad right now. And I saw him and I thought, I thought you were just going to cut, like the mullet thing was just going to be an in-season thing. He goes, oh, no, not until they win another cup. I'm like, wait, what? Like, I thought that was just shtick for the regulars. Oh, no. His voice gets real high. No, that's here till they win another cup.
I mean, Bednar's he's in the awkward stage. He's trying to get the foot, he's trying to go. Stage. He's trying to go long. That's what he's trying to do here.
Why?
Okay?
Why?
Because he likes long. He had long hair when he was younger.
Dude, as long as we're going down this little conversation, when he had it up high and tight, the dude was like a Bond villain. He looked unbelievable.
Yeah, he looked. Yeah.
Okay, like this.
Now it gets by the second, third period. And he's moving and sweating. That thing gets kind of weird looking.
I'm with you. But exactly how do you broach this topic?
Unless he's going to go full Pat Riley and just slick it all backwards, and maybe.
You know how I feel about hair. If you got like a look going on, there's something going on. There's a difference between I'm just a little lazy, I haven't cut it, There's something happening with him.
So we got
he's trying to do something. Like, this isn't just lazy. Like, he's doing something here.
So
I hope he's okay.
The mullet has its own haircut name, right?
Yeah, the mullet is just Riker being a goofball.
Like people like Trump, right, who tries to bring it from one side over. That's
comb over. The DeLorean.
That's the comb over.
The DeLorean,
What's the front to back look or the back to front look? I had a guy that grew it long
back. The back to front look.
Oh, yeah. He grew it back like it would be down
and he combed his front?
Because he had none of it. And he would put it this way.
He did the garage door.
I can't tell you. I'll tell you in the break, but I can't tell you that. Is that the garage door?
That's what I would call it.
The garage door.
So he couldn't do the comb over. He had to do the comb top.
Yeah. He didn't do the comb over. And now I saw him recently, and it's just clean. He cleaned it all up and just went the whole halo, right? Or not halo. The one
Friar tuck.
The Friar. Well, not even Friar, because I mean it's whatever.
The swirl.
Oh, good Lord, what are you trying to say right now? Just spit it. Just spit it out.
He's completely bald up top, but he's got the hair on the side.
Oh, that's
cul-de-sac.
Like the cul-de-sac.
The cul-de-sac.
The cul-de-sac. That's not bad. My dad. I love my dad. You know, I love my dad. Love my dad.
Uh-oh.
But he cut his own hair for 40 years with the comb overs.
Comb overs?
He just had, I don't know why. He would never go to get it like it. He would just cut his own hair.
Did he grease the comb over too so it would stay down?
Nah, I mean, he had big bushy hair in the 70s, the big mustache, and then he just started losing it. And he did the comb over and just cut it himself. And
what's he doing now?
You know, he's 88. He's just, trying to get up in the morning. So, it's not really worried about his hair. His hair, my God.
So we got the comb over. We got the swirl. We got
cul-de-sac.
That was, you remember, oh, God, what was the coach?
You know who we got coming up next, though?
Adam Schefter.
That's next on PhD. That's awesome. Moj on the call. That's great. Hey, good suggestion for those fellas after they call a high school football game. They're feeling fired up. It's Old Chicago. Yeah, they'd still be open. They'd be good for you, and they've got a great deal going on with their 3-for. This beats the buy one, get one. This deal, the best. 3 of your favorites for only $10.99 anytime. You can choose from cheesy, scratch-made pizza and calzones, a signature burger, or spaghetti with sausage. You add in salad and a decadent dessert. That's a 3-for like no other. A 3-course meal for just $10.99 at Old Chicago, founded in Boulder in 1976 with 110 local and legendary beers on tap. Man, Old Chicago is the absolute best. So think about Old Chicago for lunch, for dinner, for whatever you need. Find your local Old Chicago at oldchicago.com. Hey, it's back for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Half of men over age 50 have erectile dysfunction. That stinks. Doesn't get better as you get into your 60s. And ED can impact younger men even in their 30s. But the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is there. There are few things more wonderful in life than intimacy. But with ED, that can get in the way. Okay, the solution, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. With treatments with success rates well over 90%, some treatments can have you last an hour, even more. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and has successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So listen, the initial visit is only $99 and includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. If the test dose doesn't work in the office, the visit is free. They've got an expert staff, and you could be having sex the day after your appointment. They've got 5 locations: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So hit them up today at 720-440-7900. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right, Adam Schefter joining us in just a little bit. Did we forget about... Dude, your Royals.
Oh, hey.
Come on now. Let's go.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Come on.
You know my biggest fear? Please, I do not want to
Mets,
Yankees.
Spiders.
Mets look pretty good, though.
I'm already on Kevin's butt for the Phillies not even trying.
Right.
Come on, Royals. We cannot have Yankees-Mets World Series.
No.
Okay?
The Subway Series again.
It's annoying enough that the Mets are there.
Are you an if you got to have a New York team, no dumb question, Mets or Yankees?
Mets. But still, yes, Mets.
I kind of like Mets uniforms.
Okay.
I like winners.
Me too. You know what I cannot believe I am? I cannot even believe it. I cannot believe how powerful Shohei Ohtani is. I'm rooting for the Dodgers. I can't believe it. I guess my bro love for Shohei.
Over the Padres?
I'm watching.
I'm not at all. I like the Padres, man.
I know.
I like the lineup. I like the characters on the team. I like the personalities that come with it. I'm all in on that team. And you know what I like about the Padres? It's a mid-market team that bought a team.
I know.
Okay? It's a freaking mid-market team that went out there and just bought a superstar, bought another superstar, bought the 10th superstar. Yeah, and all of a sudden, guess where they are? Right where we could only dream of being. So I love what the Padres are doing because it's proof that, yes, it can be done.
You know, you say it a mid-market team, but 45 minutes is right there. I mean,
you know, I want to feel
people in LA probably listening to the Dodgers or the Padres games.
I feel the same way in my head, but in my heart yesterday, I kept watching Shohei. And I'm like, I want Shohei to do great, and I'm rooting for Shohei. And I'm like, I guess I can't have it both ways. I can't root for Shohei and root against the Dodgers.
I have a good friend who's in the Dodgers front office, and so because I like the guy. I tend to trade for him. Everybody who hates the Dodgers, a rival of the Rockies. Well, if we ain't letting the Raiders be rivals with the Broncos anymore, I ain't letting the Dodgers be rivals with the Rockies. You got to be good, right? You got to be good and competitive and so on and so forth. And if you hate them just because they pay, guess what? San Diego, Dodgers, what Mets? You don't think Mets payroll? What's it up at?
Oh, that's got to be up there.
Yeah, so everybody's doing it now except for Kansas City. If you want to cheer for a team just because they don't spend tons of money, you got to be cheering for the Royals.
If we're being honest, shouldn't baseball be the easiest of all the sports to fix your problems? You can just buy your way out. There's no limit to what you want to do. If you've got money, like let's say the Walton Penner Group owns the Colorado Rockies.
Mm-hmm.
Could they not solve that in a year? Just go out and buy everybody?
Money can't change altitude.
Dude, I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
That would be funny. We're just going to encase Coors Field into like a.
But money can buy. But money can buy a plan that works in altitude.
What is that plan, Tyler? They've been trying to figure it out here for 30 years.
Okay, let's hit dingers all day long. Fine, I don't care, man.
They've tried.
Yeah. And you know what?
They have tried.
And maybe because we went out and we bought a couple pitchers 15 years ago and it didn't work out, maybe we could try that again. Maybe we could.
Well, we
gave up on it because we bought a couple pitchers 15 years ago and it didn't work.
Well, we talked about Rocktober. Guess what? They had some talent on that team, too.
Schefter knows baseball.
Oh, I'm sure he does. I actually don't know who Adam's baseball team is. Adam, who's your baseball team? Who you pull for?
I grew up a huge Yankee fan, but as I've gotten more and more into football, I honestly don't really watch baseball. Though I will say this. Living in New York, I have watched some of this postseason baseball, and what's amazing to me is that I could put on one of these Met games, not having watched an inning of the Mets all year, and I put it on, and my heart is pounding as I'm watching. It's like, wow. I mean, it's exciting, and it's really interesting.
Yeah, I just can't stand New York baseball, period.
Okay, that's all right. That's okay, D-Mac.
But I grew up in Boston, and I
Yeah, but he can stand Red Sox baseball, so they just keep that in mind, right?
But I viscerally hate the Yankees. Maybe it's not even sports hate. It may be just hate. I hate them.
It's a provincial hate that you're talking about. A provincial hate.
Does the NFL have any more? Because it seemed like, and we always talk about it when we were working together here, Adam, and Mike and his hate for the Raiders and how they treated him, and he built that rivalry up even bigger, even with the players that came in. They were all old AFC guys coming in, and so on. So, is there any more? Washington, Dallas, Washington, Philly, New York. I mean, they used to have all. Is that alive in the NFL anymore?
Scott, I think it is. There are some meaningful rivalries. Baltimore, Pittsburgh. I think some of the NFC North battles, Packers, Vikings, Lions, Packers. You could come up Bears, literally any NFC North combination. The Seahawks and 49ers is kind of like a new age one tonight that is a little bit progressive, but I think real. I think the football rivalries are still real, but I also think this. You get real rivalries, and then you get these guys on these teams at the end of the game, they're going and they're trading jerseys and they're posting pictures. Like, what's that? I don't see Winston Moss and John Elway trading jerseys back in the day after Winston Moss threw John Elway under a bench.
Right. They weren't mercenaries back then, though, like they are now, which is why it's happening. Hey, Adam, I want to ask you this. You look at Justin Herbert's stats this year. It's weird. He hasn't thrown for over 200 yards per game. We know that Harbaugh likes to run the football, and he's been banged up a little bit. But I think his total attempts, Scott, what was it, 24 per game or something?
He was averaging 39 attempts a game his first 4 years. He's averaging 22 right now.
What adds up there? Why is he limiting his quarterback so much?
First of all, I think that's the type of offense that Jim Harbaugh typically runs. He wants to run the football. He wants to use the run to set up play action passes. He has not been healthy also, so their offense in a certain way has been limited, where he's been dealing with a high ankle sprain, plantar fascia. I mean, it's unbelievable how banged up this team has been. I was saying early in the year, if you go back and look in recent years, the Chargers have been one of the softest, most injury-prone unclutched teams there is.
Yeah.
And I really felt like Jim Harbaugh would change that, and he did early on. But the injury bug has bit them, recently. And even he's not a great enough coach to stave that off at all times, to where now, they have questions at their offensive line. The quarterback is hurt. He's dealing with the high ankle. They got some real injuries. And the bye week's never a bad time for a bye week, but it came probably at a pretty good time for the Chargers.
Yeah, but they still had 7 guys who didn't practice yesterday coming off
Exactly.
the bye week.
Exactly.
It's like,
it's unbelievable.
Wow, that's kind of crazy. Yeah. Okay, Adam, walk us through what happened there with the Jets, with Hackett getting demoted. What's his job? Is he just like that guy in Silicon Valley, just eating a Slurpee up on the roof with like 6 other guys? Yeah, what's the deal with Nathaniel Hackett there with the Jets?
I mean, he's there. He is Aaron Rodgers' good friend. He's there to give offensive input and support. He'll give ideas. By the way, like, him and Todd Downing are good friends, I believe. Like, I remember being in San Francisco for the first Monday night game of the year. I'm on the field, and those 2 guys were jogging the field together pregame. They came over. I was talking to both them. So if you have a pregame running partner and you're in the same offensive meet, like, my guess is you're probably pretty strong. You have a pretty good relationship, and I think they do. So Todd will be the play caller, Todd Downing. He has been the passing game coordinator, and the Jets felt like they needed to do something to shake things up. So this is what they're doing. I'm trying to think of a coach in other years. I could think of somebody. Who was it recently? They hung around after they got demoted, basically. The Eagles defensive coordinator last year. Sean Desai.
Okay.
And they took away his defensive coordinator responsibilities, and he was still there. He's in the press box. He's on his headset. He's taking note. Like, you're doing what you can, but let's be honest. You've been neutered. You've been diminished. I mean, that's how it is, right? Like,
all right. So why not fire him then?
Because he's Aaron Rodgers' good friend.
Wow, that's crazy. That's wild, man.
I mean,
that's wild. Okay. I mean, I'm sure you're legit. I'm sure that makes sense. I guess.
And wait, hold on. And they're paying him, and I'm sure he's going to be able to offer something to the coaching staff, something, whatever that is, right?
That's a trip.
Getting something for nothing. What was Saleh's last straw?
I think it was the first straw, and that Woody Johnson never really took to him. Like, I don't think it was a last straw so much as it was a first straw. Like, when he was hired, Christopher Johnson wound up hiring him. Now, Woody Johnson was aware of it, signed off on it, and all that. But Woody Johnson also was the ambassador in England, and Christopher Johnson was kind of running the Jets organization, and they hired Robert Saleh. And I don't believe that Robert Saleh ever felt fully embraced by Woody Johnson. And I feel like Woody Johnson never really loved the head coach. And I felt like he was just waiting for his time. And that was the time on Tuesday. Bam. First coach of the season fired.
The timing of it felt so weird to me, with the season still in front of you. Really, everything they want is still there. It almost felt like something happened.
That's why they did it, because they had lost their last 2 games. And in Woody Johnson's words, he feels like this is the best team they've had in his 25 years as an owner. And before it could slip away any further, he wanted to make the change to provide a spark. Now, we'll see if it works or not. I don't know. We'll find out.
Right.
But he felt like they needed a spark. He felt like they needed a new energy. And I will tell you this, I know Robert Saleh, and I do believe, like, you saw this guy on the sideline in San Francisco when he was the 49ers defensive coordinator, and he was jumping around, running around, grabbing his players. And I guess when you become a head coach, you've got to act a little bit more serious and a little bit more presidential. But that was gone. And I do believe, like is the case with many coaches, managers, executives that work in this market in New York, it gets to them. And I'm telling you that working in this market got to him. it's hard enough to be the coach of an NFL team.
Mm.
It's harder still when it's in the New York market. And it's even harder when you're coaching a team in the New York market and they're struggling. Like, good luck with that. And if you can't, I said to him this summer, we were together, me and Roberts. I said, we talked about this. And I'm like, you got to tune out the noise. I've had this conversation with a lot of coaches over time. But the fact of the matter is, it's easier said than done, right? When that criticism comes, you want to try to block it out, and maybe sometimes you can, but there's a lot of noise out there. And because there's a lot of noise, sometimes it seeps into your hearing.
Adam, it's all sunshine and rainbows and puppy dogs here in Denver these days. You know that? I mean, Bo Nix and Sean Payton are calling each other nicknames out there on the practice field.
Yeah, hold on. Let me interrupt this show on your Ferris Bueller's Day Off to tell you this. And I said this. I said this week to somebody in the Broncos organization.
Yeah.
I'm at ESPN on Sunday, and the game comes on. I'm just going to tell you right now.
Mm-hmm.
Those uniforms were spectacular.
Spectacular.
Agreed.
Spectacular.
Agreed.
Like, honestly, and if Greg Penner's listening, please play this for him. Although the message has been delivered to him. Every other uniform they have should be thrown in the garbage, and they should put those orange uniforms on with the D on the helmet and the donkey, the Bronco, like that.
Donkey.
I'm telling you, it came on, and I don't know whether it was like nostalgia or it brought me back to when I did radio with Scott or whatever it was, but I was like, I'm looking at the TV, and I can't take my eyes off those uniforms. Like, it was unbelievable. Those were, and there are a lot of different throwback uniforms.
Yeah.
Those were spectacular.
We agree with you 100%.
Yeah.
And we said they're only going to wear them twice. I said at the very least, you got to have them every time your old AFC West opponents come into the
thing is,
game.
are they that special or that spectacular if you see them all the time? Or
well, that's what somebody in the Broncos organization said. It's sort of like, you get the caramel fudge bread pudding, you taste it, you're like, this is unbelievable. And then by the 8th bite, it's great. If you want to have it again the next night, you're like, oh, this is so rich. Like, I don't know if I could have this caramel fudge bread pudding again, but I don't know, man. Those are pretty cool jerseys.
You mentioned a while ago about coaches and they change becoming head coaches, and I've had those conversations with people forever. That being said, what Denver's doing defensively, VJ did not have a good run as a head coach.
No.
Oh, by the way, here in Denver, has his stock and will his stock continue to rise as long as they play like this?
Yeah, I think so. And I expect that he'll get head coaching interviews. I would expect that to be the case. We'll see whether he can get one or not, but I would expect he gets it. But I got to say something, and I want to ask somebody this. What the hell happened? Like, how'd they get this good all of a sudden? Like, what's the difference?
Well,
we've talked about it a lot.
The rumor was, and Vance even said he kind of came in and tried to run Vic stuff and was doing this, and there was just a bad mix in chemistry. They got beat, gave up 70 points in Miami, and he said, no. We're going to simplify, and he's kind of put his system in, and the players they've had, it's got on.
Yeah, they made things way simpler. It was the Miami game and then Kansas City the next week, which was a high-scoring game. But they like Scott said, Adam, they simplified things, and then they've replaced players with players that fit the system that they really want to run. So they did show a nice amount of patience there with VJ to allow that to happen. So it's actually a pretty good organizational mentality and approach to it because they didn't panic. They didn't knee-jerk fire.
Though there was some in the organization that wanted to.
They did. Everything had to be calmed down. And I think, Adam, what you see really, if you want to give credit where credit's due, uniforms, and that to Greg Penner. Ownership, Adam, I'm telling you. Ownership matters. And I think in that case, it's a big deal.
I've said this. I've said this before in the Denver market, and I'll say it now. The people that have dealt with them, and I've dealt with them some, rave about them.
Yep.
Rave about them. And money is never going to be an issue, which as a fan, that's something that we should put on the table because that does matter. But these people, they get it. They're good.
Mm-hmm.
They understand it matters. They care. And I think I think they already are, but they're going to continue to be great owners. Great owners.
I agree with you. Adam, you wouldn't believe what happened when they found out the media buffet wasn't that great. They found that out. It's prime rib. It's tuna tartare. It's like, you wouldn't believe the food at the game these days. I mean, Adam, it's kind of mind-blowing how good the food is for the media. It's stuff like that. There was a complaint about the players, the family room, right? They took like warehouse areas underneath across from, and it is spectacular. I walked past it. I was like, this was where we put old garbage
Chairs
or whatever.
and stuff,
Yeah, and it's spectacular. You should have seen how the stadium, Adam, was decked out to honor 1977 and every nook and cranny.
All the way down to the helmet cart coming out on the field.
Dude, it was ridiculous. Never mind. Steve Foley had 115 relatives there for his ceremony for going into the Ring of Fame. Adam, you can't think of a detail. The Saturday night before for the alums was, I was told, was unbelievable. And this wasn't happening before, Adam. It just wasn't. So they go into this game, and you know what? It did impact the team. They could feel it. They felt like this really meant more, and they played like
I'm going to say this, and they haven't started winning consistently yet, but I believe they're they got to win, but and if they could do that, they're capable of making this one of those places that players are going to want to come play because they've heard how good the owners are.
And there you go, and that's how you win.
That's how you win.
All right, buddy, we'll let you go. We'll talk to you next week. Thanks, Adam.
Guys, always fun.
All right.
Fun. Have a great week.
You look fabulous, by the way.
Thank you, buddy. You got our time to go do NFL Live on ESPN. And Scott, Wednesday night, fantasy basketball draft. So I'll have my team, and I view it as the guys that I'm married to for the season. Like, I got to look at these guys all year long. So it's got to be guys I love. So if there's one or two guys that you feel ready for a breakout, text me. Okay?
I'll text you already.
All right, thanks, Adam. Adam Schefter. All right, time for something. I got to get your opinion on something new. So let's see how it goes. It might suck. If it sucks, we don't have to do it again.
To wait 5 minutes and then do it.
No. We're doing something in between.
Now's the internet talk.
Okay.
We got two of those?
All right, go ahead. Yeah.
I'm curious what the story
presents sports.
Breaking news out of the NFL.
Breaking news out of the NBA.
Not sports.
A driving violation.
Suspended for 4 games without pay. Former Red Sox pitcher is under arrest. That was not acceptable.
Okay. So it's kind of like just another version of No Dumb Questions, frankly.
Kind of.
That's what
I'll give you a headline.
We should do news of the weird. That's what we should do.
We could get into that. I got one that's NBA related, and it's only because it's on the TV behind me.
All right.
And I know this is what the 4-letter network does. They get a name and then they blow it up. We already talked about. Do you think Klay Thompson's really going to do that much in Dallas?
No, I do not.
I don't either.
I do not think he's going to do that much.
But are they not blowing it up like this is like the second coming? And
how much is he making down there too? Is it 50?
I thought it was like 40 something.
Something like that? No, I don't think he's going to.
He's a great mid-range shooter, but guess what? You only got one of the other two superstars that like to pass.
Yeah, I know. They have the most boring offensive system in the world.
Actually, 3 years, $50 million. That doesn't seem too bad.
Oh, yeah,
that doesn't seem too pricey.
That's why his dad was upset.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't think he's going to do a damn thing for them.
Yeah,
I'd love to have him right here, though. I don't know what he's going to do there, but I think he would have been a hell of a fit coming off the bench for the Nuggets.
They need shooting. I agree with you there.
I think he's a little bit of a diva too, bro. Like he's got a little.
Well,
okay, I don't know. Well,
let's just put it this way.
Yeah,
Clay's the most likable of those Warriors guys, though.
Clay,
I like Clay.
Clay got in the league, became a defensive guy, got on the floor, and then he realized he's a mid-range shooter. Then he became a great outside three-point shooter. That being said, I think he would be a guy that what I've heard.
Yeah.
He and Dan Tanner would get along well.
Would you rather have Zeke Naji at a $32 million deal or Klay Thompson 3 for $50?
I'd rather have Klay Thompson, but I like Zeke because he's a really nice
You know the
dude.
funny thing here is no dumb question.
Yes. He was very kind to me.
Yeah.
And I thought Klay Thompson's dad was overrated as hell too.
Oh, wow.
My opinion.
Shots fired.
Just mine.
Yeah.
He'll make more this year than I think his dad Michael made his entire career.
Wow, that's.
I mean, think about that. And he was a nice player. I mean, I'll be honest with you, he's a nice player.
I got a story for you guys. The hurricane stuff. The hurricane. Listen, my heart goes out to everybody.
We're doing the dude that lives on the boat. Is that what we're doing?
The dude that lives on a boat.
Oh yeah, the dude that refused to get off the boat.
I don't know that story.
He was going to ride it out.
What was his name? He had some funny name.
Bob.
Lieutenant Dan.
Lieutenant Dan.
That's right.
That's exactly what it was.
Are you kidding me? He went by Lieutenant Dan?
No, he's Lieutenant Dan.
Okay, that is awesome.
And it was like a small little boat. It was not a big old boat.
So someone said he survived it.
He finally got off. He finally got off.
I had not heard the Lieutenant Dan story. Here's what I did see, though, guys. I'm curious what your take on it is. This is Anderson Cooper getting smashed with a piece of flying styrofoam from his reporting by a seawall.
And the water now is really starting to pour over. If you look at the ground, whoa. Okay, that wasn't good. We'll probably go inside shortly.
Okay, where are you guys with reporters standing outside during hurricanes?
Well,
and what exactly is, of all people, Anderson Cooper doing there, standing outside during a hurricane?
Yeah, in his Gucci shoes. I wonder what happened with that. Well, I don't know. You guys saw the report in Hurricane Helene, and that was a lot of flash flooding. And I think they said they had 36 or 8 inches of rain in like a 48-hour period. So that's why they had tons of, creeks turning into rivers, and that's where a lot of damage was going on because of all the flash flooding. But did you see the one guy reporter? He's on air live, and there's a lady in the car, and the water's about to the top of the door.
Whoa!
And they're yelling, and he goes, "Well, we called 911," and he finally says, "Guys, I'm sorry," and he's on live. He goes, I can't just let it. And so he basically hands the cameraman his mic and his earpiece and everything and wades out into the water. There's a police rope that's right there, or one of those yellow tapes that he has to kind of lift and go under that's already submerged. It's at the top of that. Goes over there and pries out. And then the lady's kind of not real big, puts her on his back and walks out of the water of the car. And the water's like lapping up to the back of the window and stuff.
Jeez. Well, I like that kind of reporting.
That's kind of cool.
I don't know about looking at a guy who probably makes $20 million a year with a production assistant throwing styrofoam at him.
And he wasn't happy to be there either.
Who's that?
Anderson Cooper.
Oh no! He lives for this. Yeah. Come on, you think he was forced to do that?
I didn't see it. He didn't sound happy to be there.
Well, it was just pretty funny. Play it again, Dan. When he got hit with the styrofoam, like that's not good.
And the water now is really starting to pour over. If you look at the ground, whoa.
It was a piece of styrofoam.
Whoa, styrofoam!
Was it like a Sonic?
Well, we got homes flying through the air. There's a boat going 50 feet up top.
Yeah.
I got hit by styrofoam.
Hey, did you see that? Do you guys remember this? This went viral too. This lady reported, because reporters flock to storms. Al Roker used to do that all the time, right? And you're telling everybody to get out, but you want to get a shot of you, being blown over. But this lady goes, flooding has just happened. They've evacuated this entire city. It's up to your waist right now, and blah, blah, blah. And a guy rides by in a bike. He rides a bike that's he's going through a deep puddle. Right. And he rides his bike right behind her while she's saying, it's up to your waist right now. And we're obviously in high ground. And literally behind him, 20 yards, bike just rolls right behind.
Bring, bring. Sports, not sports.
Now it's Barbashev as he goes through San Gerard. Barbashev, a backhander, he scores. A backhander from the far circle with really no angle goes in over the shoulder of Annunen and in. Barbashev has 2 goals on the night. The Golden Knights have 7. And the most ridiculous goal horn has officially jumped this guard.
Well, actually, ironically, I didn't really even hear it, when it happened in the game. I've obviously been sent a lot and seen the video after, but, I think that's just part of his game. I think, he's, mastered that, and he's tried to use it to his, success. And I think it's important when things like that happen, you just kind of come down and get back to, the basics and not necessarily listen to it, kind of cut out the noise and just, go to work. And at the time, we weren't doing a whole lot offensively. So, it was good that we turned it around in the second half.
Big question of the day. Who do you feel better about in the postseason right now? Broncos or Avalanche? Right now, today.
Avalanche.
Of course. What a silly question.
81 games left, dog.
What are we talking about here? You know what? I tell you what.
Where are we at?
You asked me this question in 3 weeks, and the Broncos have a very legitimate path to winning 3 more games. That would be 6 straight. I don't think they'll pull it off. I don't think that they'll actually do that. But if they do, I mean, it would be insane the thought of not making the playoffs at that point.
So the seriousness of the goaltending situation, according to Bedsy.
Well, it's not good enough. I didn't like our game.
It's
was
not good enough.
4 home games. What if in a week they're looking at 4-1, and the Broncos are 6-2? That's what you should set the question up.
Where do you think they're going to?
A week from now,
All right.
4-1, 6-2. Who do you like?
Well, where are they going to be? Where are the Avs going to be after this 4-game homestand?
4-1.
You think they're going to sweep this 4-game homestand?
Yes.
Okay.
3-1-1. How's that?
You got to do a hockey score in there. You got to throw that.
7 points.
Yeah, you got to have that overtime loss in there.
7 points.
Nothing like that great overtime loss of single points. I don't know, man. I'm not freaking out either. And I'd say the Avalanche too on that. However, last night was like every fear you had about the Avalanche played out last night. Every single one.
Well, I watched part of that Ranger-Pittsburgh game also, and I think when I stopped watching, Rangers got 5-0, I think, on Pittsburgh. Was it 6-0 with the final? And I'm sitting there going, overanalyze whatever you're doing first game. I said, God dang, Pittsburgh's slow. They look so slow. Rangers beat them to every single puck. They couldn't clear their thing. And then I watched the Avs. I'm like, the Knights are beating them to every single puck. They can't clear their defensive zone. I thought they really struggled. I still do. Here's my biggest question. And I've been saying this, and Andy's been saying this for a couple years now. I just don't think they're big enough yet. Manson plays his butt off at his size. Wood, by the way, did you see the penalty he got?
Yes.
And once again, did you see why?
It was stupid. Go ahead.
But his teammate got high stick. They don't call that. So
he runs a guy in the board.
And he slams the guy in the board. I'm like, okay, that's our guys.
You know
that's
what's interesting about the two teams when you talk about the Broncos and the Avalanche is they're both built on extremes, and I don't love teams that are built on extremes. The Avalanche have got an extremely good offense, and they're just crossing their fingers and hoping and praying they hold up defensively. And the Broncos got extremely good defense, and they're crossing fingers, hoping and praying they get enough out of their offense. In the long run, teams that are built off extremes, it catches up to you. I know I won a Super Bowl. Okay, everybody points at it. Ha ha, Tyler, you're an idiot. You pulled it off. It's pretty damn unusual, and we happen to have a pretty damn unusual quarterback that was at the helm there. So it concerns me with both teams in the long run, if we're being honest about their playoff hopes, when you've got teams that are built off the extreme.
That's interesting.
What would the Broncos have to do to make you feel differently, to feel like, hey, this is the real deal?
Put up 20 to 24 points a game. And I'll feel pretty good. I don't need 30. I don't need 28. But if you give me 20 to 24 points, I feel like our defense is good enough to win just about every game that you score 20 to 24
Good start. The
points.
offense gave you 27 last week.
Okay.
Good start. The offense?
Did the offense?
That's what they scored.
Well, at least 7 of those was from defense.
Well, they scored 34. I took off 7.
Okay.
So,
And then they had another 10 because the defense gave you great field position.
Those points scored by themselves?
They keep a stat of points off of turnover.
If you were giving credit on those points, are you giving those credits to the defense or the offense?
I would. They were 3. If they were field goals only and they didn't advance the ball, I could see your argument. But
they got 1 touchdown and 1 field goal.
They were 3 for 3. They got 3 touchdowns.
Well, they got all 3. Oh.
They were 3 for 3 in the red zone. All touchdowns. Yes, sir.
So they got 13 points with the offense. Listen, you make people take sides. There's no sides. Listen,
here's the bottom line.
To go on what he just said, that becomes balance. If the defense is going to get you the ball back, special teams is going to get you field position and field position from the defense too. then guess what? Now it's time for the offense. That was a good synergy game. And if they have a synergy game where the defense keeps the field short, they're going to win a lot of games.
All right, let me give you another fun one. Who needs what more? Do the Avs need a goalie more or the Broncos need a tight end more?
Oh, Avs need a goalie. Yeah.
Oh, you're done with Georgiev.
Well, it's
really
again. Here's what it comes down to for me, and this is where you and I are different in terms of when it comes to the trade deadline for the Denver Broncos.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever happens this year is gravy for me. If we make the playoffs, cool. I'm damn sure not thinking the Broncos are in a position to win a championship this year.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't really care about the tight end problem for the Broncos. I don't. The Avalanche are. They're in the window, okay? And it's not so much that I am. Yeah, I don't really believe in Georgie.
I guess not. No,
you're right.
I mean, it's a pretty simple question.
I don't really believe in Georgie at all, and they are in a championship year.
I mean,
That's
you could easily have said, "Oh no, it's definitely the Broncos with the tight end," because we're fine at goalie. You could say that too, which would be perfectly acceptable.
I've seen plenty out of Georgie for long enough to know that it's not good enough.
Okay.
Here's
the thing, and I could be wrong, Dan. Help me if I'm wrong on this stat. He was the winningest goalie in hockey last year.
Correct.
And yet he averaged over 3 goals against.
Right, because they had a hell of an offense.
I think 3.08 was his goals against, which put him down like a 27, 28, 26, something like that.
Because the Avalanche were the highest scoring team in the NHL.
Here's my concern with Georgie. Where's that dude at mentally? Because I promise you, he heard the noise. We saw it last year. That's the frustrations, hitting his own teammates, throwing his stick, whatever. You know, we saw the temper tantrums. And you go into the offseason, and he was feeling the heat. He was feeling the pressure, knowing that he was the weak link on a championship level team. And then he comes out the gates with a game like that. I just wonder where he's at.
Well, I've been around Georgie a bunch, and he is a tough one to figure out. He is. He's very quiet. I think everybody likes him fine enough, but I just can't tell what kind of person he is at all. His English is just fine. That's not an issue. He is kind of interesting, man. We were a little spoiled by Darcy Kemper. He was such a positive person, so upbeat, so gregarious, so just like sort of one of the guys, that sort of thing. Georgie's not a bad guy whatsoever. He's a very nice guy. But you know what he is? He's an introvert. He's a goalie who's an introvert, and that's not that unusual. There's been a lot of quirky, wacky goalies. They're just kind of in their own little goalie space, but it's hard to figure out who these guys really are. So you ask a very good question. Like, what's going on in his head?
All right. Well,
who knows?
Here's a no dumb question from this end. If the Avs need a goalie, and the Broncos really need a tight end,
yeah.
Which organization's more apt to go out and get that?
Oh, that's a good one. Well, I think the more apt is the Broncos because I think everybody understands it, and it's not something that they've invested a lot in. They did not draft Dulcich is a second-round pick, and they can move on. It's just not that big of a deal. Georgie was a free agent goaltender.
See, and I would say the Avs though.
I actually
because I think Sakic, he don't play, and if he thinks they're in the window. And this guy ain't getting it done.
We can't mess around.
Yeah. Okay, logic would say the Avalanche because they are in a window. And they're the team that needs a missing piece to win the championship. However, I think they've made a fundamental decision that they're just going to outscore everybody. And they're going to go in a reasonable price tag for their goaltender. And I don't think they're going to venture off from it.
Well, they've tried. That's definitely their approach. That is exactly what they've done. It's tough, though. Like when Bednar said, we gave up 4, bad defensive plays, and all 4 times they ended up in the back of the net. And the TNT guys were really good between the first and second period. They're like, hey, man, this is where your goalie has to make a save. And even Bednar yesterday said it's a 1-goal game, and Annanen's in because he benched Georgie. And he's like, he's got to help us out here. You got to get a save here. You got to get a save. Even in perfect defensive positioning, occasionally the other team's going to get a shot off, and your goalie's got to make a play. And they didn't get any of that. There were only 20 shots on net, fellas. 7 goals on 20 shots on net. You don't count the empty.
That ain't enough.
It's terrible.
Yeah.
It's flat out terrible.
Is that not ready to play, or is that talent?
Oh, man. It's a great question, dude. Bednar said they had spent 3 weeks kind of focusing on this defensive sort of approach or whatever. But they did not look ready to play. They did not look ready to play. I think it's a fair criticism. I don't know how anybody's defending the Avs today. How could you? It was an embarrassing opening night.
But you don't defend them, you just believe. You don't defend, you just believe. And you say, we believe that this team is ready. And it's early on.
Mikko Rantanen had a hat trick. By the way, that's a funny crowd. You know, the visitor has a hat trick. Who throws their hat on the ice? There were like 7 hats.
All Avs fans. Yeah. It's Conor McGregor's wife and kid that were down there.
Yeah, I know. That's pretty funny. They were scooping up the hats. It took them like 2 seconds. There was like 7 of them.
Somebody held a Red Wings hat up and said, anybody want this?
Exactly. All right, tough
but I still think Sakic, if he honestly thinks this is a problem,
you gotta get
he will make moves. Or McFarland, if you want to give him the credit.
I wonder in hockey, I don't know the answer to this. I wonder in hockey how long that takes. Seriously, about your goalie. Like, how long until it, like Woody Johnson, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. He just knew it was time to replace Sala, right? Even in the middle. When does that happen with the goalie? When are you just like, okay, this ain't working. We're moving on. Like, at what point?
I don't know.
Well,
I would have thought last year was enough, quite frankly.
If you get what you think is your defense playing the way they need to play, and you're still losing games 4 goals on 18 shots. I mean, if in essence 20 shots. I mean, Dan, how many games should you win giving up just 20 shots? Right? You should win that game maybe 3-1, 3-2. And if they think they get the defense down, that's right. Then it within 25 games.
You got a goalie stat, Dan?
Well, just real quick, I just looked this up. So the year the Avs won the Cup, Darcy Kemper was their goaltender. He gave up 2.54 goals against per game. Last year, do you know what Georgie gave up?
3 point something.
I'm sorry, in 22-23, the year after they won the Cup. 2.53. Kemper was 2.54 the year they won it.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the problem.
Well, but 22-23 was then all of a sudden you go play an expansion team in the first round, and Nichushkin, I think, just completely derailed that team mentally and everything.
Totally agree.
Here's the problem. How are you going to go get an upgraded goaltender in the middle of the season?
That's a great question.
Who the hell's trading a goaltender that would be an upgrade?
What was their
guy
that came
You're not. You're stuck with him. He's your guy.
No, they do that all the time.
I mean, you could roll with it. You could roll with one of your younger guys if that's what you choose to do. But that's like going to Lucas Kroll. That's just saying, well, let's try the next man up.
You're probably right. You may not have a choice but to wait to the trade deadline and see, what's what, and then what's.
But nobody's traded a goalie that's an upgrade.
Boy, I tell you, it's going to be a stressful.
Only if they're a free agent.
It's going to be a stressful first 6 weeks for the Avalanche. And you got to get Lehkonen back. How much you want Nichushkin back now? Fans are going to be more forgiving, trust me, as this goes on. Saturday night, it's Columbus, the Blue Jackets in town. Hear the game right here on Altitude Sports 92.5. Let's Football Goes next.
Hey, there's a lot of options out there for hair restoration in Denver, but why don't you find a simple solution that is guaranteed to work? It's an easy one-day treatment that's going to have your own natural hair start to regrow the very next day. Call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. They're world-renowned. Address years of thinning, receding, or balding just like I did and get your confidence back. With Advanced Hair, you're going to get confidence going into your treatment as they guarantee that your new hair will grow. Advanced Hair is home to the best medical staff and the best technology in hair restoration. They've changed tens of thousands of lives, and now it's your turn. So schedule your free consultation. Call 720-459-HAIR. Guys, if you qualify, you're going to get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Simply call 720-459-HAIR. You've been waiting for the right option, and it's here. But this is a limited time offer. 1-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Thank you, Mountain High Appliance. Found him at mountainhighappliance.com. What's up with Nathaniel Hackett? He's there.
He's there.
Yeah, he's there. First up, Dan Buds Quince Tanner. What do you got?
All right, let's go back a couple of years. We've got the Broncos-Chargers coming up on Sunday. Remember, during the hiring process for George Paton and the Broncos, Sean Payton obviously ended up getting the job, but Jim Harbaugh was a name that was floated around and interviewed with the Broncos. So Sean Payton was asked yesterday by Troy Rank, did Sean know he and Jim Harbaugh were both after the Broncos job back in 2023?
I didn't know. I only read what you guys read. I didn't know who the other candidates were. I knew they were interviewing a bunch of other candidates, and I was thinking about the other teams that I was visiting, and so no, I had no idea. Yeah, honestly, I didn't know. It was really more about like the different teams that I'd gone to and making sure it was the right decision, for me.
All right, so A, do you believe, Sean, that he didn't know Harbaugh was in the mix for the Broncos? And B, now that we have a couple of years of context, if you guys could go back or pick right now, you sticking with Sean or would you go Jim Harbaugh as the head coach of the Broncos today?
Well, I've actually never been as high on Harbaugh as a lot of other guys have been. I think he's a good coach. Don't get me wrong. He's done nothing but succeed. I get it. He did it in San Francisco. He's done it in Michigan. I just think that his personality in the long run is really going to wear on players. Is that a lot different than Sean Payton? No. So I guess I don't know how to pick between the two guys. I probably at the time would have chosen Sean Payton, and I guess I probably still would have stuck with Sean Payton.
No dumb question. Whenever you hear Sean Payton say, honestly, are you prepared for a lie?
Yeah, there's zero chance he didn't know Harbaugh and DeMeco Ryans were up for the job. What are you? Are we rubes? Are we idiots here?
Well, then you wanted to make sure that I was going around talking to other teams too.
I like him, and I'm glad he's here. But when Slim Shawnee comes out every now and then, and that's a Slim Shawnee moment right there, bro. Like, give me a break. By the way, cool question by Troy Rank to throw that one out there. I would rather have Harbaugh. I always liked Harbaugh best. I understand what you're saying about getting on guys. I totally understand that. I just think the guy is I love Jim Harbaugh as a football coach. I think he's a kook as a person, but whatever. I think he would get the job done. But I think Sean Payton's going to get the job done too.
Do you know that Harbaugh, there was a story that came out from Bosa. He gets in the team cold tub. So in the NFL, the cold tub is it's like a hot tub. Like it's actually bigger than a hot tub. So you can get 10, 15 guys in this thing, right? Yeah. And most guys go in there in their gray shorts or in their girdle or whatever. Harbaugh will walk into the team cold tub wearing his khakis. He gets into the cold tub with his khaki pants on.
That is awesome.
Is it?
He's a weirdo.
Is it?
You know why? Because he's probably got a neoprene long suit underneath, and he don't want everybody to know that he's got that neoprene suit on underneath.
Listen, I think it's going to work out.
Do he wear his tennis shoes?
I don't know.
Does he take his shirt off?
I don't know. All I know is he wears his khakis, according to Bosa.
Hey, man.
Sensitive about his calves.
You know what's true, though? DeMeco Ryans is successful in Houston. It looks like we're all knocking on all wood we can find that Sean Payton is successful here. And I think Harbaugh, maybe not this year, but will be successful with the Chargers. Sometimes there's just more than one answer. Sometimes it doesn't have to be just one. So it's a fun thing to debate about.
Wait, you could build a football team in more than one way?
You sure can.
Like, you don't have to draft the quarterback. You could draft Brock Bowers and then figure out the quarterback later.
It's so much more difficult to do it that way. But you could, but you'd have to believe.
Of course you can.
Listen, man, I'm all for it if you're going to commit to that third, fourth rounder, the most that you would commit to the first rounder. It just doesn't happen, Tyler. Teams don't have that patience.
I was saying you could wait another year, not the fourth rounder. You could wait another year.
If Jim Harbaugh was here, would J.J. McCarthy be the quarterback?
No.
If he was where?
I don't think so.
If they'd assigned him.
Here? They would have had to move up, obviously. I think he would have banged the table for it.
You know what? As good as your players are in college, you know their deficiencies better than anybody else. And there's always that grass is greener thought. So when you get to the NFL, you probably hype him up because you're being his dad. Like you're trying to help your buddy out, your player. But in the back of your mind, you're like, oh man, but he did frustrate me on these things. Jayden Daniels, he doesn't have those limitations.
No, that's right. However, that being said, Jayden Daniels wasn't really in the conversation.
Jayden Daniels is just a name.
All right, but
it was just
I think it's a legitimate question. Would Jim Harbaugh have taken J.J. McCarthy, Bo Nix, or Michael Penix? That's a fair question. Like, what do you think? Where do you think he would have gone?
Well,
because those would have been his three choices.
So if we go the same draft and McCarthy's already gone before Denver picks, they didn't move up.
McCarthy's got, so it's Penix and Nix.
Do they draft a quarterback?
He likes to run the football. I bet he's drafting offensive lineman. He's getting yourself a new left tackle. I don't know.
I would hope he would, but I don't know. I don't have any evidence of it. I don't know what he would have done. And his history with quarterbacks is he kind of makes the best with what he's got. I don't know. It's a good question. He had a lot of success with Colin Kaepernick, and Kaepernick was a second-round pick in San Francisco. So there's nothing to really indicate he feels the same way about quarterbacks that we're talking about. Who did they even take? I don't even know who the Chargers take. Do you guys know?
Joe Alt.
Yeah.
They took it. Okay.
Offensive lineman.
Great player.
Yeah. He might not have. But I'll double down on that question. Is Harbaugh the type of coach, though, to show dedication to a deeper round quarterback where other coaches wouldn't? Like, he'll commit to that third-round guy or fourth-round guy.
Well,
he will.
Like you said, he got a second round with Kaepernick and took him to a Super Bowl.
That's right. Maybe. Like, what chance did Drew Lock really have here, guys? Seriously. What chance did he have?
He had a damn good chance.
You think so?
Hell yeah, I do.
Then why?
It's pretty unusual for a second rounder to get the opportunity that he did.
You think Drew Lock blew it?
Yes.
You think it was legit between him and Teddy Bridgewater?
Absolutely, I do.
Okay.
They had all the reason in the world to go to Drew Lock. All the reason.
You think Teddy just straight up won that job? That Vic Fangio, who mentioned Teddy's birthday and forgot about Drew, was fair about that and was not predisposed to Teddy Bridgewater?
I think he found the guy that he thought was the best quarterback. Yeah.
Scott?
I don't know if he invested in developing him and he chose a quarterback that would help him win right away. How did that work out?
Not good. Next question, Dan.
All right, let's hear from Bo Nix. We've talked a lot about the progression we'd like to see throughout the year from Bo. Well, he was asked yesterday, what does Bo feel like his next step in the progression process is after 5 games?
Well, that's a great question. I think, consistency is the key. And, I've been able to make strides just in 5 weeks, but got to continue to find those areas of improvements each game. And, you're always going to look back and want a few back and make some mistakes in games and wish you could do them different. But that's why you play again and again. And so just being consistent, I think, is the main thing, and continue not to turn the ball over and put your team in a good spot.
You guys agree with Bo? Is it just consistency, or are there other things you guys are looking for?
Well, I think Patrick Mahomes is pretty consistent, but he ain't whipping himself or worried if he throws a pick here and there.
Right.
He's already thrown 4 or 5 this year, hasn't he? And they're 5-0. So I don't know. I think that's a good base answer. I think put that on record and repeat type of an answer. Yes, you don't want him to turn over, but again, can you now, with no turnovers and you're down 17-13 with the ball and 3 minutes to go, can you put a drive together to win the game?
Well, the lack of turnovers is the reason why the Broncos are winning football games. So
in 3 in a row, yeah.
That's not to be discounted. It's awesome. It's good. That's why they're there. But no, if they want to thrive, if they want to really win some games that, you're actually getting challenged when your defense doesn't play perfect, you're going to have to ramp things up offensively. You will.
What's the key to that?
A lot of things, man. I mean, it's not as simple as a key. You got to run the ball well. You got to push the ball down the field, not 100 times a game, but 4 or 5 times a game. And you got to be afraid. You can't be afraid to make a mistake, because you got to know that my talent will outweigh whatever mistakes I make.
How will you feel, though, if they are down 17-13 because mistakes were made and you're in a position to succeed, but you don't. You come up a little bit short. First time, maybe even second time. How many shots do you get at to earn that trust that you can do it? And what is the degree of acceptable failure when it's a tough situation in the first place? Don't you have to go through it to learn from it?
Maybe.
Sure.
Maybe. I think he had a chance to learn from it in the first 2 weeks.
Maybe he has.
And maybe even in the third week, because then they get the ball back and then gave it back to the Jets.
They did. They had 2 chances to kind of get a couple first downs and end the game. Yeah.
So I think he's had opportunities. Listen, he's doing fine. He's 3-2.
I know.
He's 3-2, and he should have been a second or third round pick according to everybody, right? So I mean, what do you expect? I mean, 3-2. If you get lucky, if you get lucky, you win that Pittsburgh game. If you get unlucky, maybe you lose the Jets game. But
if the Broncos if they don't draft Bo Nix, who picks him up where?
I don't know.
Do the Raiders pick him up?
I don't know.
Does he go to the second round?
Well, the Raiders had a chance to pick what's his name to went to Atlanta, didn't they? They
no.
didn't.
No, they tried to. So they tried to move up to go get him, but they couldn't get it done.
That's right. Maybe he is a second or third round pick. You might be right. If nobody else is going to pick him, maybe that's what's going on. And if that's the case, as the 6th quarterback taken, okay, let's just say he is. Say he really is a second round quarterback. I'm telling you, it can work with a deeper draft pick if teams were committed to the guys that they drafted there. They just don't do it, which is one of the reasons I banged the table for a first rounder. Listen, man, I'm waiting for that coach who's going to revolutionize the NFL and saying, I am going to build a team and draft a guy good enough in the 4th round because he's going to be way cheaper. I may have to rinse and repeat with that quarterback like you do with goalies. But, boy, the NFL is telling you that doesn't work.
But you've kind of seen it in its works, and I'm not sure, I think it may have surprised him too. But you see San Francisco going with a 7th round guy, all of a sudden, gets his chance to start, takes care of the ball, is consistent. But the difference is they got players.
Yep.
They got top 2 tight end, top 2 wide receivers.
They got dudes that are getting yards after the catch.
Yeah, they they had players.
But even they are struggling right now.
I think Atlanta's doing
because all the players hurt.
Atlanta's doing a different form of what you're talking about. Obviously, it's still a high investment, but instead of getting the 4th rounder, they're saying, okay, we're going to get the dude when we can. It doesn't matter if we've already got a guy in-house. We just see a guy that we like, and we're saying, okay, eventually he's going to be play for us. So we're going to select the dude that we like when he's there.
That is such a weird environment for Kirk Cousins and that veteran quarterback, but, whatever. You're getting paid a lot of money, just deal with it. Last one, Dan.
All right, just a quick mock draft for you here, Scotty. CBS Sports released one today. Travis Hunter, 1st overall in this mock to the Patriots. Now, here's where it gets interesting. At 3, they have the Cleveland Browns dumping Deshaun Watson and selecting Buffs quarterback Shedeur Sanders.
Wow.
So, interesting little mock here. And by the way, fellas, Broncos picking – if the draft was today, the Broncos would be in the 20s. How refreshing is that?
It's crazy.
At 22, they have the Broncos selecting the current Heisman Trophy favorite, Ashton Genty, the running back out of Boise State.
I'd be down. I mean, it's counter to the norm of not making a high investment in a running back, but that dude, goodness. Whichever dude that you take high, that might be the one.
How do you think Brian would feel about his kid being drafted at Cleveland?
Well, listen, are they going to want a new coach in Cleveland soon?
Maybe. Stefanski is a good coach. I agree with you on that, but I don't know. Maybe. What are you saying?
Well, I mean, you brought out the thought that he'd go to Dallas and be the head coach, or not Dallas, but the Raiders, and be the head coach there.
Guys, seriously, if a owner throws $18 million in front of Prime per year for 3 years, what's he doing?
Would Dion take the Cleveland job? I don't know if he would.
I don't know either. The owners
that is so anti-Dion Cleveland.
I gotcha. And Haslett is Jimmy Haslett, right? The owner, whatever his name is. He's a kook. It's a good question, man. I don't know. But I think if somebody throws 18, what is the rule, by the way, if you just choose not to be drafted? What is the rule? Like, if you say, I don't want to go there, I'm not going there, whatever.
They retain your rights for an entire year, I believe. In the basketball, you speak, they retain your rights the entire year. You can go back in the draft the second year. I knew a guy who did that.
I don't think you don't get to go back in the draft in the NFL, I don't think.
See, I don't know. I knew a guy that and this is back when they had amateur players. He wanted to play in the Olympics. Second round draft pick, Celtics. I believe Celtics or somebody. Didn't want to do it, wanted to go be in the Olympics.
Mm-hmm.
They boycott the Olympics. Right? So he doesn't get to go to the Olympics. And the second year out, he gets drafted in like the 4th round.
All right, no dumb question here. Do you see a situation, Tyler specifically, where Shedeur and Dion would strong arm the NFL if they didn't like where he was going?
I don't think so. No, I really don't. I think that's been way overplayed. I do not see that happening. Now, could I see Dion in the pre-draft process being heavily involved and, talking to the teams and trying to angle to get it set up the way that he wants? Yes, I could. I don't think that he would. He's not going to sit out a year because he doesn't like the team that he's playing for.
You're the 3rd pick in the NFL draft. That's a pretty high compliment.
True.
You're off to Cleveland.
True. But there's been 2 guys that said, don't draft me. They drafted him. They said, I ain't playing. They end up getting him traded and became Hall of Fame.
Elway and Eli.
But to be fair, and I guess this could be heard as a slight shot on Shedeur. It's not intended to be. The reason why Shedeur is potentially going to be the first quarterback off the board this year is because of the mediocrity of the quarterback position in the draft. It's not a great year.
Yeah.
It's just very muddied. Shedeur probably will be the first dude. Not a shot at him, but it's just there's not a lot of competition out there.
It's PhD at 925.
All right, what's going on, guys and gals out there? If you want to look and feel better, sleep better, get more energy, call my friends at Revitalize Health, the best in the industry. I know there's a lot of options out there for testosterone, and of course, Revitalize Health can help you out with that if that's what your body needs. But there's so much more to your health and wellness, and that's why Revitalize Health specializes in testosterone, but peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options, vitamin B12 shots. Whatever your body needs, they're going to come up with a customized game plan, and you are going to feel amazing. You will feel so much younger, fresher, sleep better, have more energy, all of the above. With 3 locations, they're close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over. Find them online at revitalize-health.com.
Nate and Andy are at number 38 in Rhino today in about 10 or so minutes. So see what the boys have to say about the hockey. See who's really freaking out today about it. Those late puck drops, though, guys. Were you really able to stay up for the whole thing? Were you?
No, I watched a little bit of the Pittsburgh Rangers game, and then when the warden dad, a prisoner 855-1823, had a birthday dinner, so went and did that, and came back. Avs had started, and I sat down literally 3 minutes before the first goal of the Avs, and we go, here we go. Miko with that great shot. Here we go, one time. We're in.
Yeah.
And then I sat there and watched the next two periods, and after I got 5-3 and the way they ended the second period in it, have fun.
Well, they tried to make it interesting in the second there. And what was it? At the end of the first, it was 3-1, right? And then the Avalanche scored 2 in the second.
Yep.
They fought back.
5-3 in second intermission.
Right. But at that point, Georgie was slipping. I'd had enough.
I didn't know HBO. How stupid am I? I guess.
Well, thank God they had it because
I don't have TNT anymore.
Yeah, we both have Fubo.
Yeah.
And I don't have it. I logged into HBO and they had what was the game before it?
Pittsburgh Rangers.
Yeah. So I was watching that for a little bit, and then I didn't realize I had to actually switch out of that to go to the Avalanche, so I was a little bit late.
That's what you get with all this, boom, 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 satellite, whatever, TV stuff. I caught me last year doing the same thing. I said, oh, yeah. Why the hell?
I thought they were just going to go straight to it.
There's some post game. No, had to click out, click over, click in, click up. I
mean, the irony, of course, if you just had Comcast, you get no problem, which is so ironic because everything that's been going on. But it was cool, man. I guess my problem is solved. I thought that was going to be a big issue because I just found myself because I moved and I cut the cord, right? Got the Fubo, no TNT. But I do pay for HBO Max because I'm an idiot. I pay for all sorts of stuff. I don't know how that's going to go. I probably pay more than I do forever because, you add this, you add that, you add the other thing because you got to figure it all out. Who knows? You just got to get used to paying for crap. Nothing is free, right?
No, you save like $15 by cutting the cord. That's it.
You think so?
And then by the time you add in HBO and you add in Netflix and whatever else,
right? Whatever pops up.
Yeah, I got guys that cut cord that are paying more. The first year or two, they were making some deals. They were doing good, and then they're like, I still pay about $340. But he's got everything. You got Disney, and you got Apple, and you got Paramount, and you've got Max, and you got this, and Doom, Fubo.
I need to go back
to
to
have Altitude Plus.
I didn't pay for TV for about 2 years. I just used Dan Store's login.
How'd that go?
Well, I should go back to it. I don't know why I don't know why I bought my own.
He stopped paying his bill.
Nah, it's still there. The problem was once in a blue moon, he would actually watch an Avalanche game, and then it would tell me it was streaming on too many devices. 9 out of 10 times I was good, but every now and then he would actually watch a game, and then I couldn't watch it on my end. So I bought my own.
Scale of 1 to 10, concern meter about. I'm going to ask 2 questions. Concern meter about the Avs. 10 is it's terrible. It's the worst. 1's no big deal.
Can you separate it? Can you do concern meter about Georgie and then concern meter about the Avalanche? Because to me, it's 2 different things.
That's where I was going next. Just the Avs first.
Because if you're just doing the Avs, 3. Yeah, but I think Georgie could be a separate question.
I agree.
4.
Georgie.
I came into the season with worries.
Georgie.
I'm like 8 on Georgie.
7.
How do you like the nickname Forgiev?
Forgiev.
Mm-hmm. He always gives up 4 per game. Yep.
Forgive. 4G.
8 give.
Good old 4G.
Good old 4G.
Whoa. That's a pretty good one, isn't it?
That is a good one.
Mm-hmm.
Can you really bank on they did it last year, highest scoring offense in the league. Okay, cool. Can you really bank on scoring 5 goals a game?
You cannot. You cannot.
You can get, yes.
Look at the season McKinnon had. It was ridiculous. You can't count on that. Can't count on it.
Rantanen had 42 goals?
42 from Rantanen. He had more. Second season in a row, he's had more than 100 points. McKinnon was the Hart and Ted Lindsay winner. I mean, McCarr came in, second in the Norris, right up there, something like that. I mean, they had a insane year. Nichushkin might have won the freaking Conn Smythe if he wasn't getting himself in trouble. He's playing so well in the playoffs. No, it was nuts what was going on with that team. Nuts. I don't know if they would have won the Stanley Cup last year, but oh my gosh.
Dude, I still think the first year that it happened against the Kraken, I think that'd have been a good year.
I think they beat the Kraken, but I think they lose probably in the next round.
Really?
Yeah, because the Kraken lost to the team that lost to the team that lost to the team that lost to the team. It wasn't all that close.
Well, Kraken lost to Dallas.
Yeah, Dallas lost.
Took him to 6 or 7.
Dallas lost to.
And Dallas lost to Vegas, right?
Yeah, and did Vegas win? Maybe it's. I don't know.
Vegas won.
It felt like the Avs really weren't that close, but they do get by Seattle if Nichushkin is there. They beat Seattle. I mean, come on, give me a break. I don't know how they do the rest of the way, but with Nichushkin last year, they are playing in the Stanley Cup Finals. I think so.
If Nuggets win Game 7, are they playing in the finals?
Unfortunately, I think they are, and that kills me. That is so painful to think about, but I do think they are, and I think they beat Boston. I think they're Boston's little Irish kryptonite. I think they are. I think the Nuggets are the Celtics' kryptonite, and I think the Celtics know it. I think we lost an NBA championship last year because we blew a 20-point lead in Game 7 at home. It sucks to think that.
So, I mean, the storyline was that okay, no, whatever. We're breaking out here. I was going to go deep, but I'm not going to go deep.
Go deep.
Well, I mean, the storyline in the playoffs last year was that the Nuggets, just the energy caught up to them. They played the players too early in the season. That you can't play Nikola Jokic so much, right? And that's why you lost the game against Minnesota. Well, why would that be any different when you play the next series against Dallas?
Because you had a better matchup.
I got it. But was it about the matchup or was it about the energy?
Well, I think it was me. I told you I was worried before the playoffs started. And to me, it was always matchup, but I do think they got tired in that series because they got to work harder.
Most people said it was about the energy.
Well, but they had to work harder against that matchup. They had to be almost perfect.
It is funny how the playoffs go. Like, you just get this kind of weird new energy, like the deeper you go to.
See, to me, energy,
the second round is tough.
I don't think there's such thing as not having energy in the playoffs. I don't think there's such thing as being tired in the playoffs.
Well, probably the issue is that you lost 2 home games in the first place. If you didn't lose those 2 home games and you were relying on winning Game 7, you might not have been there in the first place. And, of course, a bigger issue may have been losing to freaking San Antonio with 2 games to go, or you would have had an easier path in the first place and wouldn't have had to face Minnesota. There's that, too. I'm getting PTSD about the Nuggets, bro. Like, I'm okay about the Avs. I kind of get that. The Nuggets one, that was a tough weekend. That was a rough weekend. They both fell apart in the same weekend last spring. God, it sucked.
And the back-to-back year, the second year after winning a championship, did both the Avs and the Nuggets implode. Now, the Avs did with Nichushkin.
So here we go.
But was it implosions that cost them back-to-back championships?
Let's check it out with Nate and Andy. They're number 38 in Rhino, and they're up next. What's the deal with Nathaniel Hackett there with the Jets?
I mean, he's there.
Oh, yeah, we're here. It is Craigman and Lindahl. It is a Thursday afternoon, and we are out on the road today. We are at number 38. Colorado is the 38th
Yeah, why is
state.
it called number 38, Nate?
That's right. Colorado is the 38th state, Andy, to have joined the Union, which I only learned once I started doing remotes at number 38. I had never thought to check the serial number before on the state.
Yeah, I've lived here my whole life. I mean, somewhere I probably learned it. Sure, it was taught in a class.
Went in one ear and directly out
Yeah.
the other.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we're the 38th state. Thus, we are at number 38 today. We are getting you prepared for Thursday night football. Niners Seahawks. Kyle Shanahan has had the Seahawks number low over the years. Niners are a 3.5-point road favorite. They have been terrible in fourth quarters. We'll be getting you all set for the first game of your NFL weekend right there. Obviously, we are getting you set for the Broncos and the Chargers. That is to be discussed on our fine radio show here today. But, Andy, we begin with the Colorado Avalanche.
The Lanch.
The Lanch. The mighty Avs last night on the road and Vegas. And what a beginning for the Avalanche last night. What a start to the season for Mikko Jonathan Rantanen. I really doubt that's his middle name. But we started off just about 10 minutes into the contest. Mikko Rantanen, a one-timer off some awfully crisp puck movement. Roll it, Spring.
McKinnon again lets it go. Deflected to the far corner, knocked down by Mikko Rantanen. Spin around into the corner. Again for Nathan McKinnon up top for Taves. Back for McKinnon. One-timer. Mikko Rantanen shoots and scores! The Moose is loose! And that is point number 900 in the Hall of Fame career of Nathan McKinnon. For McKinnon in career games 792, he hits point number 900. With 9:12 to go in the first, it's 1-0 Colorado.
Milestone assist for number 29 right there, Andy. The Avalanche win the face-off. McKinnon gets a shot right off the draw. They keep it in the zone, and finally it's McKinnon, Taves, one-timer, Rantanen. Boom!
Off and running.
1-0 lead.
Beautiful start.
For the Avalanche. The Moose. Big number 96 finding the back of the net there in the early going. Take that, Vegas. We go to early in the second period. I don't know. Something happened. I was doing something. We go to early in the second period. This time the Avalanche are on the power play. 4 minutes and 15 seconds in period.
Below the goal line, it's Middlestat. Rantanen again. He holds. Saucer feed for Nathan McKinnon via Cale Makar. Makar has it again. One-timer Rantanen. He shoots and scores. For the second time tonight, the Moose is loose. McKinnon has a multi-point game as well with his second assist of the night. Make that 901. Cale Makar, the intermediary. And Mikko Rantanen has scored twice on 2 one-timers past Adin Hill. And the Avalanche score on the power play with 15:45 to go in the second period. It's 3-2 Golden Knights.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
I had a moment there. I really thought Connor was going to drop a Vaya con Dios in the middle of that call.
Go Jeff Legwald on you. He thought about it.
Makar, McKinnon, Rantanen, tic-tac-toe. Honestly, Cale Makar at the point is just so damn elite. That pass, boom, had that thing for a fraction of a second. Knew Mikko was going to have the angle and puts the puck right on him. Oh, just once again, Andy, an absolute thing of beauty out of the Avalanche right there. We now head to the third. I don't remember anything else that happened in that period.
Now, game's moving along, crisp pace.
Yeah.
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 Nothing but good feelings.
We go on to the third period. Again, all is well. Mikko Rantanen once again getting some work done. This time right after the power play expired. And I don't know if anybody actually threw the chapeau there in Las Vegas. But Connor McGahey is going to yell it anyway. Here we go. Roll it, Spring. Miko's third goal.
Cale Makar holding. Back to the bottom of the far circle. Gerard back for Makar. 5 seconds to go in the power play. Shot blocked. Gerard has it behind the net out in front. And misses its first target. Mikko Rantanen. He shoots and scores. The Moose is loose. Through the chapeau. It's an opening night hat trick for Mikko Rantanen. And with 13 minutes exactly to go in the third period, Mikko Rantanen has gotten the Avalanche within one.
Oh, Andy, Mikko Rantanen, after a single game, is on pace for 246 goals this season. I do believe that would be an NHL record.
No way he doesn't keep up the pace. I mean, he's
way.
Mikko.
He's Mikko. He's just going to absolutely keep rolling. He's going to keep kicking all the ass because he's Mikko Rantanen, and that's what he does. I don't think there's anything else to discuss from that game other than Rantanen got the hat trick. McKinnon got his 900th career point. All's well. That's it.
Yeah, there we go. Great start to the season, boys. Nice little trip to Vegas. Get yourself right. Pump a few goals in.
Hit a buffet.
Yeah, hit a buffet.
Maybe pull a slot machine or two.
Sure.
Maybe
yeah.
throw a little dice.
Stop by the Circa, take a dip in the pool.
Head home and open up a 4-game homestand on Saturday.
Yeah,
that's
it.
That's all
that's all you
saw.
needed.
Yeah,
we're done.
That game was fun.
Great times.
I had a great time watching it.
Great times.
Yeah.
Honestly, Scotty and I did a podcast during the second part of that.
Oh,
just
man.
good feeling all around.
Were you guys just throwing confetti around while
I threw my own hat trick. Did my own hat trick. Threw all the hats in my house around. I got about 100 hats, pile of hats.
Yeah.
Threw them around, acted like, took one of the kids' stuffed animals, threw the hats on it. There you go, Mikko.
Might
there,
as well do it.
Nothing, yeah.
Yeah, that's, again, I didn't notice any issues with the goaltending. I didn't see any problems at all with the rush coverage last night.
No, when you focus on defense all camp, it pays results in the first game.
Yeah.
It does.
Uh-huh.
What are you going to do? That's just the reality of it all.
As far as we're concerned, Mikko Rantanen had a hat trick last night, the end. That's all that happened.
Yeah, it might as well. Might as well. It's only game one.
And
it's only good feeling.
And we don't need to belabor any other points that could have happened.
No, there's
game.
no need to point out that our blind spot is as big as Georgie's on the power play.
No.
The hell is going on? I'm not going to yell.
Is the reality starting to?
I'm not going to yell. Somebody already
in?
put on the text line. They bet 3 minutes in. Sorry, we've already made it 12.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, I don't,
Oh.
I mean, it'd be cool if the thing that had you most nervous to end last year wasn't the thing that jumped out and made you most nervous to start this year. But, I mean, whatever. Mikko had a hat trick, Nate.
I'm sorry. I didn't have my glasses on when we began the show. I'm looking closer at my notes right now. It appears as though the Vegas Golden Knights scored is that – yeah, that's a snowman. They scored 8 goals last night.
Yeah, it was quite a few.
There were 8 of them.
They popped quite a few in. Yeah, they
Wait a minute. Are you telling me that basically every time the Avalanche scored last night that the Golden Knights scored 4 seconds later
and put 2 more in?
Is that what you're trying to tell me right there?
We got 1, they got 2. That doesn't add up quickly.
No, the math is off right there, huh?
Yeah, man, it was now I will say.
Wait a minute. Does this say that hold on, I didn't see my notes. Alexander Georgiev didn't finish the game last night?
No, here's the thing that was cool.
Uh-huh.
They actually gave up less goals with an empty net than they did at any other time in the game.
Their best goal.
They only gave up 1 with an empty net.
Was the old EN?
Just nobody back there. Worked out all right. Better than both Annunen and Georgie.
See, I just thought it was nice that they gave the youngster a chance to get in and get some regular season experience on opening night. Why not?
Sure.
Uh-huh.
Hey, everyone would. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Hey, man. When I sat down at 8:20 last night, as I'll be doing when it's 8:45 Saturday night for the Buff game, and I'm in Boulder, when I know I'm going to be up late, that's exactly the game I want to see.
That's what you want to see.
Made it
right
all
there.
worth it. Made the wait worth it to get hockey back in my life.
I believe it says Georgiev 5 goals on 16 shots. That's a
that's a
subpar
problem.
save percentage.
That's a problem.
And Eustace Onanen allowed 2 goals on 4 shots, a .500 save percentage. Now, look, .500 is something that the Colorado Rockies would absolutely kill to have. .500, not an ideal completion percentage in football, but you could absolutely do worse than that. Is .500 a good save percentage in hockey, Andy? No. Ah, dang.
They like you in the 9s. Really, just 9s is almost average.
9s is what you want, huh? So 5 is less than that.
Yeah. That is. So here we go. Here's the thing that's a bummer. You can't really afford to lose games where you put 4 in.
No, 4
with
goals is...
you waiting on people to get right and you not having the whole lineup.
You know, it's not...
4 goals is pretty good. You usually make 4 goals stand up.
Typically when you say, like, oh, we got doubled up in the loss, that's like 2-1.
Yeah, 3 to something, 1.5.
4 to...
Goal was taken away.
The old 1.5.
Yeah.
I was going to go
4-2,
but I liked where your head was at right there.
Hey, if the NFL can do 17, we can do,
That's
right. 3-1.
8-4, huh? You gave up 8.
8, man.
Okay.
8. No big deal.
Okay.
I mean, it is, but no big deal. No big deal. I realize it's the first game, but it would be cool if you didn't give up the exact problem goal you gave up at the end of the year.
Did they basically give up a goal in the last minute of both the first and
probably.
second? And probably the third, now that I'm thinking about it. Yeah. Okay. Well, the
you know what? We're getting our feel back. You know how sometimes pitchers don't have their fastball beginning of the year? Yeah, the glove hand, it'll get quicker.
Fix that glove hand right up.
Anywho.
Why did the puck keep going past his face last night? Anyway, so...
Yay!
You had a hat
you
trick,
come home
though.
for 4. Did you see Wayne Gretzky all angry? You probably didn't.
I did,
in
actually.
Post game.
I watched some Wayne
where he was
last
just
night.
like, what the hell's going on? He's like, I don't know, opening night. He was upset because who was it? Pittsburgh got boat raced, and Edmonton didn't really show up, and the Avs decided they'd do what they did.
Last night, whoever operates Gretzky, they put the key into the back of his neck and turned it, and he actually did show borderline signs of life.
He was
on
all over
television.
Bissonnette for trying to explain skating.
Yeah.
No, it was an interesting night. Here's the thing. Yeah, I don't know, man. I you want to be guarded in your comments, but let me ask you this real quick.
All right.
There's not really defending what took place last night.
No.
Coach Bednar demanded
there was
play
also
better.
no defending by the Avalanche last
Exactly.
night.
And when that was the focus, you can't have what you got.
Yeah.
But you know what is crazy? I was thinking about this because Scotty and I said we were jumping on doing the thing, and I made this point to him, and it's the first time it really clicked in my head. We're 3 weeks out from Halloween, and by the time this season ends, if you make it to the Cup, we'll be 3 weeks out from Independence Day. It may be a bit of a sign that, I don't know, your season's really long, and maybe you need to just compact some of this somehow.
Fewer games in these
Do you know what I'm saying, though? Is it not crazy? Think about it. We are in the fall.
Legitimately, like we could shave 10 games off the NHL, off the NBA. You could shave 20 games off the damn baseball season, and we could – these seasons are too damn long. I know the almighty dollar and printing money is the purpose of professional sports, but also we get to a place where your product starts to diminish. These athletes are bigger, stronger, faster than they have ever been, which means they run into each other, and the contact hurts that much more. My God, can we, with everything that we know about taxing of the human body, can we slow it down just a little bit? In the NFL, the sport that literally gives you brain damage, they're like, you know what we need? More of it.
Extremely more of these games. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm just saying, and it's not an excuse. You got to be ready to go. I thought they made a great point on the broadcast crew about how, and I don't remember who, maybe it was Darren Pang. I don't even remember who the other guy was, but he's probably some great Hall of Famer that I should remember. But regardless, he was talking about how we will get to March and we'll be talking about the points that you could have had.
Yeah.
About the hole that you have to dig out of.
Yeah.
And it sucks because, I get why these players are probably and I don't know, Vegas, maybe they just didn't pump in the stuff. Vegas's building didn't seem very alive either. It was 95 degrees. Nothing says hockey like 95-degree weather. But I don't know. you got to show up. You got to be ready. They didn't show up. They didn't look ready. It looked like it was an extended preseason.
Vegas was ready.
But I also kind of got,
They showed up last night.
Yeah, well, but they had a slow start.
They did.
But then once they got going,
they got going. It was.
You know what? I don't even know if I'd be bothered if it wasn't Vegas. God, Vegas annoys me. Stupid mustard-colored uniforms and your. Why did you play them 2 or 3 times in the preseason too? Can we avoid that? Yeah, I hate Vegas.
I want to fact check something you just said though. Okay.
I know it's supposed to be gold. They look like mustard.
They do. It's not a good color. And I'm all for you hating the Vegas Golden Knights.
I got to get my
nothing
hockey
for
hate.
I know that.
It's getting a lather.
I know that.
Now, when you first start rubbing the soap and there's a few suds, that's where it's at.
But I don't pretend to live in a world where the Avalanche give up 8 goals on the opening night to any team in the world, and you're going to be okay.
You're right. You're right. But it's added because it's Vegas, and I hate Barbashev and. I hate them all.
You don't like Mark Stone?
Nah, I really hate Mark Stone.
No Jack Eichel
that dude,
because
it's like, hey, Stoner, are you going to be here for what? You play 2-3 games and I got some injury. I can't play again until the playoffs. Drives me the hell crazy.
All right, well.
Yeah, Eric Rabbers, I'm talking to you and your punk-ass team. What do you think of that? I will call people out by name.
Nate Kreckman, Clint Eastwood today. We are live.
No, I'm done. I'm leaving. I'm pulling out of. I'm
38.
getting in my Gran Torino and pulling out of the mule or whatever else he's done.
Yeah, punk hockey
Why
team.
does he look like he's just had a whiskey and he's really constipated in all of the last 5 rolls? Can someone? Clint Eastwood has the ultimate RBF. It should be resting Eastwood face.
I hope that
is what it should be.
I hope that diaper is on snug enough. It is correct, but at Lindahl, we're out here at number 38.
Someone's
today.
going to get mad at us about that.
Yeah,
We just
without a
lost We lost 10 viewers hitting on Eastwood.
That's all right. They can't find their phone anyway. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We're with you today until 6. We got a lot to do on this radio show. In fact, Andy, I want to talk a little bit about contracts in sports. Specifically, CBS Sports. Our friends over at CBS Sports. That's right, Dion's favorites.
Yeah.
They ranked the worst contracts in NFL history. Believe it or not, Russell Wilson's deal was not as high on the list as I thought.
Hold on, it's not 2?
It would be.
I could see Deshaun being 1, but Russ being 2?
You know what? There is more number 2 contracts out there besides just Russell Wilson and Deshaun Watson's. We'll tell you about that next. Stop by, have a Dew and a Brew. Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. We are out here today at number 38. I love this spot, by the way.
Oh, it is really good at night. When they get the TV going, there's just a great vibe out there. I'm telling you guys, number 38 on Thursday nights, they have a great volleyball league. They get a lot of, just a lot. It's just a great energy. Look, I don't want to sound like the total old guy. You're 40-something and I'm 50.
It's hip.
It just reminds me of being
happening.
in college, 25, 30-year-old, whatever. There's like a wide age, dog-friendly. People's dogs are here. But the folks that show up to play volleyball have just the best vibe going, and they've been enjoying some Tullamore Dew. We did a Tullamore Dew toast to the volleyball league last week, of course, because, we had some Tampa fans and no Atlanta fans. What a shock.
It's like Top Gun out here every
It
Thursday
is.
night.
Oh, you and I, we could recreate the volleyball scene. People will beg us not to, but we could.
We're not afraid to. Not at all. And a jam-packed sports night. So my Tigers and the Guardians coming up at 4 o'clock. Royals-Yankees at 6. So we got 2 baseball games tonight in the American League. College football. We got a couple of games tonight. Thank you, Spring. A little Coastal Carolina and Jim Madison. Middle Tennessee and La Tech this evening. UTEP and the Fighting Mike Sanfords of Western Kentucky this evening.
Every team he has a connection. You got a lot of fight. Have we ever had the Fighting Mike Sanfords actually play each other on the same night?
I hope
bet
it
you
happens.
It could happen.
I'm sure it has happened.
We need to chart it out for when it happens.
I mean, if you think about it, like anytime UNLV plays Boise or Utah State, the three Mountain West schools.
Boise and Utah State are an annual, well, for now.
They're in
there. They were an annual occurrence.
He was the grad assistant back in the day at UNLV when he worked for his dad. So there's a lot of Fighting Mike Sanfords out there.
The Fighting Sanfords.
Yeah. He, have you ever noticed when I do the high school games with him, every time I introduce him, I try and name one of his former jobs.
I did, yeah. I did. And it even catches him off guard sometimes.
My favorite one is still former volunteer Meade High School wingbacks coach Mike Sanford. Still my favorite one on the list. All right, CBS Sports, Andy, they dropped this on us. Worst NFL contracts of all time.
Really? Oh, yeah. You know what I did? Did you send this to us, or did I find this on my own? I saw this article.
Okay.
Either way.
You clicked on it too. All right.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Saw the headline.
All right.
Felt I knew the story. You're informing me there's more to the You know what? You're like Paul Harvey. Now,
good day.
The rest of the story.
Yes.
Yeah. Go ahead, Paul.
Deshaun Watson. That's the worst contract you've ever seen in your life.
Nothing's going to top it, is it?
Nope. Nope. They're all around terrible. By the way, they play Philly this week. Am I going to do the weird thing where I just go buy low on a bad NFL team and just bet the Browns to cover 9.5?
Well,
against
I mean,
the
Nate,
Eagles?
it's not a bad strat. This has been a weird NFL season, is it not? That's why. How many are we down to in the Circus Survivor? 200 some.
200 some left.
You were saying Monday?
We started
Tuesday?
at what, 16,000?
Yeah, dude.
They've been bleeding people out of that thing all year long, which has been absolutely wild. But no, I don't trust the Cleveland Browns at all. They stink. But
nor should you. But the Raiders beat the Ravens somehow.
Should I be trusting the Eagles as a 9.5-point favorites right now?
They were saying Nick Sirianni's like the
digits?
weirdest coaching situation going. Now that Salah's been fired, Sirianni's got to be. I think Sirianni was ahead of Salah for first coach fired anyway.
Yep, it's almost damn near surprising it didn't happen. So here we are right now. Okay, let's dive into it. So Deshaun Watson, worst contract in NFL history. We are very close to a situation. So we probably would have said, hey, Russell Wilson never actually played a single down on his contract.
Yeah. Nobody remembers that. But again,
the extension kicked in this year.
This year.
While he is standing there watching Justin Fields play football in Pittsburgh.
Did you see Russ? I was like, oh, Russ. Did you see when it looked like Fields was hurt the other night and had to go to the concussion tent?
Did he do knees?
No, he tried to go warm up, and I'm like, bro, you're inactive. I mean, good on you, but the other guy gets to go in, Russ.
You can't be.
You're not
right
eligible.
Now, Russ. They're not okay with that. All right, so Russ's contract is quite bad. However, on CBS Sports listing right here, Andy, it's only number 4 on the list of the worst contracts in NFL history.
4.
Only number 4.
Okay, so Russ is ahead of it. No, I'm sorry. Deshaun's number 1.
Deshaun's number 1. Russ is number 4. They are deeming 2 NFL contracts.
NFL, okay.
Yes, to have been worse than Russell Wilson's.
Really? Mm-hmm. I am.
One of them I kind of agree with.
Okay.
And I had forgotten about it, but at the time, yep. The other one I had completely forgotten about, and even then, I'm still not so sure.
You're gonna have to help me, man. I'm coming up blanks.
Okay.
How long ago? Give me a time frame. How about that? For number 2.
Number 2. This contract was signed year of our Lord 2009.
09.
09.
Josh McDaniels' first year with the Broncos.
The contract was signed or was given out by the Washington football team.
Was it for Bruce Smith?
It was not. No, this would have been, again, 2009. I think Bruce Smith was long gone by then.
So that was early
Right
2000.
position, though.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
The dude from Tennessee.
Albert
Hainsworth.
Albert Hainsworth.
The most Washington got out of that was him trying to neck stomp on Andre Gerard.
7-year, $100 million deal. 12 games in 09. He had 4 sacks. Did not go to offseason workouts the next year. Failed his fitness test. Played 8 games in 2010. Franchise hated his guts, and they got rid of him after that. He was suspended by Mike Shanahan for conduct detrimental to the team and never played again.
It was a Shanny move. Shanny.
Uh-huh. Mike Shanahan hated that guy.
What about Scott Mitchell? Does he come in at number 3?
No. Although that's not a bad thought right there. Actually, Scott Mitchell not on the list.
What about Del Carter? Did he make the list?
He did not. No.
Are you kidding me?
That's a very localized kind of one.
Dude, Now hold on. Let me try to help my argument. 1999. First off, they cut Steve Atwater to sign Dale Carter.
Uh-huh.
They signed Dale Carter. He doesn't even make it through the year. He gets popped for some drug shenanigans, and he was terrible.
Yeah.
Is that just too common a story? that doesn't get you on the radar for worse contracts?
Guy signs free agent deal and stinks. That's like 60% of them, quite honestly.
Holst O'Brien's guessing Sam Bradford for number 3.
Sam Bradford, did he ever sign a big second deal?
Didn't he do one with the Eagles?
How big? God, he was so good at making money.
He was.
Whew. That guy got paid a lot.
Did he go to the Eagles, get hurt right away, and that's when Foles took over?
But he was the last of the I think you're thinking of Carson Wentz. He was the last of the rookie quarterback darlings.
Bonus babies.
Right before Cam Newton.
No, you're right but see, Foles had it. I'm talking Foles' first stint.
Oh, you're right. You could be
Remember,
right about
Foles
that.
had that weird 2-stint deal with them.
No, number 3 on the list, Andre Rison with Cleveland.
Oh, wow, really?
Yes.
Why? Was that when his house got burned down, or was he?
That was in Atlanta. 5-year, $17 million contract. Now, remember, it's 1995, and at the time, this deal made him the highest-paid wide receiver
Give
of
me those
all
numbers
time.
again, 5 years, 17
5 and
mil.
17. Yeah, that TV money really did something, didn't it?
Come on, you hear that now.
47
I'd have
catches.
given Jerry Jeudy 5 at 17.
47 catches in 95, and then never played another down for the team.
All right.
For the highest-paid wide receiver of all time,
No,
it's
you're
quite
right.
putrid.
You're right, Nate, but we are so far
I know,
removed.
I know.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's $2 million. What are you going to do?
Russ at number
$3 million.
4, 5-year, $145 million contract with the Broncos. Again, never did anything.
What about Jamarcus Russell? Where does he land on this at all?
Again, his was his rookie deal.
He just never worked out.
They discounted rookie deals. Le'Veon Bell with the Jets at
Oh,
number 5.
there's no denying that.
Yeah.
Mr. Red Pants himself
Uh-huh.
going bowling.
I think they were orange.
Orange, you're right.
They were
you're right.
Orange pleather
Bright
pants.
orange pleather pants. He was hanging out bowling when he was supposed to be hurt and rehabbing, right?
Yep.
Matter of fact, weren't the Jets in Denver to play or something, and he was out bowling?
You might be right about that. Foles with the Jags.
Yeah, that did not go well. Boy, do you remember when it was Foles and our guy that was here, the high pick, Blake Bortles? Weren't it those two that they were trying to rotate between?
Good on you
and
for
nobody
remembering
really won.
Blake Bortles
Oh, I
this
will
year.
never forget Blake Bortles. I had to watch Blake Bortles and Paxton Lynch outsuck each other in 2016.
Wasn't Blake
My
Bortles,
God.
Wasn't he was in the room during COVID.
Yeah.
When they all huddled up together.
Yes.
And then everybody got suspended.
He's the one guy you would have thought would have told the young guys we
Right.
shouldn't all be here.
We shouldn't be sharing lunch
because
right
he
now.
should know how easy it is for you to just crap away your chance to play in the NFL.
I did. Blake Bortles could have gotten
Yeah.
a start out of that.
He could have.
Any one of those dopes could have.
He could have, but he had to go hang with Jeff Driscoll, Brett Rippon, and Drew Lock.
It's all huddle up.
Now I'll have burgers with you fellas. Why not?
Kenny Golladay with the Giants. Nnamdi Asomugha with the Eagles. Matt Flynn's deal with the Seahawks. That is true. And actually, Russ played
Yeah,
instead
somebody
of him.
did guess Matt Flynn.
Yeah.
here.
And then Carson Wentz got $128 million from the Eagles. Oof. That
Yeah,
one
but
didn't work out.
okay, but see, shouldn't that be its own list? Like again, I understand how bad that Carson Wentz deal is, but at least Carson Wentz in 2017 was on pace to be the MVP when he got the ACL injury.
Right, but this contract was signed in 2019.
All right.
So they got the MVP.
He got the
year
Joe
on the
Flacco.
cheap.
See, you ought to do like the Joe Flacco, Carson Wentz. I just happened to play well at the right time, so you gave me fat cash list.
Flacco actually had playoff games after it.
He won a Super Bowl.
Well, he
but
won the Super Bowl, and then he
got the big deal.
And then he got the big deal.
But
That's
you're right.
still-
I mean, he didn't completely suck, but he wasn't ever that Joe Flacco again.
I know he was crap on a stick when he played here in Denver.
But this is the only time. The guy's been a pretty good quarterback everywhere else.
He's good again now that he's old, and he's apparently he's at the tail end of his prime that he just entered when he got to Denver. But also, when you talk about an athlete betting on himself and they're just balling out and giving a franchise no choice but to give him the biggest quarterback deal of all time, Joe Flacco and his brass gonads, I give that guy all the credit in the world.
You know what it is? He's kind of on the Phil Rivers plan where he's got so many kids now, he's just happy to be out of the house.
Exactly.
He's happy to be around other adults.
I'll keep going and playing
Yeah.
football.
I will go and play.
We are out at number 38 today. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Have a Tullamore do out here at number 38. Get a do and a brew and watch Thursday Night Football. Seahawks Niners tonight. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. Proud sponsor, proud to have these guys, I should say, as a sponsor. I hope they're proud. I think they are. Sponsor this show for the last 5 years as a title sponsor. Colorado Off-Road, Jerry Wendy Jones. I tell you about them all the time. Great folks to work with and busy folks these days. But if you need truck or 4x4 accessories, and this is the time of year to do it, got the warm weather, but our guy Chris Bianchi suggesting that maybe there's some stuff on the way next week. Sooner or later, it's going to rain, it's going to snow, it's going to be wet, leaves are going to be on the ground. You know how it works, slush, mess, that whole deal. You want to keep the inside of your vehicle clean, go get some floor liner. He's got WeatherTech. He's got Husky. He's got a number of brands that you can choose from. I got WeatherTech floor liners in my truck. They've kept that thing looking clean from the time that I've got the truck back in 2019. Bed covers are another popular item this time of year so that when the snow and the leaves and all that stuff shows up, it does get it out of your bed. And more importantly, are you a sports parent? Likely are if you listen to a sports show. Keep the kids' sports gear back there. You don't have to drag it in and out. You got the hockey gear and it stinks. It can stay right in the bed of the truck with the bed cover because it'll keep it all secure. Whatever you need, step rails, alignments, they can do it all. Shocks, struts, tires, tow winches. You name it, they've got it. Get on over to Colorado Off-Road. Their showroom's 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street. You can find them right there behind ACC. They're on the web at cooffroad.com. You can give them a call at 303-761-1264. They like to say Colorado grown, Colorado owned. It's Colorado Off-Road.
That's a great question. I mean, it's a league of of 17 weeks, but every week it's a season. It's so much work that goes to these weeks, and the wins feel like you can't ever lose again, and the losses feel the total opposite. So it's a huge investment each week, and so your thought process, your time, your energy all goes into that 1 week. So you don't have time to kind of, even when it's good, to celebrate too long. After the game, man, 24 hours, it's over. And that's win or lose. And the teams in this league who can get back to, again, baseline of correcting and getting better quickly, they can win the next week with no guarantee. So you don't have time to kind of celebrate the good or kind of live the bad. You just move on quickly.
That was VJ today. He is living a good life right now. His defense is ranked number 4 in the NFL by DVOA. They're the number 2 scoring defense in the entire NFL, trailing only the Chargers. He's doing it with a single first-round pick on his entire defense, that being Patrick Surtain, who is getting a lot of noise right now for Defensive Player of the Year. Odds all the way up to 11-1 from 66-1 last week. So, yeah, VJ's living a good life. I got another note on this. I saw this today, Thursday. So Dan Graziano and Jeremy Fowler, they did kind of their empty the notebook thing on ESPN today. And something that Jeremy Fowler noted right here. And I want you to think, Andy, about the coaching hiring cycle when I bring this up. Right now, Dan Quinn, Jim Harbaugh, Raheem Morris, 3 head coaches right now, combined 9-5.
Okay.
What would you have called those hires? Retreads.
Yeah.
Right? You can get coaches that get slapped with it's a retread label. Well, look at those guys right now. Those guys are all winning games. Harbaugh is at 2-2. The other coaches are at 3-1 right now. Vance Joseph's defense and Brian Flores' defense in Minnesota, 2 of the best in the entire NFL. These guys have gone back down to the coordinator ranks, and now they're absolutely crushing it. And I don't know if Flores is ever going to get another head coaching job. He could be blackballed because he's suing the league. But I think VJ is showing that he probably deserves another look right there. Like, yes, Ben Johnson in Detroit, who was a hot name last year, decided he wanted to stick around because no one met his asking price. Our buddy Bobby Slowick down in Houston, he's going to be a hot name. We know that. But also, there is something to be said for, I've done the job before. It didn't go great. I learned something. I got the job in the first place because I'm a pretty good football coach. Now, that's not always true. There is the recently demoted Nathaniel Hackett, which we'll get to. But I'm a pretty good football coach in the first place. That's how my reputation got to this place. So here I am showing how good I am, working my way back up and possibly getting another opportunity. And, I know a year or 2 ago, you and Leggy had VJ on the show.
Yeah, 2 years. We were in my basement.
And talk to him specifically, though, about, what you will do differently the next time. Right now, Vance Joseph he's doing an unbelievable coaching job. He's coaching like one of the best coordinators in the entire NFL. That maybe a world where a guy is good enough and has experience in the job, it's not the worst idea in the world to give that guy a hire, give him a look, and not say, he's a retread. My fans won't be excited about it.
Can I make a case for VJ, though? I want to make the case for
VJ
in particular, all right, for Vance Joseph. Here's my case for Vance Joseph. What did we hear, and I know you know the damn buzzword, what did we hear when he got hired the first time? What was the label? Why were they bringing him in? What was his number one selling point to the fan base?
He was a leader of men.
He's a leader of men.
He was a leader
What
of
in the
men.
hell does that mean? You and I still want to know. What in the hell does that mean, okay? Every time you hear, I almost run from the leader of men sort of moniker anymore because what are you trying to tell me? Now, and the reason why I think, look, I do think VJ has proven he can lead guys. He found a way to rally those guys after the 70-point loss and actually turned them into an all right unit last year, pretty good unit last year by the time it was all said and done. The unit that was contributing to the winning streak that got him back into the playoff conversation. So I know he can lead a room.
He can lead men.
He can lead men. But again, they labeled him that because when he got the job in Miami, he had not been a defensive coordinator very long.
Right.
Now, he had impressed Wade Phillips. I think Wade Phillips had put in a good word for him about what he could be to a few people, and the Broncos had interviewed him when they ultimately hired Phillips under Kubiak.
Gary Kubiak thought highly of him.
Right, so they kept him in there. I would say now, and it goes back to the interview that VJ gave a couple weeks ago where he said, yeah, you want to know how I fixed last year? I realized I was trying to do stuff that isn't me, so I scrapped it. And I'm going to go with what works for me, and if that means I've got the guys to play man, I'll play man. If I got the guys to play zone, I'll play zone. But I'm not forcing it anymore. He's now more of a defensive tactician than he ever was during that first go-round. I think he knows what he wants. I would bet you, I promise you, he now knows what he wants offensively. I promise you he would tell you he doesn't want a guy that was coaching basically the way he admitted he was, where, for example, under McCoy and Musgrave, we're running 3 wide whether we can block it or not.
Vance Joseph was an atrocious head coach his first time around here in Denver. He was very bad at the job. He didn't lead men. He made terrible in-game decisions. He did an awful job basically getting run over with what was going on in his staff.
He didn't coach the coaches.
Exactly. He had a bad time doing that job. I also do think there is something to be said for doing something and failing, okay, and learning, okay, this is what I now need to do next time. Look at the litany of failed Bronco coaches that we have had over the last decade, okay? Hackett's a perfect example of this, all right? Whatever good game that guy talked in the interviews, whatever everybody thought of his dad before him, who actually was a respected football coach, whatever the connection to Aaron Rodgers, whatever that does to your reputation, it became evident very quickly this guy can't coach a lick. Okay? He's terrible. And by the way, the Jets figured it out. They demoted him today.
They demoted him anyway.
Yeah.
The interim's like, what do I care? You may fire me as it is anyway. You ain't calling plays anymore.
Apparently the word is that Ulbrich is liked by Woody Johnson, and this guy's like, I got 12 games to audition for this thing. I'd like to keep this gig.
He's the new Antonio Pierce.
I ain't going down with that ship. Yeah, I'm not doing it with Nathaniel. I'm not getting one crack at 12 games to coach an NFL team and doing it with damn Nathaniel Hackett calling plays. No, thank you very much, which is a smart move on his part. I give him all the credit in the world on that one. But what it goes to show you here is you get a Hackett in there who's just absolutely clueless, and you ship him out, and he fails everywhere else he goes. Now, Vance Joseph, who got the Trevor Siemian, Paxton Lynch, Brock Osweiler, Case Keenum disaster as his quarterbacks, which certainly didn't help his situation, but also went to some other places, coached some other units, coached for and worked for other people, is back now here in Denver working for Sean Payton, and he's working absolute magic with a defense that has nobody's idea of all pros outside of Patrick Surtain on it.
Well, I also think it says something about the man who's not afraid to go back to the place where he failed.
Yeah.
To prove it again.
Right.
If you're an NFL owner,
it's an ego-swallowing move.
Guy's not afraid to stare down adversity.
Exactly.
And that's what you're going to need because you're going to get it as an NFL coach.
Yep. So, again, what Dan Quinn's doing in Washington, hey, Jaden Daniels rules, okay? But he didn't have much else on his offense. Their defense is playing pretty well right now. Harbaugh's in L.A. I mean, we call him a retread. Jim Harbaugh's incredible.
Went off and won a championship in college. That doesn't really feel like a retread.
Raheem Morris in Atlanta. Again, they decided to skip Bill Belichick to bring that guy in, and so far so good. So, again, there's something to be said. I get hot coordinator. I get it, man. I've fallen in love with hot coordinators before. But, a guy that's been around the block a time or two, maybe not the worst thing.
Guy that knows what he did wrong the first time.
Yep.
What about Spagnuolo? I'd put Spagnuolo on a list again. Guy's been pretty good in Kansas City.
Man. Spags might be the classic Wade Phillips.
He is. I was about to say. I think
Isn't
even
he also,
said.
I think he's the highest paid coordinator.
Oh, he's making a great living.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I wonder if somebody will ever give him another look.
Well,
he doesn't even get interviews.
No, he doesn't. But I would also say there's the guy where if things don't go right, they're going to blame you because they got Patrick Mahomes. Not going to be the offense's fault.
That's Andy Lindahl. I am Nate Kreckman. We are rolling here with you. It is a lovely, lovely Thursday afternoon. We're out here at number 38. Stop by and have a Tullamore do. Hey, Andy, Bo Nix, I think, has something going for him in his development that I think we should probably give some more credit to. We'll tell you about that coming up next. Hey, what up, Denver? It is Nate Kreckman for Rad Power Bikes. All right, so I stopped by the Rad Power Bikes shop over at 3863 Steel Street. Beautiful showroom that they have got over there. I took the Radster Trail for a test ride today. My God, is that thing smooth. First off, fast, super fun, but also that front suspension, I was just zipping over speed bumps on that thing. Get into Rad Power Bikes and take a test ride of any bike that they have in their line. John helped me out over there. Their staff is super helpful. They can answer every single question you have, including, hey, can I take advantage of Colorado's e-bike tax credit over at Rad Power Bikes? The answer is yes, you can, and it's going to save you $450 per bike to make it that much more affordable for you. Replace your car with a Rad Power Bike. Excellent for commuters. You can put kids on the back if you have a cargo and utility bike. You can haul deliveries. They've got great options when it comes to the accessories, bags, racks, everything else. You can be rolling in style and in an awful lot of comfort in a Rad Power Bike. Go to radpowerbikes.com, check out the entire line. Also go to altitudesportsradio.com and register to win your own Radster Trail, which I took for a ride today, which I can tell you certifiably rules. Altitudesportsradio.com and enter to win a Rad Power Bike. Craigman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We are with you today until 6. Thursday Night Football out here at number 38. This is the place to watch it. Seahawks and Niners up in Seattle. By the way, Andy, did you realize the Niners have beaten the Seahawks 5 consecutive times, each of those victories by 12 points or more?
Really?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Kyle Shanahan has absolutely had the number.
But this is the first meeting between Mike McDonald and Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, take that, Pete Carroll. Niners blew that game, by the way, last week in the fourth quarter against Arizona. By the way, did you see the way that game went in the fourth quarter for Arizona?
No.
Big analytics win out there. It's a 23-13 game. It's a 10-point game. Arizona scored with 11:25 left, which then cut it to 23-19. They went for 2, and they got it, putting them down 2. They got a stop, got the ball back, kicked a 35-yard field goal, and they won it in regulation.
Boom.
Well done by the Arizona Cardinals. Remember, everybody, the goal is to win the game, not to prolong losing. So nice job right there by the Arizona Cardinals to get that victory, scoring 11 points in the fourth quarter and get that victory.
Real quick, before we get into Bo Nix, you mentioned retreads of coaches.
Yeah.
Kyler Murray back? Can't really call him a retread of a quarterback. They never let him go, but dude, he's all of a sudden a little Kyler Murray again.
The arm is fun.
He's running all over the place.
He's such a video game character. And he's so small, but his helmet's so big. I find him
he's like a Wii character.
I
on
really
a football
do.
game.
I find him joyous to watch.
Hey,
then he eventually gets nailed along the sideline and his body breaks because he's tiny. But
right,
still.
but still, my hat's off to the guy for surviving this long in this league. I don't know how at that size he's been able to last long enough to get rich in this league.
He's got an absolute cannon for an arm.
He does.
And he can he's an unreal athlete.
Yeah, but he's the guy where I hold my breath for the direct hit. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Now, he does a great job of making sure guys don't get direct hits on him, but sooner or later, a guy does, as you said.
All right, Andy. Drake May is replacing Jacoby Brissett for the New England Patriots this week. He will make his first start against the Houston Texans.
Good luck, Drake May. Buy
Seriously.
some life insurance.
It's going to be tough,
Yeah.
okay? That offensive line is very, very bad, as we know. But I read this note about Drake May making his first start today on ESPN. It's actually a note that Dan Graziano wrote. And as I read it, I couldn't help but think about Bo Nix and what's happening right now here in Denver. Because I do believe organizational structure is critical to developing a rookie quarterback. I think there's also something to be said for a rookie quarterback walking into a positive environment.
Okay.
Follow me on this. Dan Graziano writes, Jerron Mayo and the coaching staff will have to manage and stay on top of, if May struggles, his attitude about it all, that he stays positive and believes that he can work his way through it. He writes, what coaches who bring along young quarterbacks often say is they don't want passers to go through so much negativity that it compounds and affects their attitude about what it will take and what hope there is to get better. The Patriots can't just throw May in there and say he's starting the rest of the season no matter what. They'll have to constantly be assessing the ways in which the negativity is or isn't affecting his development and be willing to go back to Brissett or some other option if they feel that's what May needs. No one said this stuff was easy. I just think there's a chance the team gets a little positive jolt from a change like this and that May could ride that to some early confidence and maybe even success. Yeah, that could happen. He could also get destroyed behind that terrible offensive line, playing with that absolute complete and total lack of weapons, and being on a lousy team that's getting killed every week can have a major impact on his development and his attitude, which I think there's something to that. Now let's flip it to the guy here locally. He's not being asked to do much. And yes, there may be some consternation about that, but he's not being asked to do much in an environment playing behind an offensive line that's done a pretty good job of keeping him on his feet, and they're winning games right now. There's not a lot of finger pointing going on. His coach absolutely loves him. Andy, they got nicknames for each other. They got cutesy nicknames for each other going on.
They're that couple.
When we talk about developing a young quarterback in an environment, right now, what the Broncos have at 3-2 is a pretty damn good environment to develop a dude who may not be fully ready to be a full-time NFL starter, and yet they can kind of just kindly shepherd him along in this environment.
Yeah, it is. We can quibble over whether Sean Payton should be all in or not. But when you draft a guy, this is how it's got to look.
Yeah.
Okay?
I agree.
When we talk about the Broncos not drafting Justin Fields back in whatever it was, 2021?
21, yeah.
This is why they didn't do it. They weren't willing to go all in like this on this. Matter of fact, as painful as it sounds, not sure they were willing to go all in on Josh Allen.
Which they weren't.
The way that he's gone all
right
in.
now.
So you're right.
We've had that discussion about, like, would Josh Allen have thrived here? I'm not sure he would have.
We're not sure. Again, I think his competitive nature would have made him a good quarterback one way or another. He's shown that on the periphery. But, again, it
got better faster in Buffalo.
He did. And look, they were willing to live with a few things that I think might have set off Denver folks. It might have reminded them of, some of the overthrows of a Paxton Lynch.
I mean, that's just it, too. You talk about the fan base here and how tough they can be, and they often are pretty harsh on young quarterbacks. At 3-2 right now, nobody's got any reason to be mad at Bo Nix.
Nobody's mad right now. No, not at all. Look, but I will say this. Sean Payton, this is how it's got to look if you're going to play a rookie quarterback, especially. There's no doubt about it. He has not let anybody waver. He doesn't let the questions come in as to whether he's frustrated or not. He's put it on the rest of the team to do better, to help the young man out. Now, hear me. When I get annoyed with some of the things that Sean Payton, and I made the comment yesterday, I just find, so that's your guy.
Yeah.
I just feel like there's some other guys that could have been your guy and given him the same support. Maybe it would have gone a little bit differently.
But they're not a special little guy.
They're not his special little guy. But there's no doubt for the first time that he's had a rookie quarterback start in his career, Sean Payton is showing the rest of the league this is how you got to love the young man up.
Andy, I can't front, as the kids would say 25 years ago. I didn't love the pick of Bo Nix. I didn't even really like the pick of Bo Nix, okay? I don't like taking QB6 at number 12 in the draft. I think you could have gotten him in the second round and you would have been just fine. You could have moved back and gotten other picks. I don't think the Broncos had a sound draft strategy in bringing Bo Nix to Denver. All right, but there's a shelf life on that take, right? I can't really get mad, still be mad about poor draft strategy once a season starts. I just want to talk about Bo Nix, the quarterback. And right now, he's limited. He cannot throw the ball down the field, but also he's not being asked to do that a ton. And Sean is setting him up in a place where if Bo Nix is going to succeed as an NFL quarterback, 5 games into it, okay? And we obviously reserve the right to analyze this again later in the month and in November and December, etc. 5 games into it, though, this is going about as well as you could have possibly asked right now, bringing along a quarterback that was going to be a bit of a project at the NFL level.
The record's gone about as well as it could be. Look, I'd like to see you make him run.
Great.
I'd like to see you make. Here's the thing. Here's the hard thing. It goes back to the question of what do you want this year to be. I will not quibble for anybody that wants the playoffs and the streak gone. Then yes, this has gone about as well as you could ask for because they're winning games the way they need to win games when they win them.
Yeah.
I do think we got a taste of what will be the differences between maybe some wins and losses Sunday. When guys make play for Bo Nix, and it's not unfair to ask guys to make plays for Bo Nix, like Jaleel McLaughlin breaking a tackle, turning a loss into a touchdown.
Yep.
That didn't happen in the Steeler game. It's why you lost the Steeler game. As far as going that route, you're absolutely right. If the goal is going to be to make the playoffs, and if you get to 6-2, the goal is to make the playoffs. That's the way it has to go. Now, again, I wouldn't mind you asking him to run more of an offense to see where the true limitations lie. This is an incredibly limited offense right now, but I think the more we find out, we are limited in some cases because of what Sean is calling. Now, I'd say open it up a bit to see what more you can do. That could lead to some losses.
It could lead to turnovers, too.
Okay, but don't you have to find – like, to me, at some point, where's the end of the grass? Where's the fence, so to speak? You know what I mean?
Sure.
Right now, if you want to make the evaluation our front yard, we're still on the porch with what you're letting him do. Let's see how far the yard stretches before we hit the fence. And if it causes some losses, I'm not as worried about that because I truly, in my heart, still believe there are a couple – they need another draft or two.
They do.
And then they're back in this thing.
And
they really will be.
In the meantime, he gets to develop in a friendly environment with a coach that adores him, that is fully committed to building him up into a good NFL quarterback. One thing you got to remember about Bo, too, he hasn't even had a training camp yet where he's been the number one quarterback. They're messing around, giving Stiddy all those reps all summer long. Like, there's still much development to be done right there. And for the moment, he gets to do so in a place where, for the most part, everyone's pretty damn happy right now. 3-2.
Yeah, it seems that way. I wonder if it'll get tested. We'll see. There'll be a rough patch at some point, right? You've kind of laid it out. Right now, I expect the offense to show what I hope is good growth through the next 3 games.
Strikes and
gutters.
gutters.
Then we'll see what happens come November.
We know how it goes. Crackman and Lindahl live at number 38, brought to you by our friends at Tullamore Dew. Thursday night football tonight. Have a Dew and a brew out here at number 38. Right now, baseball is on. We got Thursday night football. There's college football tonight as well.
Got mini helmets giveaway.
There's many reasons to be here. Mini helmets.
Mini helmets.
Altitude Sports Radio.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here to tell you about the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let's talk about low testosterone. Probably a topic you've heard plenty about, especially if you listen to any sort of radio that is aimed towards gathering the male audience. I was wondering about low testosterone mainly because I would get up in the morning, weekend mornings especially, would drive me nuts, have a whole whole list of plans that I wanted to kind of get accomplished, and then was ready for a nap by 11:30 or 12 if I got up about, 8 or 9. Really stunk. Didn't really, frankly, understand why. Woke up feeling good and then just kind of had that midday lull. Some people experience brain fog. I've heard a lot about this. You may have bad sleep. Maybe for you it's bad workouts. I'm not going to sit here and tell you I'm a gym warrior, but there are many that don't see the same gains in the gym, or maybe you've just lost some of your libido, your drive in the bedroom. So if you feel like this is something that pertains to your situation, why don't you go ahead and talk to my friends over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic? Everything we hear these days is about political races, but there's a far more important race that you run, and that's for yourself, for your health, for how you feel about yourself. Go ahead and go over to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, schedule yourself a visit, and take, if you'd like, the low T quiz on their website. It's a simple 10-question quiz, yes or no answers. It'll take 2 minutes. But if you think you want to have a conversation about this, again, go see the good folks over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. On your first visit, they'll draw your blood, have your results in 30 minutes. You'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider. They'll review those results, tell you your options, and the cost of the appointment is only $99. You get a team PSA test, and if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, the visit will be free. Do it for yourself, especially if you are losing a little confidence due to this. You don't have to live this way. They have 5 locations to serve you. Give them a call, 720-440-7900 at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Baseball on the big screen right now at number 38. The Guardians, an early 1-0 lead over my Tigers, cuz last night, Dodgers beat the Padres 8-0. A shutout, Andy, on a bullpen night. Nobody pitched more than an inning and 2/3 last night for the Dodgers. How is it humanly possible that you could run out that many dudes and not a single one of them throws a meatball to that Padres lineup that is murderous? Somehow every guy was on their game last night. And nobody, by the way, Vesia was the one that led them. He had 30 pitches thrown last night in the game. Nobody did it more than that. I mean, Hudson threw 9 pitches in that game last night. Blake Treinen came in and threw 19 pitches in that game last night. Michael Kopech, who was on the White Sox this year, by the way, he threw 20 pitches in that game last night. It feels to me like the odds are infinitesimal that you could run that many guys out there, and a lineup as good as San Diego's at Petco, nobody could get a hold of one.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. Hey, to your point, someone's not going to have a bad inning.
Right. Nobody
Rockies
did.
run out guys all the time, and it's just one bad inning after another.
Nobody did.
And, of course, the Dodgers have no problem with that. That is crazy.
Yeah.
Baseball's crazy, though.
7
Postseason
hits.
baseball's crazy.
7 hits last night for the Padres. That series will now go to Game 5 to see who advances and takes on the Mets in the National League Championship Series. We've got 2 closeout opportunities tonight. Tigers can finish off Cleveland, and the Yankees can finish off the Royals this evening. So that's what's happening in the American League. Dodgers and Padres Game 5 tomorrow. Nuggets exercise the contract options on Christian Brown, Peyton Watson, and Julian Strother today, Andy.
Wow, Strother's already up for that?
I guess so. They kind of got to that one a little bit early, but
I was going to say, isn't that a year early?
It feels like it, but the Nuggets were already like, hey, we're committed to the youth movement. We just paid Jamal. We're going to have to pay AG, so you guys got to stick around for a while being nice and cheap.
All right.
Peyton Watson, by the way, still dealing with a hamstring. That's not a great start.
That's always fun.
Yeah.
God, I hate hamstrings in any sport. Those are one of those weird things, especially in basketball, just to know how long it's going to take to bounce back.
I don't even like my hamstrings when they're healthy.
I've told you my knees are aching so bad. I need that QC Kinetics or whatever it is that Vic does.
I have a friend that just, apropos of nothing, I have a friend that recently suffered a ruptured Achilles.
Ew.
Yeah.
Isn't that the ultimate old man injury?
Brutal.
If you're above 35, what's your
Brutal.
biggest fear? For me, it's the Achilles.
It's one of them, but ever since it happened to him, okay, so I don't know what it is. I've done this ever since I was a little kid, okay? If I see a staircase, I run up it. I don't know why. I always run upstairs. Oftentimes, I'm skipping stairs. For whatever reason, I've done it since I was a little kid. I'm 44 now. I still do it. Every time I go upstairs in my home, I go down to the basement, I come back up, I run. Ever since my friend tore his Achilles, it is now in the back of my head of like, you're going to tear your Achilles running up the stairs, you idiot. What are you doing? Knock it off. Just walk, okay?
You know what's funny? I don't do that at the house.
I'm scared of it.
But you don't want to take forever to get up there either.
Yeah, I'm not patient.
But you know what I do run are the stairs at CU. And I 2 at a time those suckers.
Yeah, doing the
when I go from the field up
and
to
down
the booth.
the press box.
Yeah, that kind of sucks, frankly. But I mean, but yeah, I try to do it fast. You know what it is for me? It's kind of a lung check. Am I doing all right here? You know what I mean? Is this altitude getting to me or not? So,
yeah.
But yeah, I don't do that at home. I fear the Achilles because my little brother, one of my little brothers did it a couple of years ago.
Also, your little brother
not a
is
fun
bigger
rehab.
than you.
Well, they all are. Scotty did it.
Yeah,
not a fun rehab.
Moshe did it.
The last I remember, it freaked me out. The last time I played in Vail, some guy, one of the Navy dudes, did it, and he just not even in pain, just sitting on the ground, legs out in front of him, and he goes, "I heard a pop," and we all know. You know what I mean?
Ugh.
It's like knowing you just saw an ACL blow watching a football game. We're like, that's an Achilles, bro.
My buddy did
that's
it
gonna suck.
playing pickup basketball, which is also just like, hey, I'm a guy in his 40s. I want to get some cardio and be healthy. I'm going to go play basketball. You're going to be stuck on your couch for a year now.
How can we worry about that but not the back injury? Do you remember when I used to
I'm worried
feel,
about that too now that you mention it.
I used to feel like old guy injury was back injury back in the time. I don't know why.
It still is.
And now,
don't worry.
But now
There's so much that can go wrong.
When Bidet did what he did, weren't we all going, now I don't know, hopefully he didn't fracture a vertebrae or something. Am I going, there's that muscle lockup. Poor guy, we've all been there where it's like, oh my gosh, it's all season.
I mean, Chris Bryant is, like, we make fun of Chris Bryant a lot. What is he, 32?
Yeah.
He's got an arthritic back.
His job is to do something that muscularly the body is not really meant to do.
His obliques are exploding constantly.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I don't care. You got 81, 85. You give me a full season.
He's doing fine.
Go to somebody else. Give me another example.
Anyway, this has been Old Guys Are Afraid of Getting Hurt with the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
Come on, our audience has got to have it. Dude, even I'm serious, even in your 30s, there's got to be something that you fear. Nobody. Don't we all, if you're a rec athlete, and I've been 2 or 3 years removed from that, but if you're a rec athlete, the Achilles is not.
Andy, my summer has been plagued by the fact that I tore my rotator cuff throwing my kid in a pool. I was just splashing around with my kid, throwing him up and having him splash. Every kid loves it, and I tore my rotator cuff doing it.
Hell,
it's the dumbest thing in the world.
Can't be the cool dad anymore.
No.
Yeah.
Any prayer I had of being a cool dad, I don't have anymore.
The worst is the sleep funny deal, right? Have you ever dealt with
sleep injury?
If we're just talking about stupid injuries that I don't think we get enough credence to, turf toe's up there because it sounds like a stub toe, and yet the guys that I know that have had it talk about worst pain of your life. You can't balance properly. Like, it's such a lame name for such a painful injury. But the blisters, like, I remember talking to Jason Hirsch about getting a blister where you're trying to get your hands on the seam, and right where you're trying to get in there, on the stitching,
and it hurts
you
like
got
hell.
That blister, you got that cut or whatever that just won't let you. Yeah. It feels like your whole finger is on fire and getting severed off every time you try to dig in and do what you want to do.
All right, I know we made so much fun of Troy Tulowitzki for having heavy legs.
For the heavy legs. I got heavy legs right now.
My legs are heavy all the time. I apologize for also, and I love this. We get this on the text line. You guys got to stretch. All right, look, I know. We all know, okay? Yes. You know how many times I've been laying in bed, like you just get into bed and you're just like, I should get up and stretch real quick. Or I could just lay here and watch SportsCenter and fall asleep.
Hey, you know what else I know? I shouldn't have as much bacon, but 3 times a week it ain't stopping me from doing it. I know a lot of things.
Yeah. You're right. We should stretch.
There's nobody arguing with you.
Thank you.
You're 1,000%
Carl.
right.
Yes.
And yet I don't.
Yes. It's
good
to have the nurse practitioner
What is
weigh
it, the
in.
stretch? Like, again, and when they talk stretch, they're talking proper stretch. What I love is softball game where we all just grab the back of our foot, get that little stretch in.
That helps, though.
Maybe a little bit of those.
Good for
but
the
you
quad.
do about 2 or 3, and then you're good.
It's good for
and
the
then you
quad.
go out there and still pull one, and you can't figure out why.
I have to do that for my knee tendonitis. I have to foam roll. And again, it's one of those things of like I could foam roll or I could lay down.
Mitchell says I'm 33 and fear waking up in the morning.
This is what I'm saying, guys. Anyway, I have gained such a greater appreciation as I have aged for athlete injuries.
By the way,
when I was in my 20s, I was just like, go play, you pansy. And now I'm just like, I don't know how any of you do this at all.
Speaking of that, do you want to know that the worst I felt last night was when poor Miles Wood, 2 minutes into the new season, gets blasted by what looked like a 100-mile-an-hour puck. He's trying to get up.
Awful.
He's trying to get himself to the bench. You know, he probably just wanted to yak right there as they kept the camera on him. Dude, how bad does it got to stink to have that thing happen 2 or 3 minutes into a new season?
Also, Mark Stone scored a goal last night, might have broken a bone in his hand doing it. Did you see him after he had that deflection on the Eichel shot?
Yeah.
And, like, he's going to celebrate, and his teammates are like, yeah, and he's like, damn, my hand hurts right now.
Yeah. Looking like Randy Moss in that commercial where he catches the ball one-handed and then has to.
Another Avs note, can everybody – and look – Georgie was awful last night. Can everybody else stop screening him, though? Josh Manson, please don't screen him. Hunter, please don't screen your own goaltender. There was a lot of that last night.
My first hockey anger moment of the year came when I heard Coach Bednar
it the first period?
on – it was because I heard Coach Bednar on the morning show going, we got to work on our forward defense and around the net, not giving up breakaways. And what happened? They give up a breakaway.
It was their biggest concern in the offseason was not giving up rush.
How many times last night were you like, hey, guy on the backside, will somebody please get to the guy on the backside?
Yeah.
How about the one time where Georgie, but see, this is where, and I defended Georgie a lot last year. For the most part, look, if Georgie gets right, he's fine, but that's not the start I wanted to see.
Hey, he wasn't right last night.
He was not. How about the one where he actually started sliding to the other side of the crease and didn't look at the shot? He basically turned away and slid away from the shot.
Dude.
What are we doing?
He had a weird one last night. He had a real weird game out there last night.
Oh, we got a Dodger fan in the house. There it is.
The Dodger fans showed up. Back
there
in
it is.
Game
They're
5
feeling
tomorrow
psyched.
night.
It's tomorrow night, though.
Yes. You don't.
Are you going to start drinking now, just in case?
Yes.
24-hour lather.
Stay here all night, sir. Right here at number
Get a
38.
Tullamore Dew to balance it out.
They won't even. That's right. Dew and a brew right here at number 38, Tullamore Dew Irish whiskey. We've heard enough about the Dodgers. Thank you.
How about Nick? Nick goes at 31. I only fear my ex-wife. That's why she's the ex, Nick.
Uh-huh.
You'll have to update the address once all the paperwork's handled.
You will fear other things soon enough, my friend. Let me tell you.
All right, let me throw this at you then, real quick.
Throw it at me.
Since we got time.
What
I know
do we
you
have?
got plans, but, short
do we?
segment now. We never have plans. Seriously. The Nuggets and the Avs have been our popular little kind of summer radio topic that you and I, those are the ones we pull out when there's nothing necessarily pending or pressing, right? We've been saying for the last couple years, Nuggets and Avs are in the greatest championship windows, and it's proven to be right. Matter of fact, I think when you and I got together and did our little practice show, that's one of the things we talked about. So it's been a topic running for 5 years since this fine Top 20 BSM program got going. And Westward's favored in the afternoon. We will hold on to that till they name someone else. Don't you dare name somebody else. Where's the confidence rating that I do believe because of the presence of Makar and McKinnon, Jokic and Murray, Jokic more than anybody right now.
Yeah.
They still are championship teams, right? Where's the confidence level, though, is like it was expected. When you and I started our show, we expected the Avs in particular because they still had a healthy Gabe Landeskog, and they had the Nichushkin, and they had, they still had Kadri. They had the lineup to get it done. And then I think the Nuggets were like 1B. There was 1A and 1B. The Nuggets are 1B. If we're re-ranking this stuff, the Rockies are the Rockies. They're not going to climb. And until the Broncos,
they're 5th out of 4.
If Bo Nix does prove to be a Jokic or McKinnon-style guy, they're in the mix. But he
won't be.
Not there yet. And he may not be. I'm with you. But where are we at with again, last night is frustrating to me because you can't afford with guys with Lehkonen not back till the end of the month, till the end of November or whatever. Gabe, we don't know, and Nichushkin around Thanksgiving, because even if suspension ends mid-November, he's going to have to get in shape and all do that whole deal again, right? The Avs can't afford to lose 4-goal games. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I just feel like again, of all the years, getting asked the question, Nuggets, Avs, who you got? Hey, man, it could be both. I'd be bragging up the old dual parade thing. Man, I am more nervous about the Avs' chances right now than I've been in easily 5 years.
You should be. No, you absolutely should be because and McKinnon's already said it. We're not saying anything that the best player on the team isn't already saying. They can't do everything without those dudes. Now, Lehkonen, he's going to be back. He's coming back from shoulder surgery, but it's a process. Just step right back out on the ice and rule. Nichushkin, I don't know. If he plays, he's awesome. Is he going to stay on the ice? I don't know. I'm not in the prediction business on Val Nichushkin. Landeskog's trying to overcome a surgery that no hockey player's ever done before.
Landy's our minor miracle.
Yeah.
And again, I say it every time, I'm rooting for it. I want no one to hear that wrong. I would love nothing more than to see the captain back on the ice.
This is a This is a city that saw Peyton Manning come back from having no feeling in his extremities
and barely able to throw a football
to being able to play quarterback in 2 Super Bowls for the Broncos. So you don't want to discount anything.
Still having the best quarterback season on record.
This is
2013.
Also the city that watched the great Peter Forsberg completely have his body betray him and crumble away. We, quite frankly, and I know the peak was incredible, but the same thing happened to Terrell Davis in his career. So sports injuries, it's just that's a tough prediction right there. And when you're asking a guy to be the first to have ever done it in his sport, excuse me if I'm not the most optimistic guy in the world. Couldn't possibly be rooting harder for it, but man, that optimism is as cautious as can be. I will argue that the Denver Nuggets, as long as they have Nikola Jokic on the roster, are a championship contender every single year. Yeah, the Thunder, if they stay healthy, are probably winning the Western Conference this year, and it's a very deep West. We know that. Boston isn't suddenly going to start to stink. There's other good teams in the NBA.
Philly could finally figure this. New York could be interesting with what they did.
It could be the year that Embiid is actually healthy at the end. Who knows? Okay, those things are always possible, but give me Nikola Jokic and you have a team that will win 50 games and has a chance to go all the way every single year. Right now, if it's, likelihood to win the next title, Nuggets, Avalanche, Broncos, and
Rapids, Mammoth.
Yeah, I was going to say, can we drill down far enough to get to the Rockies?
Yeah.
But yeah, you know what I'm saying.
Yes.
That's where I'm very much at right
now.
The
Furniture Row Racing Team.
Yeah.
They don't even exist anymore. I'll put them ahead.
The Avs have to have man, we're banking on a lot of things going right and staying right this year with the Avalanche. If they do, they got 3 of the best players in the world, Andy.
All I'm asking is keep yourselves around 500 and keep everybody within reeling distance, to use the fishing pole term.
Let's also remember
by December.
They got a 4-game homestand coming up. They were incredible at home last year. They were playing a very good Vegas team out on the road last night. Sucks to give up 8 goals, but it was only one night of our life.
Yeah. Now, but again, I don't know. Look, man, I love the Avs so much. They need one more cup. Here's the pressure I feel for those teams. Both the Nuggets and the Avs need to put one more in the case with this group. You hate to be greedy.
No,
but this group deserves to. Both cores. You should be greedy. That's just what it is.
I want to watch Nikola Jokic win multiple titles. It's something Akeem Olajuwon did. It is something that Tim Duncan did. And these are the contemporaries that we're talking about with this guy and what he is as an NBA player and as an all-time great. Nathan McKinnon is right now. He's really pushing Joe Sakic right now, and when we start talking about the greatest in the history of the franchise, he's obviously got to do it for longer. But we're talking about the primes of 2 Hall of Famers.
Oh, and Makar.
And Makar is phenomenal.
And look,
he's already the best defenseman.
When you see what Mikko is too, Mikko's like Milan Hajduk. I'm telling you. Another reason why I got to have 2 is this group is every bit as good as the original Avs and that 2001 group. I think. Well, they don't have the goaltending, but
got to have
they
2,
could be.
Everybody, and you got to have a Tullamore do right here at number 38. Get a do and a brew and watch Thursday Night Football. Niners, Seahawks, Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio.
Yeah, I think they have been playing well, and that's kind of their MO, offensively and defensively. They're a physical, tough-nosed team, and so I think that's always the battle you expect in the NFL. But this team's really been living it the last 4 games, so we're gonna have to buckle up our chin straps for sure.
I mean, isn't that the rule? Don't you have to do that on every single play?
Well, they do require you to have that chin strap buckled up. I mean, they don't let you play without it.
That is Joe Lombardi is the offensive coordinator for the Broncos. Coordinator day today as the Broncos get ready to take on the Chargers. Andy, did you get a look at the Chargers injury report this week?
No, I didn't.
It is,
you know what? I just deleted it again.
It is lengthy, my friend. Let me tell you. Here are some of the updates. Joe Alt, the outstanding rookie tackle. Joe Alt was a full participant in practice today. So generally, if you're a full participant on Thursday, you're going to play. Coming up here on Sunday. Cameron Dicker, the kicker, missed practice yesterday because of an illness, so he was a full participant. So no luck going on right there. Hayden Hurst, the tight end, was a full participant in practice today. Denzel Perriman was limited yesterday. He was full today. The linebacker, same for Asante Samuel Jr. The cornerback, Justin Herbert, listed as limited again today with the ankle. He's playing. We know he is. And Rashawn Slater was limited for the second consecutive day. I think he's missed the last game and a half or so for the Chargers. The other 2 notable names that did not practice today for the Chargers, Joey Bosa did not practice once again. Feels like he's a long way from being able to go. And Gus Edwards, the running back, did not practice today. So healthy diet of J.K. Dobbins coming up this week for the Broncos defense. The Chargers want to run the ball. Joe Lombardi is not wrong about that part of it. The Broncos want to run the ball. Total on this game has hovered around 36, 35 and a half all week long. Yeah, they should buckle their chin straps. I do think this is going to be a game, Andy, that the clock's going to be running an awful lot in this one. Or at least you hope it is, because the Broncos have to run the ball if they're going to win.
Yeah, you would assume this is one of those old school 3-hour games. Get that sucker in. Maybe a crisp 2:50 for this one if you can get that one working. Yeah, even though I'd like to see the Broncos, or at least Sean Payton, maybe let Bo Nix try to do a little bit more. Nothing crazy, but a little bit more. You still have to lean on your run game. Running and playing defense, that's not changed since you and I have been talking since camp. It's what led to the little run towards the playoff last year. You were able to lean on your run game. You played some good defense. You got turnovers. Got to be able to do that. Got to wear a team out. There's still something to be said, I think, for trying to use altitude against them. Now they're coming off the bye. I guess we'll see what that means. I don't know. We have no real data. Do you know what Jim Harbaugh was off the bye back when he was a San Fran coach? Obviously, he's been out of the league for a while now. But I am curious,
I don't, but I would imagine one of the gambling dirtbags that I follow on Twitter probably knows.
Yeah, well, I haven't seen that
They tend to know
tweet
that
yet.
information.
Do they share with everybody, I guess,
Yes.
is maybe the question. But I'd be curious about that. Again, if the Broncos can just get this one. The New Orleans game. Now, the New Orleans game, you got to be careful not let that be a track game a little bit, right?
Exactly.
I don't know if Taysom Hill will be back by then with the rib injury, but boy, if you get this one thing set up well. But again, it's going to be based off of running the football. See, what's funny about this is, like, I don't feel Bo Nix is getting antsy. Sean Payton is the one that I wonder about. Will he stick to this plan long enough for it to bear the fruit that it could? And by that, I mean running the football more than really throwing it.
I would hope that he likes winning. I would really hope, since the Broncos got away from Bo Nix dropping back 40-plus times a game, they now win games. They don't have as many turnovers because he's not trying to force Nix into throws that he's not comfortable with or that he cannot make. It is a better situation right now with where the Broncos have found themselves. We're 5 games into it, and I don't want to kill Sean too much for this because, you do have to play games to get to know your team, to get to know what your identity is, and it's pretty clear the identity of this team a team that is one of the best defenses in the league and one of the lower-ranked offenses in the league. They're going to have to win on defense and turnover margin and run game and clock. And if the Broncos do all of those things, then they've got a puncher's chance every single week. And you know what? You can win 10 games like that, okay? Is that sustainable every single season? Not really. Eventually, you're going to need quality quarterback play. But for right now, with Nix as a rookie, this is what's working for this team. This is how Sean could potentially have this team playing interesting games in December. We'll take it.
Okay, but will he take it? I don't disagree with you. Will he take it?
Great question.
He even got he got antsy with it last year. They got back into the playoff race, and he wanted to go back into, hey, let's all try to throw the ball. Now Russ not listening to me, and now I hate you all again.
Yep.
Let me scream at you on the sideline.
Right. Again, I would hope his recognition of this fosters an environment for a good environment for development of Bo Nix. I want to hear a little bit more from Joe Lombardi today, the Broncos offensive coordinator. He talked about getting Marvin Mims more touches. We screamed about this for a while yesterday. More touches for Marvin Mims, who can actually run fast. Is that something that Joe Lombardi would like to make happen, and what is the process for doing so?
Yeah, I think it's important. I think every week we have plays that are designed to try to get the ball in his hands, and sometimes the defense doesn't allow you to do it. Sometimes you just don't get to it on the call sheet. You might have a play, and as the game's going on, you're like, the way the end's playing, I don't know if we like this play. So it's just a lot of things that go with it. But he's always a guy that, every time you watch him return a punt or a kickoff, it highlights that, he's a guy we like to get the ball to him.
Looking at the way the end's playing, I don't know if I want to call that. In other words, they're going to try and run more jet sweeps with Marvin Mims having the football. You could also throw the ball to him.
Yeah, it'd be cool if the air raid to Mims would be a thing. I
wouldn't hate it.
Take that.
Yeah.
I'd be down with that.
I wouldn't completely hate it right now. It's a second-round pick.
Yeah, well, look, I don't even feel like we can say he's not playing well, Nate. He's not getting the ball thrown to him.
We went over the snap counts yesterday. He and Troy Franklin have the same amount of snaps, which is like 25% of what Josh
Troy
Reynolds
Franklin was inactive 2 weeks or something like that.
and Lil Jordan Humphrey are playing right now.
Yeah, he's the guy you've got to get involved, however. Now, look, I don't know, maybe Mims and Nix, maybe that chemistry is the thing that suffered the most in this ridiculous circus of a quarterback competition that frankly didn't need to happen over the summer. Maybe that's something we're seeing a little bit of the fruits of that hurting something right now. I don't know. But please find a way to get that man involved. Please do it. By the way, can you see Chase, who was the backup quarterback? Chase
Daniel?
Chase Daniel. He talked about the difference between Lombardi calling in plays and Sean Payton. You could totally see how that would be different just listening to them answering the podium. Joe Lombardi's like, yeah, here's the deal. Bang, 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 bang.
Right.
Sean's going to throw out a relative to. He's going to give you the long pause. Do you think Sean gives you the long pause in the headset? Is that when Bo gives him the old kind of look back over the shoulder?
Does he ever throw relative to in the middle of a play call?
XYZ relative to, halfback punch BY banana. just get the banana in there.
It's Craigman and Lindahl. We got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL coming up. Thursday Night Football, Week 6 is about to start. Seahawks and San Francisco. Plus, Aaron Rodgers has thoughts about the staff changes with the Jets, particularly as to who will be calling plays into his headset. I can't wait to see how this goes. We'll get to all of that coming up next on the Craigman and Lindahl Show. Oh, I love that Mile High Dreams Gala. I love Sport Trade, and you will also. If you are stuck in a rut right now with your betting app, download Sport Trade. It is Colorado's newest betting app. It is a premium sports betting experience. Thursday night football tonight. You don't have a feel on Seattle and San Francisco going into this matchup with the Niners as a 3.5-point favorite. Well, perhaps you'll get a better sense as the game goes along. Maybe you want to live wager Thursday night football tonight. We're talking about the best live betting experience in the industry at Sport Trade. They have listened to the consumer. They know what the frustration can be. They don't give you the spinning wheels that then delay the actual bet going through. They don't change the number on you or change the price. No, instead, your bet goes through instantly. And by the way, when it comes to in-play markets, most books offer minus 115 lines. Sport Trade cuts that vig in half. That means more winnings for you. Go to getsporttrade.com or download Sport Trade onto your phone. Use code NATE. Earn 10% cash back on every bet that you place. Try it out. Live bet Thursday night football tonight, guys. I promise you, you're going to love it. Sport Trade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Sport Trade wants you to know the best bettors are responsible bettors. Hour number 3, it's time for the best 5 o'clock hour in the biz. We started with football news. Back at the shop, Mark Springer has it. But he's got to sell something to you first. Go do it, Spring.
I sell it because I love it. That is
right.
Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. Hey, Broncos star cornerback Pat Surtain won AFC Defensive Player of the Week. Congratulations, Patrick Surtain II. Vance Joseph, his defensive coordinator, was asked about him winning that award, and Surtain making big plays on the gridiron.
I think it's important for all young players to have success, and to make big plays during games. As a coach, you're coaching and preaching certain techniques and certain eye placement and certain things that allow them to make big plays. So when they make the big play, kind of justifies your coaching and his technique and his teaching. So it's always fun to watch guys make big plays. Man, that was a huge play for us on Sunday. We didn't start off the way we have in the last 2 weeks. It was a slow start. It wasn't good early, and Pat made a play to kind of turn it. So that's good for our defense.
All right. I don't want to quibble with VJ. He's having a great year. Did Patrick Surtain pick off that overthrow from Gardner Minshew because of his eye placement?
No, no. I know what you're talking about.
His eyes were placed at, holy crap, the ball's coming all the way to me right now. I think I'll jump up and catch it.
Look, you know what? The young man that I think really made the play prior to that, as I've talked about, is Jonah Ellis. Got a good rush, got the hands up because he knew he wasn't going to get there. Forced a higher throw than Minshew wanted, which caused it to go over Brock Bowers and right to Pat Surtain. And then Surtain just had to clear a couple people with that speed, and it was goodnight Eileen.
Yeah. Who is Eileen?
Well, Irene, whatever.
Okay.
I know an Eileen. You could ask her to come on if you'd like to, if you're the Dixie's Midnight Run.
Sometimes Eileen, therefore I fall over.
Hey-oh, and then you get that back injury that you talked about. Look, he's put him in the right spots. He's done the right things.
Eye placement.
Sure. It's going to be tough for any coach to talk about how they coached up Pat Surtain.
Exactly.
When you read what he was in college,
when you know who his dad was, and what his focus is on the game and everything else,
and he played for Nick Saban.
Yeah,
is Andy Reid or whoever their OC is out there? Who's the old Chicago guy that's back there doing the OC duties? Remember your coach from Nagy?
Oh yeah, Matt Nagy.
Matt Nagy.
Yep.
Is he there talking about? Well, I coached Pat Mahomes. To not look and throw to a guy.
The best thing Vance Joseph can do is just I'll coach the other 10 guys.
Right. Here's how we're going to play around him.
Go do your thing, my friend.
Yeah.
And just erase the best receiver on the field. Good luck this week, Ladd McConkey and Quentin Johnson. Not really. They don't really.
Well, that's a far cry from Mike Williams and
Keenan Allen.
A
little bit of a different world. Yeah.
Who was their tight end? Antonio
Gates. Yeah, that dude ruled. They don't exactly have those weapons these days there for the Chargers. Ladd McConkey's a nice rookie, though.
Oh, he's a nice lad.
He's a fine lad. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, let's talk Chargers injuries. We'll stick with the offense because they have a ton of injuries. Running back Gus Edwards didn't practice for the second straight day with an ankle injury. The two young tackles, Rashawn Slater on the left side was limited with a pec injury for the second straight day. Joe Alt coming off that knee injury. He was limited yesterday. He practiced in full today.
He's going.
Yeah, he is going. Justin Herbert limited in practice for the second straight day, coming off the bye week, dealing with the high ankle sprain. Justin Herbert, how close to 100% is your ankle after the bye?
That's a good question. I wouldn't be able to. I don't really know what percentage it is. I know it's feeling better, and as long as we're on that path, I think that's what's most important. Not having any of those setbacks, not doing anything that aggravates it. But as long as I'm communicating with the training staff, I think we're going to keep this thing moving forward and getting better.
I think that's an honest answer because he's not going to know until he gets hit again.
Yeah.
And the thing's got to stand up against some stress and pressure of a guy trying to throw you to the ground.
Yeah.
Then he'll know we're okay or we're not okay.
It's also funny to listen to his honesty compared to what Harbaugh had to say yesterday of just greatest ankle recovery I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I would kill to have those ankles. I would marry those ankles.
He would. I would give those ankles a pair of khakis to wear over them.
Want to put a ring on those ankles.
Why are they a pair of khakis if they're combined of one unit?
I've always kind of wondered that about pants.
Right?
Why are they a pair of pants?
Just because you got two legs, there's only one britches part.
Is a single pant leg a pant? Is that why it's plural pants?
I don't know. We are asking each other, and neither of us has the answer.
If there are any pant manufacturers listening to
Yeah.
this show right now,
Anybody that specializes in clothing.
I suppose pants manufacturers, 303-504-0925. Why is it plural?
Isn't
and why
Vic's
is it a
guy
pair?
Don's Clothier? Is Don out there listening by chance?
Hey, Don.
Don,
Yeah.
shoot us a text.
You know he knows best because he's a clothier also.
There you go.
So, yes, if anybody understands that, we don't feel like Googling it, send it in to us. We'll believe anything. We'll be honest.
I'll take
with
your
you.
word for it.
Exactly.
Won't even fact check you.
Yeah. A shirt has two sleeves. It's not a pair of shirts.
It's not a pair of shirts.
A pair of
It's
shirts
good
is
call.
literally two shirts. All right. Go ahead.
You got a pair of arms?
That I do. Go
High
ahead.
five. All right. Hey, Russell Wilson.
Spring love that segment.
That was good stuff. That was really good. Russell Wilson, a full participant in Steelers practice for a second straight day ahead of
Way to go, Russ.
Ahead of the Steelers road game in Las Vegas on Sunday. Russell Wilson talking to the media today.
Yeah, I was able to do a lot more this week. You know, it was exciting to get back out there this week so far and be a full participant and do everything, all the reps and everything else. So that was great. We just got better from first day to day. I felt even better.
All right, stop right there. No more. Kill it. I don't need it. You're good. You did more. There's the growth. I don't need a recount of how it's gotten better from week 1 till now or even from Monday till now. Someone just needs to be there. You know what he needs? He needs, again, Cliff Clavin had the guy that shocked him every time he was being a jerk in the bar.
Yeah.
Russ needs that guy just for a quick little zzz. That's the end of the answer. No more. That's enough. Okay, we're done.
Trade deadline end of the month. The Steelers, I don't think, have any plans to play Russell Wilson.
Oh no, I think Justin's got a couple games, and then they might.
You think if he's got a bad one, but he hasn't really played bad.
If they don't beat the Raiders,
yeah,
it is.
It's a good point.
It sets up.
But if they are, they're at the deadline, probably 5-3, probably what you're looking at by the point that they get there.
Could be even with the Broncos.
You're looking at Russ. You're just like, we have no plans for you or anything else like that. Would anybody trade anything to the Steelers for Russell Wilson, or would they just have to outright release him?
I would say by the time you hit the deadline, no, because the top team I would think of would be a place like Miami, but they're falling out of it as the days go by. They may just be.
Tua will be back by then.
Okay.
I guess I'm not a neurosurgeon.
I'm not positive I'd let the guy ever play again, but that's just me.
I don't understand pants or brains.
I'll ask you this. I mean, I guess they can't hold him out if he's deemed healthy, but man, if you're the Miami Dolphins, this was the worst case scenario. This was the super nightmare.
Yeah.
Don't you think there's probably some folks that just hope he plans not to play football anymore? You get your contract money back and that's that?
No, I don't think so. No, I think
you have a crappy season, you go get a new quarterback and you start anew.
Stephen Ross could be thinking like that, but they did just pay him. I think they'd like him back. They should want him back. I mean, you worry for his health, but I worry about all their health.
Yeah, I know, but he's had some of the scarier. Look, we've seen a lot of guys get crumpled into a heap.
They
don't all do a fencing reaction the way he's had, the last 2 or 3 times this has happened?
Yeah, no, you're right about that.
So, no, to answer your question, the more seasons get away from people, probably not. Because who thinks Russ is coming in to save their season?
I don't think anybody thinks that.
Even if you're Miami, is he going to run the offense the way that you need him to?
McDaniels would hate his guts.
Look, the guy, they all said it.
Yeah.
The perfect spot for him is Arthur Smith, who's already not afraid to let his guys run. And quite honestly, if I'm Pittsburgh, I'm not trading him anyway because
Fields could
he could get crushed the way you're playing him.
Yeah, he could get hurt.
You got to have something better than the kid that came in.
Yeah. I don't think they want to play him at all, but you're right. They might have
I think deep down Tomlin kind of wants to because Tomlin probably feels bad for him right now. Tomlin's the one that promised him.
Yeah, but Tomlin's He wants to go to the playoffs, man.
Oh, no, Tomlin's going to win. Let's
Yeah.
not question the man's motives.
He wants to go to the playoffs.
But I don't know that. The reporting around the signing just felt like Tomlin maybe wanted to give Russ a chance to tip the old cap back to Denver. And mainly Sean Payton. Why am I even mincing words? At Sean Payton.
And then he had his calf blow up pushing a blocking sled. Because as we covered earlier in the show,
that's a good idea.
That's what happens to men of a certain age. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, Aaron Rodgers had a formal press conference today, and he was asked what his reaction was when he found out that Todd Downing is replacing Nathaniel Hackett as the new Jets play caller. This was a decision by interim head coach Jeff Ulbrich. Here's Aaron.
Yeah, I mean, I knew there'd be changes after they let Robert go. Had conversations with Brick over the 2 days. I knew that he was thinking about it, leaning toward it, and I told him I'd back him up whatever he decided.
How is Nathaniel doing?
You should ask him.
We're not able to.
Oh, okay.
I would. I don't think we're going to talk about it, to be
that.
honest with you.
I love Nathaniel. I mean, he's one of my dearest friends in the league, and obviously a tough situation, but I think it speaks volume to the character that he has, and he wanted to stick around, be here for me, be here for Todd, support Todd. So it's credit to the man that he is.
Does he? Or does he just want the paycheck? Because we've all been there. I got to have the paycheck, bro.
Speaks to the character.
I don't have $100 million in the bank like you do.
Yeah, speaks to the character that he. Although he's probably still getting paid by the Broncos, isn't he?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. He's doing all right. Honestly, Nathaniel Hackett has nowhere else to go.
No, not really.
Yeah.
This has gone as terribly as it can. They're all talking about how Rodgers on the morning show being the ESPNs and the NFL networks about how this is going to tarnish his legacy. Dude, Nathaniel Hackett, I don't think Matt LaFleur wants him back.
His whole life is about hanging out with Aaron Rodgers.
Apparently.
He's the Bullwinkle to his Rocky. He's got to be there every single day. Whether he's calling plays or not, he's got to show up. Go to work. Hang out with your buddy. Watch Wayne's World clips.
Bring the Goldfinger or Goldmember DVD.
Exactly. Whatever the hell you guys do all day. He didn't want to miss out on those opportunities. He didn't want to get barred from the group chat. Of course he's still showing up. Oh, what character. Nobody else wants him. He has nowhere else to go. Also, I love now that he's Brick. I love that we got a coach. We got Brick Tamlin over there coaching the Jets these days. I told Brick, I understand. Yeah, Aaron's going to call whatever the hell he wants at the line of scrimmage. I mean, one of the other massive problems with their offense right now, if you look at it, they're one of the lowest in the league in, pre-snap motion and everything else like that. Rodgers, anything that could mess up his read at the line of scrimmage, he basically refuses to do, so they don't even run a modern offense right now. Whomever is going to step in and start to coach this offense in place of Nathaniel Hackett, the biggest thing that they have to do is try and scheme something up to get somebody open. Aaron Rodgers refuses to do it.
Yeah, and then he's got to run it.
That's why I'm sure
they are crushing him on no motion, no reads.
I'm sure. I guarantee you he's calling Joe Douglas every day saying, get me Devontae, because...
Yeah, but do you think Woody's let me throw more logs on the fire?
The other thing about Woody Johnson is he claims that this is the most talented Jets team he's ever had. Where is he getting that? Is it just from the payroll? Because that's how Woody Johnson does these calculations.
Yeah, Jets have struggled to get back to old 1999 glory of AFC championships. So
it's been a while. That's the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. We talked about quarterbacks that could be available at the trade deadline. I want to drop 2 more names on you when we return and see how you react to that. It's the Crackman and Lindahl Show live at number 38. Have a do and a brew Thursday night football. The Tigers and Guardians are tied at 1 right now as that game is in the glare on the television.
I can't see either, sorry.
Top of the fourth.
Not ignoring you.
It's Crackman and Lindahl. Yeah, the fine folks at Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey have us out here at number 38. Get a dew and a brew tonight. Watch Seattle and San Francisco Thursday night football action. And, of course, tune into the Blitz tonight right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 as they will be lamenting a subpar beginning to the campaign for your Colorado Avalanche as they fall. What does this say? 8? They gave up 8 friggin' goals. 8-4 last night against the Knights there in Vegas. The Avs are back home Saturday night for the home opener against the BJs of Columbus. So make sure you go out and enjoy that game on Saturday night. We'll, of course, have it for you right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, your home for the Colorado Avalanche. Mikko Rantanen, by the way, Andy, on pace for 246 goals this season.
Oh, what a pace.
That's not bad.
That'll make that extension even harder to fit under the cap. It's a lot of goals.
Hey, one more note on the Avs really quick. Nathan McKinnon, 900th career point last night. He had the 2 assists, so he got up to 901. He's currently number 4 in franchise history. I ask you this. He's 46 points from passing Michel Goulet for number 3. He will do that this year. He's 148 from passing Peter Stastny. I'm not going to completely discount the possibility he could do that this year. It's tall cotton, but it could be done. What do you have, 140 last season?
Sure.
If he can average 106 points per season, I did the math on this. If he can average 106 points per season over the next 7 years, he will catch Joe Sakic.
Wow.
For the franchise's all-time lead. Now, he's going into he just turned 29 last month, so this is his age 29 season. And he has 7 years left on his deal, this year included. So this season and then 6 more. He has averaged 126 points each of the last 2 years. Will Nathan McKinnon be the franchise's all-time scoring leader by the time this contract is up?
No, he will get traded in the last year by Joe Sakic to save his time.
Screw you.
You're out of here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. No, I think he probably will be. There's no...
The health is the thing that concerns me.
It is, but again...
Played 82 last year.
He did. Just feels like he's just a machine.
Right.
And, again, we're talking points, right?
Points.
He's
goals,
got Mikko with him, man.
and
Mikko's really good, like he did last night, of burying those home.
I mean, Mikko's good for 50 a year, basically. We're kind of getting to that place.
We are.
Like I said,
got to keep him around.
He's going to put up 246 this year.
But you're playing with guys like Mikko and Makar, and
yeah,
you know, Lecky's pretty good at tapping some things home.
Not bad. As long as you got Cale Makar out at the point on that power play, could this be done? I'm gonna give him a solid puncher's chance of being able to get there. Again, 7 years left on the deal, so he will be with the franchise. And at $12.6 million per season, you're not exactly tradable on that contract. So yeah, he's gonna be an Avalanche. An Avalanche.
This is tough to answer because you and I not going to sit here and act like we know the full, especially the Quebec history of this franchise.
Québécois.
Even if Nate overtakes the scoring lead for the franchise, will Joe Sakic still be the most important person in this franchise's history?
It's a great question
because he architected, right? Architect?
Built?
He put together the
he got the
he
guys
was the GM that
on
put
the
together
team.
that basically put the Cup team together.
Yeah.
Like John Elway.
Right.
Funny enough.
Right.
1-2 as a player.
Yeah.
Had his hands, and let's be honest, a little goaltending's kind of been the issue. He could have got to another cup. They probably should have been to another cup. But he's won one, and he's won one as the boss and 2 as the player.
Yeah. It's hard to see anybody supplanting Joe Sakic from the top of the mountain of most important human in the history of the franchise. And obviously, shout out to the late great Pierre Lacroix right there. But what Joe did, both as the greatest player in the history of the franchise, and then as the executive that brought another Stanley Cup to Denver. Yeah, it's hard to supplant. Just like Elway. It's, obviously, Andy, Bo Nix, probably going to play in 6 Super Bowls and win 3 of them.
Sure.
If he becomes the general manager afterwards, or maybe he could be the coach/GM, or maybe he'll just buy the team from the Walmart people by then. Who knows? But it's hard to see anybody ever passing Elway on that list when you are both a championship-winning player and a championship-winning executive. Unbelievable we got 2 of those in this town.
It really is. I guess for whatever reason, it didn't strike me until we just started talking about it right there. That leads me to another little thing that, we've talked about. I talked about this. This is the one thing Leggy told me that's going to be interesting to watch with Sean Payton in this town, okay?
All right.
You just laid it out right there. We've now there's 3 Super Bowls. There's 8 or 9 they participated in, right? 5 with Elway, the Orange Crush 6, and then 8.
Yeah.
8. Sean Payton, when he was in New Orleans, everything he did, it was the first time. First good teams.
Yes.
First real playoff power.
Yes.
First franchise Hall of Fame quarterback. First winning seasons. First Super Bowl. First this, first that. Do you think it's going to be a challenge?
First-year-long suspension.
First-year-long suspension. Do you think it's going to be tough for him to accept that even if you win a Super Bowl, you've just caught Gary Kubiak? You still got to chase Mike Shanahan. The number of wins. I mean, what did Dan Reeves had 100? I think Mike Shanahan had 100 or something like that, right? There's a lot. In order for you to really crawl into the annals of great coaches here, there's a lot to do.
There is. Couple of things soften the blow. All right. Number one, Sean Payton will always go down as the legendary head coach of the New Orleans Saints.
Right.
If
he gets into the Hall of Fame one day, most people like Manning and DeMarcus Ware will remember him as a Saint.
Yeah.
Not a Saint, but coach of the Saints.
Well put. Thank you. Clean up on aisle 7 over there. Well done.
Yeah.
So he'll always have that. The other thing that softens the blow, and I'm not just trying to be shallow here, $90 million.
No, I know. You're right.
Like that part
You're
of it.
right.
I'm like, hey, I was just hanging out doing TV, yakking around on a Sunday morning with my Fox buddies, and somebody called up and gave me $90 million because Jim Harbaugh wouldn't leave Michigan.
Right.
Sean Payton has already won here.
For him.
Yes.
You're right.
Yes.
There's no denying that. His personal life, his house is bigger, his coffer is fuller thanks to his willingness to come take this job.
His legacy is cemented. Sort of like, Peyton Manning was a Hall of Famer before he ever walked through the doors here.
Okay, but let's just say Bo's a good starter.
Yeah.
But not a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Hurt the legacy at all? He's good enough to be, and I say by good, a Jake Plummer, a Brian Griese, guy that wins plenty of games, but maybe no playoff success.
If Bo Nix is a good NFL quarterback, if he's a 10-year starter for the Denver Broncos, I think that speaks very well to the legacy of Sean Payton. Yeah, I think that speaks very well to that you took a QB6 in a draft and turned him into a quality starting quarterback. The history of QB's 6 in the NFL, it's not very good. It's very rare that those guys
come on, let's be fair about the whole thing. We're about to have Drake May start, but look, the only guy that's really, with all due respect to your Bears, and he finally had a good week this past weekend, I think Caleb Williams is going to be good, but the special guy out of this class is starting to look like Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, no, he's incredible.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You don't normally get 2 special guys out of a class. Now, I guess there's an exception to the rule I could think of right away if you want to point to Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen.
I got your 2018, you're 83.
But those are rare. Those are every now and again.
Right.
So
we've never seen 6 quarterbacks go in the top 12 of a draft before. So in some way, there's almost greater expectation or pressure on this class, right?
I would think so.
That many guys went that high? I mean,
Yeah.
Lamar was.
Well,
Lamar
the pressure's
was
on the coaches. All the
QB
kids did was say, "Yeah, I'll come play for you."
Lamar was QB5
Yep.
in that draft in 2018.
And he was the last pick of the
last
first
pick
round.
of the first round, number 32. Yes. Jose Ramirez, solo home run in the 5th. Guardians up 2-1 right now in Detroit. So there's the update there. Yankees and the Royals will get underway relatively soon right here. We were talking about quarterbacks that could potentially be on the move at the trade deadline. Note today from Jeremy Fowler on ESPN. They asked the question, which quarterback has the best chance to be traded before the November 5th deadline? Because the deadline's a week later this year, November 5th. And Jeremy Fowler answered with, I'll go with Zach Wilson or Jarrett Stidham. The Broncos have 3 quarterbacks. It is very clearly not Bo's job. It's Bo Nix's franchise. They don't need to have 3 quarterbacks. If we're looking at a situation, even when the Broncos are winning, even if they do the 6-2 thing that we talked about could be on the table for them right now, given what's going on with their next 3 opponents, which is the Chargers, who are super banged up, the Saints, who will have Spencer Rattler at quarterback on a Thursday night, and Carolina, who's a Sun Belt team.
Carolina, yeah, it's a good call.
So,
Action.
Yeah. So that right there, you could be a 6-2 team. You can move one of those quarterbacks. You won't even notice. You can get a 6th round pick out of that, which is draft day ammunition, or you could just take somebody in the 6th round if you wanted to. But you could move either of those guys right now. Nobody would know the difference.
I would vote Stidham for a couple of reasons.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's be fair about it. Yes, I like Zach Wilson, and I think he's the unknown. He's the guy that could be different than what you have now. But let's also talk about the market.
Yeah.
Jarrett Stidham is a much more known, steady commodity than what Zach Wilson is. Last the NFL saw, Zach Wilson was out there.
Zach is more known.
He's maybe more known.
But he's known for being very unsteady.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, again, this is the guy that, don't forget, he didn't want to go start for Saleh in last year's field. So I still think he needs to show up in a game. Like, if the Broncos were to do a little whooping on somebody, it would behoove Zach Wilson to get in there to ultimately up some trade value to show what you've done for
Showcase him for a trade.
Because nobody's buying preseason stuff. Look at how many teams are completely different than the preseason.
But you hope that if there is a team that is desperate enough, knowing that, what does Wilson have, 33 NFL starts?
Yeah, somewhere in there, mid-30s.
Stidham's got, 4 or 5, whatever it is? Then maybe somebody would be willing to make that phone call. We were theorizing. We were joking with one of our listeners who stopped by before. Woody Johnson loses a game in London against Minnesota. He's got a long flight home to stew over it. We talked about how he's the former ambassador to the UK. He's probably sitting there with his posh English buddies, and he's pissed. He wanted to showcase his beautiful product and everything he's spending on Aaron Rodgers, and instead Robert Saleh and company go out. Didn't they get shut out in the first half of that game?
Oh, it was ugly.
Terrible. Okay.
Rodgers did a good job just to help him get back into the thing.
Something we didn't bring up on the show. How much did it make Woody Johnson insane to have lost that game to Sam Darnold?
The guy who once said, I'm seeing ghosts out there.
His former number 3 overall pick, his former franchise quarterback, grandson of Dick Hammer, Sam Darnold, goes out there and beats him.
He does. And leads the Vikings to 5-0 in the process, right? Only undefeated team left.
And Robert Saleh's out of a job. How much did that make him hate Saleh and his defense enough for not shutting down Sam Darnold, who Woody Johnson hates, and make him go however much time he had to stew on his jet on his flight back, because I'm going to guess he didn't fly back with the team. But to just sit there and stew and be like, I got to get this guy out of here.
No, it's a great point. Honestly, I hadn't really thought about it because Sam Darnold's been so far removed.
Right.
10 different stops.
But he was Zach Wilson
before. No, there's no doubt about it.
Before.
There is no doubt about it. I did not think about how – although what's funny is Sam Darnold didn't – I got him on my fantasy team. He did not have his typical game he's been having this season. I don't think he threw a touchdown. I mean, other factors led to that win, but nonetheless, you're right.
Yeah.
My former employees over here doing me wrong.
What, like what if Zach Wilson could have started in
if
week
Zach
4
Wilson starts
against
week
the
4
Jets and
it
beats-
goes the same way.
I don't even think Saleh gets to go to London.
No, he's out of there. You're going to let that guy beat us, you're fired.
One other note on that firing, by the way. Did you realize Woody Johnson did not hire Robert Saleh?
Who did?
Woody was working as the ambassador to the UK in the Trump administration, and his brother Christopher Johnson was operating as the owner at that time, running the franchise. That's who hired Robert Saleh. So Woody comes back, retakes the mantle as owner of the team, and he's got Saleh, a guy that he didn't even hire in the first place. All the more reason to just go and can the dude.
What a wild franchise that is.
Yeah. They're a mess.
All right.
Yeah, he told Mike Garafolo of NFL Network, best collection of talent the Jets have ever had in his ownership tenure.
All right. Well, okay. In his own.
Which, and again, you know he's doing that based on how many
dollars
large
and
contracts that he has doled out, because we know that's how this guy
What
makes.
the old Monday paycheck looks like to these guys?
Exactly.
I
Yeah.
wonder when they do get their checks. I know it's a weekly deal. Is that a Tuesday dropping?
That's a good question.
Nobody gets paid till the week is done?
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
You got to finish the NFL week. You can't pay somebody for a Monday game if they're playing on Monday night.
Oh, and then Robert Saleh's the latest to go to London and have to be the victim of the Friday meme. You got fired on your day off.
Zach McKinstry, solo shot, bottom 5th. Guardians tied at 2 right now, by the way. Real quick, outside of Tarek Skubal, how many Detroit Tigers could you name off the top of your head?
0? None? Why do they got pizzas? Why is he putting pizzas on a stick? Is this some Little Caesars celebration?
Must be. Yeah, must be.
Did you just see that?
Well, they let Jones.
He's got like a spear of pizzas.
What
are we doing?
They got Spencer.
Look at that
Torkelson.
thing. That's a pizza, right?
They
That's
do.
not pancakes, is it?
It's like the Rocky ski helmet thing. They celebrate with pizzas.
But why am I hoisting a thing of pizza? It looks like an umbrella.
Well, no, it's like the spear that the Little Caesars guy
So it
holds.
is Little Caesars related. It's pizza.
I wonder if they had to buy that.
Well, no, doesn't the Little Caesars
Elliott
people
Jones,
owe half
yeah,
of Detroit?
Exactly. No, you're right. Elliott Jones, the team. So what do I know? That's funny.
That is funny.
Sponsorship deal.
Yeah,
for the home
who
run
made them do
celebration.
that?
Yeah, that makes me wonder, like, could the Rockies get like a sponsorship deal with like Smith snowboarding helmets or something
Yeah,
like that
no,
for next year? I mean, everything's for sale, Andy. You might as well.
Are the Monforts going to make him spear some beef?
Is somebody going to, like,
just walk around with some beef?
Some college football team's turnover chain or whatever is just going to have a giant corporate logo on it?
That's what's next, Nate.
Brought to you by Tide. We clean up on the turnovers.
Did the owner just show up? Hey, guys, this would be pretty cool, wouldn't it? Yeah, I guess, rich guy. Go ahead. Hand it over. We'll use this.
Kreckman and Lindahl, Rockhead of the day before we get out of here. It'll make you uncomfortable, I promise.
Oh,
It's
can't
Altitude
wait.
Sports Radio. Hey, does this radio show seem at all unfocused to you? That's because I was screwing around before work. I went over to Rad Power Bikes before the show today. I took a Radster Trail for a test ride. I was ripping around on that thing. You know I got onto a straightaway. I cranked that pedal assist right up to 5 to see what that thing could do. Top speeds at 28 miles an hour on a Radster Trail e-bike. Go to Rad Power Bikes. You can test drive any bike that is in their line. Go to radpowerbikes.com. You can check out everything that they've got to offer. Cargo and utility bikes. These things are super fun. If you're looking to replace your car, you don't want to be paying car insurance, well, you can put the kids on the back. You can go to the grocery store, load it up on the rack, put it whatever cargo you need. They have an unbelievable line of accessories, cargo packs, and everything else. You can be carrying everything around. Rad Power Bikes are so good for that. And you know what else? They're affordable. When you purchase a Rad Power Bikes, you can use Colorado's e-bike tax credit, which will save you $450 per e-bike to make it more affordable. Don't worry, the guys at Rad Power Bikes will get you all set up with that. Their brick-and-mortar shop is over at 3863 Steel Street in the York Street Yard, service center and showroom. Stop in and test ride a Rad Power Bike before you buy, but get on these things. They're super fun. You're going to love them. Go check out Rad Power Bikes. perfect place to watch Thursday Night Football, number 38. Right here in beautiful Rhino. Nate Kreckman, Andy Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Thursday Night Football kicking off around 6:15. Seattle and San Francisco do battle in the NFC West. Niners have won 5 in a row over Seattle, each by 12 or more points. Something to think about.
Yeah, they're so beat up.
Extremely beat.
The inactives, I think Charkandrick Ward, I believe the cornerback's out for the Niners now. I mean, we'll see. Like you said,
very banged
Kyle
up team.
Shanahan seems to love playing in Seattle. It's like his second home field, but whew.
Also got college football tonight, and Royals-Yankees will get going in a few minutes. Right now, Cleveland and Detroit are tied at 2. Tigers have a chance to be able to close out that series. Guardians looking to stay alive and push that thing to 5 games. Andy, I promised I'd make you uncomfortable. Let's do it.
Can't wait.
It is time for your Rock Head of the Day, presented to you by our friends at Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your local home comfort specialist. Visit rockheating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life. I'm going to tell you a story of somebody that did not bring comfort home. All right, Andy? This comes to us from NJ.com. That's
New Jersey?
New Jersey, my friend. Headline, State yanks medical license from doctor accused of causing permanent damage to patient.
All right, I'm already fearing where this is going to go. Where was the permanent damage caused? Yeah.
Don't get
There's
too comfortable,
the rub.
folks. Which you won't want to do now. The state has permanently suspended the license of a doctor who is accused of improperly performing invasive cosmetic surgeries, including non-surgical penile and breast enhancement procedures at dozens of offices in New Jersey and neighboring states. Dr. Mohammed A. Mirza. First off, don't hire a doctor named Mirza.
Yeah, a little too close to the disease there.
A board-certified internist from Cedar Grove has not practiced medicine in New Jersey since his license was temporarily suspended in 2021 amid these allegations. So what did this guy do? Well, the Enforcement Bureau of the Division of Consumer Affairs opened an investigation into Dr. Mirza and Mirza Aesthetics in April 2021 after the State Board of Medical Examiners received numerous consumer complaints about the doctor and his practice of aesthetic medicine. Mirza advertised and performed a variety of costly and invasive cosmetic enhancement services through his Mirza Aesthetics practice, which he operated primarily from rental spaces in New Jersey, New York, Connecticut, and Pennsylvania. Traveling from office to office, carrying medical products in duffel bags, Mirza allegedly saw up to 30 patients daily in makeshift spaces where he failed to observe proper protocols for medical record keeping, patient follow-ups, and storage of medical supplies, including products that required refrigeration and strict temperature control. The state alleged that Mirza's improper use of certain dermal fillers for off-label purposes, quote, poses a clear and imminent danger to the public. In one case, you ready for this one, Andy?
No.
He used an injectable dermal filler in a non-surgical penile enhancement procedure that caused permanent harm to a patient, authorities said. The man suffered complications that required his hospitalization, where he underwent 2 emergency surgical interventions, the Attorney General's office alleged. When asked about it by an emergency room doctor, Mirza did not accurately disclose the exact filler that he used, which made it harder for physicians to care for the patient, officials said. Real quick.
So we're trying to plump the area like we would lips, right?
Yeah.
With an unknown substance.
Unknown substance.
That even doctors, once unfortunately being forced to look into said organ, can't figure out what was used.
He pulled it out of a duffel bag in what sounds like probably abandoned storefronts and strip malls.
Right, yeah, hey.
And just said, drop trow. We're going to shoot that baby up out of my duffel bag.
There's no way, if you're the patient, that you're listening to this guy's, I mean, what did he, I'll numb you up and it'll be fine. There's no way, if you're aware of what's about to take place, you're agreeing to this, right? Huh?
Kind of sounds like they were. Kind of was like, hey, I can get a discounted
The
Richard
Rocky
job.
Mountain Men's Clinic, folks. Not
Officially licensed.
Not Abandoned Strip Mall or us. What are we doing?
By the way, wouldn't it be ironic if the dermal filler he was using was caulk?
Well, that's where the mind goes, doesn't it? And he actually has it still in said caulking tube.
It's my own brand. I changed the spelling. In other situations, he used an off-label injectable dermal filler close to patients' eyes, which, if done incorrectly, could have led to loss of vision or permanent blindness. He also allegedly used an off-label filler for breast enhancement that could obscure patients' mammogram results, and another without performing skin allergy tests on patients before starting procedures. This guy was just pumping people up full of God knows what, wherever he wanted.
Why are you agreeing to any of this?
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean?
It is alleged that he performed aesthetic procedures in an area described as a small storage closet and closet area with a bench. At least they have a bench. You could sit down.
So janitor's closet.
With his duffel bag.
With his duffel bag.
Full of.
You're going to sit there.
Full of Quikrete.
You're going to pop your top or drop your trousers.
And just say, load me up.
And I'm going to inject you with something. And we're all cool with this? Everyone said cool, let's do it?
Can't beat those prices, Andy.
Maybe you ought to try to. There are certain things where maybe the discount route is not the way to go.
Did people find this guy like on Craigslist?
I am trying to understand how men
this.
and women would let them handle either of the private parts just described.
Yeah.
When this guy, again, I cringe to ask what the injectable thing looked like. What did the injector? A turkey baster? I got those things you can put the stuff into a brisket. We're using that thing. It's a sharp point.
Somebody had tried the Austin Powers Swedish pump and were not pleased with the results and said, I need to step it up.
There's so much wrong with that story. I like when you find these adventurous stories. You can go ahead and you can edit a few of these that fall in line with this.
Anyway, I think of it as a public service, Andy. We're telling the audience,
don't do this.
If you're going to do that, whatever you do, make sure it is done in a proper, sterile environment and not in a closet where the guy is pulling his stuff out of an old, used Marlboro duffel bag.
I would say to look for other medical personnel sharing the area.
The guy's not doing it with a giveaway duffel bag that he got at a Phillies game.
Right? Yeah. Yeah. That insurance conference he just went to.
A swag bag. So there you go, everybody. That's your Rockhead of the day, presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your local home comfort specialist. Visit rockheating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life. That'll do it for the Craigman and Lindahl show here this afternoon. You're glad you listened all the way till 6, aren't you? We're with you tomorrow at 3 o'clock. We're getting you ready for Broncos Chargers. Andy's out here at number 38 tonight. We got giveaways and much, much more. Come have a Tullamore Dew and a cold beer. We call it a Dew and a Brew right here at number 38 tonight while watching Seahawks
And if that's
Niners.
the anesthesiology procedure, again, run.
We love Tullamore Dew, but
not before you get your Tullamore Dewed up.
Blitz